C1629 Farewell Chengluo Mansion, Chengluo Mountains. Rumble. A huge white cloud descended from the sky and landed in front of the Chengluo Divine Hall. After flying for more than a day, Asgard Master Shu Yuan finally brought all the gods of the Chengluo Alliance back to the Chengluo Mountains. At this moment, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others finally felt relieved. The Chengluo Mountains was the lair of the Chengluo Alliance. After several eras of operation, they had set up countless formations and restrictions in the entire Chengluo Mountains. It was truly an impregnable fortress. Even if Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Chong Chun attacked with all their might, they would not be able to easily break through the defense of the Chengluo Mountains. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering heavy casualties. Very quickly, Asgard Master Shu Yuan waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Although the journey to the Divine Herb World this time was full of twists and turns, overall, the result was still quite good. Less than 2,000 people had died. Looking at the history, it was an unprecedented event. Not to mention, there was also the tragic ending of Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Changchun. If they were still not satisfied, they would be too greedy. Thinking about it, once the top-level true god had digested their gains, the Chengluo Alliance's power would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Alliance Master, the dignitaries. We will take our leave. Amidst the sounds of people taking their leave, there were more than 100,000 top-level true god warriors from the Chengluo Alliance. Quasi-domain gods left one after another. Many of them had a look of impatience in their eyes. This trip to the Divine Herb World had been suppressed by the mysterious senior because of the 9 layers of experts from the 3 great factions. Having lost a large number of competitors, each and every one of them could be said to have gained a lot. The few Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god with the worst luck would usually obtain a few Tier 5 divine herbs. However, before they left, there were a few people whose eyes were filled with nostalgia. They would occasionally look back, as if they were unwilling to leave just like that. These people were none other than Shen Hanxing and the others. Others might not know the identity of the mysterious expert, but they knew it very well. At this moment, they really wanted to get close to Yang Fann and have a good chat with him. If they could get close to him, they would never have to worry about it for the rest of their lives. In the future, not to mention becoming a Dao domain god, even middle-level domain god and high-level domain god were not impossible. However, when they really had to put their actions into action, each and every one of them was worried about personal gains and losses. They hesitated and did not dare approach Yang Fann. Their identities and their past pride were nothing in front of Yang Fann. Compared to Yang Fann, they were like the countryside natives. Would Yang Fann really be willing to lower himself to befriend them? If it was them, they wouldn't even bother befriending such a group of useless ants. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the huge Chengluo Divine Hall suddenly became empty. Apart from Asgard Master Shu Yuan and Domain God Sovereign, there was only Yang Fann left. Brother Yang Fann, what's the matter? Seeing that Yang Fann had not left, a smile immediately appeared on Asgard Master Shu Yuan's face, and he said gently. Alliance Chief, I am here to say goodbye to you. Yang Fann had already dragged this matter for 1,000 years in order to participate in the Divine Herb World. At this moment, he didn't want to drag this matter any longer. As for the numerous top-level true god in the spatial ring, it wouldn't be too late for him to devour and refine them after he had obtained his parents and the others. Otherwise, the time he spent would have been far too long. A rank 8 top-level true god wouldn't take too much time. With Yang Fann's current great Tao of devouring, it would take at most a dozen or 20 years for him to completely devour and refine them. Even some rank 9 top-level true god would rarely take more than 100 years. However, he had nearly 390,000 top-level true god in his hands. It would take him millions of years to completely absorb and refine all of them. How could Yang Fann wait for such a long period of time? Farewell. What can I say? Asgard Master Shu Yuan asked. He had just come out of the Divine Herb World, and Yang Fann didn't want to convert what he had obtained in the Divine Herb World into strength. At this moment, what was Yang Fann trying to say? Alliance Chief, I have been in the AIMA realm continent for 1,000,000 years. Counting the 3 million years in the interdimensional space, it's almost 5 million years. It's time for me to return. Return? Do you mean to go back to Zhuanghe system? That's right, that's why Yang Fann came to say goodbye. No, brother Yang Fann. This won't do. Asgard Master Shu Yuan shook his head. This time, the Shengluo alliance had completely offended the three major powers. He didn't know how they were going to take revenge on the Shengluo alliance. Although Yang Fann's talent hadn't been revealed to the public, in their eyes, he was just an ordinary rank 9 top-level true god. They didn't think that he would be able to find trouble with Yang Fann. However, they weren't afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid that if something were to happen to Yang Fann, it would definitely be a devastating blow to their Shengluo alliance. That's right, Yang Fann, you can't go back now. Who knows what those three major powers are planning to do to us? Let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to choose to return after the limelight passes. It's just 5 million years. It doesn't mean anything at all. Why do you have to rush back? The Tongshuan Hall Master and Domain God Sovereign also tried to persuade Yang Fann. Yang Fann was the hope of Shengluo Alliance, the key to unifying the Luoyang County and even replacing the celestial race. They couldn't afford to lose him. Even if they wanted to go back, they would have to let the news spread. At this moment, even they, the Domain Gods, didn't dare to leave the Chengluo Mountains. After suffering such a huge loss, Ling Yun, Heavenly Spirit, and Eternal Spring would definitely not let this matter go easily. Alliance Master, and everyone else. I have already made up my mind to go, so don't try to persuade me anymore. Yang Fann said with a firm expression. Others might be afraid of the three major powers' revenge, but he wasn't afraid. If he couldn't defeat them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. The sooner he could bring his parents and the others to the Shengluo Alliance, the sooner he could feel at ease. Leaving them in the Guangling River system wouldn't be beneficial to their growth, and he also felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He would wait until one day when his cultivation talent was truly exposed. Those hostile powers might take action against his family. In order to achieve his goal, he would use any means necessary. In the cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, that was normal. A true gentleman, a good man, would have a hard time living in the cultivation world for a long time. Before he left, although he had left behind many tricks, the most he could do was to fight a rank 9 top-level true god. Not to mention Domain God. Sovereign, even a quasi-domain god could easily capture his parents. Brother Yang Fann, this. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others were still trying to persuade him, but now that he had left the Chengluo Mountains, the danger level was really high. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann let go of the suppression on him. A terrifying aura that was not any weaker than rank 4 low-level domain gods erupted from his body and filled the entire Chengluo palace. Today, if he didn't reveal his true strength, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others would have a hard time agreeing to his resignation. Of course, with his current strength, there was no need to worry. Once his strength was exposed, there would be people in the Shengluo Alliance who would be interested in him. Gulp gulp this aura, this aura. 4th grade domain god, brother Yang Fann, you're already a 4th grade domain god. This. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others widened their eyes, almost jumping out of their sockets. The shock in their hearts was not something that could be described with words. He was not even 6 million years old, not even 6 million years old. What kind of monster was this? Even though Yang Fann's combat strength had only reached the 4th grade domain god realm and his cultivation had yet to reach the 4th grade, it was still unprecedented and unprecedented. Not to mention their AIMA realm continent, there was probably not a single person in the entire universe. Someone who could be compared to him. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Asgard Master Shu Yuan's mind. He seemed to have thought of something and said uncertainly, Brother Yang Fann, the mysterious realm god in the divine herb world. Could it be you? According to the constraints of the Heart Demon Oath, Shen Hanqing and the others did not report the news of Yang Fann being the mysterious realm god to Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others. That's right, I was the one who did it. Yang Fann nodded slightly. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Looks like that old monster Ling Yun really didn't wrongly accuse us. This matter was really caused by our Shengluo alliance. We didn't take the blame for this. Haha. Indeed, it wasn't an injustice. After receiving Yang Fann's affirmative answer, each and every domain god laughed. They did not expect that old monster Ling Yun would really hit the nail on the head and guessed correctly. Of course, they were willing to take the blame even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. The Shengluo Alliance was really going to give out a Tier 4 domain god battle force that was less than 6 million years old. It wouldn't take long before a few hundred to tens of millions of years later, even a middle-level domain god wouldn't be a match for this monster. There was a huge floating mountain at the border of Luoyang County and Xinhai County, one of the 9 counties of the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. The entire floating mountain was covered by layers of mist, making it impossible for anyone to see through the mountain. Rumble. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky, revealing a peerless expert with a terrifying aura. Xianxia is here. Ling Yunzi from the Cloud Floating Palace is here to pay a visit. Please show yourself, Xianxia. C-1630 exposed there was a floating mountain that spanned tens of thousands of miles at the border between the Luoyang County and Xinhai Prefecture. This floating mountain, in the eyes of countless true gods nearby, this was a forbidden land. All the true gods were stunned. Once one mistakenly entered this mountain, no one had ever been able to leave this mountain alive. As time passed, the expressions of countless true gods changed. They viewed this mountain as a prehistoric berserk beast, and even the border of the 2 counties became a forbidden area. Very few people dared to enter and exit this place. In the eyes of many domain god sovereign, this floating mountain was similarly ferocious and awe-inspiring, causing many domain gods to revere it. This was because there was a great god living in seclusion in this floating mountain. Xianxia was an ancient existence. According to the legends, he had already broken through to the middle-level domain god several eras ago. Even Sovereign Ling Yun and the other overlords. If it wasn't for him staying in the suspended divine mountain and focusing on his cultivation, all the major powers in the Luoyang County, the Xinhai Prefecture, and the other major powers would have to go through a reshuffle. A middle-level domain god was in the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, the 36 prefectures of the 9 prefectures. No matter where he went, he was the overlord of a region. Even the celestial race would have to be wary of him and wouldn't dare to provoke him. At the top of the suspended divine mountain, in a magnificent divine hall, 2 great figures with auras as strong as the ocean and deep as the abyss were standing in the center of the hall. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing fiery red phoenix armor. His eyes were burning with divine fire, and his eyes were filled with law. The terrifying pressure that was as deep as the ocean seemed to want to overturn the entire world. This stalwart middle-aged man was born with a terrifying aura. It was as if everything in the world was under his control. Every inch of his skin and every cell was faintly visible. It was as if he was the god king of fire, who controlled all the flame world in the world. This stalwart middle-aged man was none other than no one else. It was the master of Lingyun Palace, Sovereign Ling Yun. There was another person who wore a gray robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. The aura around him was extremely obscure. At one moment, he was extremely powerful. He looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world and ruled the world. He was the only one who could rule the world. With just a glance, he was able to make all gods submit to him. At that moment, he was very weak. He was like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. Any living being in AIMA realm continent could destroy him thousands of times with a single breath. He was strong and weak at the same time. He was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. This man was the master of the suspended divine mountain, Xianxia. Sovereign Ling Yun, you are a rare guest. Why are you looking for me today? Xianxia looked at Sovereign Ling Yun suspiciously. He did not have any relationship with the Cloud Floating Palace and had only met Sovereign Ling Yun a few times. Why did this Sovereign Ling Yun come here for no reason? He must have a request. Xianxia, I know that you are proficient in the art of divination. I am here today to ask you to calculate the exact cause of the death of the 5 men from the Cloud Floating Palace. Sovereign Ling Yun didn't hide anything from him, and spoke out his purpose straightforwardly. This trip to the divine herb world had truly made him feel aggrieved. There were nearly 200,000 top-level true god warriors, but there were less than 10,000 of them left. As for the others, it was fine. However, Nightmare God and Lien Yuan were the 5 of them, and all of them were the seeds of the domain gods. Even without the help of the godly fermented fruit, they could easily break through to the domain god stage. At most, it would take them some time. Furthermore, the potential of all 5 of them was not limited to this. It was impossible for them to break through to the middle-level domain god, but it was absolutely possible for rank 4 low-level domain god to do so. It could be said to be the future hope of Cloud Floating Palace. Once there were 5 4th-grade domain gods, the overall strength of Cloud Floating Palace would surpass Tianling, Chengluo, and Changchun 3 alliances. In the future, it was possible for them to sweep across 3 alliances and unify the entire Luoyang County. However, all of them had fallen in the divine herb world. They couldn't tolerate it. Furthermore, he had to know what kind of power was contained in the divine herb world that could save the 5 of them. The divine herb world was a huge divine herb base of cloud floating palace. Every 30 trillion years, it would contribute a large amount of high-grade cloud floating palaces to cloud floating palace. Once the supply of divine herb worlds was lost, the development of cloud floating palace would be greatly affected. However, he didn't know what had happened to the divine herb world. He had found a way to deal with it. During the next trip to the divine herb world, he really didn't dare to send his many top-level true god subordinates there. This time, the cloud floating palace had suffered a huge loss. If this happened again in 30 trillion years' time, the cloud floating palace's main force would be finished. At that time, they couldn't just let domain god sovereign do whatever he wanted. Sovereign Ling Yun, regarding this matter, I can help you, Xianxia said, nodding. With his current first-grade middle-level domain god cultivation base, he could calculate the expert of the same level as Sovereign Ling Yun. If he was not careful, he would definitely use up a large amount of heart force vital energies. However, he could only calculate a few quasi-domain gods. Even if those quasi-god domain god battle forces were comparable to a rank 1 domain god. It was the same. However, you should know my rules, Sovereign Ling Yun. It was impossible for him to divine for free. He, Sovereign Ling Yun, didn't have the face to do so. If it was some high-level true god, it would be more like it. Xianxia, this is the Heavenly Luo Pagoda. It's a high-grade low-level domain divine artifact. As he spoke, a 9-level divine pagoda appeared in Sovereign Ling Yun's hand. Before he came to find Xianxia, he had already prepared himself. High-grade low-level domain divine artifact. Xianxia murmured. He took the pagoda from Sovereign Ling Yun's hand and said, Sovereign Ling Yun, you should have something on you that belongs to the 5 of them, right? Even though he didn't have anything to use, with his cultivation, he was still able to calculate the beginning and end of the process. However, the amount of effort and mental energy required would be 10 times, 100 times greater. There was obviously a shortcut to take, so why would he need to put in so much effort? It wasn't like his head was stuck in the door. Xianxia, this is the divine artifact that the 5 of them used before. The opening of the myriad star true world, the gathering of stars rumble. Rumble. Xianxia's hands quickly formed seals, bringing with them waves of phantoms. Countless starlight erupted from all the pores and cells in his body, enveloping the pile of Lian Yuans that Lian Yuan and the other 3 had used before. Buzz buzz, the voids trembled. Images appeared within the voids. These were the experiences of the 5 true divinities after they had entered the divine herb worlds. Bang, suddenly, the image of true god Phantom Plume, Kui Shuo's void shattered, followed by true god Junyu, Ji Hong. Finally, nightmare god, Lian Yuan, and the other 2 shattered at almost the same time. Ah, how could this be? Sovereign Ling Yun's expression changed abruptly. The real culprit behind the scenes was about to appear, but at the critical moment, it suddenly stopped. This feeling almost made him cough up blood. Xianxia, what is going on? Sovereign Ling Yun, the situation of the person behind this is a little unexpected. It's either the person with heaven-defying luck or the person with incredible strength. He's not any weaker than you and me. A trace of seriousness flashed across Xianxia's eyes. No matter which possibility it wasn't something he could easily predict. Sovereign Ling Yun, I think this matter should end here. At this moment, Xianxia felt a trace of fear in his heart. A mere inferior low-level domain divine artifact wasn't enough for him to offend such a powerful enemy. In any case, the mysterious expert had killed all the deities of Cloud Floating Palace. It had nothing to do with him, Xianxia. No, I can't let this matter go just like that. Sovereign Ling Yun immediately rejected the idea. The Cloud Floating Palace had been established for many eras, but they had never suffered such a huge loss. They must take revenge for this. The next second, a decisive look flashed across Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Xianxia, as long as you help me figure out who is behind this, I am willing to thank you with the origin of this world. As he spoke, a bright silver ball of light appeared in Sovereign Ling Yun's hand. The origin of any world. Even some planes had their own origin. However, what Sovereign Ling Yun was holding was no ordinary origin. It was the source of a middle thousand world, although it was less than 1/10,000th of the source of a first-grade middle-level domain god's inner world. But to a first-grade middle-level domain god like Xianxia, it was still a great supplement. It was enough to save him a trillion years of hard work. Alright, Sovereign Ling Yun, I will help you with this. Greed flashed across Xianxia's eyes. With the origin of this world, it was enough for the dimensional realm in his body to expand by one circle. Myriad Star Pearl Rumble. A ball of dazzling starlight rose from the top of Xianxia's head. It was like a dazzling star that floated above the void. Myriad Star Pearl, middle-level domain divine artifact, Xianxia's lifeblood divine artifact. At this moment, for the sake of the origin of the world, Xianxia had truly moved. 10,000 stars indestructible, eternal and eternal rumble. Rumble. The image of the void that had just been destroyed once again appeared out of thin air. Finally, the image of the 5 great voids faintly revealed a mysterious black-clothed youth. However, his entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, making it impossible to see through his true appearance. Bitch, it's this man. It's this man who harmed Lian Yuan and the others. Xianxia, the killing intent in Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes intensified, as if he was an enraged beast. Bitch, let's go all out. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. With the origin of the dimensional realm, the backlash could be recovered very quickly. The origin of the dimensional realm, open buzz, an invisible energy enveloped black-clothed youth's entire body, slowly taking away the layer of mist surrounding him. Ah, it's him, that young man from the Shengluo Alliance. C-1631. This time you're dead. Luoyang County, the border of the Sinhai County, the suspended divine mountain, the peak of the mountain. After Xianxia sacrificed his vital energy as the price, everything finally came to light. Looking at the young figure in the void, Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Domain God Sovereign's photographic memory was just a small matter. As long as he took a glance at it, there was nothing they couldn't remember. Although there were many gods in the Shengluo Alliance, just a glance from them had clearly imprinted their faces in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was a young man who had been following the group of domain gods from the Shengluo Alliance. It would be hard for him not to remember him. He had thought that something had happened in the divine herb world. It was like a certain expert of the Danding sect had awakened, or perhaps Lian Yuan and the others had violated a certain restriction in the divine herb world. He had never thought that it would be such a brat who had plotted against the 5 supreme true gods of the cloud-floating palace. Not only Lian Yuan and the other 3, but most of the top-level true god experts of the cloud-floating palace had died at the hands of this brat. At this moment, all the doubts in Sovereign Ling Yun's heart were solved. Why did Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and 3 alliances all suffer heavy losses, except for the Shengluo Alliance? Their losses were minimal, only less than 2,000 8th Order warriors had died. Rank 9 top-level true god, it seemed like the culprit was the people of the Shengluo Alliance. Previously, I didn't wrongly accuse the Shengluo Alliance. All of this was really caused by the Shengluo Alliance. He felt some regret in his heart. Why couldn't he be more resolute and leave them behind? At the same time, there was also a trace of envy in his heart. Jealousy, and hatred. Why did the monster not seek refuge with the cloud-floating palace, but rather the Shengluo Alliance? One should know that the cloud-floating palace was the biggest power in the Luoyang County. If they wanted to join, they should join the cloud-floating palace. Judging from the monster's strength, even if it wasn't as strong as a 3rd-grade domain god, it shouldn't be much weaker. A mere quasi-domain god almost had the ability to challenge a 3rd-grade power of domain god. Such a monster was unheard of. There were only a few of them among the numerous god-child level monster. Their future achievements were limitless, surpassing him, a 1st-grade middle-level domain god. That was only a matter of time. They were confident that they would be able to reach the high-level domain god. As for Yang Fann being domain god sovereign, it was directly excluded from his mind. Did he really think that the title of divine herb world, the forbidden land of the domain gods, was for nothing? The domain god could never enter the divine herb world. Of course, Sovereign Ling Yun had never thought that Yang Fann's cultivation base would be lower than a quasi-domain god stage. What kind of joke was this? A quasi-domain god challenging a 3rd-grade realm god. That was a rare occurrence in the world. It was rare to find a domain in a few eras. If one wanted to challenge a 3rd-grade realm god with a rank 9 top-level true god or even rank 8 top-level true god cultivation base, there was probably not a single person in the entire AIMA realm continent. It was just a mere Shengluo alliance. What right did they have to have such an opportunity to make such an ancient monster join their sect? In the next second, rumble, the envy, jealousy, and hatred in Sovereign Ling Yun's heart were replaced by endless killing intent. The surging killing intent was like the Milky Way in the universe. It surged out from his body and pierced through the heaven and earth, Puchi 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 in all directions. Countless spaces were destroyed. The world was in chaos, and all living things were destroyed. This child must die, otherwise, once he truly grew up, he would surely become a great threat to the cloud floating palace. In fact, it was very likely that the cloud floating palace would be destroyed. Because of him, a mere quasi-domain god could almost rival a rank 3 power of domain god. This potential was simply too frightening. It was more than 10 times greater than his. With the strength of cloud floating palace, ordinary rank 2 middle-level domain god could still fight them. However, if it was a rank 3 middle-level realm god, the most he could do was to pay some price to destroy cloud floating palace. With the strength of that monster, he wouldn't even need to break through to the rank 3 middle-level realm. As long as he broke through to the middle-level domain god, he would have the power to destroy the cloud floating palace. A quasi-domain god could jump realms to challenge a third-grade low-level domain god, achieve the middle-level domain god, and have the ability to fight a rank 3 middle-level power of domain god. It didn't seem like it was impossible. Xianxia, may I know if that junior is inside the Chengluo Mountains? If that monster was really hiding within the Chengluo Mountains and unable to cultivate it, that would be bad news. The Chengluo Mountains was the lair of the Shengluo Alliance. Even a first-grade middle-level domain god like him wouldn't be able to do anything to that junior within the Chengluo Mountains. If he was given tens of billions of years, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sovereign Ling Yun, this kid has already taken out the Chengluo Mountains. Xianxia's hands moved together, and soon he had an answer. With his cultivation, it was fairly easy for him to calculate whether Yang Fann was in the Chengluo Mountains or not. Alright, Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. This was their chance. As long as they took out the Chengluo Mountains, it would be much easier to deal with this kid. Xianxia, I wonder where this kid is right now. With the strength of the cloud floating palace, it was absolutely not an easy task to find the whereabouts of a quasi-third-grade low-level domain god. Furthermore, it was very likely that they would alert the enemy and draw the attention of the Shengluo Alliance. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. Once that junior was prepared, it would be very difficult for them to deal with him again. Xianxia gently rubbed his hands, but did not make any calculations. He only wanted to confirm whether the junior was simple in the Chengluo Mountains. For the sake of the origin of the dimensional realm, he took the opportunity to help him. However, to determine his exact location, the difficulty would be 10 times higher. 100 times increase in strength would be a huge blow to his vitality. At the most, it would directly consume one's cultivation base. That was the source of the dimensional realm. It wasn't worth it to pay such a huge price for Sovereign Ling Yun. This insatiable greed. Sovereign Ling Yun cursed in his heart. The value of the essence of the dimensional realm was even greater than some extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts. It could be said that it was chasing after some middle-level domain divine artifacts. This Xianxia was actually not satisfied. He was truly greedy. However, who asked him to ask someone for help? Furthermore, this Xianxia's cultivation base and strength were not any weaker than his. Even if he wanted to use force, there was nothing he could do about it. Xianxia, I won't let you help me for free. As he spoke, another source of the dimensional realm appeared in Sovereign Ling Yun's hand. However, compared to the previous source of the dimensional realm, it was only half the size of the previous one. The source of the dimensional realm wasn't easy to obtain. Only when the dimensional realm was destroyed or when a middle-level domain god fell would there be a tiny bit of it. It was already very difficult for Sovereign Ling Yun to take out 2 of these. In the end, Sovereign Ling Yun was only a first-grade middle-level domain god, and he was at the bottom of the list amongst all the other middle-level domain god. Sovereign Ling Yun, you are being too polite. Xianxia laughed, but his hand movements weren't slow. He quickly put away the dimensional origin in Sovereign Ling Yun's hand, as if he was afraid that Sovereign Ling Yun would go back on his word. Myriad Star Pearl, Rise Rumble. The Lifeblood Divine Artifact, 10,000 Star Pearl, was once again summoned by Xianxia. Endless starlight exploded out, illuminating the entire hall. Chi time flowed, and images flew everywhere. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. Aura. Time passed by slowly. Sweat gradually seeped out of Xianxia's forehead, and a strange red color crawled onto his smooth cheeks. Yang Fann wasn't like what he had imagined. It was just that his luck was flourishing, and his strength was far above what they had seen. It was extremely difficult to calculate his strength. He was much stronger than Sovereign Ling Yun, who was a middle-level domain god. Half an incense stick of time later. Bitch it, how could this be? Anxiety flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He had really overestimated himself this time. But now, he was riding a tiger that couldn't get off the tiger. Sovereign Ling Yun's things weren't that easy to take. If he stopped now, would Sovereign Ling Yun believe his explanation? He would probably think that Sovereign Ling Yun did not do anything with his things. Who would have thought that the luck of that junior was actually so strong? He was going all out. Wah! Poof! Xianxia felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 10,000 star pearl. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, the 10,000 star pearl shone with a divine light. The images of time that had stopped moving seemed to have the assistance of a god as they rapidly flickered. I found it. It's right there. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he let out a long breath. If he couldn't find it again, he would suffer a great loss. Xianxia, how is it? Sovereign Ling Yun had a look of anticipation. Sovereign Ling Yun, I did not fail you. Xianxia's voice carried a trace of exhaustion and a trace of resentment. This time, his efforts were in vain. Those two-dimensional origin stones would be enough to make up for his natal blood essence. That junior is heading towards. All right, Xianxia, thank you very much for this. The next second, an unprecedented enmity flashed across Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes. Little brute, this time, you're dead for sure. C-1632 fighting the Vice Palace Master of Lingyun Palace AIMA Realm, Zhuanghe System. Within a hidden starry sky, there was a hidden world. The entire world was covered by a large concealing divine formation. Even some first-rank 2 low-level domain god wouldn't be able to find this hidden world without the correct way to enter and exit. This world was none other than the place where the Shengluo Alliance was temporarily transferred to, interdimensional space. In the center of interdimensional space, there were numerous palaces. Within them, there was a teleportation portal to the Divine Hall. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the teleportation altar in the center of the Divine Hall erupted with a dazzling divine light. It was beautiful, magnificent, and dazzling. It illuminated the entire teleportation Divine Hall. The next second, rumble, rumble. A vast power of teleportation erupted from the center of the altar, spreading out in all directions. A dark shine flashed, and a young man wearing a black robe appeared in the center of the altar. He was very young, around 20 years old. The aura around him was ordinary, as if he did not know any cultivation path. However, the aura that burst out from him by chance gave people the feeling that the ancient devil god had awakened, and that he was the only one in the world who could reign supreme. It made people prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann, who had just returned from the Shengluo Alliance. Interdimensional space, Yang Fann, have returned. After Yang Fann revealed a few terrifying auras that could rival rank 4 low-level domain god, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others finally agreed to Yang Fann's resignation. A rank 4 low-level domain god was virtually invincible in the Luoyang County. There were no more than 30 people in the 4 major powers of 1 palace, 3 alliances, and the other 3 major powers. As long as it wasn't Sovereign Ling Yun, Tuo Bahu, Chong Chunzi, and the other old monsters, rank 4 low-level domain god would be able to save his own life even if he encountered any of them. Even if Yang Fann couldn't defeat them, he would still be able to save his own life. When one's cultivation base reached the domain god stage, it was easy to defeat someone of the same level, but it was extremely difficult to kill someone of the same level. Even a quasi-middle level domain god like Asgard Master Shu Yuan wouldn't be an easy task to kill a rank 4 low-level domain god. If he wasn't careful, he might have to pay some price. Sovereign Ling Yun, Tuo Bahu, Chong Chunzi, and the others were watching over Yang Fann. It was impossible for them to leave the AIMA realm continent and go to the Zhuanghe system to deal with Yang Fann. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann's figure moved and he dropped the teleportation altar. After returning to interdimensional space, he was not far from his fellow Guangling River system. With his current cultivation base, if he were to travel at full speed, it would only take him a few dozen years at most to reach the Guangling River system and the Guangling Realm Island. Father, Mother, see Fan, Jiawei. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fan had just stepped out of the teleportation hall when waves of spiritual power swept towards him from all directions. Is there another newcomer? May I know what cultivation base and strength this newcomer has? These spiritual power were none other than. It was the lucky guy who had recently obtained the Infinite Worlds Medallion and arrived in interdimensional space in the past million years. He didn't know if it was because of luck. In just a short period of a million years, there were actually 36 top-level true god that had successfully entered the interdimensional space. This was completely unimaginable in the last batch. Not to mention the fact that there were 36 people who had entered the interdimensional space within a million years, just 3 of them were enough for them to burst into laughter. Otherwise, in the previous batch, even if there were so many top-level true god warriors, they wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the top 10 billion in 10 billion years. In 100 billion years, they would only be able to reach the top 10,000. That's strange. Why did this newcomer come out from there? Suddenly, a top-level true god furrowed his brows. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. He remembered that the new disciples were all from outside the palace. He had seen quite a number of new disciples who had appeared in the palace, but he had never seen such a person before. Right at this moment, HMPH, a terrifying cold shout sounded out from the 36 top-level true god sea of consciousness. It sounded like the furious roar of a heavenly duke, and the roar of a thunder god. In an instant, wails of pain filled the air. The top-level true god held their heads and rolled on the ground, bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. This was also the reason why Yang Fann showed mercy on account of the fact that they might be from the Shengluo alliance in the future. Otherwise, his cold shout would have directly destroyed their soul, making them unable to reincarnate for the rest of their lives. A weakling using the spiritual sense to peek at the expert was a complete provocation to the expert. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of rank 5 top-level true god dared to peek at him with the spiritual sense, but they didn't kill him. That was already Yang Fann's benevolence. Pucci. Yang Fann gently waved his hand, and the space was torn apart like a curtain. With a slight movement of his body, Yang Fann took a step forward and left the interdimensional space. Woo. He. Who on earth is he? How can he be so terrifying? Each and every top-level true god who had a splitting headache looked at the spatial fissure that was slowly healing. They were shocked and their faces were filled with horror. The stability of the spatial barrier in the interdimensional space. They were very clear about this. Furthermore, the entire interdimensional space was under the protection of layers of seals set by the mighty warriors of the Shengluo alliance. They wanted to leave the interdimensional space. Otherwise, with their strength, even if it was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, it would be impossible for them to leave the interdimensional space. However, that person merely waved his hand casually and tore open an exit passage. This strength had already far exceeded their imagination. When they thought about how they had actually peeked at such a peerless expert, they immediately felt a lingering fear. They had just walked through the gates of hell. Luckily. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? With the terrifying strength displayed by that lord, it was absolutely not harder to kill a top-level true god like them than pinching an ant to death. Outside the interdimensional space, in the starry sky of the universe. Pucci, with a flash of the dark shine, Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. It was just a bunch of ants. After punishing them, Yang Fann didn't care about them anymore. Right at this moment, Junior, I have been waiting for you for a long time. An extremely majestic sound of great Tao that seemed to be above the 9 heavens swept over from all directions. In the next moment, rumble, the void trembled, the vast expanse of space collapsed inch by inch. A terrifying chi that made many First Order and Rank 2 domain god feel despair descended from the sky, crushing down on Yang Fann. It completely sealed off the 4-direction starry sky, completely sealing off Yang Fann's path of retreat. Chi, the entire interdimensional space trembled violently. The concealing formation in the surroundings immediately stopped operating, revealing the vast world inside. The world crystal wall was faintly covered, and there were many cracks on it, as if it would shatter in the next second. What is going on? This pressure. How can there be such a terrifying pressure in this world? Within the interdimensional space, the 36 top-level true god who had just barely recovered a trace of their vital energy stared with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. This power, This pressure, it was too terrifying and terrifying. Even though they were separated by the world crystal wall, they still couldn't form a single resistance thought. Under this pressure, as the masters of a world, top-level true god were like ants on the ground. No, they were even worse than ants. They were just plankton. Would that master be a match for that mysterious expert? Once that lord was defeated, the outcome of all of them would be the same as well. How could there be an end to the egg when the nest was overturned? Of course, there were also some people who were gloating over the misfortune of others. They remembered the grudge from the shout just now. Now it was good. This bastard was going to be in trouble soon. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying world projection descended from the sky. Within that world projection sat a mighty god palace. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it formed seals with its hands, preparing an invincible power and might. Around it, terrifying true gods prostrated on the ground, as if they were the most pious believers worshipping the holiness in their hearts. Under the illusionary figure of the world, a figure was walking, holding a peerless aura that could devour the universe. Deputy Palace Lord of the Cloud-Floating Palace, Perkazide. Yang Fann's expression turned serious, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Before leaving the Chengluo Mountains, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others had introduced all the top Yang Fanns of the Cloud-Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union to Yang Fann in detail. Among them, Perkazide was one of them, and he was even one of the best. He was one of the 4 great Deputy Palace Lord of the Cloud-Floating Palace, and his strength wasn't any weaker than the Master of the 100 Soldiers Hall, who was the leader of the 3 major palaces of the Chengluo Alliance. He was also one of the top-rank 4 low-level domain gods among male. It seems like my actions in the divine herb world have been exposed. Very quickly, a hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's heart. Other than this reason, Yang Fann really couldn't think of any other reason why Perkazide would come all the way here to stop him. This was a big shot in the cloud-floating palace that was only second to Sovereign Ling Yun. Did he really think that he would have nothing to do after eating his fill every day? Right at this moment, Perkazide finally arrived in front of Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann from above and said coldly, "Junior, since you recognize me, just treat it as if you know me. Today, you will have no chance of surviving. Surrender now, or I will give you a quick death." C-1633 The power pressed down on Paragon Pu Kai outside the interdimensional space, in the starry sky. Yang Fann had just appeared when he was blocked by a man. This man wasn't an ordinary man. He was the top 5 expert in the cloud-floating palace, Perkazide, a terrifying peak rank 4 low-level domain god. Initially, just in case, after hearing the details about Yang Fann from Zhengshuo, Sovereign Ling Yun was going to attack him personally. If that was the case, a peerless monster. He must not be allowed to continue living in this world, otherwise. As a dignified middle-level domain god, Hong Long. However, when he returned to the cloud-floating palace, he calmly thought for a while. He still gave up on this plan. His goal was too big. That old man Shu Yuan was guarding against him as if he was guarding against something. Once he went there personally, it was likely that Grand Elder Shu would find out about this even before he left AIMA Realm Continent. At that time, if he alerted the enemy, it was very likely that he would fail on the verge of success. In the end, after thinking for a long time, he decided to send one of the 4 great Deputy Palace Lord of Cloud-Floating Palace, Perkazide. Perkazide was one of the few expert in the Cloud-Floating Palace, and only he could suppress him. The other supreme beings were at most on par with him. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he could suppress a quasi-3rd-grade low-level domain god. Basically, it was a matter of certainty. In the Cloud-Floating Palace, among the 4 great Deputy Palace Lord, Perkazide had always kept a low profile, and his whereabouts were the most unpredictable. It was the least likely thing to attract the Chengluo Alliance's attention. In the starry sky, Perkazide looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was so high and mighty that he didn't take Yang Fann seriously at all. It seemed like showing mercy to Yang Fann was already a great kindness. However, that was also true. Each and every one of them was just a puny quasi-3rd-grade domain god. With his cultivation base and strength, he could easily suppress them with a single strike. How could he possibly have the qualifications to receive his attention? Giving him a complete corpse was all because of his powerful talent. If you want me to surrender, even that old man Ling Yun himself doesn't have the qualifications, let alone a deputy like you. Perkazide didn't put him in his eyes. Then he Yang Fann, would be even more high profile than him. Wasn't he just a peak rank 4 low-level domain god? What was there to be proud of? Those who didn't know would think that he was a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Stubborn Junior, don't tell me that you don't even understand such a simple principle. In the end, potential is only potential. Before you transform it into strength, no matter how shocking and heaven-defying your potential is, in Perkazide's eyes flashed, and he spoke frankly and confidently. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now. I can still leave you with a complete corpse. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to fight, I will fight. I am not afraid of you. Yang Fann's voice was filled with impatience. He interrupted Perkazide's words. If you want to fight, then fight. What was there to blindly compare? This kind of person was the type of person one hated the most. In the world of cultivators, the expert was the most respected. If he could solve this problem with his own hands, then he shouldn't compare blindly. In the next second, rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Fann didn't wait for Perkazide to speak, and his aura continued to rise steadily and madly. The final struggle. Today, I will let you be an understanding ghost. Perkazide sneered and looked at Yang Fann quietly, waiting for Yang Fann to explode. He didn't believe that an aphid that wasn't even a third-grade domain god would be able to create any waves in his hands. Potential was potential. It was completely different from strength. Roar 9 Revolutions Divine Devil Body, 4th cycle. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann unleashed his full power. Perkazide was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, endless divine light erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. His aura, which had gradually calmed down, once again rose crazily, tenfold, 100-fold. His body also grew infinitely, reaching 1,000,000 miles in height. Billions of miles. 1 light year. 100 light years. 10,000 light years. 1,000,000 light years. 100 million light years. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was hundreds of millions of light years tall. It stood in the starry sky like an upside-down top great world. Perkazide's usual calm expression had a slight trace of seriousness. Before this, he still had some doubts about Yang Fann's strength. There were some things that were hard to believe if one didn't see it with their own eyes. A quasi-domain god with a third-grade domain god. Battle force. In the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens, there were only a few people who could be considered as such. A mere Shangluo alliance, even the top 60 major powers in the divine kingdom of the heavens couldn't do anything about it. How could they have the ability to own a peerless monster? If it wasn't for the Supreme Palace Lord of the Cloud-Floating Palace, he wouldn't have believed this absurd news. He had never thought that Yang Fann would be so terrifying. No, he had even obtained more Palace Lords than what Palace Lord had said. The aura that erupted from his body. How could it only catch up to a third-grade low-level domain god? It was completely on par with a third-grade low-level domain god. A low-level domain god was not as simple as a first-grade low-level domain god. It was not any weaker than a few third-grade low-level domain god who had mastered 200 little worlds' power. In the next second, rumble, boundless killing intent flashed in his eyes. This junior must die today. If he were to truly escape death, he would probably not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. But very quickly, the killing intent in Perkazide's eyes was replaced by indescribable horror. There was even a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Right at this moment, Yang Fann unleashed all the laws that he had mastered. His chi once again increased by tenfold. Not only that, the terrifying aura around his body made Perkazide's heart palpitate. Rank 4 low-level domain god, this junior actually has the strength to fight rank 4 low-level domain god. He's not even an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god. That aura wasn't any weaker than the peak rank 4 low-level domain god. How could there be such a monster in this world? No, a quasi-domain god, a peak rank 4 low-level domain god's combat strength. Even the high and mighty AIMA domain lord wouldn't have such a terrifying combat strength. This was a man who had surpassed AIMA domain lord and a peerless monster. He, the cloud-floating palace, had actually provoked such a peerless monster. Gulp. Perkazide swallowed his saliva with great difficulty, and a chill that sent chills down his spine emerged from his heart. This was simply asking for his life. Once this kind of monster truly grew, destroying their cloud-floating palace would be no different than playing with them. He was afraid that as long as he broke through to the domain god stage, in the entire cloud-floating palace, Only Lord Palace Lord could fight him. Most importantly, this monster was about to grow. With rank 4 low-level domain god's combat strength, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. If he really wanted to leave, even Lord Palace Lord might not be able to kill him. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. He waved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Perkazide. This palm strike, Yang Fann did not hold back in the slightest. All of his strength erupted forth. The palm force was enhanced by the power of the void, 9 revolutions divine devil body, and the complete power of the laws within his body. The power was so terrifying that it could send shivers down one's spine. Successfully surpassing 5,000 middle and 1,000 strength of world. One had to know that an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god would only be able to produce over 1,000 middle and 1,000 strength of world, surpassing 5,000 middle and 1,000 strength of world. If he were to be defeated by many rank 4 low-level domain god, he would be considered one of the top. This palm strike was truly able to suppress the heavens, destroy the worlds, destroy the void, and obtain the truth. Bang! The entire starry sky of the entire universe seemed as though it was going to be completely destroyed by this palm. Rumble. Is this the power of that Lord? This is simply invincible. This power, who in this world can match it? Within the interdimensional space, all the top-level true God were dumbstruck. The despair in their hearts was swept away in an instant, and endless hope bloomed in their hearts. With the invincible power unleashed by the Lord, he would surely be able to kill the enemy and ensure their safety. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Look at my divine ability. An extremely dangerous aura caused Perkazide to recover from his daze. Now was not the time to be stunned. Otherwise, it would be the path of death. This little monster's strength was not any weaker than his. Rumble. Within the void world, the eyes of the mighty God King slowly opened. A terrifying divine light burst forth from within, like the only light that lit up and swallowed everything when the universe was born. Dense longitude and latitude lines crisscrossed, the river flowed, the earth flowed, the sun and the moon passed through the sky. Break an ethereal sound of great Tao sounded out from Perkazide's mouth. Boom! The mighty God King's right arm stretched out from the void's world. His palm expanded and expanded rapidly, turning into a terrifying world. Boundless divine imprints and great Tao laws were circulating on it, crushing everything and suppressing everything. Bang! C-1634 Forbidden Space and Time Banishment Interdimensional Space, the starry sky outside the world. Yang Fann versus the Deputy Palace Lord of Cloud Floating Palace, Perkazide. Initially, he thought that with his strength, he would be able to easily suppress Yang Fann, a junior. He never thought that Yang Fann would be this terrifying and heaven-defying. A mere quasi-god could actually match the strength of a peak rank 4 low-level domain god. He had never even heard of such a monster, let alone seen it before. At this moment, Perkazide no longer dared to look down on him in the slightest. He circulated all the energy in his body to the limit, causing the 1,000 worlds in his body to tremble. A vast and endless power of laws surged into the void, within the projection of the world. Within the world, countless living beings knelt down on the ground, devoting a tiny bit of their power to the God of creation in their hearts. After a cultivator attained the true God realm, the void world in their body directly transformed into the little world. It was a true world. Apart from being unable to appear in the outside world, everything was the same as the real world. There was no difference at all. It could give birth to life, and it could also move living beings from the outside world into the world and develop it. At the same time, when necessary, the creature of the world would become part of Lord of the world's strength and increase his combat strength. 1, 2, 100, 1,000. It was hard to tell what was going on. But 1,000,000, 10,000,000, when all the low-level true gods were gathered together, it was enough for some domain god sovereign to provide them with a lot of strength. Of course, normally speaking, most true gods and domain gods would choose to migrate some of their kin or creatures from the outside world into little world to expand the vitality of the world. Otherwise, just relying on the natural nurturing of their inner world would take far too long. For an ordinary little world, the time it took to produce an intelligent life from nothing would be 100 trillion years, or even a great era. Even if it was Lord of the world, domain god sovereign, who wanted to naturally produce an intelligent life, it would take him 100 billion years, or even trillions of years to do so. How could it be as easy as taking part of it from the outside world? In the universe's starry sky, there was nothing lacking, just that there was no shortage of intelligent lives. Some medium and small worlds, the living beings within were all worth 10 billion, or even 100 billion. But in large worlds, there were practically no creature of the worlds. It was under 1 trillion. In little world and the dimensional realm, there was no need to talk about it. It was a trillion. If one didn't care about strength, they would get as many intelligent lives as they wanted. At that moment rumble, the two horrendous hands that looked like two worlds collided. The terrifying power seemed to be on the verge of obliterating everything. Bang 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 in all directions, the countless starry skies were completely obliterated and transformed into nothingness. Under the frenzied energy waves, the interdimensional space was like a lone boat drifting on a raging ocean. It was as if it was in danger of being overturned at any moment, causing the hearts of the 36 top-level true god warriors to almost jump out of their throats. Without the protection of the interdimensional space, with their weak strength, just a trace of their aura would be enough to kill them thousands of times. Fortunately, the boundary protecting formation of the interdimensional space was still strong. It was impossible for them to defend against the attacks of Yang Fann. However, it was still possible to defend against the frenzied energy. Although there were a lot of cracks on the surface of the boundary protecting formation, it didn't seem like it was going to collapse completely. Grug on the right arm of that mighty god, terrifying cracks that spanned over 100 light years, or even tens of thousands of light years, suddenly appeared. This time, not only did Perkazide not gain the upper hand, he even suffered a small loss. In terms of strength, the two were almost the same. Even if Yang Fann wanted to defeat Perkazide, he wouldn't be much stronger. There were only a few middle thousand strength of world, and they were completely ignored. The one who was truly at a disadvantage was in terms of defense. When the two palms collided, the terrifying rebounding force. It was no joke, it was enough to obliterate a rank 2 low-level domain god into dust. Even a rank 3 realm god might not be able to react in time. Their divine bodies would be shattered. Yang Fann's body defense was already stronger than the extremely low-quality domain divine artifact, and with the help of the fourth transformation huge perfection god and devil's body, his defense had increased by 100 times. The scariness of his defense was not any weaker than some middle-level domain divine artifacts. A mere rebounding force was nothing to him. But Perkazide was different. He had cultivated his natal spirit god for several eras. Although it could be said that his defense was unparalleled, and coupled with the protection of the spirit god armor, his defensive strength was absolutely not inferior to some extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts, and it might even surpass them. But if he wanted to resist that terrifying rebound force, it was still a little lacking. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Taking advantage of his illness to take his life, he threw another palm attack at Perkazide. Junior, how dare you spiritual god fusion, lawless rumble. Perkazide merged directly with his intrinsic spirit god, transforming into a terrifying titan that was over a few 100 million light years tall, not inferior to Yang Fann in the slightest. Bang bang, the two terrifying giant spirits collided madly, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. It covered the universe, devoured the universe, and destroyed all worlds. This was a contest of pure strength. Both of them, whether it was Yang Fann or Perkazide, did not use any profound secret technique or combat strength. At a glance, there was no pattern to it at all, just like two street thugs who did not know any cultivation path. One punch to the flesh. However, if one observed carefully, one would find that whether it was Yang Fann or Perkazide, both of their attacks relied on the endless Great Tao. Powerful Great Tao laws were constantly evolving in their hands. The Great Tao was simple. In interdimensional space, the eyes of the 36 top-level true god widened. They were afraid that they would miss something. Their auras were rising at a terrifying speed. The battle between Domain God Sovereign and Perkazide was something that could only be encountered by chance, let alone rank 4 low-level Domain God and Yang Fann. To these top-level true god warriors, this was undoubtedly the great Tao of the entire world, and it could be seen clearly in their eyes. With just a single glance, their cultivation base would practically soar opportunities. This was the greatest opportunity in their lives. Once they missed it, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Whether or not they had a chance to break through to the position of Domain God in the future depended on today. 15 minutes later, Perkazide's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. His body was covered with terrifying cracks that spanned hundreds to thousands of light years. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Why is its defense so terrifying? The invincible defense that was comparable to the middle-level domain divine artifact made Perkazide feel despair. This punch of his seemed to be tickling Yang Fann's body. Once Yang Fann's punch landed on his body, although it wouldn't cause him to suffer a serious injury, it would still cause his skin and flesh to split open. There was no way for him to fight this battle. An hour later, ha ha ha, I'll fight, Yang Fann laughed in a weird way. His voice was filled with excitement. It was hard to find an opponent. It had been many years since he had met such an equally matched opponent. Satisfying, truly exhilarating to the extreme. In the end, Yang Fann completely gave up on defending himself and madly beat him up. This made Perkazide suffer. He didn't dare to be as crazy as Yang Fann and ignore his defense. He was so arrogant that he didn't want to be stunned. He was scared that he didn't care about his own life. Yang Fann was even more stunned and he didn't want to live. He could only parry Perkazide's attack, and he didn't fight back at all. This won't do. We can't let this monster continue beating us like this. Perkazide's heart sank. If he kept defending, he would definitely lose. If he allowed Yang Fann to continue attacking, even with his unparalleled divine body and the protection of the extremely low-quality domain divine artifact, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life here. Could it be that I really have to use that move? Very quickly, a hint of hesitation appeared in Perkazide's eyes. Although that move was powerful enough to turn the situation around, the price he had to pay for it was just too great. He couldn't even afford to pay the price. Roar, your father will blow you up. Yang Fann kept roaring. Both of his fists and legs were waving crazily, and a violent storm of attacks was launched at Perkazide. At this moment, Perkazide was like a lone boat on a stormy sea. No one knew when, but he had destroyed the boat and killed everyone on it. There were wounds all over his body, and he couldn't find a complete piece of land. The 1,000 worlds within his body had collapsed in large amounts. Large true gods and saints fell. Fuck, let's go all out. Suddenly, Perkazide's eyes flashed with determination. If this continued, he would definitely die. Yang Fann seemed to have sensed something. His storm-like attacks paused for a moment. Vaguely, it was as if a disaster was about to descend upon his head. Right at this moment, Perkazide had a ferocious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with enmities that he had never seen before. Junior, you should be proud to be able to force me to use this technique. Not good. Yang Fann's heart trembled. That ominous omen became even more obvious. He no longer had the time to continue attacking Perkazide and wanted to flee into the distance. With their cultivation base at their level, they would be able to sense anything with their heaven's perception. There was almost no mistake. If he could predict that something bad was about to happen, then there was a high chance that it would fall on him. It's too late to think of leaving now. Perkazide grinned hideously. Forbidden secret technique, spatial banishment. C-1635. Yang Fann's hatred. Interdimensional space, the starry sky outside the world. In the battle between Yang Fann and Perkazide, under Yang Fann's almost invincible defense, Perkazide was able to fight evenly with Yang Fann in the beginning. However, after an hour, he was only able to parry and didn't have much strength to fight back. Up until now, he was in an even more miserable state. His natal spirit god was almost destroyed, and there wasn't a single part of his body that was still intact. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to turn defeat into victory, but he would be able to save his own life. It was still a big mystery. Looking at the crazy look on the monster's face, it was obvious that it wanted to kill him completely. Yang Fann was really determined to keep Perkazide here, even if it meant paying a price. A peak 4th grade domain god. If he could devour and refine this peak 4th grade domain god, the bountiful harvest would probably be comparable to what he had obtained from the divine herb world. For this, it was totally worth it to pay a little price. At the last moment, Perkazide finally made up his mind. He would use the forbidden arcane art that he had obtained from some fortuitous encounter, which was also his trump card to protect his life. Spatial banishment. This was the legendary spatial secret technique. It involved the most powerful and mysterious spatial great Tao. Once it was used, it would be able to banish his opponent into a certain mysterious spatial zone. If he was unlucky, he would die if he ended up in a hopeless space and time. Even if he managed to save his own life, it would be very difficult for him to return to his original world. It could be said that it was the arcane art that could kill, imprison, and save one's life. Of course, the side effects of the forbidden arts were equally shocking. As long as he used the space-time imprisonment technique, his cultivation base would drop by at least 1 grade, or even 2 or 3 grades. It was not impossible. The current him was not like when he had just started cultivating. His cultivation base had dropped by a few grades, and it would not take long for him to cultivate it back. Even if he had only dropped by 1 level, it would take him 100 trillion years to return to his original cultivation level. If he was unlucky and his cultivation level dropped by 2 or 3 levels, he would not be able to return to his original cultivation level without a few eras. In the world of cultivators, experts were respected. If his cultivation base fell by 3 grades or rank 2 low-level domain god, he would lose the position of Deputy Palace Lord of the Cloud Floating Palace. Furthermore, he had lived for so many years, how could he not have some enemies? Once they found out that his cultivation base had fallen, he was afraid that he would have to hide in the Cloud Floating Palace and not come out. Only then would he be able to guarantee his own life. This was also the reason why he was hesitant. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. Those were things that would happen in the future. At most, he would hide in the Cloud Floating Palace for the next few months. It was better than losing his life now. At this moment, his condition wasn't that good. The 1,000 worlds in his body were in turmoil. A large number of creature of the worlds had been destroyed, and the damage to his origin root had begun. Rumble. A terrifying spatial domain appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping Yang Fann. Ah, not good. Yang Fann's expression changed. In the wormhole of time and space, he could feel a terrifying aura of danger. A flash of understanding emerged in his heart. Once he fell into the mysterious wormhole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Fann's reaction speed couldn't be described as slow, but it was still a step too late in the end. The speed of the wormhole could be said to be heaven-defying. As soon as Yang Fann reacted, he had already enveloped the starry sky where Yang Fann was. Bitch it, break it for me. The void world inside Yang Fann's body started shaking violently. 710 light pillars of law shone brightly, bursting forth with endless power. Even though Yang Fann didn't hesitate to use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his strength, he was still as powerless as before in the wormhole. He could only watch helplessly as Yang Fann slowly moved towards the wormhole. 15 minutes later, half of Yang Fann's majestic body had already fallen into the wormhole. He was like a mortal who had sunk into the mud, unable to extricate himself. Half an hour later, half of Yang Fann's body was devoured by the wormhole. An hour later, roar, I will definitely return, old man Pu Kai, and the Cloud Floating Palace. Just you wait for the day I return, it will be the day your Cloud Floating Palace is destroyed. Yang Fann's voice was filled with enmities that were difficult to describe with words, causing one's hair to stand on end. In just a few more years, he would be able to see his beloved family again, and he would be able to console the pain of missing them. And yet, he had killed so many people to stop him. Now that time and space had been banished, when would he be able to reunite with his parents and the others? If anything were to happen to his parents during this period of time, and if anything were to happen to them, he would regret it for the rest of his life. All of this was because of the Cloud Floating Palace, and it was all the fault of this old man, Pu Kai. If he didn't destroy the Cloud Floating Palace, it would be hard to dispel the anger in his heart. Poochie. Yang Fann's entire body was devoured by the wormhole. In the next second, the wormhole distorted and disappeared without a trace. Phew. Perkazide let out a long breath. He had finally exiled this monster. In just an hour, his cultivation base had dropped by a huge level. It was a few small realms, and he had almost reached the boundary of the 3rd-grade domain god realm. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely become a rank 2 low-level domain god. However, when he thought about the enmity that Yang Fann had said before he was exiled, Perkazide felt a wave of panic in his heart. With the monstrous talent, once he successfully returned from that foreign dimension, he was afraid that he would really have the ability to destroy the Cloud Floating Palace. A disaster, a disaster. Sigh, why did a monster that defies the heavens have to be a disciple of the Shengluo Alliance? It would be great if he was a disciple of the Cloud Floating Palace. When the time came, there wouldn't be so many things happening. Perhaps all these old men would be able to benefit from it. Forget it, forget about the fact that the foreign space-time wasn't something that could be returned so easily. Even if that monster really did return alive, the sky would collapse and the tall man would be there to support it. I should still think about how to recover my cultivation strength. This time, I really suffered a great loss. Sigh, I don't know how many billions of years it will take to recover to my peak. A aphids dares to peep at me. Die. All of a sudden, the cold shine in Perkazide's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to suppress the interdimensional space. Ah, not good. No, my lord, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life, my lord, please understand. This has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. The 36 top-level true god howled in pain and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Perkazide wasn't affected by it at all. The terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand crushed down and crushed the interdimensional space, which was on the verge of collapse. First, he took the opportunity to vent the anger in his heart, causing his cultivation base to drop by a whole grade, almost to the point of falling to 3rd grade low-level domain god. The grievance in Perkazide's heart was not something that could be described with words. Of course, the most important thing was to erase his traces. Keeping this interdimensional space would only expose the fact that he had exiled Yang Fann. Once the news reached the ears of the higher-ups of Shengluo Alliance, he couldn't guarantee that Shengluo Alliance wouldn't go to war with Cloud Floating Palace. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. The supreme beings of Shengluo Alliance would never let him go, the main culprit behind this. They would definitely fight him to the death. Currently, his cultivation base had fallen to the 3rd grade low-level domain god. Any random rank 4 low-level domain god from the Shengluo Alliance would be able to suppress him mercilessly. It was better to not provoke this powerful enemy, and just let him become a headless corpse. Shengluo Mountains, the main peak, Luo Feng, in a world halfway up the mountain. In a grand divine palace, a rank 2 low-level domain god with an aura as deep as the ocean sat cross-legged. Ah, who is it? How dare he destroy the interdimensional space? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The interdimensional space was under his control. Now that the interdimensional space was destroyed, he immediately sensed it. Very quickly, his expression changed once again. Not good. Yang Fann. However, he remembered that Yang Fann had just used the dimensional transportation array to leave the Shengluo Mountains and head to the interdimensional space. Calculating the time, now, he had arrived at the interdimensional space. In the next second, he didn't dare to show any neglect. He tore open the space and rushed towards the Shengluo Divine Hall. Yang Fann was the hope of the Shengluo Alliance. He was the key to becoming a middle-level domain god or even a high-level domain god. They couldn't afford to lose him. Shengluo Divine Hall. What? Interdimensional space was destroyed. Asgard Master Shu Yuan's voice suddenly rose. Ah, that Yang Fann. The interdimensional space was nothing. Its value was not even comparable to a high-grade low-level domain divine artifact. If it was destroyed, they could just rebuild it. However, Yang Fann was different. If anything bad happened to him, the Shengluo Alliance would not be able to bear the consequences. Rumble. Asgard Master Shu Yuan's hands moved quickly, turning into countless phantoms. This was the arcane art that they had communicated with Yang Fann about. Ah, they couldn't even sense Yang Fann's chi. It's difficult. Could it be that Yang Fann? Asgard Master Shu Yuan's heart sank. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The Great Tao, how unfair are you? It wasn't easy for the Shengluo Alliance to produce a true genius of the monster. Why are you so cruel? Why did you take away our hope? Woo, it was my fault. Everything was my fault. I shouldn't have let him leave. I really shouldn't have let him leave. Regret. Incomparable regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have stopped Yang Fann from leaving the Shengluo Mountains no matter what. Right at this moment, a bright light flashed within Asgard Master Shu Yuan's sea of consciousness. As if he had thought of something, a glimmer of hope blossomed in his originally despairing heart. Yang Fann's natal soul lamp hadn't been broken. He was still safe and sound. This was great. He was unable to contact him, so he should have been trapped in some strange place and had his connection cut off. No, we can't just sit and wait for death. Although Yang Fann is fine now, it doesn't mean that he will be fine in the future. We have to find a way to find him. Boom boom. Very quickly, the sound of the bell was transmitted from the Shengluo Divine Hall, and it swept through the Shengluo Mountains. C-1636 Demon God Worshipper AIMA Realm. There was a vast world billions of light-years away. Although it was far less vast than AIMA Realm Continent, it was still as vast as AIMA Realm Continent. It was one of the 36 divine country, the divine kingdom of the heavens. It was no less than the dimensional realm created by some middle-level domain god warriors. Just like the AIMA Realm Continent, this dimensional realm was also a dimensional realm. However, compared to the many dimensional realms in the AIMA realm continent, this dimensional realm could only be considered ordinary. Demon God World, this was the name of this dimensional realm. There were countless races in the domain, and there were billions of trillions of intelligent lives. However, the Demon God clan was the ruler of the domain, and he was the supreme ruler of the domain. He controlled the fate of the trillions of races in the domain, and at the same time, the faith of the trillions of Devil God was also the belief of the countless races in the domain. In the Demon God world, without Devil God's protection, that race would be doomed. At the very least, they would be reduced to a lowly slave clan. In the worst-case scenario, they would be surrounded and killed by other races, and they would be completely wiped out in the long river of history. The entire Demon God world was formed by huge plains and continents. Demon God continent. This was the main continent of the Demon God world, the core of countless plains. Its size was as wide as a river in the AIMA realm, and it was incomparable to other plains. There were countless forces within it. There were thousands of countries, and there were countless experts. Experts were like rain, the ruler of the Demon God world. Thousands of Devil God. He was located in the Divine Country, which was located high above the 9 heavens of the Demon God continent. He looked down upon all living beings and looked down upon the whole world. In the southern part of the Demon God continent, there was a vast kingdom. The entire kingdom was covered by a layer of starlight. At a glance, it was as if they had arrived in a world of starlight. Stellar Empire. One of the many high-rank empires in the southern part of Demon God continent. In Demon God continent, the strength of the empire and Devil God, whom they believed in, were strong and weak. There's a direct connection. The Devil God they believed in was only a low-level Devil God. In that country, even if the quality of the people was high, no matter how strong they were only a low-level empire. On the contrary, the stronger the Devil God they worshipped was, the higher his level was. Even if there were only a few cities in the entire country. They were all high-rank empires and even top-rank empires. Of course, such exceptions could be counted on one's fingers. Devil God was not someone you could worship just because you wanted to. Without a certain level of strength, those high and mighty subordinates of Devil God would not take a liking to him. Stellar Empire. Within the empire, there were 10,000 trillion living beings. They believed in the Star Devil God who controlled the southern heavenly star Do. This was an ancient high-level demon god, and he could be considered as one of the top amongst all the other high-level demon god. The southern heavenly star system, which was led by him, was a powerful divine system in the entire demon god world. It had several high-level demon god, over 100 intermediate devil god, and over 10,000 low-level devil god. Heavenly Star Imperial City, Stellar Empire's capital. The entire capital was covered by a layer of starlight barrier. The surrounding starlight was bright and dazzling, making it look like a city of God. In the center of the city, there was an ancient altar that was tens of thousands of meters tall, reaching into the clouds. Star Altar, one of the most important facilities in the Star Capital. This was the bridge between the Star Sovereign family and the Star Devil God. It was also the place where every large-scale sacrificial ceremony in the Stellar Empire was held. There was no free lunch in the world, and Devil God could not possibly protect the people of the world for no reason. If he wanted to obtain Devil God's protection, there would be no shortage of great and small sacrificial ceremonies. For example, the Stellar Empire, a small memorial ceremony every year, a 1-in-100-year memorial ceremony, and a grand memorial ceremony every 10,000 years. This day was the day of the Stellar Empire's 10,000-year sacrificial ceremony. At this moment, a large amount of Star Clan altars had gathered in the plaza that was built with the Star Altar as the center. There were the native capitals of the Heavenly Star Capital and a large number of experts from other cities. Furthermore, as time passed, there were also a large number of experts that entered the Heavenly Star Capital and the Sacrificial Plaza. It was truly a gathering of heroes. The expert was like a cloud in the sky. Many civilians in the Heavenly Star Capital were unable to escape, in case they accidentally offended someone they shouldn't have offended and brought about a fatal disaster for themselves. A year of small sacrifice, or even 100 years of middle sacrifice, was nothing. However, every time, a divine grace would descend upon the world. Even those top expert from the Stellar Empire would be able to obtain great benefits by bathing in the divine grace. This was also the biggest reason why the countless stellar empires from the Stellar Empire were rushing over like a flock of ducks. Everyone in the world came for benefits. It was true that everyone in the stellar empire believed in the star devil god, but among the 100 true devout believers, there might not be a single one. Especially those who had strength close to the lowest level of devil god's expert. Their faith was firm, and only the heavens knew how much faith they had left in their hearts. On the star plaza, in the eastern altar, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a starry robe. His body was surrounded by dazzling starlight, and he was tall and sturdy. He was filled with peerless dignity. This man was the imperial emperor of the stellar empire, the Star Anlin. The entire Star Imperial family was said to have a trace of the bloodline of the Star Devil God. He was the bloodline descendant of the Star Devil God in the lower realm. Devil God was high and mighty, but in the long years, he would often marry into the mortal world, leaving behind many legends. There were also many descendants of his bloodline. As for the Demon God clan, they had always been proud of themselves. These bloodline descendant, even if he was a top-tier demon god's descendant whose strength had yet to reach the lowest level, he could only stay in the demon god continent and not enter the astral world. This was the reason why many families of devil god had come. Below the Star Anlin, on both sides of the star, there were two middle-aged generals with noble auras and imposing figures sitting upright. These two men were the two mainstays of Stellar Empire, Great General, Han Pengcheng, and Yin Weibo. Both of them had stepped into Devil God's realm with a single step, and they were rarely matched in the southern land. Just like the Star Sovereign family, the Han family and the Yin family were also Devil God's family. With the help of the two great high-level demon god of the heavenly southern divine system, Lu Ju, Devil God, and Yuran, Devil God's bloodlines. In the entire Stellar Empire, Great General's position was even slightly higher than that of the imperial concubines and princes, second only to the imperial emperor of Constellation. This could be seen from the fact that the seats of the imperial concubines and princes were below the two of them. Below them were the numerous ministers of the Stellar Empire. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were all first-class stellar empires of the Stellar Empire. Bring the sacrifices following the order of the Stellar Empire royal family's high priest. Tap tap tap. A stream of people, like a herd of cows and sheep being driven away, were driven onto the star altar. Humans were all pure humans. Even though that Star Anlin and the others, as well as the various stellar empires from the Stellar Empire around the square, were all in human form, their flesh couldn't be seen in the slightest bit different from ordinary people. In reality, they weren't human, they were all foreign races, only powerful, only in human form. There were more than 10 million of them. However, all of them had lifeless eyes, numb faces, and lifeless bodies. There wasn't even the slightest bit of vitality that a human should have. Besides, the expert of the Stellar Empire were looking at the huge crowd around them. Every one of them had a mocking look in their eyes, as if they were looking at some kind of lowly beast. Demon God world was a race without faith, and without Devil God's protection, it would be the lowliest slave clan. In many people's eyes, these slave clan were no better than those brainless beasts. Unfortunately, in the little world, the dimensional realm, and even the boundless worlds, these humans were the rulers of the human race. In the demon god world, they were one of the lowly slave clan. They were called two-legged sheep by countless alien races. They were even more miserable than the slave clan. As long as the other slave clan performed well and was favored by a certain devil god, they would be able to get rid of the miserable fate of the slave clan. However, the humans were different. This was the true slave clan. They would never be able to get rid of the seal of the slave clan and advance to a higher race. This was the oracle that King of Devil God had personally promulgated in the legends. The human race would become slaves for all eternity. Not to mention some intermediate and low-grade little devil god, even those top-tier demon gods who stood at the peak of the gods wouldn't dare to disobey King of Devil God's orders. The great Star Devil God, His Majesty, has unparalleled divine strength and eternal life. Under your protection. After a long speech of praise and praise, the high priest's voice suddenly turned cold. The sacrificial ceremony has officially begun, the star formation has been activated, starlight has appeared. Rumble. The power of countless stars flickered around the high priest's body, transforming into a streak of dazzling starlight that shot into the void. In the next second, the grand formation of stars surrounding the heavenly star capital began to circulate. A terrifying pillar of starlight tore through space and descended from the sky. It seemed to contain the power to devour all living beings, and it directly enveloped the millions of humans. The gazes of the tens of millions of humans were lifeless, as if they had not even seen the pillar of starlight that descended from the sky. Each and every one of them had long since died in their hearts. Rather than staying in this world and allowing others to bully them and become two-legged sheep, just dying like this was also considered a form of relief. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the capital. A flaming meteor tore apart the void and descended towards the heavenly star capital. Ah, everyone, look, what's that? Not good, that thing is heading towards my heavenly star capital. C-1637 Descend Demon God Continent, Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Capital, Sacrificial Plaza. Ah, look, what's that? Not good, that thing is heading towards my heavenly star capital. Hiss, it's so fast. Ah, how can it be so fast? The Stellar Empire raised their heads one after another. In an instant, they were terrified. Their eyes were filled with indescribable horror. They saw something. A fireball that looked like an ancient star, fell from the sky and headed straight for their capital. It was as if the star had destroyed the world and destroyed everything. Of course, if it was just this, they wouldn't be so terrified. Among them, the weakest one was a high-ranked demon commander. It was only a matter of raising their hands to pluck the moon. A mere spark was nothing. What truly shocked them was the speed of the spark. Fast, it was really too fast even among them. Great General, who was only a step away from stepping into Devil God's position, couldn't catch the trajectory of the fireball. He couldn't even catch the tail of the fireball. Speed didn't necessarily represent strength, but to some extent, the two complemented each other. With such speed, even if the power contained in the fireball was weak, it would still be earth-shattering and destroy the world. At that moment, rumble, the enormous fireball that had descended from the sky had already crashed into the city protecting formation. Bang! It didn't even last for 1/10,000th of a second before the barrier for protecting the city was completely destroyed. It was like a piece of paper that couldn't even withstand a single blow. Poochie. Following the destruction of the grand city protecting formation, a terrifying beam of starlight pierced through the heaven and earth, as if it wanted to devour millions of humans at once. Like the rootless water, it dissipated completely. The perilous situation of the tens of millions of humans vanished without a trace. However, at this moment, there were many Heavenly Star Empire experts on the Sacrificial Plaza, including the Star Monarch, Star Anlin. All of them no longer cared about the life and death of these human aphids. All of them were dumbstruck, completely unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. It was broken. The Grand City Protecting Formation was broken just like that. How was this possible? How was this possible? The City Protecting Grand Formation of the Heavenly Star Capital. It was personally deployed by the Star Sovereign, Devil God. Even some intermediate Devil God would have to put in a lot of effort to break the formation. Ordinary low-level Devil God wouldn't be able to break the formation even if he attacked for 10 or 100 years. And how long had it been just now? In an instant. No, it had been half an instant. How could he have broken the divine formation so easily? Even intermediate Devil God didn't have this kind of power. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Could it be that the power of the fireball was comparable to high-level demon god? With this thought, indescribable panic and despair spread across the entire capital. He was dead for sure. This time, he was dead for sure. Woo-woo-woo Devil God from Constellation, who can save me? Save me, woo-woo-woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. High-level demon god, even among the thousands of Devil God, was worthy of the title of expert. Its power was not something that these ants from the lower realm, who weren't even Devil God, could resist. Countless stellar empires from the Stellar Empire closed their eyes in despair. Regret surged in their hearts like a surging river. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have coveted the divine grace and come to the capital. Otherwise, they would have suffered today's disaster. Wasn't it just a divine grace? With my current cultivation base and strength, even if I obtain it, my cultivation base will only increase by a tiny bit. For this, it's not worth it to sacrifice my life for nothing. It's really not worth it. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. This was especially the case for the stellar monarch Anlin, who was extremely unwilling to accept this. He wanted to do everything he could to ascend to the throne. He hadn't even enjoyed a few years of good fortune, yet he was actually going to die with his soul extinguished. The great path was unfair, the great path was unfair. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Soon, 10 breaths had passed. Strange, why am I not dead yet? What the hell is going on? Logically speaking, With the terrifying speed of Mars and its invincible power, they should have died a long time ago. However, up until now, they had not felt any pain at all. With doubts in their hearts, the expert of Stellar Empire opened their eyes one after another. What entered their eyes was a sea of fiery red. The terrifying sparks hovered in the sky above the heavenly star capital, as if they were going to fall in the next second, destroying the entire capital and killing billions of lives. However, for some reason, it was as if there was a mysterious force that imprisoned the terrifying spark, making it difficult for him to fall any further. Tap tap restrain. Restrain the sparks. We're saved, we don't have to die now, but who was it that had that mighty power to save us? Could it be the royal family? After a wave of cheers, everyone started to guess who had saved them. In the end, their target was the Stellar Imperial family. As the bloodline inheritance of the Stellar Imperial Emperor, no matter if it was in terms of foundation or strength, the Stellar Imperial family was second in the entire Stellar Empire. There was absolutely no power or family that dared to take the first place. Perhaps, before returning to Divine Country, the Star Sovereign family had left behind some life-saving trump card for the Star Sovereign family. Star Devil God was an old and powerful high-level demon god. Even some top-level true god warriors wouldn't dare to look down on him. It wasn't impossible for him to defend against this terrifying spark if he left behind some trump cards. In an instant, the eyes of numerous experts from all directions focused on Star Sovereign, wanting to get an accurate answer from him. However, what puzzled them was that the dazed look on the Imperial Emperor's face was not much better than theirs. It did not seem to be done by the Constellation 8 Imperial clan at all. As the Imperial Emperor of Stellar Empire, although the Star Anlin wasn't the true number one person, there were still a few ancestors of the Star Sovereign family above him. However, as a great sovereign, as the nominal ruler of the Stellar Empire, if the Star Sovereign family really had some kind of ultimate killing move, it was impossible that he didn't know about it at all. Even if they couldn't control it in their own hands, they had at least heard of it. However, apart from the Star Sovereign family, which other major power amongst them could resist such a powerful force? It was comparable to high-level demon god's terrifying strength. Right at this moment, an exclamation immediately attracted the attention of all the expert present. Look, there's a situation on Mars. This Mars seems to be a little smaller than before. What exactly is going on here? Within the void, the huge star that looked like an ancient star was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, it had shrunk by a size. 15 minutes later, the huge Mars had shrunk by nearly half. Very quickly, another incense stick of time passed. That huge spark shrunk by another half. Vaguely, one could see a tiny black dot at the core of the spark. Ah, what is that? Say, do you think the changes on Mars are related to that black dot? Half an hour later, the spark had already turned into a fireball with a diameter of less than 300 meters. The black dot at the core became more and more obvious. It was not a black dot, but a human figure. Gulp gulp, could it be? Could it be that this terrifying spark is the phenomenon after his cultivation? Hiss. Just which great god is this? Terrifying, truly too terrifying. In an instant, countless capitals within the heavenly star capital sucked in a breath of cold air. They swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Such a terrifying spark was actually just a phenomenon produced after cultivating. Why was it so frightening? The cultivation abnormal phenomenon that erupted unconsciously was comparable to the attacks of some high-level demon god. How terrifying was his true self? At the very least, it was comparable to their faith. A veteran high-level demon god like Stellar Devil God might even be a top-tier demon gods. In the next second, the thoughts of many experts started to move. A top-tier demon gods had become the legendary modern-day and king of devil god. It had almost become synonymous with invincibility. In the entire demon god world, there were not many of them. If they could obtain the favor of a top-tier demon gods, it would truly be a miracle. Not only him, but the families behind him would also benefit greatly. Even some low-level devil god wouldn't dare to offend them. In the Stellar Empire, he could do whatever he wanted. In fact, these experts weren't the same. Even the royal families of the Empire, such as the Star Constellation and Anlin, were envious of them. Although they had the backing of the Star Devil God, who would complain about having a powerful backer. If they could rely on this mountain, the value of their clan in the eyes of their ancestor, the Star Devil God, would immediately rise by several levels. Devil god of constellation had lived for hundreds of millions of years. In demon god continent, bloodline descendant was not the only one left. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Under the gazes of everyone present, time slowly passed. The huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 300 meters rapidly shrunk to 90 meters. 80 feet, 60 feet, 30 jong, 10 jong, 15 meters, 30 meters. Ah, soon that emperor is about to come out. Bitch it, I'm about to see his majesty's holy face. It's really exciting. DMN, my little heart is beating so fast that it's almost jumping out. Countless stellar empires from the stellar empire were extremely excited, they couldn't control themselves. That was a supreme top-tier demon gods, and many of them wouldn't be able to see a single top-tier demon gods in their lifetime. Even if they couldn't gain the favor of His Majesty Devil God, just by seeing His Majesty Devil God, Niu Shisen and the others would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. He has come out. His Majesty Devil God has come out. Ah, how could this be? The human race is actually a lowly human race. What's going on? Your Majesty Devil God, where did Your Majesty Devil God go? C-1638, and this is still that lowly human stellar empire, in the sky above the heavenly star capital. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the terrifying fireball within the void finally dissipated. A young figure emerged from within. He was about 20 years old, wearing a long black robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome, and his aura was ordinary. However, there was also a trace of a strange graceful bearing. It was mysterious and unpredictable, making people unable to figure it out. They did not dare to look down on him at all. Rumble. Suddenly, black-clothed youth's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a dazzling divine light burst out. It was like the first ray of light in the world, and it illuminated the world. Phew. Finally, we are out of the wormhole of time and space. Just a little bit more. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann's voice faintly carried a trace of lingering fear. The wormhole of time and space was truly not a place where one could stay in a daze. It had passed through countless of heterospatial space before barely managing to break free from the restraints of the wormhole of time and space. Moreover, none of those heterospatial space was easy to mess with. It was as if the final divine fire was filled with endless divine fire. With just a single wisp, it could burn a low-level true god to ashes. Even if it was domain god sovereign, he would accidentally fall into it. If he did not have the protection of a supreme treasure, he would still be in danger of dying after a long period of time. Among the countless heterospatial space, there were many places that were even scarier than the divine fire. Yang Fann had an unparalleled divine body, and his defense was comparable to a middle-level domain divine artifact. If it was any other rank 4 low-level domain god, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He really had no idea where this Perkazide had found such a powerful trump card. It was just a few first-grade middle-level domain god. If he wasn't careful, he might lose to them. After all, a first-grade middle-level domain god couldn't possess a terrifying divine body comparable to a middle-level domain divine artifact. As expected, none of these old monsters were easy to deal with since they were able to stand at the peak of all the major powers. If one looked down on them too much, it was very easy to suffer a loss. Right at this moment, the human race was truly that lowly human. In the heavenly star capital, countless stellar empires from the stellar empire were finally able to confirm a big fact. It was the black figure. It wasn't like what they had imagined. It was a top-tier demon gods from the demon god clan, a lowly human being. Although they didn't know the exact cultivation base and strength of the man in front of them, they couldn't be wrong about his anger. Human. This person was definitely a pure human. In an instant, the hearts of the countless experts turned dark. Initially, they thought that this would be the opportunity for them, and even the forces behind them to rise in power. However, they never thought that this opportunity would be completely nipped in the cradle before it even began. It was all the fault of this lowly human aphid. It was all his fault. In the next second, boom, rumble, rumble. Boundless rage was like a myriad of volcanoes. In the heavenly star capital, countless experts erupted. Then, he recalled that he and the others had worshipped a lowly human, and had even thought of joining his sect. The fury in his heart was not something that could be described with words. Humiliation. This was definitely a stain that they would never be able to wash up with in their entire lives. If word of this got out, where would they put their old faces? They would definitely become the laughingstock of all the billions of races in Demon God continent. Die, this lowly human in front of them must die. Lowly human aphids, you actually dare to act mysterious above our heads. Truly a heinous crime, all 9 generations of your family shall be executed. An expert from the Stellar Empire, who was wearing a black armor, let out an angry roar. It tore through the sky and lunged at Yang Fann. The fury in his heart and the contempt they had for the human race had made him forget about the scariness of the outer heavenly fire. That was the terrifying power that could destroy the guardian formation of their heavenly star capital with a single strike. As for that human, he was actually able to stay in the outer heavenly fire for such a long time without being burnt to ashes by the endless divine flames. How could he not have some ability? Aphids, die! A flash of anger appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. Could this be the so-called die? A low-level true god? A middle-level heavenly sovereign who was thousands of miles away actually dared to shout kill at him. He truly didn't know what death was. Furthermore, the current him had at most used up some of his vital energies. He didn't suffer any injuries at all, but he was far from being a tiger that had fallen from the sky. Or rather, the world had truly changed. The expert no longer frightened the weak, or it could be said that he, Yang Fann, had a face that was easy to bully. Poochie, before he could finish his words, the insufferably arrogant black armor expert had completely turned into a flying ash, as if it had never appeared in this world. Arg, he's dead. Ferocious Mountain Marquis Fei Bai died just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? Is he really that lowly human? In the entire sacrificial square, countless experts were stunned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In Demon God world, other than the high and mighty Devil God, the cultivation base and strength of those below Devil God could be roughly divided into 4 grades: General, Commander, and King. Among them, each level was further divided into the top, high, intermediate, and low. And to be conferred a marquee title in an established high-grade empire like Stellar Empire, one's cultivation base and strength must at least be at the level of a Devil King. That ferocious mountain Marquis Fei Bai was not considered weak among the many marquis stellar empires in the Stellar Empire. He was in the top 100. It was hard to say, but the top 500 was definitely enough. A long time ago, he had already broken through to the intermediate Devil King realm. Now, he was only a step away from the advanced Devil King realm. That was only a step away. He was able to instantly kill ferocious mountain Marquis Fei with a single strike. In comparison, he had to be at least one of the top high-ranked demon kings, not to mention the fact that the expert had turned him into ashes without a trace. The difficulty was so great that it had increased by more than 10 times, dozens of times. In the entire Stellar Empire, there were no more than 10 people who could do this. Of course, even if that was the case, it was actually nothing. The Stellar Empire was just one of the hundreds of high-rank empires in the south of Demon God continent. There were also many top-rank empires. In the entire Demon God continent, the number of people who could kill the ferocious mountain Marquis without making a sound was at least a few million, even if it wasn't 10 million. However, the key was that this was a human disciple from the slave clan. According to what they knew, there was no top Devil King in the entire human race. There wasn't even a first grade, second grade, or intermediate Devil King. The strongest amongst them were only a few low-grade Devil Kings. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have become the food of countless races. Even the other slave clan could trample on the human race at will and devour the human race. Although King of Devil God had forbidden the gods from protecting the human race, the gods were after all high above the 9 heavens. They wouldn't come to the mortal world so easily. Above the Demon God continent, the top Devil Kings were the strongest. No matter what race it was, even if it was the slave clan, as long as they had a top Devil King, the status of their race would immediately rise. If the human race really had a supreme Devil King, there was no need to talk about those slave clan. Even a low-grade empire with the protection of a low-grade Devil God. A little bit of fear for the human race. After a long while, the group of stellar empires from the Stellar Empire finally managed to accept this shocking reality. In the next second, boom, rumble, rumble. 2 terrifying auras that were 100 times stronger and 1,000 times stronger than that of the ferocious mountain Marquis rose up from within the sacrificial plaza. It was the left General Han Pengcheng and the right General Yin Weibo, a top demon king. They didn't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the Stellar Empire's capital, let alone a lowly human. If this human was allowed to leave the capital alive today, the Stellar Empire wouldn't have the face to establish a foothold in the demon god continent. Perhaps even the star devil god behind them would have to give up on them. It's the left and right general. If the two generals personally take action, they will definitely be able to take down that lowly human. That guy is dead for sure. He will be the 13th devil king killed by the Stellar Empire. The entire sacrificial square was in an uproar. All of them were looking at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. The left general Han Pengcheng and right general Yin Weibo weren't ordinary devil kings. They were the top grade expert amongst all devil kings. They were only a step away from devil god's position. With the help of these two old men, they were able to kill a human peasant. That would be a piece of cake for them. In the eyes of most of the people, the left general and the right general were simply making a fuss over a trivial matter. Two great general could easily suppress such an aphid. Within the void, Yang Fann's cold shine flashed. This was a shameless act, wasn't it? Ant, Dai Puchi Puchi, the two great general on the left and right had just soared into the sky, but they had no time to show their true abilities. They had just followed in the footsteps of that vicious mountain marquis, Fei Bai, and were reduced to ashes, not even leaving behind a corpse. Ah, how could this be? No, this isn't true. It's not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could a lowly human, lowly commoner have such power? An illusion. This must be an illusion. C-1639. My God, run Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Sovereign City, Worship Square. Countless experts burst out with heart-wrenching wails, as if they were mourning their parents' death. Many people's minds had collapsed, and they had completely collapsed. Dead, dead. Left General Han Pengcheng, right General Yin Weibo died just like that. This. How is this possible? How is this possible? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. I really can't accept it. All of this was fake. This must be fake. Left General Han Pengcheng, right General Yin Weibo, who was that? They were the two greatest stellar empires of Stellar Empire. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the two great patron saint. Among all the people of the Stellar Empire, they could be said to be in the top 5. Only a few of the hidden old ancestors of the Star Royal family could be compared to them. Such an expert was ranked in the top even in the entire demon god continent. There were only a few people who could defeat the two of them, let alone these high-rank empires. Furthermore, it was a roar that completely destroyed them. This power had already far exceeded the scope of a peak devil king. Even some of the lower grade devil god couldn't match up to it. If it was any other race, it would be fine. Although the path to becoming a god was difficult, it was not impossible for a new god to emerge in the vast demon god world in 100,000 years or even a million years. However, the person in front of him was a human, the lowest race in the slave clan, the human race. How could devil god's expert appear? No, impossible. This was simply impossible. King of devil god's oracle was greater than the heavens. It would be a complete joke if a new god appeared in the human race. Once there was a slight trend, devil god would surely descend and kill him. According to the legends, in the ancient era, the human race was far from being as weak as they were now. Although they didn't have the protection of devil god, there were still quite a number of top-grade devil kings. At that time, even some of the top-grade empires had to be wary of the human race. However, as the top-grade devil kings of the human race broke through to the devil god realm and were killed by the gods of the starry sky, all the major powers knew that it was impossible for devil god's expert to appear in the human race. Later on, following the fall of the last few devil kings, the entire human race fell into decline. Now, it could be said to be the lowest race in the demon god continent. If it wasn't for the fact that the human race was able to reproduce fast enough, the ordinary human race would be able to give birth to one child in a year. In the entire demon god world, the human race would have been extinct long ago, and would have been completely wiped out in the long river of history. Now, a human devil god had actually appeared in front of them. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? My subordinates, have you all forgotten the prohibition that King of Devil God had set up? Just like that, Devil God was allowed to openly appear here. On the star sacrificial altar. In the eyes of the tens of millions of humans, there was a faint glimmer of hope. After the ancient era, the human race finally had a new god. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Woo woo woo. A line of tears silently fell from the eyes of the millions of humans. On the void. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Things seemed to be out of his expectation. He had long sensed the existence of tens of millions of humans above the altar. When the flaming star stopped descending, it was also Yang Fann who saw the tens of millions of humans below, and used his mighty power to forcefully stop the flaming star. Before this, he had planned to find an opportunity to bring these millions of humans away and find a place to settle them down. After that, he would take care of the matters of these humans. After all, to Yang Fann, the first thing he needed to do was to find a way back, return to Aima realm, return to the Guangling boundary river, and bring his parents back to the Shengluo alliance. The rest of the matters were trivial matters that could be ignored. However, judging from the current situation, the situation of the human race in this realm was beyond his imagination. Was there a need for him to do so? Although Yang Fann was a cold man, he didn't think he was a good man. His hands were covered in blood, and he had slaughtered countless living beings. However, there was one thing that he had always remembered in his heart. It was that he was a human, and during normal times, he didn't want to be involved in the affairs of the human race. However, if he really wanted to interfere in the affairs of the human race of a major world, if there were any major crises, especially when he had the ability to do so, with the help he had provided, he would just stand there and watch. Yang Fann couldn't do it. In his heart, it wasn't as cold as it was now. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual power instantly pierced through his body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire capital of Heavenly Star Sovereign. A large amount of alien experts' memories were forcefully read by Yang Fann. With his current cultivation base, it was extremely easy for him to read the memories of these ants that weren't even true gods. Even if he could read tens of thousands of memories at once, or even hundreds of thousands of them, it wouldn't be a burden for Yang Fann. The terrifying mental strength that was comparable to rank 4 low-level domain god was no joke. If it was the memories of hundreds of thousands of true god experts, it might be able to affect Yang Fann a little. Rumble, rumble. A torrent of memories flooded into Yang Fann's sea of consciousness like a great river. Countless images of the human race began to rapidly circulate within Yang Fan's sea of consciousness. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann's facial expression changed rapidly at the speed of his eyes, turning white and green. In the end, he couldn't see a trace of human color. A bone-piercing cold chi was seeping out from all the pores and cells in his body, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. Bitchit, this bunch of foreign beasts all deserved to die. Even though he had already expected that the situation of the human race in this world wouldn't be optimistic, he had never imagined that it would be so tragic. Thinking back to that year in the spirit martial continent, the foreign side saw the situation of the human race, and felt that it was already miserable enough. But compared to the humans of Demon God world, they were practically living in heaven. What about two-legged sheep, beautiful dogs, raising them in captivity, killing them in the competition? The tragic scenes of the humans caused the killing intent in Yang Fann's heart to skyrocket. Kill today, for no other reason, for the sake of being alone, he would definitely kill him, turn the heavens and earth upside down, and kill him until blood flowed like a river. Thousands of outsiders deserved to die. But the gods above the 9 heavens should be killed even more. They were the main culprits of the decline of the human race, the demon god clan. They must be killed, king of devil god. He swore to kill them. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that he had the power to do all of this. Through the comparison of these Star Clan experts, Yang Fann had a rough estimation of demon god world's strength. In the entire demon god world, below devil god, there were devil kings, devil generals, and demon soldiers at the 4th level. It was roughly equivalent to the Aima realm's heavenly sovereign, saint king, saint, and quasi-saint. As for those below the quasi-saint, they could only be considered ordinary mortals in the demon god world. Although the spatial barrier and gravity spiritual energy in the demon god continent were much weaker than in the Aima realm continent, they did not have the strength of a quasi-saint. In this place, it was simply an extravagant hope to fly in the sky. In other words, they could only jump higher and run further away. Devil God, who was a 4th grade devil king, should be able to match a low grade, intermediate, high grade, and top level true god devil king. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. It might not even be as big as the true god Aima realm continents in the Aima realm continent. After all, compared to the demon god world, the Aima realm continent was much higher level. Whether it was resources or resources, the demon god world couldn't compare to them. The legendary king of Devil God was at most 8 to 9 low-level domain god. The possibility of him breaking through to the middle-level domain god wouldn't exceed 1 point, or even lower. There were only so many resources and potential in Demon God world. It would be too low to give birth to a middle-level domain god. If it wasn't for the middle-level domain god, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to defeat it. The battle with Perkazide that day had completely boosted Yang Fann's confidence, giving him the most direct impression of his combat strength. Although his current strength had yet to reach the limit of low-level domain god, with the help of the 9 revolutions divine devil body and his heaven-defying defense, he was afraid that no one below the middle-level domain god would be a match for him. Let's start with the stellar race. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. The next second. Seven Stars capital was silent. Apart from the hundreds of millions of human slaves, the rest of the people, including the Imperial Emperor of Stellar Empire, were all turned into ashes. A group of aphids that were not even low-level true gods. It was really easy to clean them up. It was a matter of a single thought from Yang Fann. Above the stellar altar. Dead. Heavenly Star Sovereign, all the foreign races are dead. Gulp. This is the power of my race's gods. Terrifying, truly terrifying. His Majesty's true power is very likely to have reached the intermediate devil god realm, or even surpassed the intermediate devil god. The hearts of the tens of millions of human race trembled. The glimmer of hope in their eyes suddenly increased by a lot. Even their expressions became much better. Heavenly Star Sovereign, as the core of Stellar Empire, wanting to destroy all the experts in it without making any noise, this power was definitely not something that a low-level devil god could possess. Even amongst intermediate devil god, the vast majority of them didn't possess this kind of power. And an intermediate devil god was enough to become the patron saint of an intermediate empire, protecting the safety of millions of people in the empire. However, very quickly, the faces of the millions of humans changed, as if they had just thought of something terrifying. All of them let out shrill howls at Yang Fann. My god, run C-1640 powerful sweep Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Imperial City, Star Altar. The expressions of the tens of millions of humans suddenly changed, and they all cried out in shock. Once an intermediate appeared in the other slave clan, even high-level demon god, that was definitely something worth celebrating. The entire tribe would soar to the heavens and become an intermediate in a single leap. Even the high-rank clans would have the ability to establish a huge empire. After establishing a peerless foundation, he would never have to worry about anything ever again. Their own race, their home. Because he had offended an empire, he had been completely destroyed in the long river of history. Without the protection of Supreme Devil God, his race would be like a rootless duckweed that could be destroyed at any time. However, this wasn't a blessing to the human race. It could even be a disaster. King of Devil God, under the prohibition, the human race would be enslaved forever. Devil God's expert would never exist. Once he discovered it, what awaited him would be the hunt of the gods. Even the entire human race would be purged. If the numerous foreign races in Heavenly Star Imperial City were not wiped out, he could still hide it for a while, and win some time to catch his breath. Now, all the foreign races in the Heavenly Star Imperial City, including the Star Sovereign family, were turned into flying ashes. At that moment, the Southern Heavenly Star Divine System behind the Stellar Empire had probably already known about this. The news of this place had even alerted Devil God from the Stardust City. As one of the few high-rank empires under the jurisdiction of the Southern Heavenly Star Divine System, and also the Divine Master, the Star Devil God, bloodline descendant, they still paid a lot of attention to the Stellar Empire, the Star Sovereign family, and the Southern Heavenly Star Divine System. At this moment, those Southern Heavenly Star Divine System's Devil God were already on their way here. Although the Lord God was strong, he was still far from being able to fight against the entire Southern Heavenly Star System. One should know that in the entire Heavenly Southern Divine System, there were a few high-level demon god. There were hundreds of intermediate devil god, who was only a first-grade intermediate. Even some top-level true god warriors had to be wary of them. The deaths of these people were not to be regretted, but the Lord God could never allow any mistakes to be made. Their human race had given birth to a supreme god for hundreds of millions of years. This was their hope and their future. Right at this moment, trying to escape, your courting death, a voice that carried a supreme dignity descended from the sky and exploded in the entire Heavenly Star Imperial City. Bang bang, countless mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Large, the space instantly collapsed. The next second, rumble, rumble, rumble. Beams of divine light of the laws descended from the skies, brilliant like pillars, piercing through the heavens and the earth. A group of terrifying experts with auras as deep as the ocean walked out from within. The one in the lead was Great Man. He wore a black Suani armor, a purple gold crown on his head, and a halberd in his hand. His eyes were like the sun and moon, and his mouth was like a sea of blood. Even without using any magical techniques or secret techniques, his true body had already reached a height of more than 100,000 meters. He stood proudly in the void like a mountain. Giant God Duo Luo, Southern Heavenly Star System, one of the 5 great high-level demon god who was second only to the Divine Master, Stellar Devil God. Possessing the bloodline of a giant god, his innate divine strength was terrifying. Among the 5 great high-level demon god of Southern Heavenly Star System, he was the second. There was absolutely not a single devil god who dared to claim the first place. The 18 devil god behind him were also extraordinary. All of them were intermediate devil god. This time, in order to kill Yang Fann, this human god, a taboo existence, the Southern Heavenly Star System had put in a lot of effort to send out the giant god Duo Luo and 18 intermediate devil god. This lineup could be said to be very powerful. Even an ordinary high-level demon god would be mercilessly surrounded and killed by them. Killing a human survivor would be a piece of cake. Finished. Finished. We're finished. Woo woo woo. Heavens, why are you treating us humans so cruelly? Just what did we humans do wrong? What did we do wrong? You just gave us hope, yet you mercilessly killed him. Heavens, how cruel, how mean, how unfair. The heavens are unfair. In an instant, endless despair swept across the millions of humans. The light of hope in their hearts once again vanished without a trace. Although they didn't know what the cultivation base of the 19 devil god who descended from the sky was, they knew that the devil god must have been fully prepared to send them to the lower realm. There was only one outcome waiting for them in this battle. It was the hope in their hearts. Their god had been mercilessly killed. Within the void, rumble, rumble, one after another, spiritual sense after another began to interweave, rolling towards them from all directions. Devil god descended to the lower realm. It wasn't a small matter to begin with. Furthermore, the Southern Heavenly Star System had sent 19 devil god this time, including the giant god Duo Luo. It would be difficult for him not to attract the attention of the other devil god. How many years had it been since high-level demon god descended to the lower realm so openly? 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. A human devil god had actually appeared, and he had even destroyed the Heavenly Star Imperial City. No wonder the Star Devil God had made such a big fuss. This human devil god was finished. He was afraid that this was the devil god who had fallen the fastest. Very quickly, the surrounding devil god got to the bottom of the matter. The way he looked at Yang Fann was filled with ridicule, as if he was looking at a dead man. No one thought highly of Yang Fann. No one knew how powerful a human god that came out of nowhere could be. It was his limit to be able to fight an intermediate devil god. To think that the Star Devil God would send so many devil gods at once. It was like throwing a cannon at a mosquito, making a mountain out of a molehill. Rumble. Giant god Duo Luo took a step forward and arrived in front of Yang Fann in an instant. He looked down at Yang Fann from above and said in a high and mighty tone, "What a sinner, how dare you harm the people of our Southern Heavenly Star System? My lord, bloodline descendant, has committed a heinous crime. You deserve to die. Kneel down now. How dare an ant bark in front of me?" Yang Fann's eyes were filled with cold shines. Before giant god Duo Luo could finish his words, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and pressed down on giant god Duo Luo and the 18 intermediate devil god behind him. This attack, it was just a thought in Yang Fann's mind. He hadn't even used a billionth of Yang Fann's strength, but Yang Fann's current strength was equal to his cultivation base. Even so, this terrifying attack still had the power to crush a first-grade top-level true god. As for Devil God and the other 19 Devil God, under Yang Fann's senses, the strongest of them was only barely comparable to a third-grade high-level true god. The remaining 18 Devil God only had the strength of a middle-level true god. How could they possibly fight him? This was a mighty force that could even kill a first-grade top-level true god. Arg. No. No. This isn't true. How could he possibly? Amidst the wails of despair, giant god Duo Luo and the 19 intermediate were like lowly aphids that were crushed by a single palm and turned into ashes. A mere intermediate and high-level true god was nothing in Yang Fann's eyes. In his spatial ring, there were still close to 400,000 Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god that had yet to be refined and absorbed. An intermediate or high-level true god like this, even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them, they wouldn't be able to compare to a Rank 8 top-level true god warrior. Not to mention these intermediate and high-level demon god, even an ordinary top-tier demon gods might not catch Yang Fann's attention. In the entire demon god world, only King of Devil God and some of the peak top-tier demon gods experts could make him have the desire to devour them. Suppress. Suppress. 10. 19 Devil God experts were suppressed by our God just like that. This isn't a dream, is it? Gulp. Is this possible? On the star sacrificial altar, the tens of millions of humans stared with their mouths agape. All of them felt as if they were dreaming, completely unable to believe that all of this was real. That was a total of 19 supreme beings, Devil God. How could he be killed so easily? Dream. I must be dreaming, however. I hope that this dream will last for tens of millions of years, or even for the rest of my life. Compared to the tens of millions of humans, the group of Devil God wasn't any better. They were well aware of the strength of giant god Duo Luo and the others. Even those slightly weaker top-tier demon gods wouldn't be able to kill them with a single strike. Most importantly, this human god was so casual, as if killing giant god Duo Luo and the others was as effortless as blowing off dust. So what if he had a true cultivation base and strength? He was probably one of the top level true god experts. Bitch it, how could this be? How could a mere human sinner have such an expert? No, this wasn't true. This definitely wasn't real. In the sky above, in the divine country, where the stars were shining brightly, the gods of the southern heavenly star system, who were preparing to witness the divine might of the giant god Duo Luo and the others, had long lost the calmness on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by endless fear and despair. The rest of Devil God was just there to watch the show, but they had a direct grudge with the god of sins of the human race. If the human god of sins attacked them, would the power be something that the southern heavenly star system could withstand? An ordinary top-tier demon gods was not something that their southern heavenly star system could deal with, let alone a peak top-tier demon gods. It's over, I'm afraid we're finished this time. Right at this moment, rumble. The entire divine country turned dark. A terrifying giant hand that was countless of light years long descended from the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy everything as it crushed towards the divine country. C-1641 Tremble the demon god world, above the 9 heavens. Rumble rumble. An unknown number of light years wide heaven sheltering big hand tore through the sky, shattered everything, and charged towards the star divine country below. Grug 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 wherever the heaven sheltering big hand passed. Grug 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 grug. Ah, not good, that god of sins of the human race, he wants to kill. Bitch it, this power, this ability. Bitch it, block it for me roar star god slaughter formation, activate rumble. Amidst the unwilling roars, the star divine country's grand protective formation was finally activated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless dazzling starlight burst forth, condensing into numerous star gods with terrifying auras. There were more than 10,000 of them. The auras of each star god were not inferior to giant god Duo Luo, who had been killed by Yang Fann. This was the most powerful formation in the star divine country, and it had been deployed by Star Devil God after countless years of effort. As soon as it was activated, thousands of gods appeared. Every one of them had the power to fight high-level demon god. In addition, as long as the divine formation was not destroyed, the immortal characteristic of the star gods would be that of some top-tier demon gods warriors. It would not be easy for them to break through this formation. Block it, all of you must block it for me, all myriad gods, attack, kill, roar. The tens of thousands of star gods roared madly. The star power in their entire bodies circulated wildly as they exploded out with their most terrifying attack, wanting to block that hand that blotted out the sky. Unfortunately, the reality was so cruel. The ultimate skill that was comparable to high-level demon gods' full strength had completely collapsed and shattered before it could even get close to the hand that covered the sky. In less than a breath's time, the star god killing formation, which had been given high hopes by Star Devil God, had no effect at all. It was like a piece of paper that had been forcibly blown apart. The 10,000 star gods instantly turned into flying ashes. Although Yang Fann had not used much strength in this palm strike, not even a fraction of the power of the shell had been unleashed, it was still enough to match the full power of a few rank 8 and rank 9 top-level true god attacks. How could it be a mere star god-killing formation that could withstand such a powerful attack? Its power was increasing tenfold, 100-fold even so, it was still far from sufficient. Ah no number. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, someone save me, save me. In an instant, countless wails of despair drifted out from the divine country and swept across the entire starry sky. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The entire divine country, including the gods of the southern heavenly star system, was completely destroyed, and they died without a burial ground. No, no more. The star divine country. Just like that. This is the power of a peak top tier demon gods. Terrifying, this is truly terrifying. In all directions, the group of devil god were dumbfounded. Their eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. The divine country was the foundation of devil god, and it was the base camp of all devil god. It was the strongest shelter. With the strength of the top high-level demon god in the Star City, he could easily fight some top-tier demon god's warriors. Furthermore, there were also many devil god from planet South Heaven's combat god system. It was just some top-tier demon god's warriors. If they were not careful, they might be able to fight some top-tier demon gods. Warriors. It was very likely that they would suffer a great loss in the divine country. However, they were unable to block the attack of the human god. Up until now, none of them could figure out how he did it. The divine country was completely suppressed, and all the gods of the southern heavenly star system were turned into ashes. This power, this method, it had far exceeded their imagination. It was not something they could comprehend at all. At this moment, whoosh, since you're here, don't leave. An ethereal voice sounded in the ears of the gods. It was as if the sound of great Tao in the dark had determined their fate. Ah, not good. Creak! In an instant, an ominous sign of collapse swept across the hearts of devil god. The next second, the group of devil god moved, wanting to escape. However, what frightened them was that a force that made them despair had unknowingly bound their bodies. At this moment, high-level demon god and devil god were also weak under that force, just like the ignorant aphids on the ground. They had never imagined that one day, they would be so powerless. They had no power to resist at all. Was this terrifying power really a power that top-tier demon gods could possess? Although none of them had a top-tier demon gods, high-level demon god had a lot of them. Many of them were only a tiny bit away from the top-tier demon gods. As for those intermediate and low-level devil god, the number of them was even more unknown. When this force was combined together, even top-tier demon gods would be killed by them. But now, there was no way for them to resist at all. At this moment, other than begging for mercy, the only thing they could do was to beg for mercy. No, please spare my life, my lord, please spare me. Sir, I am willing to surrender. I swear that I will pledge my loyalty to you and become your dog. Right, I am also willing to become your dog. Sir, please spare my dog life. From now on, sir, you will let me head east. I will not head west. At this moment, devil god's dignity, king of devil god's prohibition, the lowly humans. Everything was thrown to the back of their minds. As long as they could keep their lives, there was nothing they couldn't agree to. You don't deserve to be my dogs. A cold and emotionless voice sounded in the ears of the gods. Putting aside the blood feud of the human race, with their meager strength, they also wanted to be Yang Fann's dog. Was it really that easy to be someone's dog? If it was those domain god sovereign, it would be more like it. Poochie, large patches of devil god turned into flying ashes. First, it was a low-level devil god, then it was an intermediate devil god. It was as if Yang Fann wanted to let these devil god enjoy the fear of despair before his death. He didn't kill all of them. Instead, he killed them bit by bit, from low to high level. No, don't kill me, dong roar bastard, you're going to die a horrible death, you're going to die a horrible death, His Majesty God King will avenge us. We will wait for you underground. Ah, bastard, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Bang bang bang. At almost the same time, in the southern part of Demon God Continent, a huge temple, the Divine Hall, suddenly collapsed. Countless divine statues were shattered into pieces, and an endless rain of blood covered the land. A flood of mountains erupted, and the gods, dusk fell. How could this be? My God, no, this isn't real, it's not real. How could my lord, how could he? Countless sacrifices, countless believers, their minds collapsed and they fell. The holiness in their hearts, their faith. If they died, their bodies and souls would be destroyed just like that. Woo woo woo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Heavenly Star Imperial City, Star Altar. The millions of humans finally accepted this shocking fact. They had won. They had won. Especially the curses of the devil god in the end. In their ears, not only was it not the words of the enmity, it was the most beautiful movement in the world. There were so many of them, but none of them was a match for the gods. All of them could only wail and beg for mercy under the hands of the gods. The strength of the gods was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps, a god could really change the fate of the human race and free them from the abyss of hell. At this moment, their eyes shone with a brilliant light of hope. They were filled with yearning for tomorrow and the future. In the future, under the lead of the god, their human race would definitely rise once again and regain the glory of the ancient human race. They would once again stand at the peak of demon god world. Soon, in the southern divine world, the news of devil god's death spread across the entire demon god world at a terrifying speed. Damn it, how could this be? How could such an expert appear in the human race? This power was not even comparable to a peak top-tier demon gods. No, this man must die. Otherwise, he will become a huge threat to the demon god clan. Activate devil god's command and gather all the top-tier demon gods. No matter what, we must kill that human god. We must not let the human race rise again in the demon god world. C. 1642 The allied army of the war demon gods demon god world, 9 days away from demon god continent, devil god world. Swoosh 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 streaks of light continuously tore apart the void, spreading towards the surroundings of devil god world. Rumble, rumble. Not long after, everywhere in devil god world, within the forbidden grounds of the secret land. Terrifying auras erupted from within, wreaking havoc in the heavens and sweeping through all directions. Like ferocious ancient vicious beasts, they passed through the long river of history and came back to life in this era. Yang Fann's appearance shocked the group of high and mighty devil god. They were terrified and even felt a trace of fear. Although there wasn't a single top-tier demon gods among the gods of the southern domain that had just been destroyed, the terrifying number of them was enough to cause a qualitative change. They could even kill a few top-tier demon gods warriors. However, such a huge lineup couldn't even last 3 breaths of time in the hands of the human god. Even those 3 breaths of time were purposely done by the human god. If he really wanted to kill all of them, he wouldn't even need a single breath of time to do so. That was truly a marvelous technique. He had established a firm foundation. Many top-tier demon gods admitted that they didn't have such a terrifying technique. The strength of that human god might have already surpassed the realm of top-tier demon gods. Even if he hadn't reached King of Devil God's realm, he would still be infinitely close to King of Devil God. Death that human god must die, or else, he would become a huge threat to demon god clan. One day, once he breaks through to the top-tier demon gods and breaks through to King of Devil God, it might really be possible for him to overthrow the rule of the demon god clan. In the ancient era, the human and devil races were fighting for supremacy. The demon god clan, the reason why they were able to defeat the humans and demote them to the lowest level, the slave clan, was able to dominate the entire demon god world. It wasn't because, at the critical moment, Devil God had taken that step and advanced to King of Devil God. The powerful force had killed the master of the human race at that time, which had laid the foundation of demon god clans. Victory. In the center of Devil God's world, there was a huge divine country. It was so big that it was almost as big as half of the demon god continent. Devil Cloud Divine Country, Dominator Mo Yun's divine country. This was an ancient top-tier demon gods from the demon god clan. It could even be said that he was the second most powerful person in the demon god clan, second only to King of Devil God. After King of Devil God had retired from the scene, he had secluded himself from the world. The one in charge of the demon god clan was Dominator Mo Yun. In the center of the Devil Cloud Divine Country, the Devil Cloud Divine Palace. Dominator Mo Yun was sitting on the divine throne. He was wearing a dark golden armor. He was a stalwart middle-aged man wearing a bull-horned helmet. His facial expression was, he was extremely arrogant and looked down from above. Looking down at the world, it was as if everything in the world. There was nothing that could make him pay attention to. In every cell in his body, it contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Once it was activated, it would destroy the world for thousands of years. Below Dominator Mo Yun, there were numerous devil god experts with terrifying auras sitting upright. Each of their chi was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the high-level demon god of stellar devil god. Top-tier demon gods, all of them were top-tier demon gods. There were so many of them that there were more than enough of them. There were more than 1,000 of them, and the number was still increasing at a terrifying rate. Devil God ordered all the hidden top-tier demon gods' warriors to attack. As expected of the overlord of a dimensional realm, his foundation and strength were much stronger than what the people in the world knew. One should know that in the eyes of many empires in Demon God continent, there were only a few hundred top-tier demon gods warriors in Demon God clan. After all, there were only 516 top-grade empires in Demon God continent. According to the rule, a top-tier demon god's warrior could control the faith of a top-grade empire, which was 516 top-tier demon gods warriors. However, in fact, there were plenty of top-tier demon gods warriors who could control the faith of 2 or 3 top-grade empires. 2 hours later, in the Devil Cloud Divine Palace, more than 3,000 top-tier demon gods had gathered. It was only at this moment that the speed at which top-tier demon gods gathered had slowed down significantly. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Within the Demon Cloud Divine Palace, another 2,000 top-tier demon gods warriors had gathered. 6 hours later, rumble. Dominator Mo Yun stood up from his divine throne and looked around at the situation. He said, "All right, we're almost there. Everyone, follow me and kill that human god of sins in one fell swoop." Although there were still a few hundred top-tier demon gods warriors who hadn't arrived yet, Hong Long. If he waited any longer, something would happen. No one could guarantee that the human god would leave Heavenly Star Imperial City. The demon god world was vast and boundless. With the strength of the human god of sins, if they wanted to hide from him, they would want to find him again. It would be very difficult. It could even be said that it was impossible. More than 5,000 top-tier demon gods had gathered, and there were more than 400 peak top-tier demon gods among them. With such a luxurious lineup, they would be able to suppress anyone below King of Devil God. Even if that human god really possessed the power of the ancient human god, and his cultivation realm was infinitely close to King of Devil Gods, he would still be ruthlessly suppressed by them. Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Imperial City. He had destroyed the southern Heavenly Star God system. After Devil God left, Yang Fann didn't leave Heavenly Star Imperial City. Instead, he waited here. Instead of going to their doorsteps one by one, he might as well wait for the numerous Devil God from the Demon God clan to arrive. Thinking about it, after learning about the news of him destroying a large number of Devil God, the Demon God clan would certainly be furious. They would gather all the expert in their clan, hoping to get rid of him as soon as possible. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light that illuminated the entire 9 states. The next second, a cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Finally here. 5,632 top-level true god, one of them being a high-grade top-level true god. 412 people, and 9 of them had reached the quasi-domain god stage, which could be considered a big fat piece of meat. However, there was a hint of disappointment in Yang Fann's voice. Initially, he thought that the demon god world was a dimensional realm that was naturally nurtured by the heavens and the earth, and its resources were far from being comparable to the dimensional realms within the divine body, and the top-level true god within it. He didn't expect that there would be so little of them here. There were more than 5,000 top-level true god in the demon god world, and although it seemed like a lot of them, only a few of them were at least at the 7th order high-level true god. If they were placed in the AIMA realm continent, this amount of strength was nothing. Not to mention the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, Shengluo Alliance, and Changchun Union. Even the major families in the Luoyang County wouldn't have a much weaker strength than this. In fact, some of the top major families among them would even have more strength than them. Was this really the overlord of a dimensional realm? Or was this just the vanguard? There were even more top-level true god hiding behind them. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Although to avoid attracting the attention of King of Devil God, who might be hiding in the dark, Yang Fann didn't unleash his spiritual sense with all his strength. Instead, he unleashed the spiritual power that was comparable to a first-grade domain god. After all, the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the open. King of Devil God's strength was unknown, so he had no choice but to defend against it. Of course, The most important thing was that Yang Fann didn't want to scare King of Devil God away. From the very beginning, Yang Fann had been eyeing King of Devil God. A domain god sovereign, even if it was a first-grade low-level domain god, the strength of original life was comparable to thousands of rank 9 top-level true god warriors. If that King of Devil God was a second-grade, third-grade, or even rank 4 low-level domain god, the strength of original life he obtained would be 10 times, 100 times stronger. How could Yang Fann let such a big piece of fat slip away under his nose? Besides, if King of Devil God really left, once he left Demon God world, the human race in this world would be in trouble again. However, he couldn't stay in the Demon God world forever. The AIMA realm was his root. There were his parents, his family and friends, the teachers of the sect, and everything that he couldn't give up. Of course, even if he only released a portion of the spiritual power, the coverage of the spiritual power wasn't something these top-tier demon gods warriors could compare with. It was more than 10 times stronger. However, within such a range, he didn't notice anything. The figures of the so-called large group were actually seen by some intermediate and high-level demon god who had come to watch the show. At such a long distance, if something were to happen to the vanguard, would the army behind them be able to catch up to them and rescue them? At this moment, rumble, rumble, waves of terrifying devil gods' pressure descended from the sky and covered the entire heavenly star imperial city. In the next second, rumble, one top-tier demon gods after another revealed devil gods' true form. They turned into terrifying giant gods and surrounded the entire heavenly star imperial city, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. Poochie poochie poochie, the terrifying pressure shook the entire world and shattered the starry sky. Countless layers of space exploded, and countless spatial currents collapsed and went berserk. Peak. Top-tier demon gods, all of them are top-tier demon gods. The demon god clan actually has so many top-tier demon gods. To think that I thought there were only so few of them. As expected, the depth of my demon god clan is far beyond my imagination. If I don't enter that level, I will never know how many top-tier demon gods there are. But this is good as well. With so many top-tier demon gods attacking us personally, that human god of sins won't be able to escape today. C-1643, the demon god king has appeared. Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Imperial City. A group of top-tier demon gods warriors revealed their true forms, turning into numerous terrifying giants that surrounded the entire Heavenly Star Imperial City. In an instant, countless high-grade, intermediate, and low-grade devil god who were watching the show sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They thought that the demon god clan only had a few hundred top-tier demon gods warriors, and there wouldn't be more than 1,000 of them. They had never thought that the number of top-tier demon gods warriors would be so many. There were a total of 5,632 top-tier demon gods warriors. Who could have imagined this before? The water of demon god world was truly unfathomable. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten about it in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, very soon, all of Devil God's eyes revealed traces of excitement. With so many top-tier demon gods experts attacking him personally, that human god of condemnation would surely be turned upside down this time. 5,632 top-tier demon gods warriors, just the thought alone was enough to terrify anyone. There were so many top-tier demon gods warriors here. Hong Long. Not to mention this human bastard. Many of the devil gods' eyes were filled with hatred. Among the fallen gods of the southern domain, many of them were their family and friends. Some of them were even devil gods' descendants. One could imagine how much they hated Yang Fann. It was just that they didn't have the strength to seek revenge from Yang Fann. All they could do was to suppress the anger in their hearts. Now, good and evil would eventually be rewarded. The retribution of this bastard had finally arrived. Kill Dominator Mo Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Without further ado, he gave the order to attack. There was bound to be one side of the human and devil race. There was no way for the human and devil race to be at ease after being stepped on. Today, it would either be the death of this human god or them. There was no third possibility. Kill, kill, kill. In that instant, the sound of killing filled the air, and killing intent surged. A terrifying murderous aura spread out in all directions. The surrounding space was completely corroded and turned into dust. Almost at the same time, 5,632 top-tier demon gods moved. The devil chi was thick, and countless devil Dao La sparkled in the starry sky, forming a terrifying killing intent. This time, not a single top-tier demon gods dared to show mercy. All of them unleashed their full combat strength. This was a huge threat to the demon god clan, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. No matter what, they had to keep him here. Hiss. Terrifying. What a terrifying strength. That human bastard is finished. In all directions, countless of devil gods' heart was violently shaken. This combined attack of 5,632 top-tier demon gods could really destroy everything. The power that could destroy all worlds was terrifying. It had far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, if they dared to approach the Heavenly Star Imperial City, they would immediately be crushed into pieces by the energy. In the center of the Heavenly Star Imperial City, Yang Fann's expression remained unchanged. The attack of these top-tier demon gods' warriors seemed to be extremely powerful and terrifying. However, in fact, it was just a terrifying attack. Its true power was not even comparable to the full-force attack of a first-grade domain god. A true god was a huge gap between realm gods. It was not something that could be made up for so easily. If it was replaced by 5,632 high-grade top-level true god, that would be more like it. Just as he was about to wave his hand to break the attack of these aphids, Yang Fann suddenly thought of something. He immediately retracted most of his strength and started to fight these top-tier demon gods' warriors with just his pure strength of body. Of course, even so, it was still incomparably terrifying. After the fourth transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body, Yang Fann's pure body's strength had already surpassed 100 billion trillion of the little world's strength. Among all the quasi-gods, he could be considered as one of the top. In addition, he also had the terrifying body defense that could rival an extremely low-quality domain divine artifact. Yang Fann ignored the attacks of all the top-tier demon gods' warriors and attacked crazily. It was truly like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, sweeping away everything in its path. Apart from Dominator Mo Yun and a few other quasi-gods, almost none of the other top-tier demon gods' warriors were a match for Yang Fann. They would die instantly if they touched Yang Fann. Bang bang, one top-tier demon gods after another was destroyed by Yang Fann. After that, Yang Fann completely sealed their cultivation base and strength, and threw them into the spatial ring as if they were trash. Although there weren't many high-grade top-tier demon gods among these top-tier demon gods warriors, there weren't many of them. Hong Long. They had the right to be devoured by him. Fortunately, the group of top-tier demon gods didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, they would have collapsed on the spot. As a dignified top-tier demon gods, one of the top expert in the demon god world, he only had the right to be devoured by Yang Fann, and it was still very difficult for him to do so. In terms of the Great Tao, there was no need for him to be so frightening. 10, 30, 50, 100, 300, 800, 5,632 top-tier demon gods, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the number of top-tier demon gods warriors was decreasing rapidly. In just the time it took to make a cup of tea, the group of top-tier demon gods warriors had lost over 1,000 men. Those were top-tier demon gods warriors, not those general and soldier-grade soldiers of demon god continent. How could they be suppressed by over 1,000 men so easily? Monster. What kind of monster is this? Do we really have the power to suppress this monster? At this moment, the minds of many top-tier demon gods warriors began to waver. The defense of this monster was simply too heaven-defying all of them. When the stormy attacks landed on his body, it was as if they were tickling him. It was completely useless. However, that monster was good. One punch was enough to take half of their lives. There was no way to fight this battle at all. If it wasn't for Dominator Mo Yun's suppression, they would have died. At this moment, there was probably a deserter. No one wanted to die, especially those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. No one could guarantee that the next one to be blown up would be themselves. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? The group of devil god in all four directions were similarly dumbfounded, unable to believe everything that was happening in front of them. The script shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be that all the top-tier demon gods had joined hands to kill that human god. How could it become like this? 15 minutes later, 5,632 top-tier demon gods warriors, less than 3,000. No, he is a devil, a devil. A top-tier demon god's warrior let out a heart-wrenching wail. Finally, he completely collapsed, and with a sway of his body, he fled into the distance. He could finally tell what was going on. Their side had absolutely no chance of winning this battle. If they didn't run now, could it be that they really had to wait for him to be crushed by that monster before thinking of escaping? If that really happened, it would be too late to say anything. In this battle, whoever wanted to fight, who would go? In any case, Laozi wasn't going to accompany them any longer. As for escaping at the last minute, Dominator Mo Yun's punishment should wait until he was alive. At worst, he would find a place to hide and cultivate in the future. Demon God World was a huge place, it would be very easy for him to find a place to hide. Bitch it, that bastard, Devil God Dominator Mo Yun, who was trying his best to suppress the other top-tier Demon God's warriors, had an ugly expression on his face. The string of Devil God's string had already tightened, and it seemed like it was on the verge of collapsing. All of a sudden, Male 4 fled, and broke the string of the string. No, I still have a lot of years left. How can I die here? I can't die, run now. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Sure enough, the power of an example was limitless. The moment that top-tier demon gods fled, he had given the other top-tier demon gods a direction to follow. One top-tier demon gods after another turned around and fled. When faced with such an unsolvable opponent, it really made them feel despair and fear. They were truly scared. Soon after, it became a great retreat. Looks like I was thinking too much. There were no reinforcements at all. Yang Fann gave up completely and broke the hope in his heart. If there really was any reinforcements, they should have appeared a long time ago. Then there is no need for these aphids to continue staying. The reason why he only used the power of the body was because he wanted to use these thousands of top-tier demon gods as bait to lure the reinforcements. Now that he was sure that there were no reinforcements, what was the point of keeping them? Rumble. The power of the void in his body was pushed to the limit by Yang Fann. In an instant, Yang Fann's power had increased by more than 10 times. A terrifying and invincible strength swept across the group of top-tier demon gods with a force that could destroy everything in its path. Ah, this power, you actually hit it. Dominator Mo Yun's eyes went wide, and he cried out in shock, King of Devil God, you are King of Devil God. This power had already far exceeded the realm of top-tier demon gods. Up until now, he had only seen one person, and that was the master of Demon God Clan, King of Devil God. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Save me, who will save me? The group of top-tier demon gods even let out wails of despair. They weren't a match for that monster to begin with, and now, their strength had increased by dozens of times. Not only that, what could they use to fight against it? The surging energy in all directions made them unable to summon even a single resistance thought. At that moment, stop! A roar filled with supreme dignity and a terrifying pressure that was more than 100 times stronger than Dominator Mo Yun, a quasi-god, descended from the sky and pressed down on Yang Fann. C-1644 The Lord of the Demon Stellar Empire, Heavenly Star Imperial City. It's King of Devil God. His Majesty King of Devil God is here. Ha ha ha, we are saved. We're saved. Bastard, His Majesty King of Devil God will definitely avenge us. Animal, your death has come. In an instant, Dominator Mo Yun and the others were shocked. The despair in their hearts was swept away in an instant. His Majesty King of Devil God was the ruler of Demon God Clan, the strongest expert. He had already broken through to the top-tier demon gods in ancient era. After the cultivation of these few eras, his cultivation base and strength must have improved a lot. Even though they were both at the same level, the expert was still incomparable to Human Jr. who came out of nowhere. Next, His Majesty King of Devil God would definitely take revenge for them and suppress this bitch Human Jr. with a thunderous momentum. In just a breath's time. Rumble. The sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was covered by a terrifying devil chi. The devil chis were dense and corrosive. Countless devils were baring their teeth and teeth, roaring madly, causing one's hair to stand on end. In the next second, crack crack crack, the entire layer of demonic chi was split in half, as if it was a world of its own. It was split in half. A terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of light years tall descended from the sky. It was like the legendary chaotic devil god who created the world. His chi was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than a quasi-king of devil god like Dominator Mo Yun. It was like if he wanted to, he could kill thousands of top-tier demon gods with just a wave of his hand. He was the sole ruler of the world. All things in the world and thousands of worlds seemed to be under his feet. They trembled and bowed their heads in submission. The supreme ruler of the demon god clan, King of Devil God, had finally descended. Within the void, Yang Fann looked at King of Devil God who was falling from the sky. His facial expression didn't change. A bright light flashed in his eyes. It was as if there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his eyes. It was as if a hunter had found the fattest and most beautiful prey. As he had expected, King of Devil God was only a low-level domain god, and the feeling he gave him was far inferior to the Perkazide he had encountered before. He could feel a deep fear from Perkazide's body, as if he was facing some kind of prehistoric berserk beast that was ready to devour someone. However, this King of Devil God only had a faint trace of dangerous chi, and it was the heaven and earth cloud and mud. This King of Devil God should only be a third-grade low-level domain god, and he wasn't even considered one of the top. Amongst all the third-grade low-level domain god, with his cultivation base and full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take down this King of Devil God. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. This King of Devil God, I'm going to take him down today. Just thinking about it made people excited. One should know that the strength of a third-grade low-level domain god's strength of original life could definitely rival tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of high-grade top-level true god's strength of original life. Human Jr., how dare you massacre our Devil God? King of Devil God looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was so cold that it felt like it could freeze a person's soul completely. It contained an indescribable anger. The Demon God clan only had a total of a few top-tier Demon God's warriors, but Human Jr. had killed half of them. If he hadn't arrived in time and blocked the deadly strike, the remaining half of them would have died. This was a huge loss that had shaken the foundation of the Demon God clan. Although the Demon God clan was the sole ruler of the entire Demon God world, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. In fact, the Demon God clan had many powerful hidden enemies. Although they couldn't find any in the Demon God world, it didn't mean that there were no more outside of the Demon God world. The Demon God world. In the end, it was the same for the Demon God clan. It was just a dimensional realm within the Wangyu realm. There were many other dimensional powers that weren't on the same level as the Demon God clan. Human Jr., obediently accept your death. As soon as the word, die, came out of his mouth, Devil God's palm shattered the void and crushed towards Yang Fann. King of Devil God didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. Although this Human Jr. in front of him wasn't as powerful as him, he was still a genuine domain god sovereign. He had the power to conquer a realm, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Besides, even a lion would use its full strength to fight a rabbit. This made sense. How could he not know how many trillions of years he had lived? Rumble. The power of this palm strike was terrifying. It was close to 300 mid-grade thousand strength of world. It was truly terrifying. Just a tiny bit of power was enough to kill a top-tier demon gods, causing Dominator Mo Yun and the other top-tier demon gods to retreat for several tens of thousands of light years before they could barely stabilize their momentum. This was under King of Devil God's control. Otherwise, apart from Dominator Mo Yun and a few other quasi-King of Devil God, none of the other top-tier demon gods would be able to escape alive. Gulp. Is this the power of His Majesty? Terrifying, compared to that human bastard. It's more than 10 times more terrifying. The top-tier demon gods who had just stabilized their bodies drew a cold breath. That force made them feel a deep fear. It was the difference between their lives and theirs. They, who were all top-tier demon gods, were just like when the world was born. The plankton that was born from the heavens and the earth was not that strong. However, very quickly, that wisp of shock was replaced by endless cruelty. Dead for sure. That Human Jr. was definitely dead this time. You're still far from being able to take my life. Yang Fann smiled disdainfully. Boom boom boom. Boundless divine light erupted from all the pores in Yang Fann's body. It was a dazzling divine light that illuminated the heavens. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength and aura exploded like a flood, growing crazily and rising steadily. His body was rapidly growing, and he was now a light year old. 100 light years old. 10,000 light years. 1,000,000 light years. 100 million light years. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the limit by Yang Fann. Bitch it, this junior is actually hiding something. King of Devil God's facial expression changed. Even the attack in his hand paused for a moment. The terrifying aura unleashed by Yang Fann was no weaker than a third-grade domain god like him. Right at this moment, rumble rumble, 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 Within the vast void world, the 710 light pillars of nomological laws were violently surging. They were like heavenly pillars that pierced through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura, which was gradually slowing down, once again increased exponentially. Ah, how could this be, Junior? You. King of Devil God was so shocked that his voice was trembling. He was unable to say a complete sentence, and within those huge eyes that were like two worlds, there was an indescribable panic. At this moment, the chi that Yang Fann unleashed wasn't much weaker than the rank 4 low-level domain god that he had encountered before. The most terrifying thing was that the chi was still rising rapidly. It was as if there was no end to it. No, I can't stay here and wait for my death. Flee, I have to escape immediately. When Yang Fann's aura doubled again, King of Devil God could no longer sit still. He immediately started to think of retreating. He was just an ordinary third-grade low-level domain god. He was just a random rank 4 low-level domain god. It wasn't something he could deal with, let alone a peak rank 4 top-level domain god. The gap between them was more than 10 times. He had no chance of winning this battle. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. As for Dominator Mo Yun and Devil God, he couldn't care less about them. Right now, he couldn't even protect himself. How could they still have the mood to protect them? They could only pray for their own safety. In any case, as long as he, the Lord of all fiends, was here, their demon god clan wouldn't be destroyed. At most, they would just spend some time to nurture a new batch of Devil God. It wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing before. In ancient era, many Devil God were nurtured by his secret technique. Swoosh, with a thought, King of Devil God turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky without any hesitation. Awfully, His Majesty has fled. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Dominator Mo Yun and the other top-tier demon gods were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. How could the invincible King of Devil God escape before the battle even began? This wasn't the King of Devil God they knew. It was fake. This must be fake. Whether it was King of Devil God or Yang Fann, they were both much stronger than before. It was impossible to tell how terrifying Yang Fann's chi was. It was far superior to their King of Devil God. In fact, in the eyes of many top-tier demon gods warriors, the one who had the upper hand was their King of Devil God. Trying to escape, it's too late. Be good and stay behind. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a fierce light. How could the fat in his mouth let him slip away under his nose? He waved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards King of Devil God. Hong Long. C-1645 sweeping through the demon god world stellar empire, heavenly star imperial city. King of Devil God's voice was filled with fear. Without saying a word, he immediately left. He thought that this human realm god who came out of nowhere was just a first-grade realm god. At most, he wouldn't exceed second grade. With his third-grade realm god cultivation base. However, he had never expected that the realm god of the human race would be able to suppress the realm god so easily. He was simply a master of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His strength was so terrifying. He had long reached the rank 4 domain god realm, and he was even amongst the many rank 4 domain gods. They were all ranked at the top. How could a third-grade domain god be a match for him? At the moment of life and death, King of Devil God no longer cared about his group of devil son and devil grandsons. The world was vast, and his own life was the greatest. However, Yang Fann wouldn't agree if King of Devil God wanted to leave. It wasn't easy for him to catch such a big fish. How could he let such a big fish slip away under his nose just like that? Rumble. The terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand tore through the sky and suppressed everything. In order to suppress King of Devil God, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. All of his strength was unleashed. This strike was terrifying. It had successfully surpassed 5,000 middle thousand strength of world. This was one of the attacks of a peak 4th grade domain god. If an ordinary 4th grade domain god didn't have a supreme treasure protecting them, they would be mercilessly destroyed. Grug grug grug. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, everything it passed would be reduced to dust, turning into the most primitive nothingness. Ah no. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped King of Devil God's heart, causing him to let out a despairing howl before a wild beast was on the verge of death. No, I can't die. I can't die here. I can't die like this. I still need to break through to the middle-level domain god, and I also need to bring the demon god clan into the Wangyu world. How can I die here? Suddenly, a fierce look flashed across King of Devil God's eyes. Rumble. Within the 1,000 worlds in his body, Devil God was reduced to ashes. He had given the sacrificial offering to the heavens. Not only that, even the source of his inner world was burning crazily, inch by inch. 3 points, 5 points, 8 points, 2 levels. Only when the dimensional realm was on the verge of collapse did King of Devil God stop burning. At this moment, it was truly time for him to fight with his life on the line. If he couldn't block this palm strike, then his life would end here. What side effects and no side effects? All of this would be in the future. No matter how big the side effects were, it was still better than directly losing his life. In an instant, King of Devil God's aura rose rapidly. It rose wildly, and in the end, he even seemed to have the power to contend against a rank 4 domain god. Roar break for me. This was one of King of Devil God's most powerful attacks. The endless devil path had turned into a peerless attack, placing all of King of Devil God's hopes on him. Whether or not he could escape from this attack would depend on this time. Hong Long. The two god and devil's hands collided with each other, like the collision of two worlds. The terrifying force seemed like it was going to blow up the entire demon god world. With the heavenly star Imperial City as the center, the land within a radius of billions of light years had been completely destroyed. The entire stellar empire had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already put all the humans in the stellar empire into his spatial ring. There was no need to worry about the casualties of these innocent humans. Of course, those foreign races of the stellar empire weren't so lucky. All of them were turned into ashes before they could even let out a wail. Whether it was Yang Fann or King of Devil God, none of them treated these foreign aphids as humans. It wasn't just the alien races. Many of them had fallen. It was also risky to watch the show. Even the middle and lower ranked Devil God dared to watch the battle between the two great domain god sovereign. It was purely because they felt that they were living too comfortably. In just a breath's time, Bang Bang King of Devil God's arm, which was tens of thousands of light years long, exploded with a loud bang. Horrifying mushroom clouds with a diameter of more than 10,000 light years kept rising from King of Devil God's body. Balls of Devil God's blood were like balls of Devil God's blood. The blood of Devil God was like a squarish ocean that fell from the sky, corroding large areas of land and soil. This time, it ended with King of Devil God's severe injury. Even though he had used all of his forbidden arts and raised his cultivation base at all costs, King of Devil God had only raised his strength to the 4th grade domain god stage. Compared to Yang Fann, who had more than 5,000 mid-thousand strength of world, there was still a gap of several times. Be good and become my nourishment for my growth. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up. A cruel smile flashed across his face. Taking advantage of his illness, he wanted to take his life. Once again, he thrust his palm at King of Devil God, suppressing him. Arg no, I don't want to. 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 Bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. King of Devil God, who had already used all his trump cards and was even willing to suffer a severe injury, was unable to organize any effective resistance at this moment. He only had time to let out an extremely unwilling wail before he was ruthlessly suppressed by Yang Fann. All right, done. Yang Fann cheered in his heart. Although he had already predicted this outcome, he still couldn't help but feel excited when everything was decided. This was the first domain god he had suppressed in his life, and it definitely had a very special meaning. One day, if someone were to spread the news to him, this battle would definitely be recorded and revered by the world. Ah, I lost. His Majesty lost just like that. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? No, it's not true. This must not be true. Woo woo woo. His Majesty is invincible under the heavens. How could he possibly lose? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the 4 directions starry sky, Dominator Mo Yun and the other top-tier demon gods warriors burst out with heart-wrenching wails. Many of them even felt their minds crumbling. In their hearts, King of Devil God was their spiritual pillar, the undefeatable legend. How could there be anyone in this world who could defeat King of Devil God? He didn't even have the chance to escape. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept all of this. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying wave of mental energy swept out from all directions like a surging tide, crushing down on the group of top-tier demon gods warriors. In an instant, the remaining 3,000 top-tier demon gods warriors were all bound. Ah, not good. Roar, open it for me. Bastard, let me go. The faces of nearly 3,000 top-tier demon gods changed dramatically. They no longer cared about the horrifying scene of King of Devil God being suppressed. All of them unleashed their full strength in an attempt to break free from the invisible restraint. However, it was just wishful thinking. With Yang Fann's terrifying mental strength that was comparable to a 4th-grade domain god, he would be ranked 2 domain god. It was extremely difficult to break free from the restraint of mental strength, let alone a group of quasi-gods and top-tier demon gods experts who could only control the power of 100 billion trillion. Tons of little world. Ah, no, my lord, this lowly one is willing to surrender, and this lowly one is willing to surrender. As long as my lord can spare this lowly one is willing to pledge my loyalty to my lord. My lord asks me to head west, and this lowly one will not dare to head east. If my lord asks me to catch chickens, this lowly one will definitely not chase dogs away. Yes, my lord, we will definitely listen to you and pledge our loyalty to you. Please show mercy and spare my life. At the moment of life and death, the performance of the vast majority of top-tier demon gods was no different from those intermediate and low-level devil god. As long as they could keep their lives, their dignity and freedom were nothing to them. Even if they were to immediately turn against each other and massacre their clansmen, they wouldn't even frown. Fellow Taoist, die, I won't die. It was all worth it to be able to live. What answered them was a ruthless sneer from Yang Fann. Since he had decided to eliminate the demon god clan and vent his anger on the humans, he would never change his mind so easily. Besides, if he wanted his men, would he need these aphids? In his spatial ring, there were still nearly 400,000 high top-level true god in his spatial ring. There were even a few quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage. As long as Yang Fann was willing to speak, no one would refuse to become Yang Fann's dog. Including Nightmare God and Lien Yuan, there were 5 supreme true gods who would rather die than live. Who would be willing to die if they didn't die? Furthermore, acknowledging Yang Fann as their master wasn't something to be ashamed of. Not everyone had the right to acknowledge Yang Fann as their master. Ah, bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amidst the sounds of extremely powerful enmities cursing, nearly 3,000 top-tier demon gods warriors were all captured by Yang Fann. They were kept in the Ganyu ring. In the next second, Yang Fann turned his head and looked around. It seemed like he could see through the entire Devil God world and the divine country, where Devil God was standing. Now, it's time to get rid of those aphids. C-1646. The rise of humanity in the center of Devil God's world, in the Devil Cloud divine country. All the divine generals and servants were doing their jobs in an orderly manner. They had no idea that their master had been completely suppressed by Yang Fann and had become a captive. Of course, even if someone told them that Dominator Mo Yun had been defeated, they would believe it. They wouldn't believe it either. What kind of joke was this? What kind of cultivation base and strength did their own sovereign have? The indisputable number 1 person below the King of Gods, and so many top-tier demon gods experts as support. How could he possibly be a match for a human evil god? Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying and invincible aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Devil Cloud divine country. Who is it? This is Dominator Mo Yun's divine country. Hurry up and leave. In an instant, shouts were heard coming from the Devil Cloud divine country. Although the pressure was terrifying, with high-level demon god's cultivation base, he was like a lowly aphid on the ground. If he was willing to, he could wipe them all out with a wave of his hand, but they still didn't have a shred of fear. It was still up to their master to beat a dog. Their master was Dominator Mo Yun, the number 2 figure of the demon god clan. They didn't believe that someone would have the guts to behave atrociously in their Devil Cloud divine country. Under the orders of my master, the demon god clan shall be destroyed. An extremely cold voice descended from the sky. It sounded like the legendary sound of Great Tao was boiling, announcing the fate of the demon god clan. The next second, Poochie. Space distorted, and a person walked out from within. It was a young man in white clothes. He didn't seem old, and looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. However, in his eyes, he was borrowing the power of time like water. The charm of time was like a song. It was extremely ancient. The aura around him was extremely terrifying. He was so high and mighty that he looked down on the sky and the people. In all directions, the vast expanse of space let out a buzzing and trembling sound, as if it was worshipping him. Ah, a top-level god, another top-level god of the human race. How could this be? Within the Devil Cloud Divine Country, all of Devil God's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had thought that it was a top-tier demon gods who had come to their Devil Cloud Divine Country, but he had never thought that it would be a human god. The appearance of a human god in the stellar empire of the demon god continent was already shocking enough. But now, another human god had appeared. Furthermore, this man gave them the impression that he wasn't much weaker than their master, Dominator Mo Yun. He was definitely a top god. Gulp gulp, how could this be? Since when had such a top-notch god appeared so easily? True God Pu Hong, a powerful quasi-god of the Skysoul Alliance who controlled 80 billion trillion of the power of the little world, was only a step away from becoming a peak quasi-god of the Skysoul Alliance. Within Yang Fann's spatial ring, he was one of the hundreds of quasi-domain god prisoners. Now, it was Yang Fann's slave who had suppressed King of Devil God and the top-tier demon god's army. Yang Fann was ready to sweep across the entire Devil God world and completely destroy the demon god clan. However, this time, Yang Fann didn't plan to attack personally. A group of top-tier demon gods warriors who couldn't even defeat a few of them wasn't worth the effort of a fourth-grade domain god like him. Instead, he picked out a group of human captives from the spatial ring. There were a total of 1,110 of them, including 10 quasi-domain gods, 100 rank 9 top-level true god and 1,000 rank 8 top-level true god. True God Pu Hong was one of the 10 quasi-domain gods, and this was also Yang Fann's preparation for the future. It wouldn't be long before he left Demon God World. It was impossible for him to stay here forever. However, he couldn't just ignore the billions of humans in Demon God World. Without him, it wouldn't take long for these humans to return to their old ways and become the lowest of the slave clan. The strength of the humans was truly weak. They didn't even have a few low-grade devil kings. Any one of them could easily crush the human race. In the entire demon god world, high-grade devil kings could only be considered as a small group of experts. There were countless of them. He couldn't just leave all the races in the demon god world behind. He could just slaughter them all. No matter what, the demon god world was a dimensional realm. Apart from the demon god continent, there were countless other planes and continents. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, it would take him at least 10,000 years and 100,000 years to wipe out all the foreign races in the demon god world. How could Yang Fann have so much time to stay here? Besides, even if he cleansed all the foreign races, the human race might not be safe anymore. Who knew when the last true god from another world would come? The human race would still be finished. If they wanted to leave without worry, they would need to guard their forces. That was not a small number, and these 1,110 people were the guards that Yang Fann had left for the humans of Demon God World. With them guarding the humans, as long as they didn't run into Domain God Sovereign, they would be able to deal with all kinds of dangers. And in the vast universe, it wasn't easy to find a Domain God Sovereign. Domain God Sovereign, if it was really that easy to find him, then there wouldn't only be King of Devil God, a Domain God, in the inheritance of Demon God clan for several eras. Of course, if there really was a Domain God targeting the Demon God world, it could only be blamed on the bad luck of the humans in the Demon God world. Humans always had to rely on themselves. Yang Fann was not their nanny. He could protect them for a while, but not for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, to be honest, Yang Fann had done enough for them. 1,108 steps, rank 9 top-level true god, and 10 quasi-domain gods. If Yang Fann could completely devour and refine them, it would be enough for him to break through to the Third Empyrean. As Yang Fann had expected, he had just revealed his intention of taking them as slaves. True God Pu Hong and the other 1,000 true gods and quasi-domain gods agreed without saying a word. Without even needing Yang Fann to say anything, they let go of their souls and let Yang Fann plant a mental restriction to control their life and death. It was better to stay alive than to die. Being slaves was always better than dying just like that. Moreover, even if they were unwilling, there were still people in the spatial ring who were willing to be Yang Fann's slaves. Within the void, Dai True God Pu Hong's voice was cold and emotionless. In the next second, that flawless white hand moved and a palm pressed down on the Devil Cloud Divine Country below. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, her entire right hand swelled up into a horrendous hand that was hundreds of millions of light years long. In an instant, the Devil Cloud Divine Country was enveloped by it. Ah, not good. Hurry up and activate the Ancestral Devil Formation. Roar. The Ancestor Demon Formation is activated. The Ancestor Demon descends into the world. Block it. We have to block it. Within the Devil Cloud Divine Country, the group of Devil God were extremely shocked. They hurriedly activated the Devil Cloud Divine Country's great defensive formation, the Ancestral Devil Formation. This was a top-grade devil formation set up by Dominator Mo Yun. If Dominator Mo Yun, a peak quasi-god, was in charge of this formation, even ordinary first-grade domain gods wouldn't be able to easily break through this battle. But now, in the Devil Cloud Divine Country, all the top-tier demon gods were mercilessly suppressed by Dominator Mo Yun after he conquered Yang Fann. With just these few high-level demon god, it was not like Dominator Mo Yun had authorized them to do so. He controlled the core of the formation. However, not even 1/10,000th of the power of the formation could be unleashed. Not to mention fighting a first-grade domain god sovereign, even a few rank 9 top-level true god warriors wouldn't be able to do it. In less than a breath's time, the Ancestral Devil was crushed into pieces by true god Pu Hong. Rumble. The entire Devil Cloud Divine Country was in true god Pu Hong's hands. Countless devil god were mercilessly killed, and before he could even scream, he was completely turned into a flying ash. While true god Pu Hong was suppressing the demonic Cloud Divine Country, the other 9 quasi-domain gods, as well as the 1,118 steps and rank 9 top-level true god, didn't stay idle. They struck out with lightning speed, sweeping across the entire devil god world. A large number of divine country had been breached, and countless devil god had been killed. It was a one-sided massacre. Although the number of devil god at the bottom level hadn't decreased by much, however, the Battle of the Stellar Empire was a battle between the top forces of the demon god clan. They went straight to the 9th level of the 10th level, the number of top-tier demon gods warriors. And amongst them, most of them were below the 7th step. There were only a few middle-low rank top-level devil god and high-grade devil god. There were no more than 30 people, but quasi-domain gods. There was not even a single person in the group that could be found. The difference was simply too great. There was no comparison at all. Demon God continent, and even the surrounding continents. Almost all of them were enveloped in the rain of blood. A large part of the temple collapsed, and countless statues exploded. Apart from the demon god continent in the main continent, there were also many forces worshipping devil god in other planes. Without devil god's protection, that was the rootless duckweed. The major powers could be destroyed at any time. These words were suitable for demon god continent, and it was also the same for the hundreds of millions of planes in the demon god world. Quick! Release all the human slaves in our empire of spinning and treat all the human lords with the best treatment. Anyone who dares to harm a single person will be killed. Pass on my decree. Within the borders of our empire, no human slaves are allowed. Those who disobey will be executed immediately. Pass on my decree. The human race is the best friend of my Silver Horn clan. If anyone dares to disrespect the human race, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. C1647 Wangyu World in Demon God Continent, every empire had given out orders to release all human slaves. No one was allowed to slave humans. Those who violated the orders would either die or have their souls destroyed. In the worst case, they would be wiped out. In fact, they might even kill all of their family and friends. The harshness of the execution was simply terrifying to hear. Anyone who heard the slightest disrespect to the human race would be killed. Along with the invasion of large number of divine country in Devil God, countless gods were slaughtered, large numbers of divine hall and temples were turned into ashes. The imperial emperors of the various empires were in complete panic. The rise of the human race had become unstoppable. They had even replaced the demon god clan and become the new ruler and ruler of demon god world. At that time, if the human race wanted to settle the score with them, they wouldn't be any better than them. For ordinary people, each and every one of these empires was a giant, but to the high and mighty devil god, they were nothing. Any intermediate devil god could easily suppress the strongest and strongest empire. As for the human race, they could suppress the entire devil god world and slaughter countless of devil god. Compared to this, these so-called empires were much easier to deal with compared to the ignorant aphids on the ground. If they were really caught by the human race, the destruction of their entire empire would only happen in the blink of an eye. To make up for it, they had to think of a way to make up for their relationship with the human race. But to be honest, this human was really lucky. He had already become the lowliest slave clan in Demon God world, but he was still able to rise in power. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Could it be that the rumor was true? The human side was the true protagonist of the universe. No matter how bad the decline was, one day, he would be able to soar into the sky and stand at the top of the world. Stellar Empire, in the sky above the ruins. At some point in time, a magnificent pagoda that was tens of thousands of meters tall had appeared. After suppressing King of Devil God and the group of top-tier demon gods, and sending True God Pu Hong and the other top-level True God and quasi-domain gods to sweep across the entire Devil God world, Yang Fann did not leave the Stellar Empire. Instead, he took out a top-level divine artifact-grade divine pagoda and used it as his temporary residence. After that, he began to count his gains. 5,632 top-tier demon gods were the pinnacle existences in the demon god world. Each of them had a high net worth. The lowest was a single person, and their net worth was no less than 10,000 top-level divine stones. For example, Dominator Mo Yun and the other tycoons had a net worth of over 1 million top-level divine stones. The combined wealth of over 5,000 top-level true god warriors had increased Yang Fann's net worth by more than 100 million top-level divine stones. Of course, the biggest one was still King of Devil God. He was worthy of being called a third-grade domain god, the master of the demon god clan. His net worth was even greater than the total value of Dominator Mo Yun and the other 5,632 top-level true god warriors. It was several times more than that. Even in the Shengluo alliance, not many people could match up to this fortune. As a third-grade domain god and the master of a sect, there was still a huge gap between them and Lord of the World. The only flaw was that King of Devil God did not have many domain divine artifacts on him. He did not even have 10 Yang Fanns on him. He was far from the 10,000 domain divine artifacts Yang Fann needed. Over the next few days, large amounts of resources were continuously brought back to the divine tower. To every devil god, the divine country was their home and the safest place to hide. Usually, when Devil God went out, many treasures would be left behind in the divine country. There were a lot of resources in the divine country. The demon god clan was the only ruler of the demon god world. They had dominated the demon god world for several eras, but they had collected a lot of good stuff. Of course, all of this had been given to Yang Fann for free. It had caused Yang Fann's fortune to rise rapidly like a snowball. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The vast devil god world had nearly been swept away by True God Pu Hong and the other 1,000 true gods. Apart from a small portion of devil god who had driven the divine country into the vast star realms before True God Pu Hong and the others arrived, the rest of the 9 levels and 9 devil god had been wiped out by True God Pu Hong and the others. The top-level True God experts were the first and most important targets of True God Pu Hong and the others. Almost none of them were able to leave Devil God's realm alive. As for the other Devil God, that was one thing. However, if these top-tier demon gods warriors really hid themselves and stirred up trouble, it was really possible that they would bring them some trouble. Xinluo Empire. This was a top empire in Demon God continent. A religion. Xinluo Devil God. A middle-rank top-level devil god with 1,000 illusions and 1,000 faces. Among the hundreds of top-ranked empires in Demon God continent, Xianluo Empire was ranked at the top. It could be said that it was one of the top 100 empires. However, the entire Xianluo Empire was shrouded in a layer of terrifying darkness. Every citizen of the Xianluo Empire looked panicked, as if they were afraid of something. In the Demon God clan, all the major devil god had different interests and tastes. His attitude towards the human race was also different. Some liked the beauties of the human race, some liked to raise beautiful dogs, and some liked to kill humans. If he didn't kill hundreds or thousands of humans every day, he would feel unhappy, and some would like to eat humans. He had a myriad of different attitudes. Among them, Xianluo Devil God liked to eat humans, and he especially ate kids' heart. He liked the hearts of those infants the most. If he didn't eat hundreds of kids' heart every day, he would feel uncomfortable. As Xianluo Devil God's devout believer, everyone in Xianluo Empire would naturally chase after him. For example, the nobles of the empire had to eat a dish every day, which was to clear the hearts of the people. Previously, the human race was weak, so they naturally had nothing much to eat. They could eat the hearts of the people however they wanted. They steamed, stir-fried, stewed, and fried them. As long as they liked it. However, Now, this hobby had directly become their death warrant. Would those terrifying human gods let them go? The Qian Luo Empire has committed a heinous crime. Today, the Qian Luo Empire will be destroyed. A cold voice descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Qinluo Empire. Ah, don't. Sir, please spare us, please spare us. All of this was forced by Qian Luo Devil God Master. We didn't want to do this either. We wouldn't dare to disobey what Qian Luo Devil God said. That's right, my lord, you have to understand that we are just following orders. This wasn't our intention at all. The demon kings were shouting and defending crazily. All of the feces were aimed at Qian Luo Devil God. In any case, Qian Luo Devil God had already fallen in the hands of those human gods. They were not afraid that Qian Luo Devil God would take revenge on them afterwards. Qian Luo Empire will be destroyed. That extremely cold and imposing voice that sounded like a sound of great Tao rang out once again. In the next second, swoosh 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 within the borders of the Qinluo Empire, apart from the humans, all the other non-humans, from top to bottom, were demon kings and commoners. Not a single one of them was left alive, all of them turned to dust. Spare my life, there's no such thing as that. Putting aside the fact that this was his master, he didn't dare to disobey Yang Fann's orders. Furthermore, as a human, when he found out that humans had suffered all kinds of hardships in this world, he too felt a bellyful of anger burning in his heart. A country like this that only fed on the human heart was simply unworthy of existing in this world. The Barren Empire has committed a heinous crime. Today, I declare that the Barren Empire shall be destroyed. The Sea Source Empire has committed heinous crimes. Sins deserve death. I declare the destruction of the Sea Source Empire. The Nine Yuan clan has committed a heinous crime. Death is not to be regretted. Today, the entire clan shall be executed. The voices of the gods rang out continuously in the One Fang Empire. After killing many of the Devil God world's Devil God, True God Pu Hong and the other thousands of true gods rushed down the Demon God continent without stopping. They began to clear up the hostile forces of the human race. Anyone who had bullied the human race excessively in the past would be killed. They wouldn't know if they didn't settle the score, but once they did, they were truly shocked. In the entire Demon God continent, the number of major families that had a deep-seated hatred for the human race was even higher than that of the 9th level and 9th level. In the end, out of the 10 million countries and billions of races, there were no more than 1,000 empires and no more than 10,000 races that could survive. To be able to survive until now without being wiped out, it was truly not easy. It was ridiculous to say that the main reason for this was still the protection of Qian Luo, Devil God, and the other human demonic gods. If all of the humans were killed by you, where would they go in the future if they wanted to eat human flesh? One had to say that it was a great irony. The Demon God continent, after cleansing the countless races and empires, True God Pu Hong and the other thousands of true gods quickly spread to the other planes of Demon God world. In these planes, the situation of the humans was not much better. Some of the planes were even darker and more miserable. After all, the Demon God clan that ruled the world hated the human race. In the center of the Wangyu realm, there was a vast world. It was dozens of times bigger than the Demon God world. Although it wasn't as big as the AIMA realm continent, it was almost as big as half of the divine kingdom of the heavens. This big world was none other than the central world of the Wangyu realm. It faintly had a rich world, the world known as the number one big world. Even the name of the Wangyu realm came from this world. From this, one could tell the status of this rich world in the Wangyu realm. Wangyu world, on an uninhabited wasteland. Pucci. The space was torn apart like a curtain. In the next second, a young black-clothed youth walked out from the spatial fissure. C-1648 The Astrolabe AIMA realm, a dimensional world born naturally in the universe. There was only one such world, and that was the core of AIMA realm continent. The dimensional realms in the other dimensional realms were all created after the fall of Domain God Sovereign. The internal world had evolved, but this Wangyu realm was different. Putting aside the dimensional realms left behind by the fall of Domain God Sovereign, just the dimensional realms that were naturally born in the universe were different. There were over 100 of them. And among them, the Wangyu world was the indisputable number one dimensional realm, the dimensional realm. Whether it was in terms of size or resources, they were far from what other dimensional realms could compare to. Wangyu world, on a desolate wasteland that was devoid of people. Pucci. The space was like a curtain that was forcefully torn apart. In the next second, Yang Fann, who was dressed in black and had a calm aura, came out from within. Is this that brilliant world? As expected of the number one world in Wangyu realm. Compared to the demon god world, it was much stronger. The spirit of heaven and earths in the surroundings were several times stronger than the demon god worlds in the demon god world. Not only that, the spatial barrier was also at least 10 times stronger than the demon god world. Although it was much weaker than the AIMA realm continent, without a top-level true god cultivation base, it was impossible to imagine that one could tear open space and teleport in this world. In the blink of an eye, 800 years had passed since Yang Fann arrived in the demon god world. After Tu Mie arrived at the demon god clan and asked the humans to stand at the top of the demon god world once again, Yang Fann didn't stay in the demon god world for long. He only went through some of the information collected by the demon god clan and had a rough understanding of the Wangyu realm. After that, he left the demon god world. He had done all that he needed to do. In order to ensure the smooth development of the human race, he still had 1,100 Tier 8, Rank 9 top-level true god, and 10 quasi-domain gods. Yang Fann felt that he had paid enough. After the human race, if they still couldn't become stronger, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. After leaving demon god world, Yang Fann went straight to the center of Wangyu realm, the Wangyu world. This journey would take 800 years. Without the help of the dimensional transportation array, he wanted it even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, it would take him a lot of effort to travel from one dimension to another. Of course, Yang Fann didn't forget to cultivate as he traveled. He was multitasking. While rushing, he was devouring those top-tier demon gods warriors. Although the efficiency was much lower compared to cultivating in seclusion, it was still considered not bad. Low-rank top-level devil god. In less than 3 days, Yang Fann would be able to refine a low-rank top-level devil god. A middle-rank top-level devil god would need a lot of time, but it wouldn't take more than a month. As for those 7th order and above top-tier demon gods, Hong Long. In 800 years, 5,632 top-tier demon gods had been devoured by Yang Fann. Only Dominator Mo Yun, 13 quasi-domain gods, and a few high-grade top-tier demon gods were left. The result was that the void world in Yang Fann's body had solidified once more. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the heavenly sovereign 6th layer. It was not as simple as the early 6th layer. He had almost reached the peak of the 6th layer. As long as he could refine Dominator Mo Yun and the other top-tier demon gods warriors, he should be able to break through smoothly. The improvement of his cultivation had caused Yang Fann's combat strength to increase by several levels. With his powerful 9 transference god and devil physique, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight those first-grade middle-level domain god warriors with a higher cultivation base. Even if he couldn't win, it was still possible for him to remain undefeated. In just 800 years, his combat strength had almost surpassed a great secret stage. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. There were many people who had cultivated hard for several eras and found it hard to take that crucial step. Let alone the others. The Shengluo Alliance's chief, Sovereign Xuanyuan, had been trapped in the quasi-middle-level domain god stage for more than 2 eras. Comparisons between people were really infuriating. The spiritual sense moved. Yang Fann aimed in a certain direction. His body shook, and the space around him was torn apart. Just like the other dimensional realms, the vast and rich world was also filled with all sorts of races and powers. Wangyu Divine City. This was a super divine city that was jointly established by many top races and superpowers in the Wangyu world. It was the Wangyu world, the trading center, and the economic center. Here, in the Wangyu world, many top races and superpowers had branches. Not only that, but there were also many hegemons of other dimensional worlds that had branches in this place. The entire Wangyu Divine City could be said to be filled with divine cities and experts. Any random person on the street might be at least at the top level true god. Even some rank 9 true gods or quasi-domain gods had to be careful in this place. They didn't dare to provoke trouble, lest they offend someone they couldn't afford to offend and bring death to themselves. Of course, domain god sovereigns' number was still extremely small. After all, there were only a few region gods in the entire Wangyu realm. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the largest merchant association in Wangyu realm. Each branch of the city was spread across the entire Wangyu realm. Even the nearby realms had their own Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It was a superpower that spanned across several large realms. Its power was terrifying. It could be said that it could enter the top 5, or even the top 3 in the entire Wangyu realm. According to the legends, it was said that it was located in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It was said that there were more than one middle-level domain god residing in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for the low-level domain god, there were more than 100 of them. One should know that the Wangyu world was different from the AIMA realm continent. The resources and potential of the world were at least one grade lower than the AIMA realm continent. The middle-level domain god was the ultimate expert of the Wangyu world. As long as one had a middle-level domain god, he would immediately become a superpower in the Wangyu world. The strength of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion could be seen from this. Wangyu Divine City, in front of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yang Fann slowly walked in. Very soon, a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam with a graceful figure came forward to welcome him. Young master, may I know what I can do to help you? The voice of the girl in the cheongsam was very moving, giving off an ethereal feeling. Do you have any astrolabes here? Star discs. This was the purpose of Yang Fann's trip. Without the star disc to guide him, not to mention the current Yang Fann, his cultivation base was only barely comparable to a first-grade middle-level domain god. Even if his strength was comparable to a high-level domain god, it would be impossible for him to return to the AIMA realm. The vast starry sky was boundless. Without a specific route, even domain god sovereign would be blinded. Young master, I have it. May I know what kind of astrolabe you need? The girl wearing the cheongsam smiled. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion's forces had crossed several realms, and star discs were essential items. I wonder what grade of star discs are there. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion's star discs are divided into low, intermediate, high, and top 4 grades. Low-grade star discs contain the star map of a dimensional realm and the nearby star domain. The price ranged from 1,000 top-level divine stones to 5,000 top-level divine stones. The intermediate star disc, including the star maps of the neighboring dimensional realms, the price ranged from 10,000 top-level divine stones to 50,000 top-level divine stones. High-grade star plates contain 10 or even dozens of unequal middle thousand world star patterns. And 500,000 top-level divine stones. The final top-grade star discs are. The young lady in Qipao spoke with confidence. High-grade star discs include 10 or even dozens of star maps of different dimensional worlds. This includes the entire Wangyu realm's star map, but the price is also much more expensive. It requires 1.8 million top-level divine stones. At the end of her words, the young lady in the cheongsam carefully glanced at Yang Fann. She was deeply afraid that the astronomical price of 1.8 million top-level divine stones would scare Yang Fann. One had to know that this was the total wealth of many quasi-domain gods. There was even a possibility that they might not even have it. May I know which level 1 star plate young master needs? Upon hearing this, Yang Fann furrowed his brows slightly. These 4-star plates were enough for most of the people in Wangyu realm. It wasn't easy for them to venture into other realms. Even if it was domain god sovereign, he would be in danger of dying if he wasn't careful. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't leave his own realm easily. However, Yang Fann was different. He wanted to go home and return to AIMA realm. These 4-star plates were of little value to him. Other than these 4-star discs, there are no other star discs. The smile on the girl's face stiffened slightly. Young master, we, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion of the Brilliant Divine City, won't sell the lower-grade star discs in the world. If you need it, you can go to the other branches of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to take a look. As the second headquarters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, there were naturally 13 slots in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. For example, they wouldn't sell ordinary treasures that were worth less than 1,000 divine cities. It wasn't because the girl in the cheongsam looked down on Yang Fann, but because those 4-star plates were enough to satisfy most of domain god sovereign's needs. As for Yang Fann, if he didn't reveal his true strength, he wouldn't look like a peerless expert that could rival a middle-level domain god. Furthermore, that was a dimensional star disc that surpassed a top-grade star disc. The price was much higher than a top-grade star disc. Almost no one below domain god sovereign could afford it. I think you misunderstood me. I don't want that low-grade star plate. I need a higher-grade star plate. Yang Fann laughed lightly and didn't get angry. Ah, young master, you need a higher-rank star plate. The girl in Qipao cried out in surprise. An awkward expression flashed across her pretty face. She had always thought that she had the fiery golden eyes. She never thought that she would make an error in judgment. That's right, I wonder if you have them here. Yes, yes, the girl in Qipao hurriedly replied. Her voice was filled with an indescribable pleasant surprise. As the shop assistant of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they would get 1,000th of each treasure they sold. The lowest price for a dimensional star disc. It was above 5 million top-level divine stones, 1,000th. That was more than 5,000 top-level divine stones, many of which were at the 5th and ranked 6 top-level true god levels. That was all he had. Young master, follow me. C1649 Big Tycoon Yang Fann Brilliant World, Brilliant Divine City, Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yang Fann was respectfully invited into a private room by the girl in Qipao. On the way, the girl in Qipao looked at Yang Fann with a strange light in her eyes. It seemed that if Yang Fann wanted to, he could have some kind of relationship with her at any time. To be able to buy a dimensional star disc, this value was something that even a lot of first-grade domain god sovereign could not match up to. She was truly the son-in-law of a golden turtle. If she could rely on this huge ship, even if it was just a night's worth of pleasure, it would be enough for her to enjoy it for the rest of her life. As for whether Yang Fann was only doing it for the sake of face, it was just a casual remark. In fact, he had never thought of buying a dimensional star disc. As soon as this thought emerged in her mind, it was snuffed out by her in the cradle. How dare he use their celestial treasure pavilion to open it? In the entire Wangyu world, there was no one who was as crazy as her. It was a pity that flowers were falling and the water was merciless. Yang Fann turned a blind eye to the autumn waves of the young lady wearing the cheongsam. She was able to serve as an attendant of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. This young lady in Qipao was also a peerless beauty, but she was still far from being able to enter Yang Fann's eyes. In his life, the most important thing was to cultivate. Yang Fann did not care too much about women. He had Yunuo and the others by his side. It was enough. Otherwise, if Yang Fann really liked women, he didn't know how many worlds there were in the harem. With his status in the Shengluo Alliance and the Blue Moon Palace, he wanted girls. That's not a word yet. After offering the divine tea to Yang Fann, the young girl in the cheongsam gave him a reluctant look, then apologized and left. Dimensional star plate. Such a precious treasure. It wasn't something that a mere maidservant like her could decide. Of course, if this transaction was successful, how much commission would she get? The Celestial Treasure Pavilion wouldn't be short of her either. As the biggest trading company in Wangyu realm, how could a few thousand or tens of thousands of top-level divine stones make them smash their own signboard? A few breaths later, tap tap tap, a series of light footsteps could be heard from outside the private room. Soon, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a slightly plump figure pushed open the door and walked in. A quasi-god. With just a glance, Yang Fann had already seen through the cultivation base of the middle-aged man. He was a peak quasi-domain god, and his strength wasn't any weaker than that of Dominator Mo Yun from the Demon God clan. He had to admit that the strength of Celestial Treasure Pavilion was far from what the Demon God clan could compare with. A peak quasi-domain god was already the second most powerful figure in the Demon God clan, but in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he was barely able to enter the middle ranks. The great manager of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Chu Jing, greets young master. May I know how to address young master? Chu Jing slightly cupped her hands towards Yang Fann and greeted him. Although Yang Fann looked like he did not have much cultivation base or strength, Chu Jing did not dare to underestimate him. How could a person who could take out millions of top-level divine stones to buy a dimensional star disc be a simple person? Even if he was not strong enough, there must be a big boss behind him. It was very likely that he was a third-grade realm god, or even a fourth-grade realm god. It was not impossible. The chances of ordinary rank 1 and rank 2 domain god buying a dimensional star disc were too low. Unless necessary, they would almost never leave Wangyu realm. Yang Fann. Yang Fann nodded slightly to answer Chu Jing's question. It was just a quasi-domain god, and it was not worth him paying too much attention to it. However, this indifferent look in Chu Jing's eyes made her more and more certain that Yang Fann was extraordinary. As the great manager of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, although he only had the cultivation of a quasi-domain god, he was only a quasi-domain god. However, even some first-grade domain gods didn't dare to look down on him. They were almost of the same generation. They didn't look at the monk's face, they looked at the Buddha's face. The enormous Celestial Treasure Pavilion was not something an ordinary first-grade realm god could afford to provoke. Those who could treat him in such a way were either fools or people who really had something to rely on. And this Yang Fann was obviously not a fool. I wonder what kind of dimensional star disk young Master Yang needs. There are two types of dimensional star disks in Celestial Treasure Pavilion: small-scale dimensional star disks. Including the star maps of the few large domains near the Wangyu realm, the price is 5 million top-level divine stones. 20 million top-level divine stones and above. There are also large dimensional star disks. Of course, the price was also a little more expensive. The lowest price is 50 million top-level divine stones, and the highest price is 250 million top-level divine stones. Towards the end, Chu Jing's voice faintly trembled. That was 250 million top-level divine stones, and not 250 million high-level divine stones. Not even intermediate, low-grade divine stones. Even many third-order realm gods might not be able to take out so many top-level divine stones in one go. I wonder if you have any star disks that lead to the AIMA realm. AIMA realm, young Master Yang, are you going to the AIMA realm? Chu Jing raised her voice slightly. Among the hundreds of realms in the vicinity, the AIMA realm was definitely one of the largest. Compared to the Wangyu realm, it was much stronger. In the Wangyu realm, middle-level domain god was one of the top few people. However, in the AIMA realm, middle-level domain god, it could only be considered a top-tier expert, even the number of high-level domain god. There were a lot of them in the AIMA realm, and according to the legends, the ruler of the AIMA realm, AIMA domain lord. He had even stepped into the top-level domain god stage, which was one of the hundreds of realms in the vicinity. He could be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5 expert. That's right. Yang Fann lightly nodded his head, his voice faintly revealing a trace of excitement. He was afraid that Chu Jing did not know anything. Since he knew about the AIMA realm, it was very likely that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would have an accurate star disk to travel to the AIMA realm. Young Master Yang, I'm not satisfied with your words. There is indeed a star disk in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion that recorded the precise star chart that leads to the AIMA realm. It's just that the AIMA realm is 12 realms away from the Wangyu realm. Although the star disk isn't the most valuable one in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the price is as high as 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones. There are actually 12 realms between us. That Perkazide is really ruthless. When we return to the AIMA realm, I will definitely repay him for his kindness that day. Yang Fann's heart shook. Even with his cultivation base and strength, it would take him at least 100,000 years to return to the 12 realms. However, Yang Fann's silence was another layer of meaning in Chu Jing's eyes. Young Master Yang, the price of this astrolabe is a little expensive. However, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion astrolabe is definitely worth more than the price. Such a big deal that involved hundreds of millions of top-level divine stones. Even if the business of Celestial Treasure Pavilion was spread all over a few realms, it would not be so easy to bump into it. Chu Jing did not want to let it slip away under her nose just like that. Alright, you don't have to say any more. Young Master Yang, how about this? I'll make the decision and fight 9 for you. Chu Jing gritted her teeth and said. Although this way she would earn less, it was still better than directly losing this business. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Fann. 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones, right? Here are 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones. You can count. The divine stones came too easily. Yang Fann simply didn't deserve any heartache. Just the top-level divine stone given to him by King of Devil God alone. It was more than 200 million and 20 million. If he could get what he got in Demon God World. If all of them were exchanged for King of Devil Gods, it would be worth at least 1 billion top-level divine stones. Chu Jing's mouth was wide open. She couldn't believe her ears. She was ready to use her authority to give him a 10% discount. This Yang Fann actually rejected her just like that. How bold he was really to F King Rich. One had to know that this was a total of 22 million top-level divine stones. Many of the divine stones rank 2 domain god had on him were probably only this much. However, I like it. I like this type of wealthy person. I like to give him 100. In the next second, Chu Jing quickly received the dimensional ring from Yang Fann and said in a flattering manner, Young Master Yang, what do you want to order? I don't believe you, Yang Fann said. He could not wait to enter the dimensional ring. That was 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones. It was not 20 million, nor was it 2 million. If there really was a mistake, it would be selling him, Chu Jing. He wouldn't be able to afford it. Only when he confirmed that there were really 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones did he heave a sigh of relief. Wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll go get the astrolabe right away. Yang Fann waved his hand casually. He wasn't afraid that Chu Jing would steal the 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones. Not everyone could steal Yang Fann's divine stones. If he really dared to do so, Yang Fann wouldn't mind robbing the entire Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Others might be afraid of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, but he, Yang Fann, wasn't. Middle-level domain god was strong, but he couldn't defeat them, so escaping wouldn't be a problem for him. Once he completely devoured and absorbed all the captives in the spatial ring, he wouldn't be afraid even if he was a high-level domain god, let alone Celestial Treasure Pavilion. However, Chu Jing didn't give Yang Fann the chance to strike. She quickly retrieved the star plate. It wasn't that Chu Jing had never been greedy, but after thinking for a while, she decided to give up. Yang Fann must have something to rely on to let him take away the 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stone. And even if he really wasn't greedy, as a quasi-domain god, how much could he take in the end? He was afraid that he would still be taken away by those domain gods of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It wasn't worth taking such a risk. After examining the star disk and confirming that there was indeed a star map leading to the AIMA realm inside, Yang Fann's heart finally relaxed. With this astrolabe, it was only a matter of time before he returned to the AIMA realm. The next second, Yang Fann's gaze turned to Chu Jing. Steward Chu, does your Celestial Treasure Pavilion sell domain divine artifacts? C-1650 break through to the 7th level heavenly venerate with the astrolabe in his hands. It was only a matter of time before he returned to AIMA realm. It was time to think about other things. For example, collecting 10,000 low-level domain divine artifacts and allowing his 9 revolutions divine devil body to successfully step into the 5th transformation great perfection stage. The power of Celestial Treasure Pavilion was spread across several realms. It was unlikely that it would disappoint him. He wouldn't dare to say that there were too many low-level domain divine artifacts. Shouldn't be a problem. Domain divine artifact. Young Master Yang, you still want to buy domain divine artifacts? Chu Jing's eyes lit up when she heard this, and they faintly flickered with a blazing light. She really did not expect that after Yang Fann spent 200 million and 20 million top-level divine stones to buy that large-scale dimensional star disk, he actually did not stop and even wanted to buy domain divine artifacts. This was going to be rich. The domain divine artifact was a treasure used by domain god sovereign. Even the lowest grade of inferior low-level domain divine artifacts were worth a few million top-level divine stones. Those extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts would not be able to obtain it without 100 million top-level divine stones. Of course, higher-grade middle-level domain divine artifacts were not something that Celestial Treasure Pavilion could easily take out. It wasn't that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion didn't have middle-level domain divine artifacts. It was just that every single one of them was the ultimate treasure of the pavilion, and couldn't be touched lightly. Furthermore, even if they wanted to sell them, the value of a middle-level domain divine artifact was extremely high. It was worth 1 billion, several billion middle-level domain divine artifacts. Yang Fann nodded slightly and said, "That's right. Does your pavilion have inferior low-level domain divine artifacts?" Yes. My Celestial Treasure Pavilion currently has 12 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts: attack, defense, and support. I wonder which type of domain divine artifact young Master Yang needs. Only 12 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Disappointment flashed across his eyes. He thought that there would be dozens of Celestial Treasure Pavilions in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, but he didn't expect there to be only 12 of them. He had to admit that the gap between them was really huge. Forget it, it was better than nothing. Sighing in his heart, Yang Fann calmed his emotions and asked, I wonder how many inferior low-level domain divine artifacts these top-level divine stones are selling for. Low-grade attack domain divine artifacts. 3 million top-level divine stones, defense domain weapon. 5 million top-level divine stones, support domain divine artifact. 5 million top-level divine stones. Calculating it, I'll take all 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts. What? All of them? All of them? Chu Jing cried out in shock, her face filled with disbelief. This was too rich. That was a domain divine artifact, not a low-level divine artifact. He actually wanted to wrap it up. This was truly the inhumane nature of a rich man. That's right. 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts. How many top-level divine stones are there in total? Out of the 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts, 6 attack domain divine artifacts, a total of 18 million top-level divine stones, 2 defense domain divine artifacts, 10 million top-level divine stones, 4 support domain divine artifacts, 12 million top-level divine stones, a total of 40 million top-level divine stones. Alright, here are 40 million top-level divine stones. Steward Chu, please count them. Yang Fann handed out another dimensional ring. In the end, he asked with some unwillingness, Steward Chu, does your celestial treasure pavilion really not have any low-grade domain divine artifacts? Divine stones are not a problem. A mere 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts was truly a bit lacking. It was far from what Yang Fann had expected. Chu Jing smiled bitterly in her heart. If there really were low-grade domain divine artifacts, could I not sell them to you? My celestial treasure pavilion really doesn't have any. Young Master Yang, low-grade domain divine artifacts. My celestial treasure pavilion temporarily doesn't have any, but intermediate, high-grade, and even extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts. I have quite a lot of them in celestial treasure pavilion, don't you think? At the end of his words, Chu Jing looked at Yang Fann with a look of anticipation. Compared to low-grade domain divine artifacts, these intermediate, high-grade, and extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts were the biggest. If Yang Fann could buy all of them, it would be a huge deal worth billions of top-level divine stones. Let's forget about these domain divine artifacts. Yang Fann waved his hand gently and interrupted Chu Jing's words. Although he had not really refined a domain divine artifact, time. It was very likely to be 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In fact, it might even take 10,000 years to refine a low-level domain divine artifact. The difficulty was not much different from swallowing a domain god sovereign. And according to the usual practice, refining a low-level intermediate domain divine artifact. The time it took was several times more than refining a low-level domain divine artifact. As for the high-level and extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts, there was no need to even mention them. The time it took to refine a low-grade domain divine artifact was 10 times, dozens of times greater. If he was willing to spend so much time to refine them, he might as well think of a way. He would go and collect some new low-grade domain divine artifacts. Young Master Yang, why don't you take a look again? My celestial treasure pavilion's intermediate, high-grade, and extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts are all top-grade domain divine artifacts of the same grade. Chu Jing was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade him. There's no need. My other grades of low-level domain divine artifacts are useless to me. Oh, right. Suddenly, a bright light flashed within Chu Jing's sea of consciousness. As if she had thought of something, she said, Young Master Yang, 300 years from now, it will be a large-scale auction held once every million years in Celestial Treasure Pavilion. At that time, there will be countless precious treasures being auctioned. Among them, there is no lack of low-grade domain divine artifacts. If you want low-grade domain divine artifacts, you might as well participate in this auction. 300 years. Yang Fann gently nodded his head and agreed. He could still afford to wait for 300 years. The next second, Yang Fann flipped his hand and another dimensional ring appeared in his hand. Steward Chu, your celestial treasure pavilion should be purchasing treasures as well, right? There are some small things here, help me estimate their value. Once the treasures were placed on the auction stage, ordinary low-grade domain divine artifacts. It was only a few million top-level divine stones, but if it was auctioned, even if it was sold at a sky-high price of 10 million top-level divine stones, it wouldn't be a rare thing. After buying the astrolabe, as for the 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts, Yang Fann only had less than 500 million top-level divine stones left in his hands. From what Steward Chu said, the number of low-grade domain divine artifacts that would be auctioned next would not be small. Nearly 500 million top-level divine stones might not be enough to buy all the low-grade domain divine artifacts. Furthermore, in this auction, he might not be the only one bidding for those low-grade domain divine artifacts. If there really was anything that could help his parents break through to the Void God realm, Yang Fann would not mind bidding for it. Although Yang Fann had already collected a lot of these divine herbs that could help his parents break through to the void god realm, there was also the godly fermented fruit, a top-grade divine fruit, that could assist him in breaking through to the void god realm. However, Yang Fann was still not completely confident that he could allow his parents and the others to successfully attain Dao domain divinity. Young Master Yang, our celestial treasure pavilion has some purchases. As she spoke, Chu Jing casually took the dimensional ring that Yang Fann handed over. At first, she did not pay too much attention to it, but it was just some small things. It was likely that there were not many things. However, when the spiritual sense went deep into the dimensional ring, Chu Jing almost scolded her mother. This was what you said about some small things. Are you for real? Why did you pretend to be so weak? I can't even accept it, so I have to submit to you. Those treasures that were piled up like a mountain and those dazzling treasure lights almost blinded her father's dog eyes. After a long while, Chu Jing finally managed to suppress the shock in her heart. Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. Let me find someone to make a bet. With so many treasures, it was unknown how long he would need to count them all by himself. Time flew by, and 6 hours passed. Phew. Chu Jing let out a long breath and finally finished the transaction. The next second, Chu Jing turned her gaze to Yang Fann and said, Young Master Yang, everything has been sorted out. This batch of treasures of yours is worth about 998,580,000 top-level divine stones. Let's put it together and count it as 1 billion top-level divine stones of yours. What do you think? Alright, 1 billion top-level divine stones. Yang Fann nodded slightly. This was obviously a little exaggerated, but he was too lazy to fuss over it. Moreover, even if he looked for other powers, they might not have the ability to eat so many treasures in one go. Oh, right, there are 3 more domain divine artifacts here. At that time, your celestial treasure pavilion will help me bid for them. While they were talking, a light flashed across the 3 paths, and 3 Yang Fanns appeared in Yang Fann's hands, a staff, a bell, and an axe. 2 low-grade intermediate domain divine artifacts and 1 low-grade high-grade domain divine artifact were the spoils of war that Yang Fann had plundered from King of Devil God. This. Chu Jing's eyes were filled with confusion. She really could not figure out what Yang Fann was trying to do. He was trying his best to collect low-grade domain divine artifacts. However, he was using the more powerful intermediate and high-grade low-level domain divine artifacts to bid for them. She could not figure out what was going on, and she really could not understand what was going on. Or could it be that this low-grade domain divine artifact had some kind of secret that the world did not know about? However, she quickly agreed, Young Master Yang, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, in a secret cultivation room. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his body shining with divine light. He looked solemn and dignified. After completing the transaction with Chu Jing, Yang Fann did not leave Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Instead, he let Chu Jing arrange a quiet room for him, and quietly wait for the auction that would be held 300 years later. Grug grug grug, the last trace of strength of original life that the top-tier demon gods had absorbed was completely turned into a flying ash by Yang Fann. 60 years later, out of the 5,632 top-tier demon gods in Demon God Clan, only Dominator Mo Yun was left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had also reached the limit of a heavenly sovereign 6th Empyrean. It was as if he was going to take that crucial step and break through to the 7th Empyrean stage in the next moment. Soon, another half a year had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body shook. The aura around his body began to rise at a terrifying speed. C-1651. The auction began in a secluded secret chamber in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion of Wangyu Divine City. Rumble. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like a mountain flood that had erupted. It rose crazily and rapidly. Boundless divine light rampaged out from all the pores and cells in his body. It covered the entire secret chamber, making it seem as if it was divine. After devouring the remaining top-tier demon gods, Yang Fann finally took the most important step and stepped into the heavenly sovereign 7th Empyrean stage. Chi. Tiny cracks appeared in the countless spaces. They were like glass that was full of cracks, and could explode at any time. It was terrifying. One should know that this cultivation chamber was the top secret chamber in Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Even an ordinary 2nd or 3rd grade domain god sovereign wouldn't be able to break through the secret chamber. But now, There were so many crisscrossing cracks that looked like spider webs. It was obvious how powerful Yang Fann's breakthrough was. Fortunately, the worst result didn't happen. Although the secret chamber's space was shattered, the entire secret chamber didn't collapse. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge storm. In the Wangyu world, middle-level domain god was practically a legendary existence. A divine dragon could only see its head and tail. Rank 4 domain gods were practically the pinnacle experts that ordinary people could come into contact with. Every time a rank 4 domain god appeared, their name would definitely shake a region and attract the attention of tens of thousands of factions. 100 years later, huff Yang Fann's soaring momentum gradually calmed down. Another 10 years passed. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The divine light was sharp, like a god opening the sky and looking down on the world. At this moment, if there was a cultivator standing in front of him, even those first-grade domain gods would be penetrated by the terrifying divine light, severely injuring the soul. There was absolutely no chance of survival if one of them died. Breaking through from the Heavenly Sovereign 6th layer to the Heavenly Sovereign 7th layer was definitely not as simple as breaking through to the 6th layer from the 5th level. One should know that the Heavenly Sovereign 6th layer was at the intermediate Heavenly Sovereign realm, while 7th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign was already a high-level Heavenly Sovereign. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Even with Yang Fann's strong foundation, his combat strength had more than doubled after this breakthrough. If it was the Yang Fann from before, he could only barely fight a first-grade middle-level domain god. Now, his combat strength could be considered outstanding amongst many first-grade middle-level domain god. In the Wangyu realm, where middle-level domain god warriors were the strongest, Yang Fann had already stood at the peak of the group. Fortunately, no one else knew. Otherwise, countless true gods and domain gods would have been scared to death. He was only at the 7th level of the Heavenly Venerate. Not even a true god had the power to challenge a middle-level domain god. Such a monster, let alone seeing it, could never even be imagined. It was impossible for such a monster to exist in this world. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, a stream of light flashed and a rank 8 top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace appeared in front of Yang Fann. There were still 100 years left, he couldn't let this go to waste. Hong Long. A devouring black hole appeared out of nowhere and devoured the rank 8 top-level true god. It crazily devoured his strength of original life, seized the little world in his body, strengthened Yang Fann's body, and evolved the void world in his body. Half a year later, Pucci, the rank 8 top-level true god, had used up the last of his strength of original life. His divine body shattered and turned into ashes. With the breakthrough in his cultivation base, Yang Fann's speed of absorption had improved once again. Originally, it would take him nearly a year to completely absorb and refine the rank 8 top-level true god, but now, he hadn't even lasted for half a year, and his speed had almost doubled. Ah, don't kill me, spare me. Please, spare me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Roar bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. Lord Palace Lord won't let you go. Ah, I curse you that souls will forever fall into the endless hell and never be reborn. Amidst the sounds of begging and cursing, numerous rank 8 top-level true god were quickly refined by Yang Fann, contributing a tiny bit of their strength to Yang Fann's growth. It caused the void world within his body to advance towards the Heavenly Venerate level 8 at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, another 120 years passed. Rumble. Powerful auras continuously tore through the void, and quickly entered the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The weakest of them were at the top-level true god, and many of them were quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage. Even the real domain god sovereign could be seen from time to time. The large-scale auction that was held once every million years in Celestial Treasure Pavilion was very famous in the entire Wangyu realm. Every large-scale auction would attract the attention of a large number of experts, not to mention this year's large-scale auction, which was also known as the Great Auction. It was the grandest auction in the history of this era. There were even middle-level domain divine artifacts that were going to be auctioned. This was a treasure that even middle-level domain god warriors would be interested in, let alone those low-level domain god warriors. As long as they could obtain this middle-level domain divine artifact, middle-level domain god warriors would be able to do whatever they wanted. This time, countless old monsters came out of their seclusion and rushed to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As the auction approached, Celestial Treasure Pavilion seemed to have become a restricted area for the natives of Divine City. Each and every one of them deliberately avoided this place, fearing that they might offend a quasi-domain god or even domain god sovereign if they weren't careful. At that time, they might not even know how they would die. 1. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Auction Hall. The entire auction hall was like a small world, its area was no less than 10,000 miles. The facilities inside were very simple. There was a large auction stage in the center with a huge amount of seats around it. It could accommodate 10 million people at a time, and it was not crowded at all. Besides that, a square-shaped void wonderland had opened up above these ordinary seats. Every single heavenly passage covered an area of 50 kilometers, and it was luxuriously decorated and exquisite. Within it, there were also a large number of maidservants that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had carefully nurtured, and they served them closely. This was a VIP room specially prepared for Domain God Sovereign, and only Domain God Sovereign was allowed to enter. Domain God Sovereign was high and mighty, so how could he associate himself with these ants? If the Celestial Treasure Pavilion didn't have a sense of propriety, the large-scale auction that was held once in a million years would have stopped long ago. Domain God Sovereign would never come and arrange for them to be together with those aphids. That was simply slapping their faces. In the auction hall, within the 56th Void Wonderland in the several hundred Void Wonderland, Yang Fann casually sat on the exquisite divine throne, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Although Chu Jing didn't know the exact cultivation base of Yang Fann, she still arranged a Void Wonderland for him. So many treasures were not something a quasi-domain god could take out. There were 8 to 9 of them, and they were also domain god sovereign. It was very likely that he wasn't even an ordinary first-grade domain god. Around Yang Fann stood over 100 devastatingly beautiful women with different temperaments. Witch, the goddess, and the fairy. The charming, graceful, holy, and noble were all present. Each of them was only wearing a thin veil. The beautiful scenery inside could be seen. The way they looked at Yang Fann was filled with a trace of indescribable heat. As long as Yang Fann wanted to, they wouldn't have any objections even if they were to sleep together in Void Wonderland. They were nurtured to serve the various domain god sovereign, and if they really achieved something good, the reward given to them by Celestial Treasure Pavilion was not a small amount. It was enough to make many high-grade top-level true god envious. If they could be recruited into that master's harem, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single bound, like a wild chicken turning into a phoenix. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Yang Fann didn't give them a second look. It was as if they weren't some stunning beauties, but a bunch of village girls. It was a luxury for him to take a second look at them. Time passed minute by minute. Very quickly, another hour passed. Suddenly, the noisy auction hall became silent. The next second, a charming young woman appeared on the auction stage. Everyone looked at her. Vaguely, it seemed that they could still hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. It was simply unimaginable. One should know that among the people present, there was one person whose cultivation base was below the top-level true god. All of them were people with firm minds. Furthermore, each and every one of them had no lack of beautiful women by their side. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for them to lose their composure like this. One had to say that this woman was truly a rare and exceptional existence in the present world. Under the water blue kippah, her plump and beautiful buttocks were tightly wrapped, making her appear extremely plump and round. Her breasts were inserted into her chest, almost bursting out from her collar. Every step she took caused a soul-stirring wave to ripple out. In addition, her perfect face was flawless. Within the various Void Wonderland, she was a stunning beauty that was carefully nurtured by the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. For a moment, she was eclipsed, totally not on the same level. Welcome everyone to the large-scale auction that happens once every million years in Celestial Treasure Pavilion. I am Lu Ruaoking, the chief auctioneer of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and also the host of this year's large-scale auction. Hehe, it seems like everyone can't wait any longer. Then I won't say any more. Now, let us invite out our first treasure, the mighty spirit devil god rod. This is a low-grade intermediate domain divine artifact. C1652. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the auction venue. The grand auction that was held once every million years had finally come to an end. It had to be said that this year's auction was the peak of this era. From the start, there was a low-grade intermediate domain divine artifact. It could be seen from this. One had to know that in the past large-scale auctions, the opening would usually be a low-grade domain divine artifact. Sometimes, it would even be a quasi-domain divine artifact. In an instant, the atmosphere of the auction was ignited. In the void wonderland, many domain god sovereigns' eyes lit up as he rubbed his fists, eager to give it a try. Low-grade intermediate domain divine artifacts were rare. Even for some rank 2 domain god, they were of great help. There were even some third-grade domain gods who used these low-grade intermediate domain divine artifacts. If a first-grade domain god could take down this mighty spirit devil god staff, his strength would skyrocket. Even if he faced a slightly weaker rank 2 domain god, he wouldn't lose the ability to fight. Alright, low-grade intermediate domain divine artifact, mighty spirit devil god staff. The starting bid is 5 million top-level divine stones. Each bid must be no less than 200,000 top-level divine stones. The auction begins now. 5,500,000 top-level divine stones. I bid 6 million top-level divine stones. 6,500,000 top-level divine stones. 7 million top-level divine stones. In the various major void wonderland, First Order and Rank 2 domain gods started bidding one after another. Very quickly, the price exceeded 9 million top-level divine stones, and it seemed like they were going to break through 10 million top-level divine stones in one go. Within the 56th Void Wonderland, a smile unknowingly appeared on Yang Fann's cold face. Let's fight. The more intense the fight, the better. This mighty spirit devil god staff was none other than one of the 3 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had consigned to sell in Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He had never thought that it would be used as the opening treasure of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. 15 million top-level divine stones for the first time. 15 million top-level divine stones going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This was a high-quality low-grade intermediate domain divine artifact. After passing this village, there's no such shop. 15 million top-level divine stones for the third time. Congratulations to VIP number 36 for successfully winning the bid for the mighty spirit devil god staff. 15 million top-level divine stones, looks like. It shouldn't be a problem for me to sell these 3 low-level domain divine artifacts for 70 to 80 million top-level divine stones. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He murmured in his heart. Among the 3 domain divine artifacts, the grade of this mighty spirit devil god staff was the worst. As for the other 2, one was a defensive domain divine artifact, and the other was a low-grade high-grade domain divine artifact. Their value was much higher than this mighty spirit devil god staff. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had taken out quite a few of his treasures. Otherwise, with his less than 500 million top-level divine stone, he might not be able to get rid of all the low-grade top-level divine stones that appeared in this auction. One should know that a low-grade intermediate attack domain divine artifact like the Wei Ling Devil God Staff was priced at 6 million top-level divine stones. The Wei Ling Devil God Staff was one of the best top-level divine stones, so 8 million was the limit. 15 million top-level divine stones, the price had doubled. It was likely that those top-level divine stones would not be able to be bought without 5 to 6 million domain divine artifacts under the coaxing of the others. Those defensive domain divine artifacts would likely be sold at an even higher price. Now, let's begin the bidding for the second treasure, the Purple Lightning Frost Sword, a supreme-grade quasi-domain divine artifact. It contains the power of the divine lightning and the heavenly frost great Tao laws. The starting bid was 500,000 top-level divine stones. Each bid must be no less than 20,000 top-level divine stones. Not only were there remnants of domain god sovereign in every large-scale auction, most of them were top-level true god, quasi-domain gods. It was naturally impossible for Celestial Treasure Pavilion to let them be a spectator. Speaking of which, these top-level true god and quasi-domain gods were the mainstream guests, and there were only a few of them who had domain divine artifacts or level 1 treasures. I cultivate the divine lightning law. With this purple lightning frost sword, my combat strength will increase by several times. I have to get this sword. 600,000 top-level divine stone. 600,000 top-level divine stone. I just want to take down the purple lightning frost sword. Dream on 650,000 top-level divine stones HMPH. I'm determined to get the purple lightning frost sword. 700,000 top-level divine stones. 800,000 top-level divine stones. 1. 5 million top-level divine stones for the third time. congratulations to honored guest 99,938 for obtaining the Purple Lightning Frost Sword. Ancient Spirit Dress, Intermediate Quasi-Domain Divine Artifact. The starting bid is 200,000 top-level Divine Stones. Each increment must not be lower than 10,000 top-level Divine Stones. The young child of the Divine Phoenix Rhino Divine Beast, this is a rare top-tier Divine Beast. Once it matures, it will have the strength of a top-level True God, and there is even a slight possibility that the starting bid for breaking through to the realm of Divine Beasts is 1,000,000 top-level Divine Stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 top-level Divine Stones. 9 Heavens Dividing Divine Pill, Grade 7 Divine Pill. It has the effect of refining souls and opening sea of consciousness. The starting bid is 100,000 top-level Divine Stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 top-level Divine Stones. Crimson Gold Coiling Dragon Armor, a supreme grade quasi-domain divine artifact. It ignores all attacks from below the domain god level and has 9 layers of attacks. It can withstand a full force strike from a rank 1 domain god. The starting bid is 1,000,000 top-level Divine Stones, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 top-level Divine Stones. Asura Blade, high-grade quasi-domain divine artifact. The starting bid is 300,000 top-level Divine Stones. Each increment must be no less than 20,000 top-level Divine Stones. One treasure after another was invited onto the auction stage. The top-level True God and quasi-domain gods made their moves one after another. Even those First Order and Rank 2 Domain God occasionally made their moves, pushing the atmosphere. Unfortunately, none of them were treasures that Yang Fann had taken a fancy to. After half a day, hundreds of treasures had passed, but Yang Fann had never made a single move. Yang Fann's goal was very clear. Low-grade domain divine artifacts, or top-grade divine herbs that could increase the chances of becoming a Dao domain divine. He did not care about other treasures. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, in Void Wonderland number 56, Yang Fann, who was bored out of his mind, perked up. His eyes were fixed on the dark green longbow on the auction stage. The green jade dark demon bow, low-grade domain divine artifact. The starting price was 2.5 top-level Divine Stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000 top-level Divine Stones. Finally, I have waited for it. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and activated his spiritual sense, and a bid immediately came out. 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent. Fuck, was there a mistake? The price of this green jade dark demon bow had only passed the 5,000,000 mark, but you actually shouted out a sky-high price of 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones in one go. Do you really have to be so generous? If you're like this, how are we supposed to bid? This is completely breaking the rules. 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones going once for 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones going twice. This was a first-class offensive divine artifact in the world. If one missed it, there would be no more. Lu Ruaoking's voice was filled with an indescribable charm. However, no matter how she shouted, no one was willing to continue bidding. 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones had already far exceeded the true value of this green jade dark demon bow. Did they really think that my top-level Divine Stone fell from the sky? This kind of idiot, having number 56 as a nouveau riche is enough. I won't be a nouveau riche. 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest 56. Successfully won the bid. Low-grade domain divine artifact, green jade dark demon bow. The first one. Yang Fann softly muttered. He did not regret spending 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones to buy such a low-grade domain divine artifact. Wasn't a Divine Stone something that was used for spending? Moreover, if he really wanted to bid step by step, the price of this green jade dark demon bow would probably reach 7,000,000 top-level Divine Stones in the end. 8,000,000 top-level Divine Stones might be a bit of a loss. But it definitely wouldn't be too much of a loss. Now, let's begin the bidding for the 668 treasures, the Great Asura Slaughter Divine Art, top-grade Divine Arts. The starting bid for the Asura clan suppressing Divine Arts is 1,000,000 top-level Divine Stones. Each bid must be increased by at least 50,000 top-level Divine Stones. 896 treasures, low-grade domain divine artifacts, Universe Sun and Moon Saber. The starting bid is 3 million top-level divine stones, and each increment must be no less than 200,000 top-level divine stones. 3. 5 million top-level divine stones. 3. 8 million top-level divine stones. 4 million top-level divine stones. 8 million top-level divine stones. Fuck, it's that number 56 again. Are you for real? Another 8 million top-level divine stones. Does he really have so many divine stones that he doesn't have a place to spend them? Within the Void Wonderland, many rank 1 domain gods were cursing in their hearts. This bastard, he actually came back. However, there was a faint hint of envy in his voice. They wanted to be so rich as well. They were willing to spend a fortune, but they were too short of money. Many rank 1 realm gods might not even have 8 million top-level divine stones in their reserves of god stones. Very quickly, 3 days passed. 5,218 treasures. Low-grade domain divine artifact, Dark Moon Devil Blade. The starting price is 3 million top-level divine stones. Each increment must be no less than 200,000 top-level divine stones. 8 million top-level divine stone. Fuck, return it. This bastard must be doing this on purpose. This is already the 8th low-grade domain divine artifact. C1653. The public was furious. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Auction House. In the Void Wonderland, numerous first-grade realm gods were gnashing their teeth in anger. Bitch it, this bastard number 56 was too much of a bully. From the start of the auction until now, he had to participate in every single one of the 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts that had appeared. 8 million top-level divine stones, another 8 million top-level divine stones. Motherfucker, you really have so many divine stones that you don't have a place to spend them, right? Low-grade domain divine artifacts, just a few of them would be enough. You fucking bid so many. Do you want to open a shop or what? With so many extremely low qualities, it would be better to buy a high-grade or even an extremely low-quality domain divine artifact. This power was several times stronger than an inferior low-level domain divine artifact, perhaps even more than a dozen times. Do you think you're stupid? Are you stupid? At this moment, the group of first-grade realm gods really wanted to pry open Yang Fann's head to see if there was paste inside. Otherwise, why would they do such a stupid thing? 8 million top-level divine stones going once. 8 million top-level divine stones going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lu Ruaoking asked as usual. However, her voice did not have much passion, giving off a sense of routine. She did not have high expectations for the price of 8 million top-level divine stones. It had long surpassed the limit of a low-grade attack domain divine artifact. As for the other first-order god realms, how could they be willing to spend such a waste of money? It was the nouveau riche number 56. Of course, they would do this again and again. She naturally hoped that the more money this nouveau riche had, the better. As the chief auctioneer of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, every time she hosted an auction, not only would she get the normal salary of 100,000 top-level divine stones, she would also be able to draw a portion of each treasure once it was sold at a sky-high price. For example, each of these 12 low-grade domain divine artifacts would be able to draw 8,000 top-level divine stones. Adding all of them together, it was almost comparable to her appearance fee. 8 million top-level divine stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest No. 56. He won a low-grade divine artifact, Dark Moon Devil Blade. Void Wonderland number 56. The 12th item. The smile on Yang Fann's face became more and more obvious. At this rate, it wasn't impossible for him to obtain 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts after the auction ended. One should know that the large-scale auction in Celestial Treasure Pavilion that lasted for 1,000,000 years would last for a whole month, and now, it had only been 3 days. As for the nearly 100 million top-level divine stones that were used for the auction, Yang Fann didn't care about it at all. So what if the price of 8 million top-level divine stones was exorbitant? As long as he could buy the low-grade domain divine artifacts, he wouldn't frown even if he had to spend 10 million top-level divine stones. In any case, it was easy for him to get his divine stones. If he didn't have them, he could just find a few more idiots and rob them. That cloud-floating palace was a very good target to rob. As an established power that had been passed down for several eras, they definitely wouldn't lack top-level divine stones. Although with his current cultivation base and strength, he might still be lacking in dealing with the cloud-floating palace, but once he returned to the AIMA realm, after hundreds of thousands of years of painstaking cultivation, he would be able to refine most of the spatial rings, grade 8 and rank 9 top-level true god, and attain the Tao and become a god. At that time, even if his combat strength wasn't as strong as some rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker. He would deal with the cloud-floating palace, which only had a first-grade middle-level domain god. That would be a piece of cake for him. If it wasn't enough, the Skysoul Alliance and the Changchun Union were both good targets. In any case, these two alliances weren't the same as the Shengluo Alliance. The auction was still going on, and treasures were being auctioned off one after another. Soon, it was the 10th day. Yang Fann had more than 30 low-grade domain divine artifacts in his possession, and there were 32 of them. The crowd of first-grade realm gods were burning with anger. They wished they could rush into Void Wonderland number 56 and beat Yang Fann up. Even if they wanted to eat meat, they should at least give the others some soup. If they ate it directly, wouldn't their conscience hurt? On the other hand, the hundreds of beautiful female servants in Void Wonderland number 56 were looking at Yang Fann with burning eyes. They really wished they could swallow Yang Fann up in one gulp. In just 10 days, Yang Fann had already spent 298 million top-level divine stones. Among the 32 low-grade domain divine artifacts, there were 6 defensive domain divine artifacts. The price was much higher than attacking domain divine artifacts. Each of them cost Yang Fann 15 million top-level divine stones. That was close to 300 million top-level divine stones. Even rank 2 domain god might not have that much in his possession. Moreover, looking at his unconcerned expression, this close to 300 million top-level divine stones was probably far from his limit. Rich man, no, this was a god tycoon, a true god tycoon. If they could become his woman, then they wouldn't have to worry about the divine stone for the rest of their lives. Perhaps one day, they would also be able to take a look at the realm god's secrets. During this period, the Demon King Bell, one of the 3 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had auctioned off, was also auctioned off. It was sold at a high price of 35 million top-level divine stones. Including the Wei Ling Devil God staff that was auctioned off at the beginning, they had already obtained 50 million top-level divine stones. In the end, their total income was over 80 million top-level divine stones. It wasn't a big problem anymore. Currently, he was bidding for 34,862 treasures. Rank 8 Divine Fruit, 4 Symbols Heaven Divine Fruit, the power of the innate 4 symbols body tempering, could increase the possibility of advancing to the domain god realm by 1 level. The starting price was 1 million top-level divine stones, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 top-level divine stones. 4 Symbols Heaven Divine Fruit, this is my chance. I must get him. I've come to the right place for this auction. Whether or not I can successfully advance to the domain god realm depends on these 4 Symbols Heaven Origin Divine Fruit. With my talent and these 4 Heaven Origin Divine Fruits, I'm almost certain that I'll be able to break through to the Void God realm by 3 levels. HMPH, I'm definitely going to get this 4 Elephants Heaven Divine Fruit. The thousands and tens of thousands of quasi-domain gods in the auction hall were completely stirred up. This was their hope. No matter what, they had to obtain this 4 Symbols Heaven Origin Divine Fruit. 1,100,000 top-level divine stones. 1,300,000 top-level divine stones. 1,500,000 top-level divine stones. 1.8 million top-level divine stones. Very quickly, the price exceeded 3 million top-level divine stones. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to buy a low-grade domain divine artifact. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. It had broken through 5 million top-level divine stones. In order to break through to the domain god stage, he wouldn't hesitate to sell everything he had. A domain god was one step away from becoming a quasi-domain god, but it was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. It was a completely different concept. As long as he could break through to the domain god realm, how could he be afraid of not earning back a single divine stone? 8 million top-level divine stones. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes. Finally, he attacked once more. He could forget about the other divine fruits, but he would never miss out on a divine herb that could increase his chances of advancing to the domain god realm. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? For the first time. Ah, bastard, how could he be like this? Bastard, you are already domain god sovereign. These 4 Elephants Heaven Divine Fruit are useless against you. Why are you still fighting with us? Son of a bitch is the dignified domain god sovereign, you want to fight with us, the younger generation. Do you want some face? The quasi-domain gods roared in their hearts. The astronomical price of 8 million top-level divine stones had caused them to feel despair. One after all, they were only quasi-gods, and their value was limited. Let alone 8 million top-level divine stones, even 6 million top-level divine stones might not be enough. Most importantly, this bastard didn't lack top-level divine stones at all. So what if they had bid 8 million top-level divine stones? That bastard would still bid 10 million, or even higher. With that bit of wealth, there was no way they could compete with him. 8 million top-level divine stones for the second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a top-tier divine fruit that can increase one's cultivation by 1 level. Left in this village. 8 million top-level divine stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest No. 56. We bid for this rank 8 divine fruit, 4 symbols, heaven divine fruit. 15 million top-level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to honored guest No. 56. Low-grade domain divine artifact, 9 cloud raging flame armor. 10 million top-level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to honored guest No. 56. He won the auction for the rank 8 divine fruit, tranquil dragon heart purification fruit. 8 million top-level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to honored guest No. 56. Low-grade domain divine artifact, ghost spirit. 7-star blade. 15 million top-level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to honored guest No. 56. He won the bid for the low-grade domain divine artifact, Death's Shield. Time passed by slowly. Soon, another half a month had passed. The entire auction hall seemed to be filled with an indescribable pressure. It all came from one person, Yang Fann. During this half-month, as long as there were low-grade domain divine artifacts, divine fruits, and divine herbs that could possibly increase the strength of a domain god, regardless of whether they were good or bad, Yang Fann would not give in to any of them. He struck out with all his might and kept all of them in his storage bag. 86 pieces. This is already the 86th low-grade domain divine artifact. This bastard, what is he trying to do? Divine fruit, my divine fruit, this is going too far, this bastard. Why doesn't he just die? Great Tao, I beg of you to send down your Tao divine lightning and strike this bastard to death. C1654 9 Solar Fortune Fruit Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Auction House. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was scary. The first-grade realm gods and thousands of quasi-realm gods were all furious. From time to time, they looked at Void Wonderland number 56 with hatred, especially those quasi-realm gods. They were burning with anger, as if billions of volcanoes were erupting. Endless flames seemed to want to devour everything. They could barely accept the fact that Domain God Sovereign was fighting for those low-grade domain divine artifacts. However, what was the point of competing with? As for these divine herbs and divine fruits, you have already attained the Tao domain divine realm. To you, these divine herbs and divine fruits are useless and useless. Even if there are heirs and relatives who need these divine herbs and divine fruits, there is no need for so many of them, right? By doing so, aren't you afraid of incurring public wrath and inciting public indignation? Void Wonderland number 56. It seems like there are quite a number of people who are dissatisfied with me. Sensing the furious gazes, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and an evil smile appeared on his face. However, he still did as he was told. He attacked with force, sweeping away those low-grade domain divine artifacts as well as the divine herbs and divine fruits that increased his chances of becoming a Tao domain divine. These quasi-domain gods were dissatisfied with him, so what did that have to do with him? He did not steal, and he did not steal. He bought things with real money. What was wrong with that? He was poor 13, so without a divine stone, he couldn't allow others to bid. How could there be such a thing in this world? If these people were only dissatisfied, it would be fine. If they really dared to act and create trouble for him, Yang Fann wouldn't mind teaching them how to behave. In the spatial ring, there was only King of Devil God, a prisoner at the Domain God realm. He was worried that he wouldn't have enough of them. Perhaps, he could suppress and devour them, and then break through to the top-level true God in one go. At that time, he would even have the strength to fight the top-level Domain God. When he thought about it, he was still a little excited. 8 million top-level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to honored guest no. 56. Low grade domain divine artifact, Dragon Phoenix Twin Extreme Blades. 8 million top level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to VIP no. 56. He won a rank 8 divine herb, Yuan Long Spirit Gathering Grass. 15 million top level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to VIP no. 56. Low grade domain divine artifact, 9 Nether Fire Shield. 800 top level divine stones for the third time, congratulations to VIP no. 56. He won the bid for a low grade domain divine artifact, Imperial God Ring. Bitch it's this bastard again. Could it be that he really wants to wipe out all the low grade domain divine artifacts in one go? And this bastard, where did he get so many top level divine stones? How many billions of top level divine stones did he get? Fuck, does this bastard have a mine or something? There are so many top level divine stones. In addition to their anger, each and every one of them was a rank 1 realm god. Their hearts were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. It wasn't just them. In the Void Wonderland, the rank 2, rank 3, and even the rank 4 realm gods. It was the same for them. Over the past 20 days, this bastard had already obtained 89 low-grade domain divine artifacts and 12 position of domain gods that could help him break through to the position of domain god. It had reached the 1 billion mark. In one go. More importantly, that bastard was still sweeping away the top-level divine stones. It was as if the top-level divine stones in his hands were inexhaustible. This was really infuriating. Soon, another few days passed. The auction had finally reached its final day. In these few days, Yang Fann had obtained another 11 low-grade domain divine artifacts, allowing the total number of low-grade domain divine artifacts to break through the 100 mark. During this period, the last domain divine artifact that Yang Fann had placed on auction, the heaven-breaking devil god axe, was also successfully auctioned off. And the final price was even higher than Yang Fann's estimation. It had reached 52 million top-level divine stones, almost twice as much as Yang Fann had expected. Although this heaven-breaking devil god axe was only a low-grade high-grade domain divine artifact, its destructive power was comparable to some low-grade high-grade domain divine artifacts. Back when he fought King of Devil God, if it wasn't for Yang Fann's 9 revolutions divine devil body being overly heaven-defying, King of Devil God wouldn't even have the chance to use the heaven-breaking devil god axe. If it were any other rank 4 domain god, they might have suffered a great loss from this heaven-breaking devil god axe. It was understandable that he was able to bid such a high price. The last day of the auction. The quality of the treasures was obviously higher than the previous 29 days. It was a lot higher. Not to mention top-level divine artifacts and quasi-domain divine artifacts, even low-grade domain divine artifacts could not be found. At least, they were all low-grade intermediate domain divine artifacts. The other treasures were the same. For example, those divine pills and divine herbs were of high grade, almost all of them were at the rank 9. These were the highest grade divine herbs. For example, the godly fermented fruit in Yang Fann's hand was a rank 9 divine herb. Of course, there were different grades of rank 9 divine herbs. As for the godly fermented fruit, it was the high-grade rank 9 divine herb. Compared to the divine herbs that were being auctioned, it was much higher. Void Wonderland number 56. Looks like 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts is the limit. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts were a lot, it was still far from the 10,000 low-level domain divine artifacts he needed. To be honest, Yang Fann really wanted to exchange all the top-level divine stones in his hands for low-grade domain divine artifacts. However, the heavens did not allow him to do so. As time passed, the precious treasures kept having new owners. During this period of time, Yang Fann could be said to be very quiet. He had only used once, and had used 20 million top-level divine stones to obtain a rank 9 divine herb. As for the other supreme treasures and domain divine artifacts, Yang Fann didn't have the slightest desire to take them out. Even if it was the final ultimate treasure, the middle-level domain divine artifact, Yang Fann didn't have any interest in it. His own defense was comparable to the middle-level domain divine artifact. To him, the middle-level domain divine artifact was nothing but food. It was a pity that it wouldn't increase his combat strength by much. When he attacked, if he attacked, he would really feel that there was no place for him to spend more divine stones. Soon, another 6 hours passed. The auction was nearing its end, and there were only 3 ultimate treasures left. 9 solar fortune fruit, the top rank 9 divine fruit. Just one of them is enough to increase the chances of breaking through to the 6th level divine realm. What? It's actually the legendary divine fruit, 9 solar fortune fruit. Hiss. This celestial treasure pavilion is really a good technique, to be able to obtain such a legendary divine fruit. Zero. In an instant, the eyes of the quasi-domain gods shone with the most scorching light. They wished they could swallow the 9 solar fortune fruit on the auction stage in one gulp. That was the possibility of advancing to the 6th level, and it was far from being comparable to the 4 elemental Qian Yuan fruit. In addition to their innate talent, they were able to advance to the position of domain god. It could be said to be a matter of absolute certainty. To put it bluntly, a 9 solar fortune fruit represented domain god sovereign. But very quickly, the eyes of the quasi-domain gods darkened. A top-grade divine fruit like the 9 solar fortune fruit was extremely valuable. It was not something that divine fruits like the 4 symbols heaven origin fruit could compare with, and even when compared to some extremely low-quality domain divine artifacts, it was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, it might even surpass them. Without over 100 million top-level divine stones, there was simply no need to hope to obtain this 9 solar fortune fruit. However, to quasi-domain gods like them, not to mention 100 million top-level divine stones, even 10 million top-level divine stones was not enough. They were just looking at the 9 solar fortune fruit. Wanting to take it for themselves was completely overthinking it. In Void Wonderland number 56. Good with this 9 solar fortune fruit and the godly fermented fruit in my hand, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the domain god realm. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. As long as he could obtain this 9 solar fortune fruit, one of his parents and the others would definitely break through to the position of domain god. He could also put his worries in half. He wasn't too worried about his little sister and the others. With the godly fermented fruit and the 4 symbols of the heaven origin fruit, as well as their innate talent, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the domain god stage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were almost certain to succeed. What really worried Yang Fann was the 2 elders. They weren't really interested in the path of cultivation. They had always been fishing and sunbathing every 3 days. It could be said that their cultivation base was entirely dependent on the piles of divine pills and spiritual medicines. Their foundation and whatnot were simply a joke. Even if he had a top-grade divine fruit like the godly fermented fruit, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he could help the 2 of them break through to the domain god realm. Not only Yang Fann, but also many domain god sovereign from the Void Wonderland revealed excited expressions. There were even some 4th-grade domain gods among them. Although they didn't need the 9 solar fortune fruit, they still had their own sons and loved ones. The 4 elephants heaven origin fruit and the other divine fruits were fine. However, even if they managed to obtain one of the divine fruits, the chances of their loved ones breaking through to the realm god realm were extremely slim. However, this 9 solar fortune fruit was different. With him, breaking through to the void god realm was almost certain. I want this 9 solar fortune fruit for sure. Good with this 9 yang creation fruit, my son has hope of advancing. Luck. What luck? The starting price of a top-ranked 9 divine fruit, 9 yang creation fruit was 20 million top-level divine stones. Each increment must not be lower than 1 million top-level divine stones. The auction began now. C1655 Give me face Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Auction House. Domain God Sovereign was rubbing his fists, eager to get the 9 yang creation fruit. Unlike the 4 symbols, heaven divine fruit, and other divine fruits, there was only one hope for him to break through to the position of domain god. This 9 yang creation fruit had a total of 6 levels of confidence in breaking through to the domain god realm. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, breaking through to the domain god realm was an absolute certainty. Such a top-grade divine fruit was worth a gamble for them. 30 million top-level divine stones. As soon as Lu Ruaoking finished speaking, a domain god sovereign impatiently bid. Old Monster Greenwood, 30 million top-level divine stones and you want to buy this 9 yang creation fruit? Aren't you being a bit too petty? I'll bid 40 million top-level divine stones. 45 million top-level divine stones. 50 million greenwoods. 55 million. 60 million. Domain god sovereign bid quickly. The price of the 9 yang creation fruit changed 3 times in one breath. Very quickly, it broke the 80 million mark. At this moment, the crazily rising price gradually slowed down. This price was close to the limit of the value of the 9 Yang creation fruit. Although this 9 Yang creation fruit was a peak rank 9 divine fruit that could seize the fortune of the heaven and earth, in the end, it was only effective against a domain god. It was useless to domain god sovereign. Spending 80 million top-level divine stones to cultivate a domain god. It was almost the limit. Any more and the losses would outweigh the gains. In the end, there were only a few realm gods left who were still bidding. Void Wonderland number 56. It's about time to make a move. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He moved the spiritual sense and gave a price. 150 million top-level divine stones. Guest number 56 offers 100 million top-level divine stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lu Ruaoking's voice suddenly rose. 150 million top-level divine stones. This was a price that far exceeded the limit of 9 Yang creation fruits. Fuck, how could I forget about this bastard? Bitch it, I should have thought of this earlier. This bastard is going to get involved in this. The expressions of the 4 domain god sovereign who were still bidding suddenly changed. That bastard had never let go of any divine herb that could help him break through to the void god realm. How could he let go of a peak rank 9 divine herb like the 9 Yang creation fruit? What should he do now? Should he give up now or continue bidding? For a moment, the 4 domain god sovereign hesitated and gave up. They were not willing to give up just like that, but they were unwilling to continue bidding. That was 150 million top-level divine stones, not 15 million top-level divine stones. Either. It would take billions of years before they could recover the cost of cultivating a domain god. It was not worth it at all. Most importantly, that bastard did not lack top-level divine stones at all. In the end, the price would likely exceed 200 million, or even more. 105,000 top-level divine stones for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is the highest grade of rank 9 divine fruits, and it's hard to come by in a new era. After this village, there will be no more shops like this. Forget it. Spending so many top-level divine stones just to cultivate a realm god is not worth it. The final middle-level domain divine artifact is my goal. I can't waste too many divine stones on this 9 Yang creation fruit. Forget it, I'll give up. 3 of the 4 domain god sovereign bitterly smiled and chose to give up. In comparison, they were more interested in the final treasure. A single middle-level domain divine artifact was enough to raise their combat strength to a whole new level, allowing them to dominate the low-level domain god. If they were to miss out on the middle-level domain divine artifact because of this 9 Yang creation fruit, then they would really be throwing away the watermelon. 150 million top-level divine stone, second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? If no one else bids, this 9 Yang creation fruit will belong to VIP 56. Void Wonderland number 12. A man wearing a long purple robe with a domineering aura was standing in the sky. His body was surrounded by lightning, making him look like the dignified king of the thunder god. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. The 9 Yang creation fruit can only be found by luck, not by asking for it. Once I miss it, I want to meet it again next time. Who knows how many hundreds of millions of years it will take. With Kuner's talent, without the help of the 9 Yang creation fruit, his entire life. No, I must obtain this 9 Yang creation fruit. 150 million top-level divine stone, third. Looks like this 9 Yang creation fruit is going to fall into that bastard's hands again. Motherfucker, this bastard really got lucky. This guy is just a troublemaker. 160 million. All 160 million top-level divine stones. VIP number 12 offers 160 million top-level divine stones. Lu Ruaoking's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. She originally thought that 150 million top-level divine stones would be the final price of this 9 Yang creation fruit, but she never expected that such a dark horse would appear. Good, this is really great. A snipe and a clam are competing with each other to reap the benefits. This time around, this servant is going to make a fortune. The 12th Void Wonderland, that seems to be Parasite. If it's Parasite, then it's no wonder. Hee. There's going to be a good show to watch. Soon, Domain God Sovereign's face revealed traces of schadenfreude. In World of Cultivators, most of the cultivators were extremely cold and indifferent towards love and kinship. Many true gods and domain gods had countless heirs and many heirs. They might not even be able to meet them a few times in their lifetime, so how could they talk about feelings? However, there were also exceptions. For example, Yang Fann attached great importance to his relationship. Similarly, for some unknown reason, although Parasite had countless concubines, he only had one son, True God Yukun. As for True God Yukun, he was truly afraid that he would melt in his mouth. If he held him in his hands, he feared that he would fall. He truly doted on him to the extreme. Who in this world didn't know that this True God Yukun was Parasite's reverse scale, his taboo? As for True God Yukun's situation, they all had some understanding as well. His natural talent couldn't be called mediocre. However, it didn't have much to do with Heaven's pride evildoer. He could only be considered to have a bit of talent. Up until now, he had bitterly cultivated for several eras. He had only just entered the quasi-domain god stage. During this period of time, if the resources that Parasite paid were to be given to other geniuses, not to mention becoming a Dao domain god, even if he advanced to rank 2 domain god, there was a huge possibility. If he wanted to advance a step further and advance to become a domain god, without the assistance of a top-grade divine fruit like the 9 Yang creation fruit, it was simply impossible. Parasite was definitely determined to obtain this 9 Yang creation fruit. And looking at that bastard's stance, he wasn't someone who would give up easily. He just didn't know who would be the better one. 160 million top-level divine stones going once for 160 million top-level divine stones. Is there anyone else? 200 million. 200 million. VIP number 56 offers 200 million top-level divine stones. Anyone else? Lu Ruaoking's voice was extremely loud, piercing through countless spaces. DMN it. This bastard really doesn't take God's stone seriously. Parasite cursed in his heart. 200 million top-level divine stones was not a small amount. He wanted the 9 Yang creation fruits, but he was also unwilling to give up on the last intermediate divine weapon. With that intermediate divine artifact, with his strength as a peak rank 4 domain god, even if he couldn't defeat a first-grade middle-level domain god, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. Phew. He took a deep breath. Taking a deep breath, Parasite spoke in a clear voice. Friend, can I, Fengxing, give me some face and consider it as me owing you a favor? 210 million top-level divine stones. It's over. I never thought that this 9 Yang creation fruit would end up in Parasite's hands. But that bastard didn't lose out either. That was a favor from Parasite. Indeed. A favor from Parasite is worth at least one low-grade high-grade domain divine artifact. The group of domain god sovereign spirits fluctuated. Parasite had already said what he wanted to say. As long as the 506th guest wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would make a clear choice. Parasite was a peak middle-level domain god expert. If they really offended him, it wouldn't be a joke. 210 million top-level divine stone going once. Lu Ruaoking's voice revealed a trace of helplessness. She didn't expect that, if it was any other tier 1 or rank 2 domain god. If he broke the rules like this, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would still be able to punish him. However, Parasite was different. He was a peak 4th order domain god. Even a middle-level domain god wouldn't dare to say that. He would definitely be able to completely suppress him. Their Celestial Treasure Pavilion had no choice but to give him some face. However, no matter what, no one could imagine that in the 56th Void Wonderland, not only did Yang Fann not show any signs of compromising, the corner of his mouth curled up and a hint of ridicule flashed across his face. Who do you think you are to give him some face? A favor from a 4th grade domain god and someone else is a treasure. In Yang Fann's eyes, it was not worth a fart. If he really had any problems that he couldn't solve, it would be another 4th grade domain god. It would be useless. This 9 Yang creation fruit was related to his parents advancing to the realm god realm, so how could he give in just like that? 250 million top-level divine stones. What? He made a bid. That guy continued to bid. How was that possible? Could it be that he has gone mad? C1656 N Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Auction House. From the 4th grade to the ordinary top-level true god, all of them had their eyes wide open, staring at the 56th Void Wonderland. Yang Fann was in with disbelief on their faces. Fuck, did we hear it wrong? Reject. He actually rejected. This. How was this possible? Could it be that his head was clamped by the door? At this moment, other than this explanation, they really could not find a second possibility. If not for the fact that his head had been clamped by the door. Otherwise, why would he make such a brainless decision? Parasite was no ordinary supreme being. He was a fourth-grade domain god, second only to the middle-level domain god. In the entire Wangyu realm, he could be ranked in the top 30, or even the top 20 expert. It was unwise to offend Parasite for a 9-yang creation fruit. In the end, this 9-yang creation fruit was only effective for those consequences. It wouldn't do domain god sovereign any good at all. On the auction stage, the auctioneer, Lu Ruaoking, was also a little confused. What did she hear? 200 million. 250 million top-level divine stones. The 56th VIP bid was 250 million top-level divine stones. Was this true? Parasite was the ultimate expert that even the Celestial Treasure Pavilion wouldn't dare to offend. What ability did the 56th guest have to dare not give Parasite face? It was only when Yang Fann's voice rang out once more that she confirmed it. It was true. All of this was true. The 56th VIP didn't give Parasite any face at all, and directly bid 250 million top-level divine stones. The next second, Lu Ruaoking's spirit instantly shook. She mustered all the strength in her body and shouted loudly, 250 million top-level divine stones, VIP number 56 offers 250 million top-level divine stones. Anyone else who hasn't bid yet? Her voice was filled with incomparable excitement. 250 million top-level divine stones, this price had already far exceeded her expectations. It could be said that up until now, this was the highest bid for a single treasure. As for whether or not Yang Fann would be hated by Parasite, that was not something she needed to worry about. She was an auctioneer. She needed to worry about how to bid for the treasure at a high price. Void Wonderland number 12. Bitch it, this bastard. Parasite's face turned ashen. His terrifying killing intent made the maids who were serving him not even dare to breathe loudly. He was deeply afraid that this would bring him death. A sovereign expert like Parasite would never speak for them even if he really killed all of them. It was just a group of female servants. There were many of them in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and it wasn't worth them to offend a peak 4th grade domain god like Parasite. How dare he? How dare he? Up until now, Parasite still couldn't understand it. He couldn't accept it. He had already said it to this extent. How dare that bastard continue bidding? That was because he didn't put him in his eyes. That bastard, isn't he afraid of my revenge? 250 million top-level divine stones for the first time, is there any higher price? While speaking, Lu Ruaoking's gaze was fixed on the 12th Void Wonderland. At this moment, the only variable was Parasite. Bitch it, the veins on Parasite's forehead were faintly bulging. At this moment, he really had the impulse to charge into Void Wonderland number 56 and kill that reckless junior. However, his rationality still made him suppress this impulse. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yang Fann. In the huge Wangyu realm, apart from those few elusive middle-level domain god, he wasn't afraid of anyone else. What truly frightened him was he had slightly violated the rules of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Looking at his strength, the higher-ups of Celestial Treasure Pavilion could still turn a blind eye and pretend nothing had happened. However, if he really dared to make a move in Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Celestial Treasure Pavilion would never allow him to do as he pleased. If he couldn't even guarantee the safety of the guests, no one would dare to come to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and participate in the auction in the future. If they really angered a colossus like Celestial Treasure Pavilion, even a peak 4th order realm god like him would have to bear the consequences. 250 million top-level divine stones for the second time. No one else bids anymore. This 9-yang creation fruit belongs to VIP no. 56. 250 million. 60 million. Parasite gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't make a move, he could only follow the rules of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. However, there was an unconcealable anger in his voice. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, as if it was going to erupt at any moment. That bastard number 56 has really offended Parasite this time. Given Parasite's character, he definitely won't let this matter go just like that. But I think he must have something to rely on to not give Parasite face. The group of domain god sovereigns seemed to be deep in thought. Anyone who could cultivate to the domain god stage was a fool. Since he dared to humiliate Parasite, he naturally had the confidence to deal with Parasite's revenge. 200 million and 60 million top-level divine stones. Guest number 12 offers 200 million and 60 million top-level divine stones. Fight. The more intense the fight, the better. At that time, she and the celestial treasure pavilion behind her would be able to obtain greater benefits. 300 million. 300 million top-level divine stones. VIP number 56 offers 300 million top-level divine stones. Bitch it. This bastard. Does he really want to make things difficult for me? Parasite gritted his teeth with hatred. At the same time, he could vaguely feel that something was wrong. And a little bit of powerlessness. This bastard really didn't take divine stones seriously. Every time he increased the bid, it would be 50 million top-level divine stones. Thinking about it again, he only increased the bid by 10 million top-level divine stones. In an invisible way, the difference was obvious. What should he do now? Should I continue bidding, or should I give up? It wasn't that he couldn't take out 300 million top-level divine stones, it was 500 million. 600 million top-level divine stones was nothing difficult for him. However, he had prepared these top-level divine stones for the last few middle-level domain divine artifacts. If he really had to spend a few hundred million to buy these 9 Yang creation fruits, then he would be able to give up on the rest of the middle-level domain divine artifacts. The advancement of his son was important, but the improvement of his own strength was equally important. His strength was the guarantee of his father and son status. If he wasn't strong enough, everything that was happening right now would be like a mirror in the water, a bubble in the sky. Should he continue or give up? For a moment, Parasite could not make up his mind. 300 million top-level divine stones for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 300 million top-level divine stones going twice. This is a rare rank 9 divine herb. If you miss it, there won't be any more. Forget it, I'll leave this 9 Yang creation fruit in that bastard's hands first. After the auction ends, I'll personally ask him to take it. Killing intent flickered in Parasite's eyes. He had made up his mind. Look at that bastard's attitude. He didn't lack top-level divine stones, so he continued bidding. He didn't have 500 million, 600 million, or even more top-level divine stones. He would never be able to obtain those 9 Yang creation fruits. 0. Rather than giving up on the final middle-level domain divine artifact, he might as well place that 9 Yang creation fruit in that bastard's hands first. In Celestial Treasure Pavilion, it wasn't easy to make a move, but once they left Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they wouldn't have so many concerns. Not only the 9 Yang creation fruit, but also that bastard. I want all the treasures that I bid for, as well as all his belongings. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? No one else wants to bid anymore. The rare 9 Yang creation fruit in this era is going to belong to VIP No. 56. Lu Ruaoking was still a little unwilling as she continued to shout. However, even Parasite had chosen to give up, so it was even more impossible for the other domain god sovereign to bid 300 million top-level divine stones to buy such a 9 Yang creation fruit. Did they really think that there was no place for them to spend so many divine stones? 300 million top-level divine stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest No. 56. Successfully bid for the 9 Yang creation fruits. Void Wonderland number 56. Who? Yang Fann let out a light sigh of relief. Don't look at how he casually shouted out a price of 300 million top-level divine stones. In fact, it had already reached his limit. Those 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts. And those 13 rank 8 and rank 9 divine herbs. He had already spent 1130 million top-level divine stones. At this moment, he only had about 330 million top-level divine stones left in his possession. If Parasite continued to bid against him, he would have no choice but to use the nearly 100 million top-level divine stones he had obtained from the auction. Fortunately, Parasite was intimidated by him and did not continue bidding. The auction begins now. The final item is the second ultimate treasure. It's a low-grade defensive domain divine artifact, Devil Luo Divine Armor. It's the divine armor of the Ancient Era's Devil Luo Supreme Protective Shield. It's also the divine armor of the Ancient Era's Devil Luo Supreme Protective Shield. The starting bid is 50 million top-level divine stones. Each increment must be no less than 2 million top-level divine stones, 60 million top-level divine stones, 70 million top-level divine stones, 80 million top-level divine stones, 100 million, 360 million top-level divine stones. Once, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 360 million top-level divine stones going twice. This is the protective divine armor of the ancient era's supreme demon Civ. After this village, there would be no such shop. For the second time. This was the ancient supreme demon Luo's supreme protective divine armor. The third top-level divine stone. Congratulations to VIP number 8, successfully bid for a low-grade high-grade defensive domain divine artifact, Demon Net Divine Armor. Now, let us know the final treasure, the middle-level domain divine artifact, by Yu's Autumn Light Slaying Divine Sword. This is the sword of the intermediate supreme, by Yu Supreme. C1657 tracking time flies, 1 month passed. The grand auction held once every million years in Celestial Treasure Pavilion was finally coming to an end. Along with the grand finale of the auction, middle-level domain divine artifact by Yu, Autumn Light, slaughtering divine swords, the atmosphere rose to its peak. Bai Yu, the supreme being, went up to the stage. That was the famous supreme expert of ancient era. It was rumored that it was only a step away from advancing to rank 2 domain god's realm. It dominated the ancient times and rarely met its match. The sword that it carried with it was not a simple object. Even amongst the many inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts, it was likely to be classified as a top-grade item. If he was able to obtain this Bai Yu Autumn Light slaughtering divine sword, his strength would definitely soar by several times, or even over 10 times. At that time, even if he wasn't a match for some middle-level domain god, it wouldn't be easy for a first-grade middle-level domain god to take his life. Alright, what a good Bai Yu, Chu Guang, to slaughter the divine sword. I specialize in the way of the sword. This Bai Yu, Chu Guang, is going to slaughter the divine sword. I'm determined to get it. No matter what, even if I have to sell everything I have to take down this Bai Yu, Chu Guang, to slaughter the divine sword. In the Void Wonderland, the eyes of the Tier 4 realm gods lit up as they rubbed their hands together, wanting to take this Bai Yu Chogong divine sword. As for those first, second, and third grade realm gods, although they were very envious of Bai Yu's Autumn Light divine sword, they wanted nothing more than to refine it for their own use, but they understood in their hearts. With their little fortune, they wanted to take down Bai Yu, Chu Guang, and slaughter the divine sword. It was virtually impossible, following which, they were only there to join in the fun. They wanted to lighten the atmosphere. Low-grade intermediate domain divine artifact, Bai Yu Chogong slaughtering divine sword. The starting bid is 100 million top-level divine stones. Each increment must be no less than 5 million top-level divine stones. The bidding starts now. 100 million top-level divine stones. 110 million top-level divine stones. 150 million top-level divine stones. 200 million. As soon as Lu Ruaoking's voice faded, the big shots started bidding one after another. The bidding price began to rise at a terrifying speed. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it had already exceeded 500 million top-level divine stones. Furthermore, the speed of the bidding did not decrease at all. 550 million top-level divine stones. 600 million top-level divine stones. 650 million top-level divine stones. 700 million top-level divine stones. Void Wonderland number 56. Yang Fann's heart was slightly shaken. There were really a lot of rich people in this world. If he could capture all of them in one fell swoop, how many top-level divine stones would he be able to plunder? 10 billion, 20 billion, or even more. However, Yang Fann was only thinking in his heart. These people had never provoked him. For no reason, he wouldn't be able to suppress them. Of course, in the end, it was still because of his weak strength. Although his current combat strength was comparable to some rank 2 middle-level domain god, it wasn't to the extent where he could run amok and do whatever he wanted. Although the Wangyu realm wasn't as powerful as the AIMA realm, there were still plenty of middle-level domain god warriors. There were even some second-grade and rank 3 middle-level realm gods. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight rank 2 middle-level domain god. If he couldn't defeat rank 2 middle-level domain god, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, if he were to fight a rank 3 middle-level domain god, it would be hard to say. Even if the 9 Revolutions Divine Devil Body's defense was unparalleled, that rank 3 middle-level realm god wouldn't be able to kill him, but what about the seal? It wasn't impossible. Once one was sealed, it wouldn't be much different from death. Wanting to break out of the seal was virtually impossible. Even if one could break out of the seal in the end, who knew how many tens of thousands of years would have passed? Very quickly, Another half a cup of tea's time passed. 1 billion top-level divine stones. Honored guest number 3 offers 1 billion top-level divine stones. Is there any higher bid? At this moment, the rate at which the price rose had already stabilized. Many rank 4 realm gods had already silently withdrawn their bid. 1 billion top-level divine stones was not a small sum. Many rank 4 realm gods did not even have 1 billion top-level divine stones in their entire possessions. The only ones who were still competing were the peak 4th order god realm experts, and one of them was Parasite. 1 billion and 20 million top-level divine stones. 1 billion and 50 million top-level divine stones. 1 billion and 80 million top-level divine stones. Half an hour later, the price had already risen to 1.3 billion top-level divine stones. At this time, it had clearly reached the peak 4th order, the limits of God. In just a few minutes, there might not be a single person who made a bid. Moreover, it was not like before, where the price rose by tens of millions of top-level divine stones. Usually, it would only increase by the most basic of 5 million top-level divine stones. 1.45 billion top-level divine stones going twice. Did anyone else continue bidding? This was a treasure that even an intermediate supreme being would be tempted by. It might not even be auctioned once in an entire great era. After passing through this village, there would be no more the third bid of 1.45 billion top-level divine stones. Congratulations to guest number 12 for successfully bidding for Bai Yu Chogong. Slaughter divine sword. In Void Wonderland number 12. Who? Parasite let out a long breath. Luckily, he had taken it down. If that old man Hong Xing were to hold on for a little longer, this Bai Yu Chu Guang wouldn't be his anymore. He would be able to store all of his divine swords. Left. Of course, all of this was worth it. With this Bai Yu Chu Guang, slaughter the divine sword. Even if it was a middle-level domain god, he would still dare to fight it. In the next second, Parasite turned around and looked at Void Wonderland number 56. His eyes were flickering with cold shines, as if he could see through everything. The auction is about to end soon. It's time to settle the score between us. How dare you give me face? You're courting death. Void Wonderland number 56. Yang Fann seemed to have found out something and glanced at Void Wonderland number 12. I hope you don't make a mistake, otherwise, I don't mind having another 4th grade domain god captive. From beginning to end, Yang Fann didn't put Parasite in his eyes. Even if Parasite successfully captured the middle-level domain divine artifact, Bai Yu, and slaughtered the divine sword, it would still be the same. Putting aside the fact that the middle-level domain divine artifact wasn't that easy to refine, even if he could refine it in an instant, so what? Yang Fann's divine body was no weaker than Bai Yu's autumn light divine sword. 0, and the strength he possessed was not something Parasite could compare with. It was nothing more than wasting time and effort. The 108,636 treasures have all been auctioned off. Not a single one has gone unsold. I now declare that this year's large-scale auction has come to an end. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, in a private room. Very quickly, the chief steward of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Chu Jing, walked in from outside the private room. She brought Yang Fann 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts that he had bought, as well as 14 rank 8 and rank 9s. That Yang Fann got from the auction were also sent over. It had to be said that Celestial Treasure Pavilion treated Yang Fann quite well. They didn't get much from him. For example, other sellers would usually get 8 points from him. Some treasures with unknown origins would even get 2 levels from him. Young Master Yang, you have to be careful. I'm afraid that Parasite won't let this matter rest. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Jing reminded him. It was not easy to find a distinguished guest like Yang Fann. It was a great loss to Celestial Treasure Pavilion to be killed by Parasite just like that. It doesn't matter. Yang Fann chuckled. He didn't take Parasite seriously at all. The next second, Yang Fann didn't wait for Chu Jing to continue speaking. He put away the treasures and strode out. He opened his mouth. However, Chu Jing still swallowed the words that came out of his mouth. She had already reminded him of all the things that needed to be reminded. She could be considered to have done her utmost for him. If Yang Fann didn't listen to her, there was nothing he could do. If he really died in Parasite's hands, he couldn't blame anyone else. That bastard came out, but he told me to wait. How dare he embarrass me? I'll take your life. He actually headed straight for Wangyu Divine City. Alright, that's exactly what I wanted. It was naturally best not to make a move in Wangyu Divine City. After all, this place was too close to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. They had just left Celestial Treasure Pavilion, but they were intercepted. In a sense, it was a slap to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's face. Who knew what the higher-ups of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would think? It wasn't impossible for them to save that bastard. In the next second, Parasite retracted his aura and followed behind. That Fengxing old ghost has followed us. There's going to be a good show to watch. Let's go and take a look. Since that guy dares to refuse Fengxing old ghost, he must have something he can rely on. If the two families fight, one of them will be injured, and the other one will be able to take advantage of the situation. That guy is a fat sheep, and he has countless top-level divine stones in his hands. That's right, that's right. How can I miss such a grand occasion? Let's go, let's go, let's go together. C-1658 Endure Supreme Being Fengxing Wangyu World, a desolate wasteland. Poochie. The space was like a curtain, violently torn apart. In the next second, dressed in black clothes, his aura was average. Yang Fann, whose entire body was stuffed with a concept of returning to its original state, passed through from within. What's wrong? You dare to follow me? Don't you have the guts to come out and meet me? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and his voice was boiling. He had successfully broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign's 7th Empyrean stage, and Yang Fann's spiritual power was also improving rapidly. At this moment, Yang Fann's strength of soul was just as terrifying as those middle-level domain god warriors. As soon as Parasite caught up with him, Yang Fann had already noticed him. Not only him, but also the group of domain god sovereign behind him. None of them could hide from Yang Fann's eyes and ears. It was just that Yang Fann had pretended to be someone else along the way. That was all. You actually managed to discover my whereabouts. You do have some ability as well. Along with a cold laugh, the void in front of Yang Fann. It exploded continuously, and very quickly. A man walked out from the void. He was wearing a purple golden robe. His aura was extremely noble, from top to bottom. Every cell in his body was like a terrifying world of thunder. There was endless lightning flashing in his eyes. Similarly, there was also a thunder sea. The lightning dragon roared. Every step he took was like a clap of thunder. It caused the surroundings to be filled with lightning. The feeling of lightning breaking through the sky. He was like the high and mighty god king who controlled billions of divine lightning. With just a thought, he could enforce the law on behalf of the heavens and destroy the myriad worlds. You followed me all the way here just to tell me this nonsense? Yang Fann sneered, his face filled with disdain. Who gave you the audacity to not know that you are going to die? You dare to not give me face? Hand over the 9 Yang creation fruit and the other treasures at once. I'm magnanimous enough to spare your life. Parasite harumphed coldly, totally not putting Yang Fann in his eyes. In Wangyu realm, other than the few middle-level domain god, he was not afraid of anyone else. Although he couldn't see through the cultivation base of this man in front of him, but there was one thing that he was sure of, he wasn't a middle-level domain god warrior. Spare my life, you aphid, since you're here, then don't leave, be good and become my nourishment for my growth. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He couldn't be bothered to continue conversing with Parasite. Speaking of which, regarding this Parasite, Yang Fann's heart was burning with anger. Originally, he only needed 150 million top-level divine stones. This bastard the cross had cost him 150 million more top-level divine stones for no reason. That wasn't 15 million Yang Fanns, nor 5 million Yang Fanns. How could Yang Fann not be angry that he had become such a spendthrift for no reason? Did he really think that all the top-level divine stones in his hands came from the strong winds? In the next second, rumble, rumble, boundless divine light erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. His aura rose steadily and crazily. The strength in his body was growing like a landslide or a tsunami, and his body was also growing infinitely taller. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the limit by Yang Fann in an instant. It was like the king of all gods had descended upon the world, and he was the sole ruler of the world. This aura. A dignified look flashed across Parasite's eyes. At this moment, although Yang Fann's aura wasn't as strong as his, it was no less than a 4th-grade domain god. So it's a 4th-grade domain god. No wonder he dares to sing with me. The opposite. Unfortunately, you are still too young. Even though they were both rank 4 domain gods, they were still divided into 3, 6, and 9 tiers. And he's undoubtedly one of the top, but before he could finish his words, Parasite's expression changed once more. His eyes bulged, as if they were about to burst out from his eye sockets. Arg, middle-level domain god, you are a middle-level domain god. Bitch it, how could this be? How could this be? What? Middle-level domain god this. Strange. No wonder he didn't give face to eccentric Feng Xing. This time, old monster Feng Xing has kicked a steel plate. Hundreds of light years away, the domain god swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. They originally thought that this would be a one-sided battle between Parasite and them. After all, with Parasite's peak 4th order region god cultivation base and strength, he wanted to find a well-matched opponent in Wangyu realm. It was too difficult. Never would he have thought that. Hong Long, middle-level domain god, that guy was actually a middle-level domain god. At this moment, everything made sense. Why did he not give Parasite any face? Did a middle-level domain god need to give face to a low-level domain god? Parasite's so-called favor. In his eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Within the void, aphids, obediently die for me. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh and sent a palm strike towards Parasite. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. Within the void world, there were 720 of them. More accurately, there were 750 light pillars of law. The Wangyu realm was close to the AIMA realm. Between the two sides, most of the laws. They were very similar, but there were also many different laws. After devouring Dominator Mo Yun and the other 5,632 top-tier demon gods warriors, the number of rules in Yang Fann's body increased. He had mastered a lot of law. Even many high-level domain god warriors couldn't match up to him. In addition to the breakthrough in his cultivation base and the expansion of the void world, Yang Fann's palm strike was so terrifying that it had faintly surpassed the level of a first-grade middle-level domain god. It was not much weaker than some of rank 2 middle-level domain gods' palm strikes. It truly had the power to suppress the heavens and destroy all worlds. Ah no. Thunder King's true body has appeared, the 10,000 lightning true armor has appeared, the origin of lightning has been ignited, the world of Thunder Prison has been suppressed in all directions. At the moment of life and death? Parasite couldn't care about anything else. All of his potential had been thrown to the back of his mind. All his trump cards had been taken out by him. All of them were just for the sake of his own life. Rumble, rumble. Boundless lightning flickered around Parasite's body. It seemed as if the entire world had evolved. It was a terrifying thunder prison. Numerous divine lightning transformed into numerous terrifying lightning divine beasts, wreaking havoc in the sky and destroying everything in its path. Roar break for me. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand struck the boundless thunder prison in an instant. The heavens and the earth split apart. The terrifying power seemed to want to destroy everything. In less than a breath's time. Swish swish, countless lightning divine beasts wailed in despair. Large patches of the thunder prison were destroyed. Under Yang Fann's terrifying strength, Parasite was truly too weak. Even though he had used all of his trump cards, the forbidden arts, the difference in strength between the two was still more than 10 times. They were on completely different levels. Ah, I'm not willing. Why? Why did it become like this? Parasite suddenly let out a despairing and unwilling wail. If he had not been so reckless as to seek revenge from Yang Fann, he would wait until he had refined by Yu's Chogong 2 divine sword before coming back. At that time, with the help of the intermediate divine weapon, this battle must be another situation, even if he was still no match for his opponent. However, with the help of the divine sword that Bai Yu had slaughtered, she still had quite a bit of confidence that she would be able to escape unscathed. She definitely wouldn't be like now where she wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Regret. Incomparable regret. Why was he so impatient? 3. He knew that the bastard dared to embarrass him, so he must have something to rely on. Why couldn't he investigate his background before making a move? Also, wasn't it just a 9 yang creation fruit? If it was gone, then it was gone. Worst comes to worst, I'll just find another opportunity to look for it in the future. In any case, Kuner had only lived for 4 great eras. There were still 5 longevities left before the 9 great eras reached the end of the 9 great eras. There was no need for him to do that at all. He was in such a hurry. Moreover, if he were to really talk about it, The one who was at a disadvantage in this auction was that bastard, not him. Parasite. 300 million top-level divine stones, a total of 300 million top-level divine stones. It was a huge loss to buy such a 9-yang creation fruit. Why couldn't he figure it out? Now, he had failed to intercept and kill, and had instead lost his life in vain. Poochie. In the midst of endless regret, Parasite was suppressed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. A terrifying and invincible force surged into his body, sending his soul, his magic power, and his divine body into his body. Everything was sealed. Rumble. It was suppressed. Parasite was suppressed just like that. Am I seeing things? C1659. All of them were suppressed. Wangyu world, a boundless wasteland. The group of domain god sovereign were all dumbstruck. Their eyes were as wide as fish eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. What did they just see? It was suppressed. That Parasite was suppressed by a single strike. How was this possible? How was this possible? Although Parasite wasn't a middle-level domain god, he was still a peak middle-level domain god, second only to rank 4 low-level domain god. Even an ordinary middle-level domain god wouldn't be able to deal with him easily. He wanted to suppress Parasite with a single strike. It wasn't something a first-grade middle-level domain god could do. Gulp gulp. Second. Rank 2 middle-level domain god, he was rank 2 middle-level domain god. The next second, an indescribable fear rose in their hearts, as if a tidal wave were about to swallow them whole. How could a puny low-level domain god like them have designs on a middle-level domain god? Was there anything crazier than this in this world? Even if he was courting death, this wasn't the way to seek death. At this moment, Yang Fann shifted his gaze, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he could see through the endless space-time and everything. What's wrong? Still not coming out? Do you want me to invite you all out? His voice was like a sound of great Tao that was boiling and shaking the 4 directions starry sky. Ah, not good, he found us. In an instant, the faces of the group of domain god sovereign changed. Unknowingly, their foreheads started to get moist and their eyes became anxious. They were like ants on a hot pan and they were in a constant state of anxiety. What should we do? What should I do? Should I go out or not? Even an idiot knew that he had followed them here without any good intentions. If he went out like this, Dark Star would definitely become angry and suppress them just like how he had treated Parasite. However, if he didn't go out, Dark Star would have already discovered them. He wouldn't give Dark Star any face. Forget it. It was a blessing, not a curse. It was a curse that couldn't be avoided. After thinking about it again and again, the group of domain god sovereigns still decided to reveal themselves honestly. Hundreds of light years away. For ordinary cultivators, that was a distance that they could never imagine. Even if they walked for their entire lives, they might not be able to complete this long journey. However, for domain god sovereign, it was nothing. Not to mention a few hundred light years, even a few tens of thousands of light years, or even hundreds of millions of light years could be reached in an instant, let alone a few hundred light years. If Dark Star really didn't want to let them go, he wouldn't be able to make it. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference. Rumble. In next to no time, streams of light tore through the void and landed in front of Yang Fann, revealing numerous terrifying experts with auras as deep as an ocean. There was a total of 42 domain god sovereign. Among them, the most were first-grade low-level domain god, a total of 24 first-grade low-level domain god, 10 rank 2 low-level domain god, 5 third-grade low-level domain god, and the last 3 were rank 4 low-level domain god. One of them had a powerful aura, which was not any weaker than Parasite, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. He was a peak 4th-grade domain god. This lineup was really luxurious, almost half of the strength of the Shengluo alliance. However, at this moment, the group of domain god sovereign was trembling. From time to time, traces of fear that could not be concealed could be seen in their eyes. There was no trace of domain god sovereign at all. Looking at the 42 people in front of him, Yang Fann's eyes unknowingly began to heat up. It was as if a hunter had seen the fattest and most beautiful prey. If he could suppress and devour all 42 domain gods, the benefits he would get would be much greater than the 400,000 top-level true god in his spatial ring. At that time, even if he couldn't break through to the top-level true god stage in one go, he would still be able to do so. But a high-level true god? There was no way he wouldn't be able to do so. It wasn't even as simple as a first-grade high-level true god. Bitch it, this Dark Star. isn't really plotting against us, is he? The 42 domain god sovereigns' hearts skipped a beat when they saw Yang Fann's fiery gaze. The fear in their hearts was like a surging tide. However, they pretended to be calm on the surface. They bowed to Yang Fann and said, Hongda Gao Han, Fan Jia, Tianshui. Greetings, my lord. My lord's longevity is boundless, and it is as long as the heavens. His voice was filled with respect, and he did not dare show the slightest bit of disrespect. He was deeply afraid that this would give Yang Fann an excuse to attack them and bring him a calamity. Yang Fann didn't say anything. He just looked at the domain gods with a mocking expression, causing them to have goosebumps all over their bodies. Then, sir, this junior has some matters to attend to in sect. This junior will take his leave now. Junior has some matters to attend to at home, so I have to leave first. Sir, if you are free in the future, you can come to my water divine palace. Junior will definitely welcome you. Soon, all the domain gods said their farewells. They really couldn't stay here any longer. That gaze was too frightening. Who knew when Dark Star would act like a beast and start a fight with them? The longer they stayed, the more danger they would face. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and smiled playfully. How could such a fat piece of meat allow them to slip away under his nose just like that? No, sir, this junior really has something to do at home. Another day, this junior will definitely pay a visit. Rumble. Before the domain god could finish his words, Yang Fann moved his right arm and grabbed the domain gods with his palm. He wasn't an idiot. He understood what these realm gods were planning after thinking for a while. How could he let them run away just because they wanted to do something to him? Bitch it, how dare he? How dare he? Although they had some bad omen in their hearts, they still couldn't believe it when they really thought that it had become a reality. One should know that the 42 of them didn't just come from one major power, but from different major powers. It could be said that they came from all the top and super major powers in Wangyu realm. Attacking them was equivalent to offending all the top and super major powers in the Wangyu realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the enemies of the entire world. Was he not afraid of them? Was he not afraid of being hunted by the powers behind them? Even if it was rank 2 middle-level domain god, who had offended all the top and super major powers in the entire realm, he would usually only have a slim chance of survival. Every superpower. However, every single superpower had a middle-level domain god guarding them. There were more than one. It wasn't as if there weren't any rank 2 or even rank 3 middle-level realm gods. As long as one had a little bit of rationality, they shouldn't have made such a ruthless move. Because that was simply the path of death. However, the truth was that nonsense. He had made a move. That bastard had really made a move on them. Roar. Let's all attack together. Block it, we must block it. Right, let's attack together and unleash our most powerful attacks. We cannot hold back, or else we will all die. Kill 10,000 elephant cold flame 3 break Saint Yang 9 transformations die the 9 netherworlds demon slaughtering technique destroy 9 heavens and 10 earths profound mysterious divine light. The group of domain god sovereign were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. They all knew that this was the time for them to put their lives on the line. None of them dared to hold back. A rank 2 middle-level domain god was definitely not a joke. Even if all of them combined their strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to fight him. At this moment, if they had any other thoughts, it would be as if they were complaining that they didn't die fast enough. Many of them even used the forbidden arts of their race, the secret technique of the sect, to forcefully increase their strength. Rumble in an instant, the ice flames, the sacred sun, the sword light, the saber chi, the divine light. They swept through the world, sweeping through everything in their path. The terrifying force seemed to want to shatter the entire world. This strike was so terrifying that it could even deal the full force of a first-grade middle-level domain god. However, in the face of Yang Fann's palm strike that was infinitely close to rank 2 middle-level domain gods, this tiny bit of force was still slightly inferior. A difference of 1 grade between low-level domain god and middle-level domain god, but the gap between them was a heaven and earth cloud and mud. It was not something that could be easily made up for. It would be more accurate to change the 34 first and rank 2 low-level domain god first and third grades to rank 4 low-level domain god. Grug 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 wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, all of the ice flames, the sacred yang, the sword light, the saber chi, the divine light. All of them shattered into pieces. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, smashing all the way to the end. Ah no, my lord, spare me, spare me. Ah, how could this be? Roar. I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Roar, I'm the law enforcement divine general of the palace of the king of gods, how dare you do this? Stop, it's not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the sky, the land, and the Wangyu realm. Ah bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. My god, Extermination Valley will never let you off. Lord Valley Master will avenge me. C1660 Fury bastard, you will die a horrible death. The Valley Master will not let you go. Son of a bitch, I curse you, the soul, to die you will never be able to reincarnate. Amidst the curses of the enmities, Yang Fann didn't hesitate at all. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter, suppressing all of them. Yang Fann didn't take Domain God Sovereign's last threatening words to heart at all. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he would still feel some fear. After all, Wangyu Divine City was the Wangyu realm's first economic center. All the top and super forces had their own branches here. If he dared to attack in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, it wouldn't take long for all the top-tier experts from the major powers to arrive here. At that time, even with his strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, this place was different. There were no signs of humans in this vast wasteland. Even though the forces behind Domain God Sovereign were furious after learning that he had suppressed the various domain gods, it was absolutely not an easy task to find this place. By the time they arrived, he had already fled far away. The Wangyu realm was huge and boundless. It wouldn't be easy to find one of them. Furthermore, he was prepared to leave this place immediately. It was very likely that the forces behind these domain gods wouldn't be able to find him in their lifetime. Even if they were lucky, it would be 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer before they could find him. To the other middle-level domain god, 1,000 years. 10,000 years was nothing, let alone 1,000 years. 10,000 years, even 10 million years. Even a billion years might not be enough for him to make a breakthrough. However, Yang Fann was different. Thousands and tens of thousands of years. It was enough for him to devour tens of thousands of rank 8 top-level true god. At that time, even if his cultivation base couldn't help him attain the Tao and become a god in one go, he would definitely break through to the Heavenly Sovereign 9 heavens, or even the top-level Heavenly Sovereign. His combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. At that time, only some rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors would be able to fight him. Whoever suppressed the other would have to face the opposite. Rumble, rumble. A terrifying and invincible power surged out from the heaven-sheltering big hand, crazily surging towards the 42 domain god sovereign. In an instant, all the souls, divine bodies, magic power, and all the other energies of the domain gods were sealed. In the next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, rays of divine light flashed, and numerous space treasures appeared in front of Yang Fann. Now was the time to take inventory of what he had obtained this time. Each and every one of them was domain god sovereign, a small group of people who stood at the peak of the realm. He believed that they wouldn't let him down. Rumble. A terrifying mental energy that was comparable to a middle-level domain god instantly seeped out of his body. With a crushing force, it destroyed all the space treasures left behind by the domain gods within the space treasure. Was clearly exposed under Yang Fann's soul. As expected of sovereign expert, who stood at the peak of all living beings, each and every one of them had a high social status. The lowest was a person. If all the families combined their wealth together, the conservative estimate would be no less than 20 million sovereign experts. Among them, the best were peak 4th order domain gods like Parasite. Their net worth was at least 2 billion top-level divine stones. With 43 domain god sovereign combined, Yang Fann's net worth skyrocketed by several times, surpassing 10 billion top-level divine stones. However, there weren't many real top-level divine stones, less than 2 billion. However, it was understandable. The large-scale auction in Celestial Treasure Pavilion had just ended, and these domain god sovereign had made some moves during the auction. For example, Parasite had almost used up all of his divine stones. Of course, what delighted Yang Fann the most was the harvest of the domain divine artifact. Every domain god sovereign had at least one low-grade domain divine artifact, like Parasite, who was a 4th order realm god. There were even more than 10 low-grade domain divine artifacts. With 43 domain god sovereign combined, Yang Fann gained a total of 152 low-grade domain divine artifacts, as well as the 100 low-grade domain divine artifacts he got from the auction, as well as the low-grade domain divine artifacts he had. Now, the number of low-grade Yang Fann had exceeded 500, reaching 503 pieces. Su. With a wave of his hand, Yang Fann kept all the space treasures into his spatial ring. Poochie. His body moved and tore through space, disappearing without a trace. This wasn't a place to stay for long. If the middle-level domain god from the various major powers arrived, it would be hard to say whether they would be able to escape or not. Boundless ocean. This was Wangyu World's #1 ocean. It was vast and boundless. Even domain god sovereign might not be able to fly out of the boundless sea for tens of millions of years just by flying. And in the center of the boundless ocean, there was a superpower. Water Divine Palace. This was a superpower established by the ancient water god, Qinghe. According to the legends, Qinghe was already a middle-level domain god in the ancient era. After dozens of eras of bitter cultivation, his cultivation base and strength were terrifying. In the entire Wangyu realm, he could firmly enter the top 10, or even the top 5. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying and invincible aura rose from the center of the divine palace. It was as if an ancient ferocious god had passed through the time-long river and returned to this era. In the next moment, a supreme voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire divine palace. Spread my oracle. All disciples of the divine palace, do your best to track down the whereabouts of this thief. Anyone who has any news of this thief will be rewarded handsomely. I will abide by my god decree. In the northern part of the Wangyu world, there was a forbidden area. The surroundings were covered in layers of poisonous fog and miasma all year round. Even some top-level true god warriors didn't dare to get close to this place. If an ordinary top-level true god didn't have a precious treasure protecting them, they would be corroded by the poisonous mist and turn into a pool of blood within a short period of time. Their billions of years of cultivation had been destroyed. As for those below the top-level true god, they wouldn't be able to last more than half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It was truly the most dangerous place in the world, a land of evil, a land of death. However, right at the center of this land of danger, there was another scene. Extreme yin and yang were born, grass, trees, cypresses were born, birds sang and flowers bloomed, ancient trees were rooted, and roots were like horned dragons. Inside were many palaces that were beautifully decorated and luxuriously decorated. They were carved with dragons and phoenixes, making it seem like a paradise on earth. One of the superpowers of Wangyu World, and it was also the most mysterious superpower, the Valley of Vanishing Gods was located here. In the center of the palace complex, inside a huge temple, a terrifying figure sat cross-legged. His entire body was covered in black scales, and he wore a black scale helmet. Only his eyes could be seen, and his aura was extremely terrifying as he dominated the heavens. Rumble. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and in an instant, a terrifying danger that caused all the gods to tremble, slaughter, violence. A barbaric aura erupted from his body, as if the legendary prehistoric berserk beast had awakened. Bang bang in all directions, the countless spaces were unable to withstand the violent pressure and exploded. How dare you? You actually dared to touch me, the godly general of the God Extermination Valley. I swear to kill this thief. There were 33rd Empyrean warriors in the world. Every first layer warrior was in the little world, the peak of the little world. The area was so vast that it was no less than the inner worlds of some first-grade realm gods. As for Xianxia, he was a 33rd Empyrean. It was the Divine King Palace that faintly had the title of the greatest power in the Wangyu realm. This was the most ancient superpower in the Wangyu world. It had existed since the beginning of the world. Its foundation was so strong that even the celestial treasure pavilion could not match it. It was said that the master of God King's palace, Yuan Meng, was God King. He was also known as the #1 expert in the Wangyu realm, and had long since stepped into the third-grade middle-level domain god stage. There was even a rumor that he had successfully broken through to the fourth-grade domain god stage. God King Palace, the starting place of Yuan Meng, God King, and all the gods in the palace. Rumble. Suddenly, the supreme God King on the throne opened his eyes and unleashed his most terrifying killing intent. How dare you suppress the law-enforcing divine general of my palace? All gods, listen up, kill this thief with all your might. As he spoke, the void opened and twisted, revealing the image of a young man. He was dressed in black, His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He was extremely proud. If he wasn't Yang Fann, who else could he be? What a good evil thief! How dare you suppress the Grand Elder of my Divine Hall? I, the Divine Hall, will never forgive you. The reckless dogfish, go up to the sky and fall down to the yellow spring. The world is so big that you won't be able to find a place for yourself. Shameless thief, I, the Bloody Garment Tower, will definitely kill you. C-1661. He had broken through to the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Yang Fann was fearless. He had suppressed 42 domain god sovereign in one go, and this had stirred up a hornet's nest. Domain god sovereign, what was that? It was the pillar of a major power. The core power, the foundation of the power. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to suppress the realm god of their power would have to fight to the death. If they didn't even care about domain god sovereign being suppressed, the loyalty of the major powers would be gone. They could even ignore the life and death of the core of the major powers, let alone ordinary disciples like them. At that time, if they were to fall into a hopeless situation, they would be left to fend for themselves. They had to reclaim this place. No matter what, that thief had to die very quickly. Many top and super powers of Wangyu realm started to move. Countless spies were sent out to search for Yang Fann's whereabouts. For example, the superpowers such as the Divine King Palace, Absolute God Valley, and Water Divine Palace had placed a huge bounty on Yang Fann. Anyone who provided the information about that thief would be able to obtain a low-level domain divine artifact. If they could kill that thief, they would also be able to obtain a middle-level domain divine artifact and cultivate in the hidden resources of the major powers. Under such a great reward, there would always be a brave man. Very quickly, some middle-level domain god who hadn't been born for a long time were alarmed, and they left the place where they were cultivating. A single middle-level domain divine artifact wasn't a big deal, but it was different for all the major powers. Even for middle-level domain god like them, it would provide them with great help. If they were lucky, they might be able to break through their cultivation base and advance to the next level. Hong Long. In the vast universe, a low-level domain divine artifact grade flying divine artifact was constantly tearing apart space and advancing at a rapid speed. The god ship of the Fengdu god ship, a low-grade domain divine artifact that Parasite had spent all his effort to create. For the sake of this god ship, Parasite had spent millions of years and a massive amount of resources. If it was replaced by a top-level divine stone, unfortunately, in the end, it was given to Yang Fann for free. The number of god ships in the master control room. Rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his entire body shining with divine light. His appearance was solemn and incomparably sacred. Rumble. A devouring black hole was suspended in front of Yang Fann. Within the black hole, there was a rank 8 top-level true god whose face was extremely twisted, as if he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. Waves of extremely pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. The vast little world within his body was also shrinking at a visible rate. Yang Fann didn't know anything about the outside world. Of course, even if he knew that he had already been crazily offered a reward by many major powers in Wangyu realm, even many middle-level domain god warriors wouldn't pay much attention to it. Yang Fann had already considered all kinds of consequences when he suppressed the group of domain god sovereign. It wouldn't be easy to find him in the boundless world. In particular, he was moving at high speed. The god ship Fengdu was a god ship carefully crafted by Parasite. Its speed was even faster than Parasite, who was a peak 4th order domain god. It was only slightly slower than Yang Fann's speed. Otherwise, Yang Fann, who was rushing back to AIMA realm with his parents, would not have chosen Fengdu. The capital ship was now his means of transportation. The only thing he had to worry about was that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would leak the news of him buying the star plate, and thus expose some of his whereabouts. However, it wasn't a big problem. There were more than 1 or 2 routes to leave the Wangyu realm. Even if all the major powers knew that he wanted to leave the Wangyu realm and head to the AIMA realm, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. It wouldn't be an ordinary task. Grug 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 rank 8 top-level true god after rank 8 top-level true god continuously transformed into little worlds. The vast little world within their bodies quickly merged into Yang Fann's void world, becoming the nourishment for the void world's expansion and transformation, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength to increase at a terrifying rate. Almost every day, Yang Fann's strength was steadily increasing. Very quickly, 800 years had passed. Pucci. After the 1768th rank 8 top-level true god was devoured by Yang Fann, the void world within Yang Fann's body had finally condensed into a solid form. His cultivation base had successfully broken through a major realm, entering the 8th level of the heavenly venerate. The power within his body was growing like a landslide or a tsunami. Even the power of the body had increased by a lot. It had exceeded 200 billion trillion of the power of Little World. This power was enough to rule over tens of thousands of quasi-gods. Only those strange domain god sovereigns with combat strength comparable to domain god sovereign could suppress Yang Fann. 3,000 years later, another 13,273 rank 8 top-level true god warriors were completely annihilated by the flying ash. The breakthrough in his cultivation base had given Yang Fann a significant improvement in his devouring speed. An ordinary rank 8 top-level true god wouldn't be able to last more than 3 months in Yang Fann's hands before being completely devoured by him. At this moment, Yang Fann's cultivation base had made another breakthrough, and he had successfully stepped into the heavenly sovereign realm of 9 heavens. Until now, Yang Fann had completely stabilized his cultivation base. In fact, he was even eager to give it a try. He hoped that all the major powers in Wangyu realm would find out about his whereabouts and find him. After breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm of 9 heavens, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to when he was a heavenly venerate 7th layer. One should know that among the 15,000 rank 8 top-level true god warriors, some of the laws were not controlled by Yang Fann. After devouring them, the total number of laws that Yang Fann had mastered had reached a terrifying 780. As for the increase in Yang Fann's combat strength, it wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. The scariness of his combat strength wasn't any weaker than a rank 3 middle-level domain god. It was even comparable to a peak rank 3 middle-level domain god. Even if he couldn't defeat an ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to escape from him. In the Wangyu realm, rank 3 middle-level realm gods were the highest grade experts, and they could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that rank 4 middle-level domain god was a legend. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, he could run amok in the entire Wangyu realm. It didn't matter if domain god sovereign didn't come, or else Yang Fann wouldn't mind adding another batch of captives to the spatial ring. Yang Fann wouldn't be satisfied with just 44 domain gods. However, it was a pity that the heavens didn't fulfill the wishes of humans, or Yang Fann's whereabouts. It was too mysterious, so many forces couldn't find any trace of him. Yang Fann had already broken through 1,000 years ago, but still, not a single supreme being had come to find him. This really disappointed Yang Fann. In the end, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. He focused his mind and focused on his cultivation. Whether they could encounter each other or not, that would depend on their luck. Time passed quickly. Another 3,000 years passed. After the heavenly sovereign 9 heavens, Yang Fann's devouring speed had almost doubled again. It would only take a month for an ordinary rank 8 top-level true god to devour everything. Even those peak rank 8 top-level true god would not be able to last more than 3 months. In just 4,000 years' time, more than 30,000 rank 8 top-level true god were devoured by Yang Fann. 3. However, the bottleneck of the top-level heavenly sovereign realm was far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. Even after devouring more than 30,000 rank 8 top-level true god, it still hadn't reached the limit of an Empyrean 9 heavens. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 10,000 years. Pucci. A rank 8 top-level true god's divine body shattered like glass, turning into a flying ash. This was the 68,932 rank 8 top-level true god that Yang Fann had devoured. At this moment, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the heavenly sovereign 9 heavens extreme stage. He was only a tiny bit away from the top-level heavenly sovereign, and it seemed like he would take the most important step in the next second and break through to the top-level heavenly sovereign. Pucci. 1, 2, 3 rank 8 top-level true god warriors were reduced to ashes. Yang Fann's aura was constantly rising, as if he was undergoing some kind of transformation. Hong Long. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's energy started to rise at a terrifying speed. The energy in his body started to surge like a flood. In the boundless universe, the god ship of Fengdu was shuttling back and forth. Suddenly, somewhere in the void where the god ship had just passed by, a black shadow appeared. Its entire body was shrouded in darkness, like a ghost. Its aura was obscure, making it difficult for people to detect it. This is the god ship of the Fengdu. That isn't Parasite's carrier. No, that's not right. Didn't Parasite already have the god ship? Then it meant that it was him. Good, 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 this is my luck, ha ha ha. Domain divine artifact. Wait for me, I'm coming. C1662 Battle Intermediate Realm God Fengdu's God Ship, Master Control Room. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like a great river, soaring wildly and rapidly. The energy within his body was like a mountain flood that had erupted. It couldn't be stopped. One-fold, two-fold, three-fold. It increased exponentially. After devouring another 100 rank 8 top-level true god and absorbing the little world in their bodies, Yang Fann's cultivation finally took that crucial step, stepping into the top-level heavenly sovereign. He was only one step away from becoming a true god. He was truly qualified to be called demigod. 1 year passed, and Yang Fann's aura continued to rise. The void world in his body seemed to have entered a metamorphosis stage, and it seemed to have the potential to transform into reality. At the same time, the void world within his body, at a terrifying speed, it expanded and expanded in all directions, as if it would never end. Grug grug grug, the entire space within the main control room cracked open inch by inch, as if in the next second, it would completely collapse. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT. Fortunately, Yang Fann had been prepared for this. Inside the spatial ring, all the domain divine artifacts. He released them all at the critical moment. Hundreds of domain divine artifacts unleashed their power at the same time, suppressing the heavens. The shattered space was stabilized, or else, just by relying on the Fengdu ship, the pressure of the boundless aura. Even if it couldn't completely destroy it, it would be enough to heavily injure Fengdu. One should know that Yang Fann's current pressure was faintly suppressing some of rank 4 low-level domain gods. Once Yang Fann's chi climbed to the peak, even an ordinary first-grade middle-level domain god wouldn't be able to withstand it. 100 years later. Rumble. Yang Fann's explosive aura gradually calmed down. Another 10 years passed. Boom. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. In an instant, divine light flickered. It was as if countless worlds were being evolved and destroyed within them. A single thought could give birth to a world. It was no different from that. Sensing the surging and invincible power within his body, a smile gradually appeared on Yang Fann's cold and stern face. A top-level heavenly sovereign was a top-level heavenly sovereign. Compared to a 9 heavens heavenly venerate, a top-level heavenly sovereign was much, much, much stronger. They were two completely different concepts. Adding on the addition of the 20 new law sets, Yang Fann's combat strength was so terrifying that even he didn't have much confidence in himself. But there was one thing that he was sure of. He wasn't afraid of anyone below the high-level domain god. At least, he wouldn't be able to defeat them, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to save his own life. This was only the top-level heavenly sovereign, demigod's realm. If he really advanced to the true god realm, the void world in his body would completely transform into the little world. What realm would his combat strength increase to? A first-grade high-level domain god, or even a rank 2 high-level domain god, might not be his match. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. However, when he thought of the huge amount of resources needed to advance, Yang Fann's eyes couldn't help but darken. Initially, he thought that by suppressing so many top-level true god, it should be enough for him to break through to the high-level true god. But now, it seemed like it was only a matter of course. It was unknown whether he would be able to break through to the middle-level true god after devouring those 44 domain god sovereign, let alone the high-level true god. Just the advancement of a heavenly venerate 9 heavens had already devoured more than 50,000 top-level heavenly sovereign, and the energy required to break through to the true god realm was several times more than the energy required to break through to the rank 8 top-level true god realm, or even dozens of times more than that required to break through to the 9 heavens. If he used up the remaining 200,000 rank 8 top-level true god warriors in his spatial ring, it wouldn't be enough. He would need to add several tens of thousands of rank 9 top-level true god warriors. This was close to 400,000 top-level true god warriors. In addition to the several hundred quasi-domain gods, it would be his limit if he could advance to a low rank 3 true god. It was very likely that he would only reach a low rank 2 true god stage. Sigh, this was the price to pay for challenging someone stronger than him. Who, after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. There was always a way to get to the front of the mountain. When the boat arrived at the end of the bridge, it would naturally be straight. Wasn't it just resources? As long as he had enough strength, would he be afraid of not having enough resources to advance? If one realm wasn't enough, then it would be two realms. If the dimensional realm wasn't enough, he would slaughter his way into the boundless world and enter the eternal world. The universe was so vast that it was like the starry sky was filled with sand. It was unknown how many worlds there were, but they were still able to satisfy the needs of cultivation. The next second, swoosh, with a flash of light, another rank 8 top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Very quickly, Yang Fann began his cultivation. He quickly stabilized his foundation, which had just broken through, and was still slightly unstable. 10 days later, Pucci, the last trace of the strength of original life, was sucked dry by Yang Fann, and it turned into a flying ash. After advancing to the top-level heavenly sovereign, Yang Fann's great Tao of Devour had made a significant improvement, and it could even be said to be a qualitative leap. Pucci, the rank 8 top-level true god, were reduced to ashes one after another. Yang Fann's cultivation base stabilized very quickly. Soon, another 100 years had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. You've made me wait for so long. Have you finally come? A few breaths later, streaks of dazzling divine light tore through space and turned into a layer of divine light barrier that sealed off the vast starry sky, directly blocking Fengdu's path. In the next moment, buzz. The void twisted, and a person walked out. It was a man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was as clear as jade, and he was dressed like a young man. He looked very young, and he was only 16 or 17 years old. However, the aura around his body was extremely terrifying. He was the king of the world, peerless and invincible. Especially his pitch-black eyes, which were even more mystical, like the starry sky of the universe. With just a glance, it would make one sink into it forever, become his slave, and be controlled by him for the rest of his life. Rank 2 middle-level domain god, he's also a top-notch rank 2 middle-level domain god. If it was 10,000 years ago, I might have to temporarily avoid the limelight. Now, I will give you your blood. Come and witness my breakthrough. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. It was just a glance. He had already seen most of the obstacles in front of him. It was a rank 2 middle-level domain god who had mastered about 350,000 strength of world. This power was in the hands of many rank 2 middle-level domain god. Compared to him from 10,000 years ago, it was a lot stronger. Soon, Yang Fann's eyes began to burn. He needed resources to break through. This was a timely moment. If rank 2 middle-level domain god could suppress and devour him, he would be able to match dozens of rank 4 low-level domain god. It was hard to say whether he would be able to break through to the high-level true god, but he would definitely be able to break through to the middle-level true god. That rank 2 middle-level domain god was millions of light years away. Dozens of extremely terrifying spiritual power that was more than 10 times stronger than Parasite were intertwined together. I never thought that old man Tien Hua would be the one to take the initiative. Sigh. With this old man Tien Hua's help, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle the huge reward anymore. That's not necessarily true. That Yang Fann is able to suppress 42 low-level domain god warriors in one go. I'm afraid that his strength is also at the rank 2 middle-level domain god realm. It won't be easy for this old man Tien Hua to defeat him. This is a good opportunity. Let's use that old man Tien Hua to test Yang Fann's ability. Indeed, as both of us are rank 2 middle-level domain god, defeating him is easy, but killing him is difficult. We still have a chance. In the starry sky, the Tianhua Supreme Being stood proudly with a proud expression on his face. He looked down from above and looked down at the common people. Yang Fann, come out. You won't be able to escape today. His voice was indifferent, as if he was narrating a certain fact. How did he know my name? Could it be that celestial treasure pavilion? Yang Fann frowned slightly. In the Wangyu realm, even in the demon god world, those who knew his name. Needless to say, it was Chu Jing of the celestial treasure pavilion. It must be the celestial treasure pavilion who sold him. This middle-level domain god. The celestial treasure pavilion must have contributed a lot to stop him. Celestial treasure pavilion, I will remember this debt. But now, I have to deal with this aphid worm first. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. His body moved and disappeared from the master control room. C-1663 sweep everything in the vast starry sky, Fengdu's god ship was forcefully intercepted. Supreme Tianhua. This was an old middle-level domain god from the Wangyu realm. It was said that he had already achieved the middle-level domain god in the ancient era. It was different from the past. The top 30 expert in the Wangyu realm was full of water. It did not include those old monsters who had been hiding in the world for a long time. As for Supreme Tianhua, even if one counted those old monsters who had been hiding in the world for a long time, he would still be ranked as one of the top 30 expert in the Wangyu realm. He was ranked in the top 30, or even the top 20 experts. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Pucci. The void in front of Tianhua's supreme being was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. In the next second, Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Yang Fann, you finally came out. Today, I will personally attack you. There is no chance for you to be lucky. Surrender now, and you will be able to escape the pain of flesh and blood. Tianhua's supreme being looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was calm, as if he was evaluating a fact. Similarly, Rank 2 middle-level domain god was divided into 3 grades and 9 grades. He could clearly see the battle between Yang Fann and the 42 low-level domain god. Although his strength was terrifying, he could barely touch the edge of Rank 2 middle-level domain god. He could only be considered a beginning. There was an obvious gap between him and an experienced Rank 2 middle-level domain god. Suppressing this Yang Fann would at most take some time. Of course, it would be best if he could surrender obediently. Surrender. Ant, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Yang Fann found it funny. An aphid insect that only had 350,000 strength of world. He really had no idea where he got his confidence from to make him surrender. The next second, 9 revolutions divine devil body, activate a sound of great Tao that seemed to come from the underworld swept across the 4 directions starry sky. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength rose rapidly. His body turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was tens of thousands of light years old. It was like a chaotic devil god that had created the world. It stood in the center of the universe, sweeping through the world and dominating the world. A terrifying pressure crushed the starry sky. Bitch it, how could this be? You hid your strength. Supreme Tianhua was no longer as calm as before. His expression was extremely grave. Breaking through to the top-level heavenly sovereign, Yang Fann pure strength of body. The power of nearly 500 billion trillion little worlds in the little world was very close to 1,000 strength of worlds. With the help of the 10 layers of 9 revolutions divine devil bodies and 9 revolutions divine devil bodies, Yang Fann's current aura was terrifying. Compared to the veteran rank 2 middle-level domain god, Supreme Being Tianhua, in fact, it was even stronger. Yang Fann had hidden his power. He had definitely hidden his true strength. As for Yang Fann, he had made a breakthrough in the past 10,000 years. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. Not to mention that he didn't believe it, no one in the entire Wangyu realm, or even the universal world would believe it. What kind of joke was this? The domain god was a newbie who had just started cultivating. He could easily increase his strength by dozens of times. 10,000 years. It would be 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years. They would be satisfied if they could make a tiny bit of progress. Millions of light years away. Hiss. This power. What a good Yang Fann, he really hid it well. Fortunately, that old man Tianhua attacked first. Otherwise, if I rashly found this Yang Fann, I'm afraid I would suffer a great loss. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the middle-level domain god warriors. There was also a trace of relief. Luckily, Tianhua was the one who took the lead. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Among them, there were only a few people who could be compared to Tianhua, and those who could be compared to Tianhua were few and far between. Not a single one of them could be compared to the Tianhua Supreme Being. Aphids, I can't take it anymore. I haven't even used my true strength yet. Yang Fann looked down at the Heavenly Supreme and gave a mocking smile. Ah, what? Tianhua Supreme Being's heart trembled, but he quickly denied it and said, no, this is impossible, impossible. The power that Yang Fann had unleashed was not inferior to his. If this wasn't his true power, then what about his true strength? A rank 3 middle-level realm god. He didn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. A rank 3 middle-level realm god wasn't someone he could deal with. He even tried to escape. It's a big problem. Right at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The energy around Yang Fann once again rose steadily and madly. Within the void world, the 800 law pillars of light all erupted without holding anything back. Ah, how could this be? This strength. Rank 3 middle level realm god. No. 4. Rank 4 middle level domain god. You're a rank 4 middle level domain god, you bastard. Yuan Meng, God King, you tricked me. Tianhua's supreme being burst out with a heart-wrenching cry. It sounded as if he had lost his parents and was in despair. Endless despair enveloped his heart. He still had hope for the rank 3 middle level realm god. He had to escape from the Yao family, but he was only at the rank 4 middle level domain god. There was a huge gap of 2 grades between them, and he wanted to escape. It was an extravagant hope. At the same time, a wave of resentment that could not be described with words surged in his heart. That was the resentment towards Yuan Meng and God King. If it wasn't for Yuan Meng and God King saying that Yang Fann was merely a rank 2 middle level domain god, he wouldn't have dared to get involved in this mess. Could a rank 4 middle level domain god be offended by a mere rank 2 middle level domain god like him? Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh, then he thrust his palm toward Tianhua's supreme being. Ah no, my lord, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. All of this had nothing to do with this junior. It was all Yuan Meng and God King's fault, it was all the fault of the Divine Palace. They were the ones who instigated this junior to spare his life. Tianhua's supreme being wailed in anguish and begged. He was completely terrified. He, who had collapsed, could not even summon a single resistance thought. Rank 4 middle level domain god, that was a rank 4 middle level domain god. Even if there were another 10 of him, he would still be far from being a match for a rank 4 middle level domain god. Divine King Palace, Yuan Meng, God King, I will settle this score with him sooner or later, but you won't be able to escape. Yang Fann sneered and suppressed him mercilessly. Ah, no, millions of light years away. The group of domain god sovereign were all extremely shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked like they were about to burst out from their sockets. Ah, it's suppressed. Supreme being Tianhua is suppressed just like that. Gulp gulp. How could this be? How could this be? Rank 4 middle level domain god. He's a rank 4 middle level domain god. Damn it, he cheated us all. There was an indescribable fear and uneasiness in his voice. A rank 4 middle level domain god. In the entire Wangyu realm, only the master of God King's palace, Yuan Meng, was suspected to be a rank 4 middle level domain god. As for the rest, be it the master of Absolute God Valley or the master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they were all suspected to be rank 4 middle level domain god. Each and every one of them was at the rank 3 middle level divine realm. This could be said to be the only rank 4 middle level domain god they knew in Wangyu realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was the number 1 expert in Wangyu realm. They actually wanted to kill him. What was the meaning of this? Did an old man eat poison? 1 aphids, it's your turn. Yang Fann's eyes shifted, and in an instant, he crossed millions of light years of time and space, and looked at the middle-level domain god warriors. These middle-level domain god warriors didn't hide their whereabouts. They just appeared there openly, like huge stars that were countless of light years away. Yang Fann wasn't blind. How could he not see them? There were a total of 26 middle-level domain god warriors, and the weakest of them was a peak first-grade middle-level domain god who controlled 50,000 worlds. A few of them were not any weaker than the supreme heavenly flower. This was the true feast. That heavenly flower supreme was merely a dessert before the meal. Ah, not good. He wants to attack us. No way, run now. In an instant, a terrifying and dangerous aura swept across the minds of all middle-level domain god warriors, causing their expressions to change. Many of them were even preparing to flee. However, what terrified them was that the 4-direction space had already been completely sealed off. With their strength, it was impossible for them to break through the seal in a short period of time. No, my lord, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That's right, my lord. It's all a misunderstanding. We have no ill intentions towards you. Misunderstanding. No ill intentions. Do you think I'm stupid? How dare you try to harm me? You must have the resolve to die. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my advancement. C1664 Extortion. This was extortion. Wangyu realm, endless starry sky. Rumble. Yang Fann sneered. He moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards the 26 middle-level domain god millions of light years away. It was all a misunderstanding, and there was no malicious intent in it. Motherfucker, anyone who believed such nonsense would be a fool. If it wasn't for him. In these 10,000 years, his cultivation base had broken through to the top-level heavenly sovereign, and his combat strength had increased to the rank 4 middle-level domain god. Today, will you let me go? Are you kidding me? At that time, I'm afraid that even running away will be an extravagant hope for me. Not to mention the suppressed Tianhua Supreme Being. Among the 26 middle-level domain god warriors, rank 2 middle-level domain god had 12 of them. The strongest 4 of them were the top rank 2 middle-level domain god who controlled 3 to 400,000 strength of world. At that time, he had barely managed to squeeze through the threshold of rank 2 middle-level domain god. When he met them, he could only rely on his powerful defense to hold on. In the end, it was very likely that he would not be able to escape the fate of being completely sealed. It was too late for him to pretend to be pitiful and beg for mercy. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. All of the strength within his body erupted forth. With the support of 800 laws, the terrifying strength directly increased by over 100 times, far surpassing 50 million to 1,000 strength of worlds. This was an unparalleled strength amongst many rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed by, everything within a radius of 10 million light-years, including the matter of the stars, would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. Ah no. An ominous omen that was difficult to describe swept across the hearts of the 26 middle-level domain god warriors. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I've only lived for a few eras, how can I die here? Roar, break, break. So what if you're a rank 4 middle-level domain god? If you want my life, even if I have to die, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Yes, even if I have to die, I will make you pay the price. Kill endless starlight. Break great 9 true devil art. Die 4 elephants 6 demons slaughtering great law. At the moment of life and death, the last of the middle-level domain gods' ferocity was ignited. Even if they were to die, they would drag Yang Fann down with them. Countless devil techniques and forbidden arts were constantly being displayed. The endless great Tao ran through the starry sky of the universe. The void of a square world was shining brightly. The chi of the middle-level domain god warriors was soaring crazily and steadily. Rumble, rumble. A terrifying tide of energy swept through the entire starry sky, seemingly wanting to blow up the entire world. Grug, grug, grug. Devil chi, divine light, starlight. Everything began to fade away at a terrifying speed. The heaven-sheltering big hand was unstoppable, it destroyed everything. 26 first grade and rank 2 middle-level domain god were fighting to the death. Their strength was terrifying. Even some third-grade domain gods might be severely injured or even killed by them if they were not careful. However, if they wanted to cross 2 major realms and fight a rank 4 middle-level domain god, they were still a bit lacking. Furthermore, Yang Fann's strength was Hong Long. Ah no, my lord, please spare my life, please spare my life. Let me go, my lord. I beg of you, please let me go. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Ah bastard, Yang Fann, you are going to die a horrible death. You're going to die a horrible death. Hua Sheng, I curse you, I curse you. Hundreds of millions of light years behind the 26 middle-level domain god. The group of people were dumbstruck. Their eyes were filled with horror. The weakest among them was a quasi-domain god who had stepped into the domain god stage. Many of them were true domain gods, but they were only low-level domain god. These people were none other than the domain gods and quasi-domain gods who came from many top and superpowers in the Wangyu realm. A battle between middle-level domain god warriors was something that would only happen once every trillions of years. Many people might not even encounter one in their entire lives. After this village, there would be no more shops like this. It was just that it was not that easy to watch the battle. Even some low-level domain god didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle would be enough to crush them. Middle-level domain god, low-level domain god. The difference between the two realms was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. The gap between them was not something that could be measured with logic. Initially, he thought that with so many middle-level domain god attacking, he would be able to take care of Yang Fann with ease. They never thought that it would be such a situation. Suppress. Suppress. A total of 27 middle-level domain god warriors were easily suppressed by Yang Fann. Rumble, how could it be like this? How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? No, this wasn't true. It definitely wasn't true. There were so many middle-level domain god warriors, and even Yuan Meng, God King, could fight them. How could he possibly lose? How could he possibly lose? Dream on, I must be dreaming. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. That was a total of 27 middle-level domain god warriors. The extravagance of a true dragon was enough to sweep across the entire Wangyu realm. How could there be such an expert in this world? Right at this moment, Puchi, region gods, quasi-domains. The void in front of the god was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. In the next second, Yang Fann emerged from the void. Ah, it's Yang Fann. It's true, all of this is true. Woo woo woo. It's suppressed. The Supreme Elder and the others have really been suppressed by that devil. The hearts of the domain gods and quasi-gods trembled. Finally, they accepted that cruel reality. They had suppressed the middle-level domain god who was regarded as the pillar of support by the various superpowers. He had truly been suppressed by Dark Star. But soon, the shock in his heart was replaced by endless panic. What did this Dark Star want to do when he found them? He couldn't possibly be here to see them. Could it be that he wanted to see them? With Dark Star's ruthlessness, it was not impossible. Sob, sob, sob. Sir, please understand that this has nothing to do with me. Sir, we are just here to watch the show. We have absolutely no intention of making Sir our enemy. Sir is magnanimous. Please, spare my dog life. In an instant, the sound of wailing and begging continued. Many people even directly knelt down, their heads pounding like garlic. The pride and dignity of the realm gods and the quasi-gods were all forgotten by them. They did not want to die. They really did not want to die. It was not easy for them to reach their current level. There was still a great time waiting for them. How could they just die here? As for resistance, they had never even thought about it. With their meager strength, it would be a huge problem if they could defeat any one of the 27 middle-level domain god warriors. As for this Dark Star, he was the one who had easily suppressed the 27 middle-level domain god warriors. Even if they had 10 or 100 times more people, they still wouldn't be able to defeat this Dark Star with just a single palm strike. Noisy all of you, quiet down. Yang Fann frowned and shouted coldly. In an instant, the entire starry sky became silent. All of them sat up straight, not even daring to breathe loudly. I have no intention of becoming enemies with any faction, but all of you are courting your own death. You actually dare to put a bounty on me, who gave you the audacity to do so? Yang Fann's voice was filled with endless anger, like the fury of a heavenly duke, like the roar of the god of thunder. Please calm your anger, my lord. We have no intention of offending you. All of this is caused by this lowly one. It's all because of this lowly one. That's right, Great One, all of this is their doing, unrelated to us. If my fellow Taoist doesn't die, I won't die. In order to protect my life, they can't care about anything else. Hee. Yang Fann sneered and changed the topic. Alright, merciful. If you can even say those words, do you have any shame? If you were kind, then there wouldn't be any bad people in this world. The crowd of domain gods and quasi-domain gods silently cursed in their hearts, but on the surface, they expressed their thanks. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. You can be exempted from death, but you won't be able to escape punishment. How dare you put a bounty on me? You have to give me an explanation. In the blink of an eye, the realm god and quasi-god's hearts, which had just been relieved, rose to their throats once again. They said with trembling voices, Master, you mean? Go back and tell your master that all the top forces will compensate me with 5 low-level domain divine artifacts and 500 million top-level divine stones. The super forces will compensate me with 50 low-level domain divine artifacts and 5 billion top-level divine stones. Otherwise, I don't mind personally going to the sect to retrieve the top-level divine stones. These words were said after careful consideration. In his heart, he had thought of catching all these powers in one fell swoop. However, this wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Furthermore, Wangyu realm was vast and boundless. If a major power wanted to hide, it wouldn't be easy to find them. As for him, who was in a hurry to return to the AIMA realm, he didn't have that much time. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune out of him. What? A top power compensated 5 low-level domain divine artifacts, 500 million top-level divine stones, a superpower, 50 low-level domain divine artifacts, 5 billion top-level divine stones, extortion. This was simply extortion also. That celestial treasure pavilion dares to betray me. All compensation will be doubled. C 1665. Thank God I'm not the realm god in Yang Fann's life. The person he hated the most was someone who betrayed him. Compared to the other major powers like the Divine Palace, Yang Fann hated Celestial Treasure Pavilion even more. It wasn't hard to understand why the major powers wanted to kill him. After all, he was the one who suppressed Domain God Sovereign first. It was understandable that they wanted to take revenge on him. However, he didn't have any grudges with them in Celestial Treasure Pavilion. If one considered it carefully, there was still some kindness. It wasn't easy to find a rich guest like him who had spent billions of top-level divine stones at once. Not only was Celestial Treasure Pavilion not grateful, it had even sold out his information. It was simply unforgivable. If it wasn't for the fact that it would take another 10,000 years for him to return, and that it would take more than 20,000 years for him to return, Yang Fann would have already destroyed the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. However, the compensation of 100 top-level divine stones and 10 billion Celestial Treasure Pavilions was enough for the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to learn their lesson. Looking at those few Celestial Treasure Pavilion domain gods and quasi-domain gods, that pained expression on their faces showed how heavy the compensation was. Even if the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was extremely wealthy, and its branches were spread across several large domains, taking out 100 low-level domain divine artifacts and 10 billion top-level divine stones at once was enough to greatly injure the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's yuan qi. Of course, some of the other domain gods and quasi-domain gods didn't look too good either. In fact, their expressions were even worse. Although they were much better than the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, when it came to their wealth. Even the superpowers might not be comparable to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The #1 trading company in the Wangyu realm. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was not a place for fun. In particular, the domain gods and quasi-domain gods of some top powers were as if their parents had died. With their little wealth, 5 low-level domain divine artifacts and 500 million top-level divine stones, they had to sell everything they had to be able to collect them. Sir, take a look. I don't think so. Yes. The other domain gods and quasi-domain gods also looked at Yang Fann with anticipation, hoping that Yang Fann could reduce some of the compensation. All the compensation must be paid by your family. Otherwise, I don't mind coming to you personally to talk to you. Before the first-grade domain god could finish his words, Yang Fann interrupted him. His voice was cold and indifferent. It was extremely unacceptable. Although this compensation was heavy, Yang Fann believed that they would be able to provide it. For example, the Demon God clan. However, King of Devil God, a domain god, had more than 1 billion top-level divine stone in his family. As for these top powers, none of them were weaker than the Demon God clan. As for the superpowers, there was no need to mention them. 50 low-level domain divine artifacts and 5 billion top-level divine stones, the most they could do was to shake their foundations. Forget it. All of this was left to the clan head, Your Majesty, Valley Master. If I get a headache, I'll save my own life first. Very quickly, the words of the numerous domain god sovereign were forcefully swallowed by them. The heavens and the earth are vast, and my life is the greatest. Right now, their primary goal is to protect their own lives. Furthermore, I'm just doing it with one hand. I'll leave this matter to the higher-ups. Even if he really compromised and compensated for the resources, it would still be within the family, Divine Palace, Kamitani going out would not harm their interests. In the next second, the realm gods all promised, Lord, don't worry. We will definitely bring your words. At this moment, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. I won't keep you guys here anymore. Hearing this, the hearts of the domain gods trembled. It was as if something bad was about to happen to them. Sir, what you said is true. It's enough to send a message to these quasi-gods. All of you should obediently follow me. There are 126 low-level domain god here. Together, they are equivalent to 1 or 2 first-grade middle-level domain god. More than that, how could they just let them leave like that? Ah no, Master, please spare my life, please spare my life I beg of you, please let me go, please let me go. All of the domain gods wailed in grief, their eyes were filled with despair. They had never thought that Yang Fann, this bastard, would turn against them just like that. Rumble. With a flash of the cold shine in his eyes, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards the group of low-level domain god warriors. Ah no, spare me, my lord, don't kill me, My lord, please don't kill me. Ah, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Hua Sheng, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Gulp. Suppress. Suppress. All the exalts have been suppressed just like that. The quasi-gods swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. A panic that was difficult to describe swept through their hearts. Although they had already seen the terrifying scene of Yang Fann suppressing 27 middle-level domain god warriors with a single palm strike from afar, but now, the same thing had happened again. They couldn't help but feel terrified. At the same time, they felt lucky that they weren't domain god sovereign. Otherwise, they would have been ruthlessly suppressed by Dark Star just like the other supreme beings. In the past, they had been trying their best to take that final step and push themselves into the ranks of supreme beings. However, now, they were excited that they weren't supreme beings. This had to be said to be a day of great irony. Get lost. Say what I say. Not a single word is missing. I'll wait for you here for a year. The Wangyu realm was vast and boundless. It was extremely difficult for people to travel back and forth. However, it was different if it was just sending some information and transporting some resources. Yang Fann believed that in a year's time. I hope you will disappoint me, or else. Don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yes, great one, if you ask me, I will definitely bring it, definitely bring it. The quasi-gods hurriedly responded, then turned into streaks of light and flew away. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would change his mind. Domain God Sovereign's fate was still vivid in their minds. Pass on a message. One person was enough. And among them, they belonged to the same major power. However, there were quite a number of them. Limitless Ocean, Water Divine Palace. The master of Water Divine Palace was furious. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Roar bastard, I will kill you, I will kill you. Putting aside the fact that they had suppressed their Water Divine Palace's rank 2 middle-level domain god, they even wanted their sect to compensate them with 50 low-level domain gods and 5 billion divine palaces. This was going too far, this was going too far. One should know that their divine palace, including him, the master of a palace, had gone too far. There were only 3 middle-level domain god and 52 low-level domain god. All of a sudden, 1 middle-level domain god and 5 low-level domain god were killed. Including the low-level domain god that was suppressed by Yang Fann in the beginning, there were 6 low-level domain god. This loss had completely shaken the foundation of Water Divine Palace. If they were to compensate 50 low-level domain divine artifact and 5 billion top-level divine stone, their divine palace might not be able to recover in a few eras. 2. Forbidden Death Zone, Valley of God's End. The expression of the Valley Master of the Valley of God's End was even more intense than the expression of the Divine Palace Master of Water Divine Palace. Similarly, it was not much better. Both of his eyes were filled with blood, as if he was about to spurt out flames. Compared to the Water God Palace, their Absolute God Valley had suffered a greater loss. 2 of them, with 2 middle-level domain god and 7 low-level domain god warriors, the overall strength of their Divine Extinguishing Valley had dropped by more than 3 levels. This was a huge loss that they had never suffered since the establishment of their valley. Ah, Hua Sheng, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. 33 Heavens, the Palace of the Gods. Yuan Meng and God King's faces were extremely pale. Among the many super forces, the Divine Palace had the greatest losses. There were 3 middle-level domain god, and one of them was a peak middle-level domain god. This loss was truly huge, let alone the loss. There were also 9 low-level domain god. Even if the Divine Palace had a great business, they still had 9 low-level domain god warriors. Even though they had the title of the greatest power in the Wangyu realm, they still couldn't afford to suffer such a huge loss. In the end, they still had to compensate the Divine Palace. This was totally not putting their Divine Palace in Yuan Meng, God King, in their eyes. He wanted to forcefully reject it, but his heart was filled with hesitation. As the existence closest to the rank 4 middle-level domain god in Wangyu realm, no one knew better than him how terrifying the rank 4 middle-level domain god was. Especially from the images brought back by those quasi-domain gods, it could be seen that Yang Fann was not as simple as a newly advanced rank 4 middle-level domain god. His terrifying strength could be said to be at the top of many rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. If they really became enemies with him, with the current strength of their palace, their chances of winning would not exceed 2 levels. Celestial Treasure Pavilion Headquarters, Heavenly Treasure World. The heart of the master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion was bleeding. This time, he had lost a middle-level domain god. Putting aside the 4 middle-level domain god, Yang Fann had actually asked their celestial treasure pavilion to compensate them with 100 low-level domain divine artifacts and 10 billion top-level divine stones. This was a blatant act of slaughtering their celestial treasure pavilion like pigs. No matter how big their celestial treasure pavilion was, they wouldn't be able to afford such consumption. However, when he thought of Yang Fann's invincible strength, the master of the celestial treasure pavilion felt a wave of despair. In terms of wealth, the celestial treasure pavilion was second. No major power in the Wangyu realm would dare to claim to be the first. However, in terms of high-end combat strength, no major power in the celestial treasure pavilion would dare to claim to be the first. It was much weaker than the palace of the god. If they really wanted the celestial treasure pavilion to fight Yang Fann to the death, their chances of winning would definitely not exceed half a level. Very quickly, a hint of regret flashed across the eyes of the celestial treasure pavilion master. He should not have been greedy. He really should not have been greedy. Originally, their celestial treasure pavilion had the chance to become friends with Yang Fann. However, because of his selfish desires, everything had become an extravagant hope. 5 low-level domain divine artifacts and 500 million top-level divine stones. That bastard, why didn't he go and rob them? My 3-headed god race is indomitable and will never compromise. If he wants 5 low-level domain divine artifacts and 500 million top-level divine stones, he's dreaming. C-1666. His value skyrocketed. Wangyu realm, endless starry sky. A huge fortress that looked like a star was floating in the void. This space fortress was none other than Parasite's carrier, Necropolis. They had agreed to wait for those top powers and superpowers here for a year. Yang Fann naturally wouldn't go back on his word. With his current strength, he could sweep across the Wangyu realm. Even if those top and superpowers were to stubbornly resist until the end and organize the expert to attack again, Yang Fann wouldn't have the slightest fear. In fact, Yang Fann couldn't wait for them to put up a resistance. Yang Fann would only think that there were too few of these domain god prisoners, but not too many. Within the master control room, Yang Fann waved his hand. One space treasure after another appeared in his hand. He began to count the items he had obtained from this battle. Rumble. The spiritual force that was dozens of times stronger than that of a rank 4 middle-level domain god was swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body like a hot knife cutting through butter. It swept away all the spatial marks left by the 96 low-level domain god in the various space treasures. Among the 126 low-level domain god, the number of first-grade low-level domain god was the highest. Half of them were first-grade low-level domain god, 65 of them were rank 2 low-level domain god, 38 were rank 2 low-level domain god, and 16 were third-grade low-level domain god. Rank 4 low-level domain god, on the other hand, had 7. Each and every one of them had different values, but the weakest first-grade realm god had more than 10 million top-level divine stones. As for the 7 rank 4 low-level domain god, he had a conservative estimate. All of them were worth more than 1 billion top-level divine stones. The combined wealth of 126 low-level domain god had increased Yang Fann's value by more than 2 times, almost 3 times. The number of low-grade Yang Fanns that Yang Fann was most concerned about had also exceeded 200. A group of low-level domain god had such a huge harvest. So what if they were all middle-level domain god warriors? Unknowingly, Yang Fann's eyes were glowing with excitement. Soon, another batch of space treasures was swept away by Yang Fann. The sole duplicate within them was mercilessly destroyed. One had to admit that middle-level domain god warriors were middle-level domain god warriors. Their wealth was not something a mere low-level domain god warrior could compare with. Even the weakest first-grade realm god had several times more wealth than rank 4 low-level domain god, more than 5 billion top-level divine stones. As for the top rank 2 middle-level domain god like Supreme Tianhua, his net worth was more than 10 billion top-level divine stones, or even more than 20 billion top-level divine stones. 27 middle-level domain god warriors had directly increased Yang Fann's net worth by several times, steadily exceeding 300 billion top-level divine stones. In terms of personal value, in the Wangyu realm, Yang Fann was the second, and no one would dare to say that he was the first. Not even the Lord of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, who was as rich as a country, could do it. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was rich. All of his belongings, not to mention 300 billion top-level divine stones. Even 500 billion or 600 billion wouldn't be enough. However, this was the property of countless true gods and nearly 100 domain gods in Celestial Treasure Pavilion, not just the wealth of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion Lord alone. And the number of low-grade domain divine artifacts did not disappoint Yang Fann either. There were a total of 368 low-grade low-level domain gods. Adding the 200 low-grade domain divine artifacts provided by the group of low-level domain god and the 503 low-grade domain divine artifacts that Yang Fann had, the number of low-grade domain divine artifacts in Yang Fann's hands exceeded 1,000, reaching 1093. As expected, the way to snatch was the way to go. Ma Wuyi grass was not fat, and people were not rich. These words were not wrong at all. Now, let's see how the major powers of Wangyu realm will choose. If everything goes smoothly. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. In the Wangyu realm. What? Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. There were a total of 88 major powers in the Wangyu realm that could be considered top powers. The Demon God clan was once one of them. However, their ranking was quite low, and they were ranked last. A top force would have 5 low-level domain divine artifacts, 500 million top-level divine stones, and 87 top forces would have 435 low-level domain divine artifacts and 435 million top-level divine stones. As for the super forces, there were a total of 13 super forces. Each of them would have 50 low-level domain divine artifacts and 5 billion top-level divine stones, which would be 650 low-level domain divine artifacts and 65 billion top-level divine stones. Together with the 100 Celestial Treasure Pavilions and 10 billion low-level domain divine artifacts from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. That was 1185 low-level domain divine artifacts and 118.5 billion top-level divine stones. It was enough to cover half of his net worth. As for whether there were any forces that were innocent, that wasn't something Yang Fann needed to consider. If he had to blame someone, he would blame them for appearing at a place that shouldn't have appeared at the wrong time. The liveliness of this Yang wasn't something to be trifled with. Su. A ray of light flashed and a rank 8 top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. The next moment, a devouring black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the rank 8 top-level true god. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, an endless amount of power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring the rank 8 top-level true god's strength of original life. Yang Fann didn't want to waste this year's time. Very quickly, 3 months passed. Pucci. The space in front of the ship started to distort. A first-grade middle-level domain god with a refined temperament and white robe appeared out of thin air. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion's Harmony Shuan requests an audience with His Excellency Yang Fann. After much consideration, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion Lord chose to compromise. A rank 4 middle-level domain god was just too powerful. Even if they gathered all their forces, their chances of winning wouldn't exceed the 7th level. Most importantly, Yang Fann had to fight to the death. Otherwise, if Yang Fann wanted to leave, they wouldn't have any good ideas. At that time, what awaited them in Celestial Treasure Pavilion would definitely be a disaster. All the major powers couldn't always gather together. This was simply unrealistic. As for finding a place to hide and avoid Yang Fann's revenge, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion Master had never thought of this possibility. The forces of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion were spread across the entire Wangyu realm. Could they hide just like that? Although the compensation of 100 low-level domain divine artifacts and 10 billion top-level divine stones was painful, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion could still afford it. Rumble. Within the master control room, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a divine light as he understood what was going on. It was obvious that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was ready to compromise. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to send a first-grade middle-level domain god here alone. At least the Celestial Treasure Pavilion knew what to do. The next second, rumble, rumble, Paragon Rongshuan's void began to distort, and then a space wormhole appeared. 1. Celestial Treasure Pavilion seemed to be an example for the other major powers. Within a few days, the third figure of God Extermination Valley, Supreme Being Tianju, entered the necropolis. Although the Master of God Extermination Valley wished he could shred Yang Fann into pieces and burn his bones to ashes, his final rationality made him suppress the killing intent in his heart and choose to reconcile with Yang Fann. A rank 4 middle-level domain god, especially a peak rank 4 middle-level domain god, was completely unsolvable in the Wangyu realm. It was easy to defeat him, but there was no hope for Yang Fann's life. He wasn't that simple-minded idiot. Even though he knew he was no match for Yang Fann, he still wanted to fight to the death. In the following few months, the super forces such as the Divine Imperial Palace also entered the Fengdu, offering 50 low-level domain divine artifacts and 5 billion top-level divine stones. Each and every one of them was an ancient force that had existed for more than 20 eras. They naturally understood the way of survival and knew what it meant to be flexible. In this cultivation world that was filled with danger and danger step by step, those hot-headed fellows that didn't know the situation and didn't know how to distinguish good from bad wouldn't live for long. As the super forces gave in, the 87 top forces didn't dare to continue being tough. Even the super forces that were 10 times stronger than them admitted defeat obediently, let alone these top forces. If they resisted to the end, only death awaited them. 5 low-level domain divine artifacts. The compensation of 500 million top-level divine stones was heavy, enough to make their bones hurt. However, compared to the inheritance of the entire force, it was nothing. Of course, they could also choose to migrate, move their old nest, choose a certain little world, or a great world to hide in. There were countless great worlds and little world in Wangyu realm. If Yang Fann really wanted to hide, the chances of him finding them were very slim. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were infinitely close to zero. However, this was still the worst plan. Unless it was a matter of life and death for the major powers, no major power would choose to do so. Once they were far away from the dimensional realm and hid in the little world, the resources in the little world would be nothing but a drop in the bucket. What awaited them in the end would be a gradual weakening, until they fell from a top power and became a member of an ordinary power. During this period of time, whether it was the super forces like the Divine Palace or the other top forces, they all hoped that Yang Fann would give them a chance to redeem the suppressed domain god sovereign. Every domain god was the pillar of the major powers. If possible, they would never want to give up on any domain god. This was especially true for the few major powers that were ranked at the bottom. There were only 1 or 2 domain god sovereign in the major powers, and every single supreme being was indispensable. It was a pity that Yang Fann didn't give them the chance. He didn't lack top-level divine stones. And as for low-grade domain divine artifacts, he would make up for it this time. Most of the low-grade Wangyu realms in Wangyu realm were sent over. Among the 1,185 low-level domain divine artifacts, apart from a few dozen of them, the rest were low-grade inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. All the major powers weren't stupid. Since Yang Fann didn't specify the grade of the low-level domain divine artifacts, each and every one of them would try their best to find low-grade domain divine artifacts as compensation. It was the same low-level domain divine artifact, but the price was different. It was not an ordinary low-level domain divine artifact. It was simply impossible to get them to take out enough low-grade domain divine artifacts to redeem all the great domain god sovereign. It was better to keep them here and devour them. Advancing to the middle-level true god, high-level true god. Even surpassing true divinity required domain god sovereign's contribution. C 1667 Realm Corridor Wangyu Realm, 14 superpowers and 87 top powers. After struggling for a few months, each and every one of them chose to compromise. They really couldn't afford to offend a peak rank 4 middle-level domain god. Even the number 1 force in the Wangyu realm, the Divine King Palace, had no chance of winning more than 2 levels even if they used all their strength. This was even in the 33rd level of the Heavenly Realm, with the help of their old nest. If they were to fight in the outside world, not to mention 2 levels, even 1 level would be difficult for them to win. Divine weapons could be cultivated again if they were gone. If they could earn more divine stones after that, it would be better than the entire clan being destroyed by Dark Star. That Dark Star could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing he couldn't do. They would use the life and death of their race to bet whether Dark Star had a bit of kindness in his heart. They really didn't dare to bet. In the vast starry sky, a dragon carriage pulled by 9 golden divine dragons tore through layers of space, quickly shuttling back and forth. The 9 dragons shed, the ultimate mount of rank 2 middle-level domain god, the 9 dragons supreme. It was also the symbol of the 9 dragons supreme status. The 9 dragons in front of the chariot were created by the 9 dragons supreme by killing the 9 rank 4 low-level domain god realm dragon gods, extracting their dragon soul, and refining countless natural treasures. Each of the golden divine dragons could be said to be the best of the best. When the 9 dragons joined forces to form the 9 dragons supreme formation, even a first-grade middle-level domain god would be killed by them. Their speed was several times faster than the necropolis, and they were superior to most of the first-grade middle-level domain god. After the 9 Dragon Supreme was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann, the 9 Dragons Shed naturally fell into his hands. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann replaced the 9 Dragons Shed with the necropolis and became his new mount. Whether it was in terms of speed or power, the 9 Dragons Shed was a grade higher than the Fengdu. There was no reason not to change. In the dragon carriage space, from the outside, it looked like it was only the size of a large palace, less than 10,000 acres of farmland. However, there was another universe inside. The vastness of the space was no less than a small world. Numerous luxurious divine halls were scattered all over the place. Among them, there were many maids-serving people. Each and every one of them was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Human race, dragon clan, fox girl, cat girl. There were all kinds of beauties from different races. There were hundreds of millions of them. According to the legends, the world of dragons was the harem of the 9 dragons paragon, and this was definitely not a false rumor. Although Yang Fann did not like beautiful women, nor did he have any interest in picking up the shoes of others, he did not make things difficult for these beauties. He still let them serve as maids and take care of everything in the dragon carriage. A group of aphids that were at the highest rank 9 top-level true god realm, Yang Fann wasn't afraid that they would cause trouble for him. In the center of the dragon carriage, in the most glorious divine palace, Yang Fann sat cross-legged. After arranging all the trivial matters, he continued his secluded cultivation. In world of cultivators, strength was the way to go. Everything else was useless. Although he was now powerful and invincible in the Wangyu realm, he was nothing in the entire universe. Putting aside everything else, the AIMA realm alone had a lot more expert than him. Almost no one in the 36 countries of the divine country was weaker than him, let alone AIMA domain lord, who was above them. It was still a long time before he could relax. Rumble. Waves of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole like a great river, nourishing his cells and strengthening his strength. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The 9 Dragons Shed was extremely fast, and it was gradually approaching the border of the Wangyu realm. Over the past 3,000 years, Yang Fann had once again refined over 30,000 rank 8 top-level true god warriors, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The pure strength of body had the strength of nearly 600 billion trillion little world. The void world within his body had also expanded by a lot, and his combat strength had increased by several levels. However, the void world within his body still hadn't reached its limit. In fact, he hadn't even seen the edge of the limit. If he wanted to truly break through to the true god realm, he would have to go through a long and arduous journey. During this period of time, the 9 Dragons Shed didn't encounter any trouble. It was a smooth and unimpeded journey. However, this was also true. Many top and super powers were like wounded beasts, licking their wounds. They didn't even have time to lick their wounds. How could they dare to find trouble with Yang Fann? They weren't idiots. Even though they knew they were no match for Yang Fann, they still bumped into him. As for Wangyu realm, although those ordinary powers didn't know how terrifying Yang Fann was, it wasn't something glorious. How could they dare to spread the news about Yang Fann everywhere? They even specially suppressed the news about Yang Fann. However, just the 9 golden divine dragons were enough to shock everyone. That terrifying pressure was enough to crush the quasi-domain divine capital. How could any ordinary power dare to provoke them? One had to know that in an ordinary force, a quasi-domain god was almost equivalent to a supreme expert. Even the best among them, domain god sovereign, was only a first-grade low-level domain god. Any one of the 9 golden divine dragons could easily kill them, so how could they dare to act recklessly? Another 300 years passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes. Have we finally arrived at Boundary Corridor? Between the river system and the river system, there was a barrier between the chaotic galaxies and the realms. It was the same. It was just that it was not the chaotic galaxies, but the Boundary Corridor instead. This was also the biggest obstacle for Yang Fann's return to the AIMA realm. What a stable spatial barrier. The spatial barrier in the AIMA realm continent was already strong enough, it could only be broken by top-level true god warriors. However, in Boundary Corridor, the toughness of the spatial barrier was 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than the one in AIMA realm continent. Even rank 9 top-level true god warriors would find it very difficult to tear open the space and teleport. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that the space and time in the boundary corridor were in chaos. Ordinary true gods wouldn't be able to find the correct direction. Even with the star map and the star disk, it was useless. Only domain god sovereign's powerful soul was not affected by the chaotic spatial zone. It was no wonder that there was a saying that only domain gods could enter boundary corridor. Without domain god sovereign leading the team, once they lost their direction, the consequences would be unimaginable. 3. Although the boundary corridor wasn't as vast as a realm, it wasn't too far off. Adding the terrifying spatial barrier, it was virtually impossible for them to come out. But soon, Yang Fann closed his eyes once more, continuing to refine the rank 8 top-level true god. It was true that the boundary corridor was a forbidden land for true gods, but it was nothing to the 9 dragons shed. Although the 9 great golden divine dragons were beast puppets, with the natal dragon soul, there was not much difference between them and the real domain god sovereign. The only difference was that these 9 great divine dragons could not cultivate on their own. If one wanted to improve their strength, they would have to consume a huge amount of precious ores. With the help of a master craftsman, they could be refined into stronger battle puppets. With their strength of soul, which was infinitely close to the first-grade middle-level domain god, it was impossible for them to lose their way in the boundary corridor unless some middle-level domain god interfered. Rumble. Waves of pure strength of original life flowed like a great river. It flowed into Yang Fann's body, strengthening his divine body and improving his cultivation base, allowing him to steadily advance to the true god stage. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. However, under the terrifying spatial barrier of the boundary corridor, even the 9 dragons' shed speed was greatly suppressed, causing it to drop by 5 levels. Not only that, after 10,000 years, he had only passed half of the boundary corridor. If he wanted to leave the boundary corridor, he would need at least 20 to 30,000 years. This was also the biggest obstacle on Yang Fann's way back. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the boundary corridor, with the 9 dragons' shed speed, it would only take him at most 100,000 years to return to the AIMA realm. With this boundary corridor, Yang Fann would need at least a few times more time to return to the AIMA realm. It would be considered pretty good if he could reach the AIMA realm within a million years. In the past 10,000 years, Yang Fann had successfully devoured all the rank 8 top-level true god in the spatial ring. Now, he had begun to absorb and refine rank 9 top-level true god. What made him slightly depressed was that he had devoured tens of thousands of rank 8 top-level true god and thousands of rank 9 top-level true god in a row. However, it was like a mud bull entering the ocean. Not to mention breaking through to the true god stage, he didn't even see the bottleneck of the top-level heavenly sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was constantly increasing and the void world in his body was constantly expanding, Yang Fann would have suspected that all these top-level true god warriors were just ordinary people. Another 100 years passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating the 9 heavens. His eyes could see through everything, as if he could see everything outside the spatial zone. 9 dragons shed, tens of billions of light years away. A 9 dragons shed, compared to many of the domain god sovereigns in domain god sovereign's body. The terrifying giant beast lay horizontally within the void, and its snores shook the heavens. Like a thunderclap, it shattered the void. Realm beasts, it's still an adult realm beasts. Good luck. This is truly my luck. C-1668 confirming Tao and becoming a god realm beasts, full name dimensional giant beast. It was a terrifying giant beast that lived in numerous boundary corridor. Compared to the countless races in universal world, this realm beasts was the true darling of the universe. When it was born, its strength was comparable to some low-level true gods. When it grew up, it could rival power of domain gods. Even a top-level domain god had to be wary of it. According to the legends, above the realm beasts was the realm beasts king, a peerless berserk beast that was comparable to a sovereign lord. And this realm beasts was one of the greatest dangers within the boundary corridor. Many domain god sovereign had unfortunately encountered a powerful realm beasts, and his painstaking cultivation for several eras had been reduced to nothing. If it wasn't for the realm beasts, he would have left the boundary corridor and appeared in the various large domains. It was afraid that many realms had already become the world of the realm beasts. As for the division of strength of the realm beasts, it was very simple and clear. It could be said that it was obvious at a glance. One just had to look at their size. The size of the little world was that of an infant realm beasts. It possessed the power of a true god, and once its body expanded to the dimensional realm, it would become an adult realm beasts, and its combat strength would be comparable to domain god sovereign. The realm beasts 10 billion light years away from Yang Fann. Its size was even bigger than the inner world of the old rank 2 middle-level domain god, supreme being Tianhua. Not only was it an adult realm beasts, it was also one of the best among them. Its power was terrifying. It was probably not much weaker than a rank 3 middle-level realm god. To other realm gods, it was definitely the most deadly ferocious beast, and they were afraid that they would not be able to avoid it. However, not only did Yang Fann not have the slightest intention to follow him, there was only excitement in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. The realm beasts, as the beloved child of the universe, had an abundance of strength of original life. Compared to domain god sovereign who was at the same level as him, it was at least several times stronger. If Yang Fann could absorb and refine this realm beasts, the benefits it would give him would be no less than refining several Yang Fanns. Rank 3 middle-level realm god. Just this realm beasts alone was comparable to the 27 middle-level domain god that Yang Fann had suppressed. Luck. This was definitely Yang Fann's luck. Rumble. With a flash of divine light in his eyes, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards the realm beasts. The heaven-sheltering big hand was countless of light years long, and it seemed to be able to encompass the entire universe. The terrifying power within it seemed to have the potential to surpass the limit of rank 4 middle-level domain god. In order to suppress the realm beasts, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. The energy within his body was fully unleashed, and he had been cultivating bitterly for 10,000 years. He had absorbed and refined over 100,000 rank 8 top-level true god and over 1,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors. Although Yang Fann's cultivation base had yet to take that crucial step, the power of the shell, or perhaps, the void world within his body had expanded a lot. The pure strength of body. It was close to 1,000 strength of worlds, and its overall strength was. It had increased by several levels. Arg. An ominous sign of collapsing caused the realm beast's soul to awaken, causing it to wake up from its deep slumber. It let out a roar filled with resentment. Rumble. The terrifying beast claw that was even larger than the inner worlds of many first-grade middle-level domain god ripped apart the starry sky. This was the furious strike of the realm beasts, and it had unleashed the power of the 12th layer. Its power was rarely seen in the world, and even the rank 3 middle-level realm god had no choice but to dodge the attack. Rumble. Their claws collided, and a terrifying surge of energy swept through the world. The entire boundary corridor seemed to be trembling. In the next second, a horrifying scene appeared. Grug grug grug. The realm beasts' beast claws, which were comparable to middle-level domain divine artifacts, instantly shattered. Balls of golden beast blood that looked like the world kept raining down on the starry sky, completely wiped out by the waves of power. Although the power of the realm beasts was not any weaker than an ordinary rank 3 middle-level realm god, it was still extremely weak when compared to Yang Fann's strength, which had already surpassed the limit of the middle-level domain god. It was as if the child had no ability to resist against an adult. Arg. A wail filled with resentment and unwillingness could be heard. The realm beasts was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. The huge beast body that was like a dimensional realm started to shrink at a visible speed. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized mini beast and was kept into Yang Fann's spatial ring. Awoo awoo. After suppressing the realm beasts, the 9 dragons shed didn't stay here for too long. The 9 great golden divine dragons roared as they shuttled back and forth within the boundary corridor. 9 dragons space, central divine hall. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann continued his secluded cultivation. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit, crazily devouring the rank 9 top-level true god strength of original life of the cloud-floating palace. Within his body, the little world began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless true divinities, empyreans, and saint kings that lived within began to collapse. They turned into flying ashes and were completely obliterated. Time flew by, and another 10,000 years passed. Nearly 10,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors had disappeared from the spatial ring. Compared to rank 8 top-level true god warriors, it took them a lot more time to refine a rank 9 top-level true god warrior. It would take almost a year, or even more. After devouring nearly 10,000 rank 9 top-level True God warriors, Yang Fann's chi became more and more terrifying. Vaguely, he could see the limit of top-level heavenly sovereign warriors. During this period of time, Yang Fann encountered another realm beasts. He didn't know whether to say that Yang Fann was lucky or unlucky. One should know that realm beasts were rare. Many domain god sovereign had passed through the boundary corridor several times, but he didn't necessarily encounter a realm beasts. However, Yang Fann had only passed half of the boundary corridor when he encountered two realm beasts. However, compared to the previous realm beasts, this realm beast's strength was obviously much weaker. Its beast body was only comparable to the inner world of a rank 4 low-level domain god. Its strength was not much stronger than an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god. It could only be considered a low-grade realm beasts. Yang Fann didn't even make a move himself. With just the help of the 9 great golden divine dragons, he could easily suppress the realm beasts. But that was also true. The Wangyu realm and the neighboring True Yuan realm were just ordinary realms. The boundary corridor between the two could only be considered a small-scale boundary corridor. It was already the limit for it to produce an intermediate realm beasts that was comparable to a middle-level domain god. If the advanced realm beasts that was comparable to a high-level domain god really appeared, the boundary corridor would become a forbidden area between the two realms. Even a quasi-rank 4 middle-level domain god like Yuan Meng, God King, wouldn't dare to enter the boundary corridor casually. If he really ran into the advanced realm beasts, he would have nowhere to run. Soon, it was the 30,000th year since the 9 dragons shed entered the boundary corridor. After devouring nearly 10,000 rank 9 top-level True God warriors once again, Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength had almost reached the limit of the top-level heavenly sovereign, the void world within his body. If one didn't look closely, he would find that he was no different from the little world, as if he had gained corporeal form. The supreme True God stage was right in front of him, as if he would become a god in the next second. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's heart started to beat faster. Not only did attaining the Tao and becoming a god represent great strength, but it also represented a long-time longevity. Although Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying and he could not find any opponents when he was at the high-level domain god, it did not mean that his longevity was the same as domain god sovereign. It was long and continuous. As long as he did not die accidentally, the maximum number of longevities could reach 981 eras. In fact, Yang Fann's current longevity wasn't much stronger than the other top-level heavenly sovereign. As for semi-god heavenly sovereign, if he couldn't take that crucial step, the longevity would be able to live for 100 trillion years. Even if he consumed some life-prolonging divine herbs, he would still be able to live for an entire era. That was his limit. The biggest reason why cultivators worked hard to cultivate was not to fight for their lives with the heavens. Soon, his longevity would be enhanced to 9 eras. Just how long was that period of time? Thinking about it really made him a bit excited. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years. One rank 9 top-level True God after another was constantly being devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann's aura seemed to have reached its peak, and it didn't seem to have grown at all. However, Yang Fann wasn't discouraged at all. He turned a blind eye to it, and just like before, he continued to crazily devour the rank 9 top-level True God. After accumulating his strength, Yang Fann continued to accumulate his strength, preparing for the final sprint. 800 years later. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's aura erupted like a volcano. The vast void world within his body, which was comparable to the inner world of a first-grade low-level domain god, started to shake violently. With a terrifying speed, it started to expand, doubling. Threefold it was as if there was no end to it. C1669 High Rank 2 Domain God Combat Strength 9 Dragons Shed, Central Divine Hall. Rumble. Yang Fann's energy was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. It was surging and rising crazily, without any restraint. At the same time, the vast void world in his body, which was not much smaller than the 1,000 worlds in the first-grade low-level domain god, was also transforming and expanding at an extreme speed. 1-fold, 3 times, 5 folds, 10 times. After devouring tens of thousands of rank 8 top-level True God and more than 30,000 rank 9 top-level True God, Yang Fann finally took the most important step. He began to solidify the void world and break through to the True God stage. The rank 9 top-level True God warriors began to shrink rapidly. The last drop of strength of original life was devoured by Yang Fann, turning them into ashes. Now, it was only the beginning of his advancement. In order to complete his transformation, he would also need a huge amount of energy. Luckily, Yang Fann didn't lack any resources. There were still nearly 120,000 rank 9 top-level true god left in the spatial ring, which was enough for him to complete his advancement. Even if these rank 9 top-level true god weren't enough, he still had a large number of quasi-domain gods. Even the real domain god sovereign didn't feel any burden at all. Chi along with Yang Fann's momentum, the surrounding space started to distort. Vaguely, it seemed like cracks could be seen on the surface of the space. Right at this moment, buzz beams of divine light were unleashed from the surroundings of the divine hall, suppressing the heavens and stabilizing the four-direction space. Yang Fann was fully prepared for everything. Thousands of domain divine artifacts were unleashed at the same time, which was enough to suppress everything. As for the artifact spirit, it was not willing to attack. It did not exist. After Yang Fann killed a few artifact spirits, which artifact spirit would dare to oppose him? Very quickly, 5,000 years had passed. The 9 dragons' shed was approaching the border of the boundary corridor. At most, another 1,000 years had passed. He would walk out of the boundary corridor. During this period of time, it was unknown whether it was due to Yang Fann's luck or something else, but he did not encounter the third realm beasts. Of course, this was also not bad. Currently, Yang Fann was focusing on breaking through, and it was difficult for him to be distracted. With the 9 dragons' shed's power, he could only suppress a first-grade middle-level domain god at most. If he really encountered those intermediate realm beasts, it would be hard to say whether he could suppress them or not. If something bad happened, it would affect Yang Fann's breakthrough, and that would be a huge loss to him. In the past 5,000 years, Yang Fann had devoured tens of thousands of rank 9 top-level true god warriors. The void world in Yang Fann's body had completely transformed into the little world. The rate of expansion had gradually slowed down. At this moment, Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the true god stage, but his foundation was slightly unstable. Even if something unexpected happened, Yang Fann could still make a move in time. At most, he could spend a little more time and resources to stabilize his foundation. He didn't need to worry about falling to the true god stage. Another 800 years passed. Yang Fann's inflated little world finally stabilized. Although it was still expanding in all directions, the speed at which it was expanding was almost negligible. 1 year later, Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of foul air and heaved a long sigh. He had finally succeeded in attaining the Tao and becoming a god. In less than 6,000 years, the number of rank 9 top-level true god warriors in the spatial ring had decreased by nearly 80,000. It could be said that this breakthrough consumed more resources than when he reached the critical point of the true god realm. One had to know that a rank 9 top-level true god was at least comparable to 5 rank 8 top-level true god or even more. Fortunately, I'm fully prepared. If I rashly chose to break through, I might end up in failure. However, very quickly, that trace of depression was swept away and replaced by endless joy. Powerful. Right now, he was truly incomparably powerful. Just the little world in his body alone was enough to suppress a rank 2 low-level domain god. The vastness of the world had expanded by more than 10 times. It was almost comparable to the dimensional realm in the body of a third-grade low-level domain god. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. If this was spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare believe it? One should know that if it was an ordinary rank 1 low-level true god. If the little world in his body was the first, then it would be like Lian Yuan and Heaven's Pride evildoer. After advancing, the little world in his body could reach 100. It had the power to challenge a third-grade low-level domain god. As for those god-child-level monster from the AIMA realm, he could reach a few hundred, or even 1,000. However, the size of a dimensional realm was vast. It was the most ordinary little world in the world, and Yang Fann had just broken through to the next realm. The vastness of the little world was dozens of times greater than the dimensional realms in the first-grade divine body. Could such a monster really appear in this world? Not to mention the dimensional realm, even in the 3,000 boundless worlds, or even the supreme eternal world, there wouldn't be a single person who could be found. At the same time, under the baptism of the strength of world, Yang Fann's pure strength of body also rose exponentially. He had successfully surpassed the 10 middle thousand strength of world. Nearly 30 middle thousand strength of world. With just the strength of the body, he could kill a rank 2 low-level domain god. Also, the power of the law had become much stronger after the void world in his body had advanced to the little world. Compared to before the breakthrough, it was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger. If he really used all his trump cards and fought with all his strength, even Yang Fann wouldn't know where his limit was. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. An ordinary first-grade high-level domain god was no match for him. Even if it was a rank 2 high-level domain god, he was confident that he could defeat or even suppress him. This strength, even in the AIMA realm, was worthy of being called an expert. Even among the kings of the 36 divine country, there would not be more than half of them who could defeat him. There were very few who could completely suppress him. Looks like I'll have to find some time to migrate another batch of living beings into the inner world. Yang Fann frowned slightly and made a decision in his heart. Whether it was the size or the spirit of heaven and earth, his inner world was not much inferior to the dimensional worlds of those third-grade low-level domain god. All sorts of mineral veins and resources were similarly not lacking. He just lacked a bit of popularity. In the entire world, there was not a single intelligent life. This was obviously not possible. Yang Fann wasn't interested in this. Sooner or later, he would migrate his parents to the little world and leave them behind. There would always be a hidden danger. Just like this time, if the cloud-floating palace attacked his parents and relatives, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to stay in the AIMA realm continent for long. Although the AIMA realm was a high level or even a top realm, it wouldn't be able to sustain him for long. At that time, once he entered the boundless world, or even the eternal world, it would be very difficult for him to return to see his parents. In fact, even if it was 100 million years, a billion years, or even 10 billion years, he might not be able to see his parents again. This wasn't something Yang Fann was willing to see. And to let his parents and the others move into the inner world, it couldn't be that there were only a few of them in the entire world. To be the first to migrate, the other living beings would enter and build the inner world. That was something that had to be done. As for giving birth to the inner world naturally, Yang Fann didn't even think about it. That was too far away. 10 billion years, 100 billion years, or even trillions of years. Yang Fann could not wait that long. At that time, he would have already left AIMA realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Yang Fanshihai's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. Those living beings in the top-level true god little world. Isn't it just a good migration target? Although they would lose some strength of original life, these inner rank 9 top-level domain god little worlds. Most of them were holy kings and heavenly venerates. There were very few high-level true gods above the high-level true god. It was not a big deal. In the next second, a rank 9 top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Hong Long. A devouring black hole appeared out of nowhere and started to devour the rank 9 top-level true god strength of original life in the little world. However, unlike before, most of the living creatures in the little world were no longer mercilessly devoured by Yang Fann. Instead, they were teleported into his inner world. Ah, what is this place? Why are we here? Hiss. What a dense spirit of heaven and earth. Compared to the 1,000-mountain world, it's more than 10 times, 100 times denser. Wow, that's a divine grade material. Earth true gold, that's the divine fruit. Extreme yang divine fruit, that's the 9 yin dream lotus. Just what kind of place is this? The beings of the 10,000 mountain realm all had complicated expressions, panic, and joy on their faces. All sorts of expressions could be seen on their faces. However, in the blink of an eye, all of their expressions disappeared, and they were replaced by the hottest and most pious expressions. They were like devout fanatics as they knelt down and kowtowed. In an instant, all the living beings in Little World were edified by Yang Fann. This was also a common method used by the various true gods and domain gods. Little World and the dimensional realm were the foundation of all cultivators. If any major damage were to happen to them, it would be a devastating disaster. They wouldn't let anything happen to their world. Yang Fann was no exception. The Little World was not only his foundation, but also the place where his friends and family lived in the future. Yang Fann didn't want his parents to be hurt by these creatures of the worlds one day. The rank 9 top-level true god were quickly refined by Yang Fann. A large number of creatures of the worlds were moved to the inner world by Yang Fann, causing the dead inner world to become slightly lively. C-1670 shock. The 9 dragons shed moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. During these 200 years, Yang Fann had devoured numerous rank 9 top-level true god warriors at an incredible speed. After successfully attaining the Tao and becoming a god, Yang Fann had a qualitative breakthrough after absorbing the great Tao. Although it was not as good as the frenzied devouring when he was breaking through, it was not much different. In less than 2 months, there would always be a rank 9 top-level true god that would turn into ashes. In just 200 years, Yang Fann had devoured over 1,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors. All the living beings of the races, including those with intelligence and those without intelligence, were all moved into his inner world by Yang Fann. There was a limit to the number of living beings in a rank 9 top-level true god. However, there were only 1,000 or a few hundred of them. Adding them all together, the number was quite considerable. It was almost the first level of the creature of the world in a first-grade low-level domain god. However, in Yang Fann's inner world, it was still a little sparse. The 9th and 9th level of the inner world was still a barren land with no signs of human habitation. Furthermore, as those rank 9 top-level true god inner worlds were mercilessly devoured, Yang Fann's inner world was still expanding at a terrifying speed. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time if he wanted to truly prosper. The Yuan Zhen realm was just like the Wangyu realm. It was also an intermediate realm. If there were no great fortuitous encounters, a great fortuitous encounter, a middle-level domain god, was the limit of all living beings in the true Yuan realm. There were countless races and forces within it. With the naturally nurtured dimensional realm as the center, the entire true Yuan realm was divided into 136 worlds. Tengyu realm was one of the 12 realms near the boundary corridor. Amongst the 136 realms of the true Yuan realm, it was ranked 58th. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It was slightly above average. The entire soaring universe world, with the world within the soaring universe world as its center, covered over 1 million regions of the little world. There were countless powers within it, and they were all the 10 major powers of the 3 sects and 6 families. Each of them was a major power with domain god sovereign in charge. Father, isn't it just the birthday celebration of a dynasty's lord? It's enough for me to make a trip with eldest brother. You should personally congratulate him on his birthday. Don't you think too highly of the great void empire? Within the boundless void, a fiery cloud that was connected to tens of thousands of acres of farmland wrapped around a large group of people as they shuttled through space. Among these people, not a single one of them was weak. The weakest was rank 7 top-level true god, and most of them were at the rank 9 top-level true god. There were even a few quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god stage. Of course, the most eye-catching one was the red-haired middle-aged man. He was surrounded by divine fire, and in his eyes, there was an endless void of flame world. He looked like the flaming god king who controlled the flames of all worlds. The one who spoke was a pretty girl who was wearing a red dress and looked like a fire fairy. She was devastatingly beautiful, and her figure was extremely hot. Beside her was a red-haired young man who looked quite similar to her. His eyebrows were like sharp swords and his eyes were like stars. He also looked at the stalwart middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. One should know that their clan was one of the 6 great clans of the soaring universe world. Their father was sovereign expert, and the Great Void Empire was one of the 6 great clans of the soaring universe world. It was merely a power of a dynasty, and the strongest expert of the dynasty, the Great Void Royal Lord, was only a quasi-supreme expert who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step. It was a bit embarrassing for domain god sovereign to personally congratulate him. With the 2 of them being the sons of supreme experts, it was already enough to give the Great Void Imperial Lord face. All of you have underestimated the Void Dynasty and the Royal Lord of the Void. The Flame God Supreme shook his head lightly. This time, not only will your father and I attend the Grand Void Imperial Lord's 10 billion-year-old birthday, even God Lord Luoho Yu will personally attend as well. Father, how is this possible? The siblings, Yan Shenshu and Yan Shenying, had looks of disbelief on their faces. Who was God Lord Qiu Yu? He was the master of the number 1 power in the Tengyu world, the Miao Yu Divine Dynasty, and also the number 1 supreme being in the Tengyu world. It was said that he had already stepped into the 3rd grade domain god stage, and not even his father was a match for God Lord Qiu Yu. How could such a peerless expert lower itself to congratulate the master of a small dynasty? This was the biggest joke in the world. Then, What virtues and abilities did the Grand Illusionary Royal Lord have? You guys are still too young. What does it mean to be a quasi-domain god for 10 billion years? Don't you all understand? Let's talk about you, Shu'er. You have the full support of my Blazing God clan, but nearly 100 billion years of bitter cultivation is just barely touching the threshold to become a quasi-god. Father, you mean, the Blazing Divine Sun wasn't an idiot. He was able to see through a 10 billion year old quasi-god with just a single point. In fact, the Royal Lord of the Void had just recently advanced to the quasi-god realm, and he had already become a quasi-god several billion years ago. This wasn't just talent, it also required a large faction to back him up and provide him with a massive amount of resources. There's someone behind this Grand Illusionary Royal Lord. You should have heard of the Great Void Ancient World's Great Void Ancient Clan, right? Gulp, gulp. Father, could it be that the Great Void Royal Lord is from the Great Void World? From the Great Void Ancient Clan. Yan Shenshu swallowed with difficulty and said with a trembling voice. How could he not know that the Great Void World was one of the 10 strongest worlds in the true Yuan realm? And the Great Void Ancient Clan was the biggest clan in the Ancient Void World. There were as many expert as the clouds and experts as the rain. Even Domain God Sovereign had no less than a dozen of them. There were even middle-level Domain God experts in charge. Compared to the Great Void Ancient Clan, the Flaming God clan was just an ordinary small clan. It wouldn't take much effort for the Great Void Ancient Clan to destroy the Flaming God clan. That's right. The Great Void Royal Lord is from the Great Void Ancient Clan, and he is even a direct descendant of the Great Void Ancient Clan. Hearing this, the expression of Yan Shenshu changed once again. He thought that the Royal Lord of the Great Void Palace was just an ordinary member of the Great Void Ancient Clan, but he never expected that he was actually a direct descendant of the Great Void Ancient Clan. This was completely the same in the sky. One was on earth, and the difference between the clouds and mud was like the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder God Lord Luoho Feather had personally come to Taishu City. A direct descendant of the Great Void Ancient Clan definitely had the qualifications to do so. However, why would a crown prince like this come to our Tengyu realm? A trace of doubt flashed across Yan Shenzhu's eyes as he asked. Yuan Zhen realm, 138 in a great world, their soaring universe world could only be considered ordinary. There was simply no comparison between them and the 10 great worlds like the ancient void world. Whether it was in terms of resources or the clarity of the laws, they were more than 10 times worse. Cultivating in the ancient void world for a day was comparable to cultivating in their soaring universe world for a month, or even more. Logically speaking, such a great figure wouldn't come to a remote place like their soaring universe world, much less establish a dynasty there. Yinger, this. Before the supreme being of the burning god realm could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and a trace of terror that could not be concealed flashed across his eyes. Roar, roar, roar! The loud and clear dragon's roars resounded through the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the entire four-direction starry sky. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying and invincible dragon's aura descended from the sky, covering the entire world. In that instant, the hundreds of experts of the Divine Flame Clan. Apart from the supreme being of the Divine Flame Clan, there were also the 2 supreme sons of the Divine Flame Clan, the son of the Divine Flame Clan and the Divine Flame Clan. Even the supreme expert of the Blazing Divine Clan was crushed. His legs were trembling slightly, and on his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down. The terrifying pressure was like a terrifying dimensional realm. It was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. What exactly was that? Such a terrifying pressure. 4th step Domain God Sovereign. No, that's not right. This pressure is even more terrifying than the one I've encountered before. Supreme Sovereign Domain God Sovereign. Supreme Sovereign Domain God Sovereign is a peak 4th order region god. Gulp, gulp. Difficult could it be? Middle-level Domain God. How is this possible? My soaring universe world is just an ordinary realm. It's impossible for a middle-level Domain God to appear in it. Could it be because of that Taishu? The Blazing God Exalt seemed to have vaguely understood something. It was at this moment that the expression of the burning God Exalt changed once more. His eyes were as wide as the eyes of a fish, as though they were about to burst out from their sockets. He was terrified to the extreme. That was C-1671 returned Supreme Flame God. The expert of the Burning God clan all opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What did they see? 9 golden divine dragons that spanned tens of thousands of miles were pulling a magnificent divine palace along as they sped through the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from their line of sight. Of course, what shocked them wasn't the size of the 9 golden divine dragons. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, they could cover the sky and cover the sun for tens of thousands of miles long. An unimaginable body, but in the eyes of true gods and domain gods like them, they were nothing. Any one of them unleashed the blazing divine battle body and transformed into a battle form that was more than 10,000 years tall. A few tens of thousands of miles was nothing. A single hair on their bodies was much longer than that. What truly terrified them was the terrifying pressure that erupted from the 9 golden divine dragons. That monstrous pressure made them feel as if they were the ignorant aphids on the ground. They were so lowly that they were on completely different levels of life. After a while, the flame god Exalt and the rest of the burning god clan's experts finally managed to regain their senses. Gulp gulp, terrifying. Truly too terrifying. What is the strength of those 9 divine dragons? Is it supreme rank 2 domain god, or is it a 3rd grade domain god sovereign? Any one of those divine dragons will be able to suppress us completely. This is the difference between life and death. The expert of the fire god clan had lingering fear in its heart. That terrifying pressure was more than 10 times more terrifying than the strongest of the fire god clan, the supreme being of the fire god clan. It made them unable to put up any resistance. As for their patriarch, the supreme being of the fire god clan, he was a peak 1st grade domain god. He was only a step away from rank 2 domain god. No, that's not right. Those 9 divine dragons are not 3rd grade domain gods. Even if he isn't a middle level domain god, he is still an invincible existence amongst 4th grade domain gods. The supreme being of the burning god realm took a deep breath. His expression was still incomparably shocked. Any one of those 9 divine dragons could wipe out a peak 1st grade low-level domain god from this world with a single strike. How many years had it been since he advanced to domain god sovereign? He had never felt so powerless. 1 era, 2 eras, and more. What? An invincible existence amongst the 4th grade domain gods, or even middle level domain god. How is this possible? Father, are you seeing things? The experts of the blazing god clan widened their eyes once more. It was not that they did not believe the words of the blazing god Exalt, it was just that these words were a little too horrifying. Rank 4 low-level domain god, and even a middle-level domain god, were completely invincible existences in their soaring universe world. In fact, no one in those great worlds ranked around 30 could match him. Being able to meet one was the greatest fortune of their lives. However, today, they saw a total of 9 of them. Not only that, but these experts were actually just that lowly mount. Was there anything more horrifying than this in this world? I definitely won't be mistaken. The aura of those 9 divine dragons is much more terrifying than even the aura of supreme being Zhang Chanu. Gulp. Gulp. What kind of divine being was this? He is actually able to use such a powerful existence as a mount. Upon hearing this, the experts of the burning god clan finally believed the words of the supreme blazing god. They had all heard of supreme cloud rain. It was a great world adjacent to their soaring universe world, the ruler of the rain world, a powerful 4th order realm god. He's at least a rank 2 middle level domain god, or even a rank 3 middle level realm god. As for the rank 4 middle level domain god, the supreme being of the burning god clan didn't dare to think about it. Rank 4 middle level domain god was a legend in the Wangyu realm. In this true Yuan realm, it was also a legend. Hiss. Such an ultimate expert, why would it come to my soaring universe great world? Not only did Yan Shaniang not understand, but the other experts of the burning god clan were also extremely puzzled. Rank 2 middle level domain god was a true peak figure of the true Yuan realm. He basically stayed in the 10 great ancient worlds and wouldn't come to an ordinary great world like their soaring universe world. The supreme being of the burning god realm didn't answer his daughter's question. Instead, he pointed in a certain direction. Dad, you mean that the supreme being is doing this for Taishu? How is this possible? Yan Shaniang was extremely intelligent and quickly understood what the supreme being meant. However, she couldn't accept the answer at all. Although the Great Void Ancient Clan was one of the 10 Great Ancient Clan in the true Yuan realm, it had a strong and powerful force. The Great Void Ancient Clan was one of the 10 Great Ancient Clan in the true Yuan realm. However, A second grade and rank 3 middle-level realm god definitely had the right to speak on equal terms with the Great Void Ancient Clan. The Great Void Imperial Lord was just a junior of the Great Void Ancient Clan, not even domain god sovereign. What right did he have to make such a supreme expert lower his status? If it was the patriarch of the Great Void Ancient Clan, he would have lived a long life. That was more like it. Yinger, other than this explanation, can you find any other reason? The Divine Flame Exalt did not directly answer Yan Shenying's question. Instead, he replied with a question. Yan Shenying was rendered speechless for a moment. They were one of the top 10 powers of the 3 sects and 6 clans. Although they were strong, in the eyes of Sovereign Expert, they were just a bunch of slightly bigger ants. A divine dragon that could pull a carriage could easily annihilate all of them. It was impossible for them to have any interaction with them. If there was a trace of hope in the vast soaring universe world, then the one that was related to it was the Great Void Royal Lord who was born in the Great Void Ancient Clan. As for that Sovereign Expert, he was just passing by. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? He didn't pass by earlier or later, but he just had to wait until the Grand Illusionary Royal Lord's 10 billion year birthday before passing by. Yinger, we've returned to the Grand Illusionary Imperial City. You can't just casually throw a tantrum, Zer. When the time comes, you'll have to watch over your sister. All of a sudden, the face of the flame god Exalt froze. It would have been fine if it had been in the past. A mighty dragon could not suppress a local snake. Even though the Grand Illusionary Lord was born in a noble family, however, he was only a quasi-god after all, so he had to give him, a supreme, some degree of face. However, if that Sovereign Expert really had something to do with the Grand Void Royal Lord, he wouldn't be able to save him no matter what. Even the entire Blazing God clan might be implicated. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister. The Burning God Shu promised. He made up his mind that he would follow his little sister once they arrived at the Great Void Imperial City. His sister had a weird personality. As eldest brother, he was very clear about it. Over the years, he had rubbed his farts for him quite a few times. Surprisingly, Yan Shenying didn't refute him at this moment. 9 Dragons Shed, Central Divine Hall. Yang Fann had no idea that his appearance had helped the Great Void Royal Lord, causing the Supreme Flame God and the others to let their imaginations run wild. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann wouldn't care too much. As long as they didn't come and provoke him, he wouldn't bother with them. Rumble. Waves of pure strength of original life continuously flowed through the devouring black hole into Yang Fann's body. Time passed quickly while Yang Fann was in seclusion. 10,000 years later, the 9 Dragons Shed once again entered the boundary corridor. With the 9 Great Divine Dragon opening the path, no major powers in the huge True Yuan realm would dare to provoke Yang Fann. The journey was smooth and smooth. 50,000 years later, at the border of the Myriad Waves realm, a 9 Dragons Shed tore through space. Passing through and out. During this period of time, the 9 Dragons Shed bumped into another realm beasts. It was much more terrifying than the first realm beasts Yang Fann encountered. Its strength was almost on par with a rank 4 middle-level domain god, but under Yang Fann's invincible power, it didn't even last a second before it was ruthlessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Jubal Realm, the Road Realm, Hongyi Realm, Tongguang Realm. 960,000 years later. At the border of the Mangji Realm, a 9 Dragons Shed tore through space and shot out. This was the last 2 realms recorded on the astrolabe. As long as he passed this Mokai realm, he would arrive at Yang Fann's destination, his hometown, Aima realm. C. 1672 The emergence of a high-rank realm beast Mangchi realm, boundary. Pucci. The space was torn apart like a curtain, and the 9 Dragons Shed emerged from it. In a flash, 960,000 years had passed. Yang Fann had finally arrived at the Manchu realm from the True Yuan realm. As long as he passed the Manchu realm, it would be his hometown, Aima realm. With the speed of the 9 Dragons Shed, if the journey went smoothly, it would take at most tens of thousands of years for him to reach the Aima realm. For the past 960,000 years, Yang Fann had been in secluded cultivation, cultivating, devouring, and devouring. He didn't slack off at all. The remaining 40,000 rank 9 top-level true god did not even last for many years before they were completely devoured by Yang Fann. Not even a single quasi-domain god was left. Even those low-level domain god were devoured by Yang Fann. Of course, the result was delightful. After 9,600,000 years of hard work, the little world in Yang Fann's body had expanded by more than 10 times, and he had advanced to a low second-grade true god. In fact, he had just advanced to the peak of a low-rank 2 true god. He was only several tens of thousands of years away from breaking through to a low-rank 3 true god. At the same time, Yang Fann's power of the shell had also made quite a bit of progress. Although it wasn't as large as the one in the inner world, it had increased by quite a bit. It had successfully surpassed the 100 middle thousand strength of world. Just the strength of the body alone was enough to fight some third-grade low-level domain god. It was truly terrifying. Once he used all his trump cards, his combat strength would be fully unleashed. It was hard to say who would win rank 4 high-level domain god, but for an ordinary rank 3 high-level domain god, it was likely that they would have to fight one more time before deciding who would win. He had moved tens of thousands of top-level true god, hundreds of quasi-gods, and dozens of low-level domain god warriors. After the inner creature of the world, half of Yang Fann's inner world was no longer barren. After that, it finally had some form of appearance. Large and small cities were scattered all over the place, and there were countless of them. Some of the races and powers had even established a square country. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. Even if these creatures were edified by Yang Fann and became his most devout believers, it would still be the same. Regarding this, Yang Fann didn't interfere much. As long as the world wasn't destroyed on a large scale, everything else was just a small matter, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Crossing 10 different realms. During this period of time, the majority of the journey could be said to be smooth and unimpeded. The power of the 9 great golden divine dragons wasn't a joke, but being able to use 9 quasi-middle level domain god as mounts, even a fool could tell how strong they were. It was at least a rank 2 middle level domain god. An expert like this was a small group of people at the peak of the intermediate realm. Unless it was necessary, no major power would easily provoke such a supreme expert. However, there were always exceptions to everything. A middle-level domain god was a peak expert in the intermediate realm. The synonym of invincibility was a little lacking in the higher realms. In those 10 different realms, there was a higher realm. The 9 dragons' shed's power was unparalleled, but it also made people's eyes heat up. A top-grade flying ship like this was much better than those god ships and flying ships. In that high-grade realm, there was a force that had taken a fancy to this 9 dragons' shed and wanted to forcibly seize it. The Rock, one of the top 10 divine clans in the Thousand Divine World. Their strength was incomparably terrifying, far beyond the Divine Palace and Celestial Treasure Pavilion. There were hundreds of low-level domain god and over 20 middle-level domain god experts. The ancestor of the Rock was a first-grade high-level domain god. It was just that it was a little whimsical to think of ways to attack Yang Fann. As a result, the ancestor of the Rock was suppressed by Yang Fann with lightning speed. There were more than 20 middle-level domain god and hundreds of low-level domain god. Less than 1 out of 10 of them survived. The entire Rock's divine clan was almost wiped out. This battle had caused Yang Fann's name to shake the entire Xianxia realm. The 9 dragons' shed had completely become a taboo. Wherever he went, all the major and minor powers would retreat in fear, lest they provoke this dark star, Yang Fann, and bring disaster to their own race. As one of the 10 major powers of the Xianxia realm, although the god race of Rock was ranked at the bottom and was only ranked 9th, not even the number 1 power, the Qian god race, dared to say that they would certainly be able to eliminate the god race of the Rock, but in the end, their lair was destroyed by that dark star. The scariness of their strength could be seen from this. They had even surpassed the Qian god race. He did not know whether to say that Yang Fann was lucky or unlucky. A realm beasts that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to encounter even if they entered the boundary corridor dozens of times. However, Yang Fann encountered a realm beasts almost every time he passed by the boundary corridor. At least 1 realm beasts, at most a few. Currently, the number of Yang Fanns suppressed in Yang Fann's spatial ring had reached 28. Furthermore, all of them were adult realm beasts. Amongst them, there were 21 low-grade realm beasts and 7 intermediate realm beasts. The most terrifying realm beasts amongst them was infinitely close to the advanced realm beasts. There was only one more chance to advance. Its terrifying strength was almost comparable to some first-grade high-level domain god. Ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors would die if they came, they would die. Unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to run into Yang Fann. Even the peak first-grade high-level domain god, Old Ancestor Peng Cheng, was easily suppressed by Yang Fann. Furthermore, intermediate realm beasts that barely had the combat strength of a first-grade high-level domain god like him was suppressed by Yang Fann's lightning in less than a breath's time. Mochi's realm was the same as the Thousand God realm. It was also a high-level realm. It was only slightly inferior to the AIMA realm. Its overall strength was even above the Thousand God realm. In the Thousand God realm, rank 3 high-level domain god was practically a legend. However, in the Manchu realm, let alone rank 3 high-level domain god, there were even traces of rank 4 high-level domain god. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. As long as those major powers didn't come to find trouble with him, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. At this moment, he only wanted to return to AIMA realm in his hometown. In a flash, 12,000 years had passed. The 9 dragons shed once again entered the boundary corridor. During this period of time, they didn't encounter any bullshit incidents, and it could be said that everything went smoothly. The vast starry sky was boundless, and it wasn't easy to encounter a middle-level domain god or even a high-level domain god. As for the other true gods and domain gods, when they sensed the might of the 9 dragons shed from afar, they hid far away. Within the boundary corridor, a terrifying giant beast that was even bigger than the Thousand World in the body of the rock's old ancestor was lying on top of the void, snoring like thunder. And this giant beast was tens of billions of light years away. A group of people's faces were ashen, and their eyes revealed an unconcealable anxiety. Bitch it's the advanced realm beasts, not good, we've been cheated. Although their strength wasn't weak, each and every one of them was domain god sovereign. There was even a rank 2 middle-level domain god, but he could at most kill a intermediate realm beasts. It was a normal intermediate realm beasts, and it was impossible for him to capture a advanced realm beasts. What a scam! They had been completely scammed this time. The information they had obtained was only a low-grade realm beasts. Miss, take advantage of the fact that Wa didn't notice us when she was still alive. Let's go, let's hurry up and leave. The rank 2 middle-level domain god turned to a beautiful woman who was wearing a white dress and looked devastatingly beautiful. The advanced realm beasts was a terrifying existence that was comparable to a high-level domain god. As long as he moved his claws, he would be able to completely suppress them. Right at this moment, rumble. The tightly shut eyes of the advanced realm beast suddenly opened, and a terrifying ferocious light flashed past. Ah, not good, that Hua Sheng has discovered us. Woo 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 woo. It's over, it's all over. Miss, I'm sorry. C-1673 Thunder Suppression Boundary Corridor. The supreme rank 2 middle-level domain god, Chenda, had a look of despair on his face. At the same time, endless regret surged into his heart like a surging river. Initially, he thought that he would be facing a low-grade realm beasts. With his cultivation base and the help of the 8 low-level domain god warriors, he would be able to suppress the realm beasts with ease. Even if he brought the young lady along with him, there wouldn't be any risks. Never would he have thought that the realm beasts was actually a terrifying advanced realm beasts. With their cultivation base and strength, even if they were 10 times stronger, they would still be no match for a single advanced realm beasts. He shouldn't have agreed to the young lady's request. It doesn't matter if I die, but now, I have implicated Milady. I have let Milady down. I'm sorry, my lord. At this moment, rumble. The advanced realm beast's gigantic hand moved and shattered the space. It then pressed down on the group of Supreme Being Chen and the others. This palm seemed like a casual strike from the advanced realm beasts, as though it was swatting a fly. It didn't use much strength at all. However, in the eyes of Supreme Being Chenda and the others, it was so terrifying and despairing. Ah no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. I haven't broken through to the middle-level domain god yet. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The group of low-grade exalts immediately burst out with heart-wrenching cries. Under the heaven-shrouding beast claw, they were extremely weak. They were like the ignorant ants on the ground. Just their aura alone was enough to completely suppress them. There was no need for them to fight back. Even moving their bodies would be difficult. No, even if I have to die, I have to ensure the safety of the young lady. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Chenda Supreme Being, like a ferocious beast that had been completely forced into a corner. The ferocity in his heart completely erupted. Evil flower, I'll fight you to the death. God and devil's disintegration technique. The origin of the world, burn. Rumble, rumble. The vast dimensional realm within his body began to burn at a terrifying speed. Countless living beings within it transformed into flying ashes. In an instant, the aura around Supreme Lord Chenda's body rose rapidly, and he surpassed the rank 3 middle-level realm god. He seemed to be on the verge of catching up to the rank 4 middle-level domain god realm. The origin of the world. It was the foundation of a world, and it could burn the origin of the world. To the inner world, this was a devastating loss. In this battle, even if Supreme Being Chenda was lucky enough to survive, his cultivation base would definitely drop drastically, to the point where he would be completely crippled. Furthermore, in the future, if he wanted to continue improving his cultivation base, it would be virtually impossible for him to do so. However, at this moment, the Chen clan's supreme expert couldn't care about that much. As long as he could protect the young miss, so what if he burned the world's origin? Even if he wanted to take his life, he wouldn't even furrow his brows. Come out, Solar Divine Saber. Rumble. A terrifying crimson divine saber appeared in the hands of Paragon Chend. In that instant, the aura around Paragon Chenda once more surged madly. This was the secret divine blade that he had cultivated for several eras. It was a divine ability and also his lifeblood divine artifact. Its power was so powerful that it could rival some high-grade middle-level domain divine artifacts. With the forbidden arts god and devil's disintegration technique and the burning of the world's origin, it could forcefully increase his combat strength. At this moment, his combat strength was so terrifying that even some rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors wouldn't dare to look down on him. Young lady, let's go. With a mournful wail, Supreme Being Chenda transformed into terrifying great gods, who was tens of thousands of light years old. With the solar divine saber in his hand, he continued to attack the advanced realm beasts. Uncle Da. A line of tears silently flowed down from the beautiful eyes of the woman in white. However, her movements were not slow. She took out a pearl and broke free from the restraints of the beast's might. Then, she fled into the distance. In fact, she didn't hesitate to use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase her speed, even at the risk of damaging her foundation. Although she wished she could tear that woman into 1,000 pieces, she wanted nothing more than to tear her into 1,000,000 pieces. She wanted to grind her bones and scatter her ashes. However, she knew very well in her heart. Right now, the most correct way for her to escape was to flee far away. Otherwise, besides wasting Uncle Da's sacrifice, there was no other use. Uncle Da, don't worry. Yu will definitely avenge you. She will definitely avenge you. However, she was fast. There was a figure that was faster than her. It was Supreme Emperor Chenda. One level, several big levels of difference, could not be made up by risking one's life. With just a single strike, Supreme Elder Chenda was ruthlessly defeated, his divine body almost exploding. He could not even maintain his battle body and directly transformed into an ordinary person. Clouds of mushroom clouds continuously rose from his ruined body. Ah, Uncle Da. The woman in white let out a sorrowful cry, and endless despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. Even Uncle Da was no match for the beauty. She was only a rank 2 low-level domain god, so how could she possibly fight against that woman? Could it be that my white lunar goddess is going to be buried under the beauty today? I haven't even broken through to the high-level domain god. How can I die prematurely like this? Roar, the great Tao is above me. I can't accept this. I can't accept this right at this moment. What an evil creature. It just so happens to be a nourishment for my growth. A slightly surprised voice descended from the sky, sweeping across the entire world. In the next second, a figure who was billions of light years tall seemed to be comparable to it. The terrifying figure that looked even more majestic than the advanced realm beasts appeared in their line of sight. Ah, what is that? Hiss, what a terrifying pressure. It was even more terrifying than the patriarchs. This. Bai Yu was so shocked that she was rendered speechless. The patriarch of the Bai family. He was one of the peak AIMA realms of the AIMA realm, a mighty rank 3 high-level domain god. It was because of the patriarch that the Bai family was able to maintain their supreme status in the AIMA realm continent. Even the divine dynasty had to respect the Bai family. That man was even more terrifying than the old ancestor of the Bai family. What kind of strength was that? A peak rank 3 high-level domain god or rank 4 high-level domain god? But soon, the shock in his heart was replaced by endless joy. That senior was obviously here for the advanced realm beasts. With that senior here, that evil creature wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. There's no need to die, we don't need to die anymore. Evil creature, come here. Yang Fann grinned hideously and sent a palm strike towards the advanced realm beasts. Rumble. An invincible power suppressed the heavens. At this moment, 63,000 years had passed since Yang Fann had arrived at the Mengqi realm, and Yang Fann had also successfully broken through to the third-grade low true god stage. He hadn't even entered the early third-grade low-level true god stage yet. His combat strength had increased by more than double, and his pure strength of body had exceeded 200 to 1,000 strength of worlds. The overall strength was terrifying. It was not much weaker than some of rank 4 high-level domain gods. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. All of his strength was unleashed. Awoo. The extremely terrifying aura of danger caused the advanced realm beasts to no longer be as lazy as before. Apart from its solemn expression, the beast eye that looked like a dimension between the two worlds was also filled with a hint of panic. Rumble. The power of the realm beasts within his body erupted to its limit, and he sent a palm strike towards Yang Fann. Rumble. A terrifying energy wave seemed to want to blow up the entire boundary corridor. In an instant, the white lunar goddess and company were like a lone boat in the middle of a raging sea. They were in danger of being overturned at any moment. Thankfully, the white lunar goddess and company were not ordinary people. At the very least, they were all first-grade low-level domain god. Even Paragon Chendidi was nearly blasted to pieces by the advanced realm beasts. However, after a few breaths of time, he had barely managed to recover some of his combat strength. He was no weaker than an ordinary third-grade low-level domain god. Furthermore, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, White Lunar Goddess was no exception. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. She managed to endure the energy tide with great difficulty. Otherwise, if they didn't die in the hands of the advanced realm beasts and instead died in the aftermath of the battle, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Ow! With a shrill beast roar, the advanced realm beasts was grabbed by Yang Fann like an eagle grabbing a chicken. The strength of this advanced realm beasts was only slightly stronger than the old ancestor of the rock, and it had just barely stepped into the rank 2 high-level domain god. The gap between it and the current Yang Fann was just too great. Moreover, compared to the high-level domain god of different races, the advanced realm beast's divine strength was unparalleled. However, its means of preserving its life were much weaker. Even fleeing was an extravagant hope. Suppress that advanced realm beasts was suppressed by Senior just like that. C-1674 It's him boundary corridor. The eldest daughter of the Bai family, White Lunar Goddess, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had thought that the advanced realm beasts would not be a match for the mysterious Senior, they had never imagined that such a situation would occur. That was a advanced realm beasts, and it was not even a newly advanced realm beasts. Looking at its terrifying size, its combat strength was not much weaker than some rank 2 high-level domain god warriors. Even their ancestor, that rank 3 high-level domain god warrior, would need to spend some effort to suppress this advanced realm beasts. If he was not careful, he might even be injured and pay a price. However, in the hands of that mysterious Senior, he could not last more than a breath's time. Horrifying. He was truly horrified to the extreme. Gululu. This power. 4. Rank 4 high-level domain god, that mysterious Senior was definitely a rank 4 high-level domain god. This was the pinnacle expert in the AIMA realm. In the entire AIMA realm, the total number of rank 4 high-level domain gods that rank 4 high-level domain god had would probably not exceed 2 hands. Only after a long while did Bai Yuan and the rest manage to regain their senses. The next second, Bai Yu bent her legs and knelt down. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Senior's great kindness is something that the Bai family will never forget. Senior, please show yourself. Her voice was filled with respect. This was a peak expert that was even more terrifying than their patriarch. Of course, there was also a faint thought in his heart. It was a blessing in disguise. Although he had almost died in the hands of the advanced realm beasts today, however, as long as she could get involved with this mysterious Senior, it would be the greatest fortune she had ever had in her life. At that time, her position in the Bai family would be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the old ancestor would have to consider if he wanted to touch her. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if they came from the same clan, it would be the same, let alone a super clan like the Bai family, which had been passed down for more than 10 eras. Their internal relationships were even more complicated. However, to White Lunar's disappointment, the mysterious Senior did not appear despite waiting for a long time. It was as though he did not exist at all. Senior, please show yourself. Bai Yu shouted once again, unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, she did not react at all. Miss, I'm afraid that Senior has already left. After stabilizing his injuries with great effort, Supreme Elder Chen Didi spoke. Of course, he had only stabilized his external injuries, but the burning origin of the world couldn't be recovered. Not only was his cultivation base on the verge of falling to the middle-level domain god stage, it was almost impossible for him to break through in the future. Perhaps it's because our luck hasn't arrived yet. White lunar goddess's eyes darkened as she sighed helplessly. She had a dejected look on her face. She had really dared to imagine that her shallow cultivation base would never catch the eyes of that senior. If it were their patriarch, Paragon White Knight, it would have been more likely. Uncle Da, how are your injuries? Soon, White Lunar Goddess said with a worried look. Her eyes were filled with worry. There was a hint of tears. If not for the fact that Paragon Chen Jingde had forcefully increased his strength at all costs and blocked the advanced realm beast's deadly claw, they would have been killed before the mysterious senior could even make a move. Big miss, don't worry. I'm fine. Supreme Elder Chen De shook his head lightly. However, deep within his pupils, an indescribable loneliness flashed past. With his talent and potential, although it was impossible for him to break through to the high-level domain god, he was still confident that he could break through to the rank 3 middle-level realm. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the rank 4 middle-level domain god. But now, all of this was ruined. Not to mention advancing to the 3rd or rank 4 middle-level domain god, it was still unknown whether he would be able to keep his cultivation base from falling to the low-level domain god. Young lady, I'm the one who dragged you into this. However, not long after that, the expression on Supreme Being Chen De's face changed, and he said with a guilty expression. It was fortunate that such a mysterious senior had appeared in the end. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to eldest miss, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease even if he went down there. Uncle Da, please don't say that. It was you who wanted to come, and all of this. If we were to really talk about it, they were the ones plotting against us. White Lunar Goddess gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged beast. She felt a chill run down her spine. Although they belonged to different factions, there was no end to the competition, but they were all disciples of the Bai family. To directly set such a trap to deal with them, he was not going to give up until he killed them. Could it be that they didn't care about family and blood at all? Not good, on father's side. Suddenly, Bai Yu's beautiful face changed. Supreme Elder Chen De was her father's right-hand man, and she was his only daughter. Since the other party dared to attack them, it was as though they would never give up. It was possible that they would plot against her father. My lord, eldest miss, we have to return immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Dezi was similarly shocked. It wasn't impossible for the other party to be so ruthless. All right, we will leave immediately. However, in the end, White Lunar Goddess still cast a glance at the starry sky where Yang Fann had previously been. She hoped to see that mighty figure. As long as they could get in touch with that senior, the danger they faced was nothing. 9 Dragons Shed, Central Divine Hall. Yang Fann had no idea that someone was constantly thinking about him. Of course, even if he knew, he would not pay too much attention to the White Lunar Goddess. He had only attacked to suppress the advanced realm beasts. As for saving the White Lunar Goddess and company, it was just a coincidence. He had done so in passing. It was advanced realm beasts that could match a rank 2 high-level domain god. Its strength of original life was so vast that it was several times stronger than the peak first-grade high-level domain god Patriarch of the Rock. It could be said that a single advanced realm beasts could match a first-grade high-level domain god. All of his previous gains were even greater than the previous ones. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the urge to immediately consume the advanced realm beasts. He wanted to eat it one bite at a time. It was better to leave the good stuff for the last time. After all, to the current Yang Fann, a low-level domain god still had a lot of help. Unlike those top-level true god who had almost been reduced to accumulation, no matter how much he devoured, it wouldn't help him improve his cultivation base by even a little bit. Hong Long. A ray of light flashed past. A third-order realm god appeared in front of Yang Fann. After a million years, the first and rank 2 low-level domain god in the spatial ring had been devoured by Yang Fann. Among them were the 232 first and rank 2 domain god from the rock. Domain god Sovereign, who had fallen in Yang Fann's hands, had more than 400 of them. If this were to spread out, countless experts would be scared to death. That was domain god sovereign, not some random dog or cat on the street. Even if the Cloud Floating Palace, Shengluo Alliance, Skysoul Alliance, and Chongchun Union were to join forces, they wouldn't necessarily have that many domain gods. However, Yang Fann had devoured all of them in just a million years. It was simply unimaginable. Rumble. Soon, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring the third-grade realm god's strength of original life, snatching away his world origin and strengthening his own inner world. Time flashed, and another 30,000 years passed. At the border of AIMA realm, Pucci, the space shattered, and the 9 dragons shed passed through the void. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing an unconcealable excitement. I'm back, AIMA realm. I'm finally back. How many years had it been? Including the time he spent in interdimensional space in AIMA realm continent, how many years had it been? It had been nearly 6 million years. It had been too long. Father, mother, wait for me. I'll be back soon. The next second, with a thought, Yang Fann kept the 9 dragons shed. At this moment, he no longer had the mood to continue his seclusion. All he wanted was to return to his parents' side as soon as possible. Although the speed of the 9 dragons shed was fast, it wasn't any slower than the speed of some rank 2 middle-level domain god. However, compared to Yang Fann's current speed, it was still inferior. It wasn't just a tiny bit. They were on a completely different level. However, very quickly, Yang Fann frowned. Celestial Treasure Pavilion was a major influence in the Wangyu realm and the nearby realms. He knew very little about AIMA realm. That star disk only had the star map of AIMA realm, but he didn't have the inner star map of AIMA realm. Without an accurate star map, even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, it wouldn't be easy for him to find the Guangling River system in the vast starry sky. Although his spiritual sense was stronger than some rank 3 high-level domain god warriors, it was still far from enough to cover the entire AIMA realm. Even if he wanted to cover 1/10 of the entire AIMA realm, it was still far from enough. Looks like I need to get an accurate star map before that. First grade low-level domain god, that's him. C-1675. Meeting again in the AIMA realm, there was only one world that was born in the universe, and that was the AIMA realm continent. However, since the birth of the AIMA realm for dozens of eras, from ancient times until now, domain god sovereign wasn't a small number. Even if he didn't have a million, he would still have at least a few 100,000. As a top-tier dimensional realm that could give birth to a top-level domain god, the AIMA realm continent was incomparable to any ordinary dimensional realm. From ancient times until now, there had been many supreme beings that had fallen. As for these fallen domain god sovereign, some of the dimensional realms in his body had exploded, turning into ruins. However, many of his inner worlds had been preserved. In the entire AIMA realm, there were a lot of dimensional worlds. Most of them were dependent on the AIMA realm continent, and had become the foundation of a major power. However, some of them were scattered around the AIMA realm. However, the AIMA realm was vast and boundless. Compared to the Wangyu realm, it was more than 10 times, or even 100 times larger. Thousands of dimensional worlds were scattered within it, and it was impossible to create any waves. At that time, Yang Fann's knowledge was shallow, and he mistakenly believed that there was only one dimensional world in the AIMA realm continent. This was also understandable. The 10,000 world token was said to be spread across the entire AIMA realm, and it could only be used to deceive the ignorant native true gods. In the end, the Shengluo Alliance was only a first-rate power in the AIMA realm continent, which was under the 36th divine country and the divine kingdom of the heavens. It was placed in the entire AIMA realm continent. It could barely be considered a first or second-grade power, and it didn't even have a middle-level domain god. How could it have the ability to spread all over the AIMA realm? In fact, the 10,000 world medallion was only passed down in a small part of the river system in the AIMA realm. Pangshin God realm was a low-rank middle thousand world. It was said that the original owner of this realm, Pangshin, was a powerful rank 4 low-level domain god. In fact, he was one of the top existences among many rank 4 low-level domain god. He was only a step away from the middle-level domain god. Pang Xin's divine world was considered quite rich in resources among all the low-ranked dimensional realms that were born in the postnatal realm. In fact, it possessed the potential to give birth to domain god sovereign. For example, the resources of those middle-ranked dimensional realms that were left behind by those first-grade low-level domain god were not enough to allow people to advance to the realm of the god realm, let alone advancing to the realm of the god realm. It was unknown even if one could step into the quasi-domain god realm. Of course, this Pang Xin god world was much worse than the low-level central thousand worlds that were naturally bred in the universe. That was the difference between the Xiantian realm and the Xiantian realm. There was still a slight possibility of that happening in the inner world of the monster, unless it was a monster of the domain god realm who could jump ranks to challenge someone of a higher realm. There was a cluster of palaces that stretched for tens of thousands of miles in the center of Pang Xin god world. They were dazzling and resplendent, and they glittered with divine light. From time to time, numerous escape lights would cut through the voids, and shoot into the various big divine hall. Each of them had a powerful aura. At the very least, they were all low-level true gods. There were even quite a number of top-level true god warriors. It was the number one major power in the Xin Imperial Palace, and Pang Xin's divine world. There were countless experts inside the palace. The experts were like a rain. There were also several thousands of top-level true god experts. In fact, there were even dozens of quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god stage realm with a single step. Listening to King was the palace master of Listening to King Palace, and Listening to King was also a domain god sovereign. Moreover, he was the only sovereign expert in the entire Pang Xin god world. It was said that this Listening to King was the master of their Pang Xin god world, the supreme master of Pang Xin, bloodline descendant. In the center of the Xin Imperial Palace, inside the largest and most glorious divine palace, Listening to King, who was over 1,000 feet tall and wearing the purple gold god king armor, had a domineering aura as he sat on the throne. He looked down at all the people in the world, and his aura was unparalleled. He looked down on all the people in the world. On his left and right sides, there were over 30 quasi-gods with powerful auras. These people were none other than. They were none other than the divine generals of Listening to King's palace. And in the center of the great hall, beauties of various clans dressed in thin gauze clothing were dancing. Vaguely, one could see the snow-white body beneath the gauze clothes, causing one's mouth to dry up and their heart to beat faster. Today was the day when Listening to King held a feast and invited all the generals under his command. Right at this moment, Poochie. Within the hall, space started to distort. In the next second, a black-robed young man appeared out of thin air. Who is it? How dare you barge into Listening to King's divine palace? In an instant, the divine generals on both sides shouted out loudly. Breaking into Listening to King's divine palace without any scruples, this was bullying them. There was no one else in the palace. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Listening to King gave the order and instantly killed black-clothed youth. However, they didn't see that their master. Fear flashed across Listening to King's eyes. Listening to King's divine palace was the place where he usually invited his subordinates to dinner. It could be said that it was one of the most important palaces in Listening to King's palace. He had set up a powerful defense mechanism in the entire divine palace. Even a first-grade domain god on the same level as him wouldn't be able to enter Listening to King's divine palace without being noticed. However, the person in front of him had suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for him taking the initiative to show himself, he probably wouldn't have known where he was until now. He wasn't simple. This person wasn't simple. His strength might even surpass his. Do you have the AIMA realm domain star map? Yang Fann doesn't even look at the quasi-gods on both sides. He stared at Listening to King and asked. If he wanted to rush back to Guangling River system, he needed an accurate star map, and Listening to King was his target. A first-grade domain god was considered a figure in the AIMA realm, and he wouldn't disappoint Yang Fann. Bastard, how dare you! The numerous divine generals of the Xin Imperial Palace were all top-notch experts of the Pang Xin divine world. In addition, they had the backing of venerable Listening to King. So, it could be said that they were used to being tyrannical in the Pang Xin divine world. So, they had never been looked down upon by others. A divine general immediately rushed forward, and seized Yang Fann. Not good. Listening to King's facial expression changed dramatically. The person in front of him was probably rank 2 domain god, who was at the same level as him, or perhaps even stronger than him. This man was not someone his divine generals could deal with. In the blink of an eye, ant, you're courting death. Bang. The figure of the godly general froze for a moment before it exploded. It shattered into powder and turned into flying ashes. It was as if he had never appeared in this world. Ah, Chen-hu, Chen-hu died just like that. How is that possible? How could this be? I'm not dreaming, am I? It's fake. This must be fake. The quasi-gods on both sides were extremely shocked. Even Supreme, listening to King's eyes widened in disbelief. Divine General Morning Tiger. He was one of the top 5 divine generals under his command, and was only a step away from the sovereign stage. Even a supreme being like him would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Not to mention, just a single cold shout was enough to completely destroy him. This method was simply too shocking and inconceivable. Rank 2 domain god? No, he was at least a peak rank 2 domain god, or even a 3rd grade domain god. Unknowingly, there was a trace of panic in listening to King's eyes. This was his lair. With the help of the geographical advantage and the many trump cards of the Xin Palace, he could barely fight a rank 2 domain god. He was still an ordinary rank 2 domain god. A peak rank 2 domain god was more than enough to crush them. If he was a 3rd grade domain god, he would be able to easily destroy Xin Palace without paying any price. My lord, I only have the star map of the eastern region of the AIMA realm. I don't have the complete star map of the AIMA realm. Supreme, listening to King's voice, was slightly trembling, and his tone was respectful. This supreme being in front of him was not someone the Xin Imperial Palace could afford to offend. As for the revenge of Divine General Chen-hu, he didn't even dare to think about it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Quick, show it to me. Hong Long. Yang Fann's voice carried a trace of excitement. From the ancient books of Shengluo Alliance, he knew that Guangling River system was located in the eastern part of AIMA realm. If listening to King possessed the complete map of the eastern region, he would only need to return home. Yes, master. Good, it is indeed a complete eastern star map. I want this star map. I will exchange this with you. Yang Fann announced. As for listening to King's opinion, it wasn't important at all. To go to the cultivation world. The expert was respected, even if it didn't give anything. After snatching the star map, this listening to King wouldn't dare to say no. Furthermore, he had even taken out a supreme treasure to compensate for listening to King's loss. In the next second, swoosh, Yang Fann waved his hand, and a ray of light shot towards listening to King. Ah, it's a high-grade low-level domain divine artifact. It's actually a high-grade low-level domain divine artifact. This. Listening to King stared blankly at the coiling dragon halberd in his hand. He thought that Yang Fann's so-called compensation was the meaning behind it. It was already considered not bad to be able to give him a quasi-domain divine artifact. Never did he expect that. It was a real domain divine artifact, and it was also a high-rank low-level domain divine artifact. As long as he refined this high-rank low-level domain divine artifact, his strength would surely increase tremendously. Even if he were to face some rank 2 domain god, he would still have the strength to fight back. This time, he had earned a lot. The value of a mere Eastern Star map was at most comparable to an inferior low-level domain divine artifact, and it was even the most inferior low-level domain divine artifact. Compared to a high-grade low-level domain divine artifact, the difference between them was more than 10 times. It was only after a long while that Supreme, listening to King, finally managed to regain his senses. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Yang Fann was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, listening to King's eyes darkened, and a sense of disappointment flashed across his heart. He was afraid that he had missed a great opportunity. To be able to take out a high-ranked low-level domain divine artifact so casually, such a great figure was far beyond his imagination. A peak rank 2 domain god, a 3rd grade domain god, was simply a joke. One should know that many 3rd grade domain gods might not even have a high-rank low-level domain divine artifact in their hands, let alone a star map. Even some 4th grade domain gods might not be so extravagant. A peak 4th grade domain god, or even a legendary middle-level domain god. Unfortunately, it was truly a pity. If he could board that lord's ship, he might have a chance to break through to rank 2 domain god, or even a 3rd order realm god in the future. 300 years later. Guangling Realm Island, Blue Moon Palace, Martial Arts Peak. Ah, its master. The Lord is back, the Lord is back. Quickly go and inform the Lord. My man, the Lord is back. C1676 changes Guangling Realm Island, Blue Moon Palace, Martial Arts Peak. 6 million years, nearly 6 million years. Looking at the few familiar figures in front of him, Yang Fann's eyes were somewhat moist, as if something was about to drip down from his eyes. Fortunately, his parents were safe and sound, and nothing unexpected had happened. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. All these years, Yang Fann had always felt a trace of unease in his heart. He was deeply afraid that the cloud-floating palace had no bottom line, and wouldn't be shameless enough to kill his family. Although he had left behind a lot of life-saving techniques, he could only barely deal with some rank 9 top-level true god warriors. In front of Domain God Sovereign, his immature techniques couldn't even withstand a single blow. Even if he wanted to save his own life, it was still an extravagant hope. Nearly 6 million years had passed, but his parents and the others didn't have much of a change in appearance. They still looked the same as before. However, their cultivation base and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even their parents, who didn't really like to cultivate, had reached the 7th layer Heavenly Sovereign stage. As for little sister and the others, their cultivation base and strength far surpassed those of the two elders. All of them had reached the top-level Heavenly Sovereign, especially little sister Yang Fann, who had already reached the 9th layer of the Void Realm in her body. She was only a step away from attaining the Tao and becoming a god. Furthermore, the void world within her body was as vast as the little world, which was the domain of some low-rank 2 true gods. Once he attained the Tao and became a god, the void world within his body would transform into the little world. He would immediately have the power to challenge a rank 3 true god, or even a rank 4 low-level true god. One had to admit that having a good eldest brother, a good son, was better than anything else. 7th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, who was less than 8 million years old, was an unimaginable thing in the little world, and a top-level Heavenly Sovereign who was less than 8 million years old. Not to mention, even if he was placed in the AIMA realm continent, he would still be an out-and-out genius, let alone in the little world. That was a true ancient monster. It was hard to find a single person even after several eras. However, there were 6 people here all of a sudden. Fan, my Fan, let mother kiss you and take a good look at you. I lost weight. Mother, Fan has lost weight. All these years, he must have suffered a lot. Mother, this child is not suffering. It really is not suffering. This child is unfilial and has caused you all to worry. After asking about their relationship, Yang Yunfeng and his wife began to ask about Yang Fann's experiences in AIMA realm continent. Regarding this, Yang Fann was as usual, reporting good news without worrying about it. The pressure from the outside world was enough for him to bear alone. He had put in so much effort in his cultivation. It was all for the sake of protecting his parents, his family, and the others from those storms. Of course, what Yang Fann said was the truth. In the past few million years, Yang Fann hadn't encountered any great danger. Apart from the battle with Perkazide, he had also used the forbidden arts to banish him. But overall, it was not a big deal. It could even be said that it was a great opportunity for him. In the AIMA realm, he might not be able to capture so many domain god sovereign. He had beaten the younger ones, and now the older ones had come. The AIMA realm continent was not an ordinary realm like the Wangyu realm or the True Yuan realm. If a high-level domain god really appeared, given Yang Fann's cultivation base, he would definitely want to escape. It would be an extravagant hope. Not to mention that he had the current cultivation base and strength. In these 30,000 years, Yang Fann hadn't stopped advancing, and his strength had improved by quite a bit. In the entire AIMA realm, only the high and mighty AIMA domain lord could make him feel some fear. Even if he couldn't defeat the others, it wouldn't be a problem for him to save his life. It was a pity that they had been busy devouring the 9 revolutions divine devil body all these years, so they didn't have the time to cultivate it. Under the baptism of the strength of worlds, although Yang Fann's defense had improved a lot, there was still a huge gap compared to the high-level domain divine artifact. He was only slightly stronger than exquisite intermediate's domain divine artifact. If the 9 revolutions divine devil body could reach the 5th transformation huge perfection. Even if it was against AIMA domain lord, Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid at all. At that time, the defense of his divine body would be close to the top-level divine artifact. An ordinary top-level domain god wouldn't even be able to break through his defense, let alone kill him. After spending some time with his parents and the others, Yang Fann found the Blue Moon Palace's master and the others and gathered with them. At the same time, he also learned about the development of the Blue Moon Palace and the other three major powers. Left behind by Yang Fann, the strength of the Blue Moon Palace, Witch Clan, and Phoenix Feather Palace had improved by leaps and bounds. The masters of Blue Moon Palace, Phoenix Feather Palace, Thick Earth Sorcerer, and the others had all broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the top-level True God. Currently, there were 3 top-level True God in the huge Blue Moon Palace, and the strongest one was the Blue Moon Palace's master, who had reached the peak of first-grade top-level True God. There was only a slight gap between them and breaking through. In the Phoenix Feather Palace, besides the master of the Phoenix Feather Palace who broke through to the top-level True God, there was another high-level True God who had successfully broken through to the top-level True God. Of course, the most terrifying one was Wu God. As the living beings of the Eternal Continent, the potential of Golden Origin Sorceress's race was far greater than those living beings in the little world like the Lord of Blue Moon Palace. It was just that they didn't have enough resources before, and it was hard for them to make a breakthrough without enough resources. Now, with the large amount of resources provided by Yang Fann, the 12 High Sorcerer had all advanced to the peak Wu God, especially the strongest Golden Origin Sorceress. He had directly advanced to the peak of the 3rd grade Wu God. The scariness of his power could be said to be far greater than the 2 major powers of the Blue Moon Palace and Phoenix Feather Palace. As for the high-level True God, Wu God, when the 3 major powers combined, there were more than 300 of them. It was simply unimaginable. Compared to Guangling River system, since ancient times, there were even more high-level True God from all the major races. Along with the increase in strength, it was inevitable for them to expand. Up until now, all the major powers in Guangling Realm Island had either completely surrendered to the 3 major powers or were wiped out in the long river of history. The entire Guangling Realm Island had already been unified by the 3 major powers. Not only that, but the 8 major rivers near Guangling River system had also been swept away by the 3 major powers. There were a few rivers that didn't even have a single top-level True God. How could they fight against the 3 major powers? Among the nearby river systems, only the Purple Mansion River system was barely able to survive. It was all because of the relationship between the number 1 power of the Purple Mansion River, Marlborough Pavilion, and Yang Fann. If not, the Purple Mansion River would not be able to escape becoming a vassal force of the 3 major powers. Furthermore, the Blue Moon Palace and the other 2 major powers were still expanding in all directions, as if they were going to sweep away the dozens of rivers in the vicinity. Regarding this, Yang Fann just quietly listened to the Blue Moon Palace master and the others, and didn't say much. Unifying the 8 rivers was something that the Blue Moon Palace master and the others didn't even dare to think about before. It was something that could make them proud for the rest of their lives, but to Yang Fann, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. The strongest of these river systems were only 1st and 2nd grade top-level True God. With just a breath of Yang Fann's breath, he would be able to kill tens of millions of them. With his current terror-fighting power, if he was willing, he could easily sweep across the entire eastern region and rule the trillions of river systems. However, this was meaningless. Even some middle-level domain god were like ants in Yang Fann's eyes. They wouldn't be of any help to him, let alone those true gods. A cultivation base at Yang Fann's level wasn't something that could be compensated with just a few people. After that, Yang Fann went to the Tianan Realm River and the great world of spiritual martial arts. There were his good brothers, many of his subordinates, and many relatives there. It was his true hometown, and it wasn't easy for him to return to the Guangling River system. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't go and take a look. Furthermore, it was very likely that his return would be the last time he returned to Guangling River system. The little world in his body had already been formed. This time, Yang Fann was determined to take his parents and the others away. Without his parents and the others tying him down, the possibility of Yang Fann returning to the Guangling River system and the Tianan Realm River was really too low. Even if he did return, it would be tens of thousands of years later. With his current cultivation base, the first time he went into seclusion was very likely to be 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, or even 100 million years. Close to 6 million years had passed, and the world had truly changed. With the help of the Blue Moon Palace, the great world of spiritual martial arts had almost become the biggest world in the Guangling River system except for the Guangling Realm Island. Even the little world that was left behind by some true gods after their fall was far inferior. In the past, The high-level saints were the rulers of great world of spiritual martial arts, but now, there were so many of them, half-step Saint King. They were just a small group of experts, and Saint Kings were the mainstream. Even semi-god heavenly sovereign was not uncommon. As for Qinhu and Yang Fann's friends and subordinates, they were the main support of the Blue Moon Palace. Each of them had the same cultivation base that changed 3 times a day. Although the speed of their breakthrough could not be compared to Yang Fann and the rest, it was enough to scare people to death. Up until now, Qinhu and the others had advanced to semi-god heavenly sovereign one after another. It was still not the first time they had entered First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's realm, but at the very least, they were all 4th layer heavenly venerates. Like true King Wan Lei and the others, each and every one of them had reached the 7th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign realm, which was not inferior to their old mistress, Yang Yunfeng and his wife. In terms of actual combat strength, they had left Yang Yunfeng and his wife far behind. Yang Yunfeng and his wife's cultivation base was entirely dependent on the accumulation of various kinds of divine pills, and he didn't have much combat experience. He could only rely on his powerful magic power to bully a 4th layer heavenly sovereign. If a 4th layer heavenly sovereign encountered a slightly stronger 5th Empyrean heavenly sovereign, he would probably die. Also, the family clans behind them also experienced a snowball-like rise in power. It had vaguely become the Guangling River system, one of the few big families. It was no different from a person who had gained the Tao and ascended to the heavens. C-1677 Migration Tianan Realm River, Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts. After spending a few days with Qinhu and the others, Yang Fann returned to Guangling Realm Island, the Blue Moon Palace. After that, Yang Fann accompanied his parents for a period of time, as if he wanted to make up for the past few million years. He didn't go into seclusion, as if he had forgotten about cultivation all of a sudden. Time passed just like that, little by little. Occasionally, Yang Fann would bring his little sister and the others along, and walk towards the other river branches to experience the local customs of the various river branches. With his current cultivation base and strength, with a single teleportation, he would be able to cross thousands to tens of thousands of rivers. It wouldn't take much time for him to come and go. In this way, his little sister Yang Fann would be extremely happy. Among the few girls, the one who was the most active was none other than her. However, due to her lack of strength, even with the help of the high-grade god ships, she had been in the river system for thousands of years, let alone the river system that was even further away. He had come and gone once, and for all it was very likely that it would be hundreds of thousands to millions of years later. Eldest brother had already left. As the younger sister, if she still left them, the 2 elders would be heartbroken to death. In the past few million years, although Yang Fann had occasionally left the Guangling Boundary River, she had only been moving around in the nearby rivers for less than 10,000 years. But now, with eldest brother accompanying her, not only did she not need to worry about leaving her parents for too long, she also did not need to be afraid of any dangers along the way. In the past few million years, Yang Fann's guards had been extremely powerful. Every time, there would be a group of 10 high-level true god guards by her side. Sometimes, there would be even more of them. As long as they didn't encounter any top-level true god warriors, there wouldn't be any danger. However, there was still something wrong with it. Although there were only a few top-level true god, it wasn't like there were no other major rivers. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Soon, 3,000 years had passed. During these 3,000 years, under Yang Fann's massive supply of resources, the strength of the Blue Moon Palace, Witch Clan, and Phoenix Feather Palace, as well as the friends and family of Yang Fann had grown exponentially, like a rolling snowball. In the past, true god experts were the cornerstones of all major powers. In 100 billion years, they might not even be able to produce one. But now, almost 3 to 5 days had passed, and one person had successfully condensed the little world and broken through to the true god stage. The true god expert was like a bamboo shoot after a rain of rain, slowly rising. Like the Blue Moon Palace Master and the other big shots, their strength had similarly soared. In nearly 700 to 800 years, their cultivation would advance by a single level. As for the strongest Golden Origin sorceress, he was now a rank 7 top-level true god, and was only a step away from the rank 8 top-level true god. He was afraid that his breakthrough would take nearly 100 years. However, this was normal. Who was Yang Fann? Along the way, He had suppressed countless high-grade top-level true god and even domain god sovereign. His social status was terrifying. Even many third and rank 4 high-level domain god might not be as rich as him. Putting aside everything else, just the rock alone had accumulated more than a dozen eras of wealth. It was not something that a rank 2 high-level domain god could compare with. Any random treasure that they took out would be enough for some of them to fight for it. If Golden Origin Sorceress and the others couldn't increase their cultivation base by leaps and bounds, they would be able to find a piece of tofu and knock themselves to death. They would be able to save themselves the embarrassment of losing face. Of course, the ones who improved the most were Yang Yunfeng and his wife, Xianxia Audiobooks, and the other 2 girls. There was a difference between intimacy and alienation. In Yang Fann's heart, his parents, CC, and the other 3 girls were the most important. They were his true reverse scale. The others, including Qinhu and Maniu, were much worse than him. All kinds of top-grade domain god sovereigns that even male would go crazy for were given to his parents as if they were free. It directly caused the bloodline talents of his parents to skyrocket. At this moment, the innate talent of his parents might be slightly worse than those of the god-child level monster in the AIMA realm continent. However, compared to the number 1 monster of the young generation in the Chengluo mansion, peerless sword god Qin Wuxia, he was not any weaker, especially his little sister Yang Fann, who had even surpassed Qin Wuxia. She had almost stepped into the threshold of god-child level monster. In the future, even without Yang Fann's support, as long as she did not fall midway and attain the Dao domain divine, it was almost certain that she would succeed. She even had a decent chance of breaking through to the middle-level domain god. Of course, this was impossible. If he did not take care of his own sister, who would take care of her? With the unlimited supply of top-grade divine fruits and divine herbs, the cultivation base of his parents had skyrocketed by several major realms. Even Yang Yunfeng and his wife, who was the least enthusiastic about cultivating, had successfully condensed the little world and stepped into the true god stage. The world within was so vast that it was almost 10,000 times larger than the other rank 1 low-level true god. Even if Yang Yunfeng and his wife wasn't good at fighting, he could easily crush a low-level second-grade true god with brute force alone. Yang Fann was even more terrifying. In just 3,000 years, she had broken through to the middle-level true god, and had even broken through to the rank 4 middle-level domain god. Her inner world was so vast that it was almost comparable to some third-grade high-level true god. She could easily jump ranks to challenge a third-grade high-level true god. Comparisons were really infuriating. Even in the AIMA realm continent, Qin Wuxia had spent tens of thousands of years to reach the top-level heavenly sovereign and break through to the 4th-grade middle-level true god. During this period of time, he had gone through countless hardships and tribulations. And his combat strength was barely comparable to a second-grade high-level true god. They couldn't compare, they really couldn't compare. Guangling Realm Island, Blue Moon Palace, peak of the martial arts peak. It's been 3,000 years. It's time to return, Yang Fann murmured softly. He had finally returned to the Chengluo mansion, the heart of the Chengluo alliance. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never seen a person or a corpse. He thought that Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others must have been worried to death. Anyway, his parents had already agreed to stay in the little world. If they wanted to meet in the future, that's just a thought. Not long after his return, Yang Fann made a request to let Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others enter his little world. Initially, he wanted to bring his parents and friends to the AIMA realm continent and let them stay in his Chengluo alliance's paradise. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Although the defense of the Chengluo mountains was strong, with Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other 4th-grade domain gods guarding it all year round, it was enough to defend against a few 1st-grade middle-level domain god. However, compared to Yang Fann's abnormal inner world, it was much more powerful. It was like comparing a witch to a senior. In the vast AIMA realm, perhaps only the elusive AIMA domain lord had the power to break his inner world and threaten the safety of his family. Yang Yunfeng and his wife agreed without hesitation. 6 million years was already long enough. They didn't want to spend 6 million years or even longer before they could meet their precious son again. If they wanted to do it, they would do it. It was swift and decisive. Very quickly, Yang Fann recruited his parents and friends into Little World. Not only his parents, but also the Blue Moon Palace, Phoenix Feather Palace and Witch Clan, as well as many of Yang Fann's family and friends. None of them were idiots. In the end, the Guangling Realm Island was the same as well. In the little world, there was only a limited amount of resources. Even with the many resources that Yang Fann had given them, they would only be able to reach the first top-level true god in their lifetime. However, Yang Fann's inner world was different. It was vast and boundless, whether it was in terms of size or resources. That was more than 1 billion times bigger than the Guangling Realm Island. With Yang Fann's love, he would treat them badly in his territory. In the future, not to mention top-level true god, even Domain God Sovereign would be able to obtain them easily. He wouldn't agree unless his head was squeezed by the door. Ah, this is Brother Yang Fann's inner world. Hiss. What a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. Compared to the Guangling Realm Island, it's even more terrifying. What a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth, and this spatial barrier, I can't even move it when I use my full strength. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Being able to recognize Brother Yang Fann is definitely the greatest fortune of our lives. In this inner world, even without the support of any divine herb, I can still break through to a higher level within 1 million years. Very quickly, cheers and screams resounded in all directions. This environment was too good, too good. It was more than 10 million times better than the Guangling Realm Island. It made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream. Yang Fann would never be stingy with regards to his sect and his friends. He purposely left a large piece of land near the world center to them. One should know that the closer they got to the center of Yang Fann's inner world, the more abundant the spiritual energy in the world and all kinds of resources. If the resources in this piece of land were properly developed, it would be enough to give birth to a few middle-level domain god warriors. Of course, the core of the inner world would naturally belong to Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others. There were a few small places in the Guangling Realm Island, but they were filled with abundant spiritual energy and resources. They occupied almost the entire 4th level of the inner world. If someone could occupy this place, not to mention middle-level domain god, even high-level domain god would only be a matter of time in the future. After settling down his parents and the others, Yang Fann's figure moved, tore open the spatial zone, and moved towards AIMA realm continent. The star map of listening to King only included the eastern region of the AIMA realm, but there was one place that was very clear. It was the core of AIMA realm continent. Yang Fann didn't need to spend too much effort to find a new star map. AIMA realm continent, the divine kingdom of the heavens, Luoyang County, Chengluo Mansion and Chengluo Mountains. At some point in time, the huge Chengluo Mountains was covered with a terrifying dark aura. It was as if a storm was coming. The black cloud was pressing down on the city with the intention of destroying it. C-1678 Return AIMA realm continent, the divine kingdom of the heavens, one of the 36 prefectures of Luoyang County, Chengluo Mansion. The entire Chengluo Mansion seemed to be shrouded in an unconcealable fear, and every one of them was in a hurry. Amongst them, the Chengluo Mountains in the old lair of Chengluo Alliance was the most serious. Chengluo Mansion, in the center of the Chengluo Mountains, Chengluo Divine Palace. Sovereign Xuanyuan, the #1 person in the Chengluo Alliance, sat on the divine throne. On his left and right sides, he was slightly lower. He was the master of Tongshuan Hall, the master of 100 Soldiers Hall, and the other 9 great deputy chief of the Chengluo Alliance. Apart from that, there were also dozens of powerful auras in the huge divine palace. They were like the starry sky of the universe and the peerless expert of the 9 heavens abyss. Among them, there were a few whose auras were so powerful that they could faintly compete with the late deputy chief, the master of the dark ocean. The domain gods were all domain god sovereign. There were a total of 92 of them. This was almost the biggest foundation of Chengluo Alliance. Almost all of the domain god sovereign from Chengluo Alliance had arrived here. But now, every domain god sovereign, including Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other 10 supreme beings, was here. Every one of them had an unconcealable anger on their faces. They were like angry beasts that were about to devour people. At this moment, a 3rd-grade low-level domain god who was wearing a long black robe and had a rough face suddenly stood up. He looked at Sovereign Xuanyuan with an unsatisfied expression and said, "Chief, the Cloud Floating Palace, the Skysoul Alliance and the Changchun Union have gone too far. We can't tolerate this anymore. The life of Chengluo Alliance in the past 1,000,000 years wasn't easy. It could even be said that it was difficult for them to take a single step forward." After Yang Fann disappeared, for some unknown reason, the Cloud Floating Palace, the Skysoul Alliance, and the Changchun Union had colluded with each other to suppress the Chengluo Alliance. In just a short period of 1,000,000 years, the forces of the Shengluo alliance had regressed again and again. They had even lost a few of the dimensional realms under their control. The hearts of the people in the Shengluo mansion were in turmoil. Many families had abandoned the Shengluo alliance and joined the three major powers. This wasn't the end of it. The disciples of the Shengluo alliance had encountered accidents during their absence. More than 100,000 top-level true god warriors had fallen. Even those quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage had lost 32 of them. As for those below the top-level true god, they were high-level, intermediate, and low-level true gods. There was even less of a need to talk about them. Currently, the entire Shengluo alliance was in a state of panic. They were deeply afraid that if they didn't pay attention, they would be killed. If not for the fact that the law enforcement palace had killed a few traitors and made an example out of them, many disciples would have betrayed the Shengluo alliance and changed their sect. That's right, Alliance Master. We can't continue like this. We have to fight back. That's right, Alliance Master. We can't let those bastards continue to be arrogant. Revenge. We have to take revenge. Soon, Domain God Sovereign stood up one by one. In the past few million years, all the supreme beings had been suppressing their anger in their hearts. In fact, many of those who had fallen were the supreme disciples and even the parent-child of the supreme beings. This grudge, this hatred, they couldn't live under the same sky. Not to mention that blindly enduring would only help raise the arrogance of those three great powers. At that time, their Shengluo alliance would probably collapse soon. Sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes darkened slightly. The other supreme beings were furious. How could he not be furious? He wished that he could uproot the three major powers and shred that old man Ling Yun into pieces. One had to know that among the fallen true gods, they had a high chance of breaking through to the position of domain god in the future. And just like that, they were harmed by those beautiful girls. However, as the master of the Shengluo alliance, he understood his responsibility even more. He had to take responsibility for the entire alliance. He couldn't allow his anger to affect him, and he couldn't do anything irrational. The word, counterattack, was spoken in a light tone. But if he really put it into action, that would be courting death. None of the three major powers were weaker than the Shengluo alliance. Even in the divine herb world, the three major powers had lost a large number of top-level true god and quasi-domain gods. For a level 1 major power like them, the key to victory and defeat had always been domain god sovereign. No matter how many top-level true god there were, they wouldn't be of much use to them. As for the cloud-floating palace, their power was far above that of the Shengluo alliance. With the three major powers joining forces, domain god sovereign's number had already surpassed them by more than 2 times. Now, with the help of the Shengluo mountains and its powerful defense, they could still barely hold on. Once they left the Shengluo mountains, they would fall into Ling Yun's trap. They were afraid that domain god sovereign, who was several times stronger than them, would immediately attack them. The destruction of the alliance was just in the blink of an eye. No matter how angry or aggrieved they had to endure it. Taking a deep breath, Sovereign Xuanyuan said, "Everyone, calm down. I can understand the feelings of the elders, but if we leave the Shengluo mountains now, we will really fall into their trap. Alliance Master, are we going to let it go just like that?" All of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. How could they not know what Sovereign Ling Yun and the others were plotting? It was just that they were really unwilling to accept it. We will definitely take revenge for this, but right now, we still need to endure it for the time being. Endure it, Alliance Chief. How long do we have to endure it for? Endure for 1,000,000 years, they had really endured enough. It won't be too long. As long as one person returns, it will be the day we counterattack. One person. Who? Yang Fann. Yes, we still have Yang Fann. In an instant, the hearts of the group of domain god sovereign shook. How could they have forgotten about that monster? However, they had only cultivated for 1,000,000 years in the Shengluo mountains, and his strength had already advanced from rank 9 top-level true god to 4th grade domain god. Now that another 1,000,000 years had passed, what kind of realm would his cultivation base and strength reach? Probably 1st grade middle-level domain god. If he had a few more tens of millions of years, or even millions of years, he wouldn't be a match for that monster anymore. Perhaps, even rank 2 middle-level domain god and Yang Fann would be able to suppress it. At that time, Yang Fann alone would be able to suppress those three major powers. Alright, let's let them be arrogant for now. When Yang Fann returns, it will be their time to die. Phew. Finally, they have been pacified. Sovereign Xuanyuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These people are all elders of the Alliance. Even he, the Alliance leader, could not forcefully restrain them. However, right at this moment, rumble, a stream of light tore through the sky and instantly fell into Sovereign Xuanyuan's hands. In the next second, Sovereign Xuanyuan stood up with a loud roar. His eyes were livid, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Boundless killing intent was flashing in his eyes. Alliance Chief, what's wrong? The hearts of the domain gods skipped a beat. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Lu Yu was captured by them. Sovereign Xuanyuan's voice was filled with indescribable anger. What? Love Yu was captured by them all of domain god sovereign's eyes widened. No wonder the Alliance Chief was so angry. Love Yu was Sovereign Xuanyuan's eldest disciple. It could be said that Sovereign Xuanyuan had grown up in his place. He was more like a father and a son than a disciple. Very quickly, Sovereign Xuanyuan sent out another bomb. Ling Yun, Old Ghost has spread the news that he will execute Lu Yu at the Lingxiao Mountain 3 days later. At that time, he will also invite the expert of many major powers in the nearby region to attend the ceremony. Bitch it that Ling Yun, Old Ghost, has gone too far. Alliance Master, what should we do now? On the third day, the three major powers of Cloud Floating Palace, Sky Soul Alliance, and Changchun Union would surely deploy a large number of forces on the Lingxiao Mountain. Perhaps, all the domain gods of the three major powers would arrive at the same time, waiting for them to dive into the mountain. However, if they didn't save the mountain, the reputation of the Shengluo Alliance would be completely ruined. Domain God Sovereign was the cornerstone of a major power. If he could give up on Domain God Sovereign, there was no need to talk about ordinary true God disciples. Not to mention, Love Yu was the eldest disciple of Asgard Master Shu Yuan, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the young master of Asgard Master Shu Yuan. I am useless. I cannot save you. A line of blood tears fell from Sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes and he finally made up his mind. He would give up on the eldest disciple whom he regarded as his own son. If he was only one person, even if it was a dragon's pond or a tiger's den, he would still charge into it. However, not only was he the supreme master of Lu Yu, he was also the chief of Shengluo Alliance. He had to be responsible for the trillions of disciples of the Shengluo Alliance. Pass on my order. No one is allowed to go to Cloud Soaring Mountain in 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, Sovereign Xuanyuan seemed to have aged a lot. Vaguely, there seemed to be some white threads appearing. Ah, Palace Lord, you can't, Palace Lord, young Palace Lord cannot not be saved. As soon as Sovereign Xuanyuan's voice faded, several domain god sovereigns shouted at the same time. Lu Yu's supreme being was not only their virtual element palace's young Palace Lord, but also their virtual element palace's future. Compared to Sovereign Xuanyuan, his talent was only slightly inferior. He wasn't any weaker than Qin Wushuang, and it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the middle-level domain god stage in the future. Elders, there's no need to say any more. This is all because of Yu Er's life. Palace Lord. At this moment, a confused voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire Chengluo Divine Palace. Everyone, what's going on? Why are they all like this? C1679 be a little bolder Chengluo Mansion, the center of the Chengluo Mountains, Chengluo Divine Hall. Who is it? Come out. What kind of ability is it to act mysterious? In an instant, the hearts of the group of domain god sovereign shook, especially Sovereign Xuanyuan. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. With his formidable strength of soul that could match a first-grade middle-level domain god, even a first-grade middle-level domain god like Sovereign Ling Yun wouldn't be able to appear near him so quietly. However, he couldn't sense the mysterious man at all. Even though he had used the spiritual sense to search his surroundings, he still couldn't find anything. Hiss. Could it be that the person who came was rank 2 middle-level domain god? He didn't know who this mysterious man was. Are they friends or enemies of my Shengluo Alliance? If he is an enemy, the consequences will be dire. Sovereign Xuanyuan couldn't imagine what would happen next. The Chengluo Mountains had been fortified by the Shengluo Alliance. Sovereign Xuanyuan was confident that he could defend against a first-grade middle-level domain god. Even the strongest first-grade middle-level domain god wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Chengluo Mountains. However, He was confident that he could stop rank 2 middle-level domain god. It was hard to say. A middle-level domain god was only a first-grade middle-level domain god. The difference in combat strength between them was more than a few times. They were two totally different concepts. Right at this moment, Poochie, like a curtain, the space was forcefully torn apart. The next second, a handsome young man, who was wearing a black robe and had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, stepped out from the crowd. Ah, it's Yang Fann. It really is Brother Yang Fann. Brother Yang Fann, you finally came back. Where have you been all these years? Do you know how hard it has been for us to find you all these years? In an instant, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the rest of the domain god sovereign felt relieved. The surging magic power in their bodies quickly calmed down. Like profound principal supreme being and the others, they moved to Yang Fann's side and asked him about all these years. For millions of years, Shengluo Alliance had never given up on searching for Yang Fann. The reason why there was such a huge loss was because so many top-level true god had fallen. A large part of the reason was to search for Yang Fann. Even Love Yu, the supreme being, had been following Sovereign Xuanyuan's orders to find Yang Fann's whereabouts. He had not been able to return to the Chengluo Mountains after a long period of time, and eventually fell into the hands of the three major powers. Looking at the unconcealed concern in the eyes of the numerous supreme beings, Yang Fann's heart warmed slightly. He could see that the Tongshuan supreme being and the others were really concerned about him. They didn't show any hypocrisy at all. Immediately, they told Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others about all their experiences over the years. Of course, Yang Fann still skipped some things and didn't explain them in detail. For example, his cultivation progress. In a short period of 1,000,000 years, rank 4 low-level domain god had become a peak expert that could rival rank 4 high-level domain god. This was too horrifying. If this news spread out, it would shake the entire AIMA realm continent. It might cause some unnecessary trouble. The most difficult thing to predict in the world was the human heart. To be able to break through 2 major realms in 1,000,000 years, 8 major realms, even an idiot would know that Yang Fann had a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter. Perhaps some people would have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. It was fine for the others, but they were afraid that AIMA Domain Lord would have some kind of thoughts. He was strong now, but if he were to fight AIMA Domain Lord, Yang Fann really wouldn't have much confidence in himself. If AIMA Domain Lord was only a first-grade top-level domain god, it would be fine, but if he was talking about a rank 2 top-level domain god, even if he wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. Furthermore, even if he told the truth, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others might not believe him. In a short span of 1,000,000 years, he had advanced from rank 4 low-level domain god to rank 4 high-level domain god. Was this something that a human could do? Bitch, it's actually the Cloud Floating Palace's doing. It's actually old monster Pu Kai personally making a move. Old man Ling Yun, you really have it. What a good old man Pu Kai, we've all underestimated you. You actually hid such a trump card. Spatial banishment. What a good technique. To be banished to more than a dozen realms in a short period of time. No wonder we couldn't find Yang Fann. The hearts of the domain god sovereign trembled. They had thought that Yang Fann would be trapped in a forbidden place and wouldn't be able to escape for a period of time. They had never thought that this would be the result. The banishment of time and space had directly banished him to a dozen different realms. They wouldn't have thought of this even if they racked their brains. Very quickly, terrifying killing intent rose from Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other domain god sovereign. Cloud Floating Palace, old man Ling Yun, the Shengluo Alliance will never forgive you. Who was Yang Fann? He was the root of the Shengluo Alliance, the hope of all of them. The Cloud Floating Palace actually dared to send a supreme being to kill Yang Fann. They wanted to break the root of the Shengluo Alliance. This hatred, it was an irreconcilable hatred. Furthermore, in the past 1,000,000 years, the Cloud Floating Palace was the one who had suppressed their Shengluo Alliance the most among the three major powers. Of the many true god experts that had fallen, half of them had fallen in the hands of the Cloud Floating Palace. At this moment, all the supreme beings wished that they could slaughter their way to the Cloud Floating Palace and raze it to the ground, turning Sovereign Ling Yun's bones into ashes. Everyone, there's no need to be angry. Yang Fann gently shook his head. He didn't really care about it. Ever since he returned to AIMA Realm Continent, the Cloud Floating Palace had already entered the countdown. There was nothing to be angry about with a group of people who were about to die. By the way, What were you all arguing about just now? Compared to the group of people who were about to die, Yang Fann was more concerned about the situation in Shengluo Alliance. Although he didn't know the details, he could feel an indescribable pressure coming from the Shengluo Mountains. Something must have happened to Shengluo Alliance after he left for 1,000,000 years. A hint of hesitation flashed across Sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes. Yang Fann, he could tell that this was a man who valued friendship. If he were to speak about the matter of his disciple Luyu, Yang Fann would definitely not stand idly by. Although Yang Fann had the power to fight rank 2 middle-level domain god, the hope of saving his disciple was just too slim. Even if they joined forces, it would still be the same. The Lingxiao Mountain was the lair of Cloud Floating Palace. It was a place that was even more dangerous than the Shengluo Mountains. With the help of the geographical advantage, there were also many hidden resources of the Cloud Floating Palace. Sovereign Ling Yun, this first-grade middle-level domain god, he definitely had a worthy opponent. He could even suppress rank 2 middle-level domain god. Yang Fann was the hope of the Shengluo Alliance. If anything were to happen to Yang Fann in order to save his disciple, he would be blamed for it even if he died 10,000 times over. Given Yang Fann's monstrous talent, as long as he was given a few million years more time, he could easily crush the Cloud Floating Palace and the other three major powers. Brother Yang Fann, this is what happened. Not only did that old man Ling Yun capture Luyu's Supreme Being, he also openly spread the news. He wants to use Luyu's Supreme Being's head as a blood sacrifice to the heavens 3 days later. Sovereign Xuanyuan hesitated. The other Supreme Beings of the Virtual Element Palace. However, he couldn't care less about that. He fell out of his mind. In the end, they didn't hold back at all about the grievances they had suffered over the past 1,000,000 years. He told them everything. Alright, what a good Cloud Floating Palace, what a good Skysoul Alliance, what a good Changchun Union, you are courting death. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent. Initially, he only wanted to deal with the Cloud Floating Palace. Now, it seemed like there was no need to keep the other two alliances alive. It was also a good idea. He would just unify the Luoyang County, so as to avoid any future troubles. Yang Fann, don't act recklessly. This matter still needs to be considered carefully. Although you have the power of rank 2 middle-level domain god. Cloud Soaring Mountain is the headquarters of Cloud Floating Palace. It has been running for more than 10 eras. Who knows how many dangers have been buried there. Sovereign Xuanyuan looked at all the Supreme Beings of Virtual Element Palace angrily and tried to persuade them. Compared to the safety of his disciple, Yang Fann's safety was the most important. Rank 2 middle-level domain god. Brother Shu Yuan, you have underestimated this little brother of yours. Yang Fann smiled lightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. What? You? Could it be that you are already a rank 3 middle-level realm god? Sovereign Xuanyuan's body trembled, and his voice trembled slightly. However, a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. A rank 3 middle-level realm god. He definitely had the power to crush the Cloud Floating Palace. At that time, even if the three major powers, Domain God Sovereign and a rank 3 middle-level realm god gathered at Cloud Soaring Mountain, they would still have a high chance of saving his eldest disciple, Love You. Even if they couldn't do it, with the strength of a rank 3 middle-level realm god, they would still want to leave. It wasn't something that Ling Yun and the others could stay behind. Rank 3 middle-level realm god. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. As expected, I was thinking too much. How could a rank 3 middle-level realm god be so easily achieved? Sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes darkened, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. It was nipped in the bud all of a sudden. 1,000,000 years. In just 1,000,000 years, he had broken through a major realm. It was unheard of for him to reach 2 levels in such a short period of time. To think that he would be able to cross a major level. What a beautiful thought. Brother Shu Yuan, don't be so petty. You are boldly guessing upwards. What? Making a bold guess. Gulped Brother Yang Fann, could it be? You have already. This. C-1680 Old Man Ling Yun, here I come, the divine kingdom of the heavens, Shengluo Mansion, Shengluo Mountains, Shengluo Divine Palace. Sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes widened. His voice was trembling, and he was at a loss for words. Third, rank 3 middle-level realm god. This wasn't even the limit, yet he still dared to make a guess. Could it be that? Could it be that Brother Yang Fann had already become a divine god? He had already. Not only Sovereign Xuanyuan, but the other 91 domain gods in the divine hall also had bulging eyes, like fish eyes that were about to burst out from their sockets. They couldn't believe it. It was truly unbelievable. In just a few million years, rank 4 low-level domain god had broken through 3 major grades in a row, and had the ability to fight a rank 3 middle-level power of domain god. It was already shocking enough, and no one had ever done it before. If there was still a way to hide it, it would be really unbelievable. Was he still human? Right at this moment, an ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god shouldn't be a match for me. Yang Fann nodded slightly, confirming Sovereign Xuanyuan's guess. Gulp. Gulp. Rank 4 middle-level domain god, it really is rank 4 middle-level domain god. This. Did I hear that correctly? Pervert, this is really too abnormal. Monster is a monster. Yang Fann said it lightly, but Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others heard it. It was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, and in an instant, the group of domain god sovereigns sucked in a breath of cold air, although they had already expected it. However, they still couldn't accept Yang Fann's affirmative answer. Rank 4 middle-level domain god was a high and mighty rank 4 middle-level domain god. Not to mention their Luoyang County, but even in the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens. It was a first-class peak. Expert that could be compared to it. It could be said that there were only a handful of them, and those who could suppress him. According to what they knew, only there the divine kingdom of the heavens' divine master, His Majesty, was capable of doing so. However, how old was Yang Fann? In total, he was less than 8 million years old. A rank 4 middle-level domain god who was less than 8 million years old, who would believe such a monster? Who would dare to believe it? If it wasn't for the fact that they had witnessed Yang Fann, who had broken through to the rank 9 top-level true god in just a million years and had the combat strength of rank 4 low-level domain god, they wouldn't have believed it. Looking at Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others who couldn't calm down for a long time, Yang Fann shook his head helplessly. No matter what, these people were domain god sovereign, a member of the top expert in AIMA realm. Their endurance was a bit too low. They were just rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors, there was no need for that. Initially, Yang Fann wanted to expose his true strength so that Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others could have more confidence in him. But now, it seemed like he should just forget about it. The psychological quality of these people was really bad. The combat strength of a rank 4 middle-level domain god had already shocked them. If this was exposed, he would have the combat strength of a high-level domain god. What would happen then? These 92 domain god sovereign would surely faint from fear. Forget it. This matter couldn't be rushed. It was better to reveal his strength bit by bit, letting them have a process of acceptance. After a long while, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the rest of the domain god sovereign finally suppressed the shock in their hearts. In the next second, Sovereign Xuanyuan laughed out loud. Good with brother Yang Fann here. There's nothing for us to worry about. At this moment, the gloominess in his heart was swept away. A rank 4 middle-level domain god, what kind of terrifying combat strength was that? It wasn't something they could imagine. The 3 major powers of Cloud Floating Palace. With the help of the geographical advantage, they might be able to fight a rank 3 middle-level domain god. However, it was impossible for them to be a match for a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Besides, after listening to what Yang Fann just said, he wasn't as simple as a beginner rank 4 middle-level domain god. If he could sweep away all of them, he would definitely be able to crush all of them. Ha, no matter how many tricks that old monster Ling Yun has up his sleeves, he would never have thought that brother Yang Fann was already a rank 4 middle-level domain god. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. How dare he plot against our Shengluo alliance? 3 days later, we will make sure that old man Ling Yun doesn't get what he wants. Thinking about it, that old man Ling Yun's expression will definitely be quite interesting. Fuck, I can't wait any longer. It's time to settle this debt of blood of a million years with them. Kekekeka Ling Yun, your good days have come to an end. One by one, domain god sovereign rubbed his palms together and was eager to give it a try. They wished that 3 days would pass by in no time. With a rank 4 middle-level domain god protecting them, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it was 3 days later. Lingxiao Mountain, the highest peak in Luoyang County. It vaguely had the title of the number 1 divine mountain in Luoyang County. It was tens of thousands of light years tall. It was like a peerless divine weapon that went straight into the sky and penetrated the heaven and earth. Within it, there were plenty of spirit of heaven and earths. It was even better than the Chengluo Mountains. As long as one took a deep breath, it would allow a mortal to break through to the quasi-saint stage like a hot knife through butter. Of course, the prerequisite was that the mortal's body would be able to withstand the vast amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual pedestal tier of the soaring heavens mountain, this was the place where the cloud-floating palace executed the traitors. At this moment, the huge spiritual peeling platform was filled with people. Among them, there were countless expert and experts. Even domain god sovereign had hundreds of them, almost 1,000 of them. Among them, there was no lack of rank 4 low-level domain god, and even a few middle-level domain god warriors. In order to force the Shengluo alliance, Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and 3 alliances had built up their power. They sent out invitations to all the major powers in the 3 counties near Luoyang County, including domain god sovereign, and invited them to attend the ceremony. In the center of the god-slaying stage was a pillar of divine punishment that looked like a heavenly pillar. A person was tied up on top of the pillar. He was a mighty giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall. His hair was disheveled and his head was lowered, making it difficult for people to see his face clearly. This giant was none other than the main character of this incident, Sovereign Xuanyuan's eldest disciple, the young master of Virtual Element Palace, Luyu the Supreme. It's almost noon. I wonder if the Shengluo Alliance will come to save us. I don't think so. Sovereign Xuanyuan is not stupid. How can he not see that this is a trap? That's right. The god-slaying stage has already been set up by the 3 major powers of Cloud Floating Palace. If Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others come here to rescue them, they will be walking right into the trap. I don't think so. Sovereign Xuanyuan has always valued relationships the most. Luyu Supreme Being is his favorite disciple. The 2 of them are not father and son, but father and son. I'm afraid that they won't give up so easily. It's true that Luan Yu is Sovereign Xuanyuan's favorite disciple, but he is also the master of a palace, the master of Shengluo Alliance. He has to be responsible for the Virtual Element Palace and Shengluo Alliance. How can the relationship between master and disciple be compared to the inheritance of Shengluo Alliance? The surrounding true gods and domain gods were discussing amongst themselves. Most of them felt that it was impossible for Sovereign Xuanyuan to bring people to rescue Luanyu. Even Sovereign Ling Yun, Changchun, and Tuoba Zhejun, who were standing on the platform, felt the same way. If they were in Sovereign Xuanyuan's shoes, it would be impossible for them to bring reinforcements with them. Putting aside the fact that he was just a disciple, even if he was his own son, he would still have to give up if he had to. Compared to the inheritance of the alliance, the life of a disciple was nothing. However, Sovereign Ling Yun and the other 2 weren't too disappointed. This was already within their expectations. The execution of Luanyu was mainly to strike a blow to the reputation of Shengluo Alliance. Even a domain god sovereign like Luyu could be easily given up by Palace Lord. Who else could it be? It was Sovereign Xuanyuan, the person that Shengluo Alliance couldn't afford to give up. Once this news spread, the Shengluo Alliance would surely crumble. Time passed by slowly. Soon, it was close to the 3rd quarter of noon. Looks like that old man Shu Yuan is determined to be a coward. A look of disappointment flashed across the depths of Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes, although it was within his expectations. To be honest, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. What if Sovereign Xuanyuan really became hot-headed? As long as he could get rid of Sovereign Xuanyuan and Domain God Sovereign, the entire Shengluo Alliance would fall apart in an instant. It would be completely destroyed. Although the Shengluo Alliance's reputation would suffer a huge blow, it would still take tens of millions of years and billions of years for it to be completely destroyed. God Slayer, prepare for the execution right at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of domain divine might covered the heavens and the earth as it swept through the entire god-slaying platform. In the next second, a cold and emotionless voice descended from the sky, shaking the entire world. Old man Ling Yun, I'm here. Hurry up and release Yuer. I'm here. Sovereign Xuanyuan had really brought his men here. How is this possible? Could it be that he has gone crazy?